Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
In a quiet apartment in New York, the early morning light streamed through the windows, casting soft shadows across the room. Sitting on a worn-out sofa, Su-Ching stared at the translucent blue screen hovering in front of him, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. 3 years, he muttered, rubbing his chin. It's finally here. But this answering system. It's more intriguing than I expected. His gaze flickered over the details displayed on the interface before him, a smirk tugging at his lips. Marvel's story hasn't even begun yet. Tony Stark hasn't become Iron Man. The first chapter of the Avengers is yet to be written. He chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. If I reveal what's coming, will it change the future? A mechanical voice resonated in response, calm and neutral. Potentially. As key figures in the cinematic universe, any foreknowledge given to the Avengers could lead to butterfly effects, altering the course of events. Su-Ching's fingers tapped lightly on his knee as he considered the words. So, I have a choice. I can simply watch and observe, or I can actively participate. Correct. If the host activates the system, an alternate identity will be assigned to integrate seamlessly into this world. Even the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, will be unable to uncover your existence through the Time Stone. His eyes narrowed in thought. So, even with her ability to manipulate time, she'd only see what the system allows her to? Affirmative. The identity you assume will be indistinguishable from reality. Su-Ching exhaled, leaning back against the couch. Well then, what's there to hesitate about? Whether I choose to engage or not, I still get rewarded for correct answers. And if I activate the system, I'll be completely hidden from the Ancient One's scrutiny. His decision was made. Activate the system. A soft white glow enveloped the room momentarily. When it faded, a transparent panel resembling a chat room materialized in front of him. Tony Stark's seaside villa. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious seaside mansion, Tony Stark was pouring himself a glass of wine when a similar translucent panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. His brows furrowed as he waved a hand through the air, but the screen remained fixed. JRVS, are you seeing this? Sir, I recommend starting the morning with a glass of juice instead. Tony rolled his eyes. I haven't even had a drink yet, genius. This isn't some drunken hallucination. Run a scan on the entire villa and check my vitals. A brief pause. Scan complete. No signs of intrusion detected. Your physical condition is normal, aside from mild dehydration due to last night's festivities. Tony rubbed his temple, eyeing the chat room. So, it's real then. But what kind of alien tech is this? Are we finally confirming the existence of extraterrestrials? He grinned. Now that would be fun. The chat room awakens. Back in Su-Ching's apartment, the chat room flickered to life. Names and messages rapidly filled the space as more individuals found themselves connected. Tony Stark, she said she loves me 3000, what the hell is this? Alien tech? And what's with my title? Who said they love me 3000? Some kind of trivia game? Stephen Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wait, I just finished a surgery, what is this? And why the hell is a playboy like you here? Tony Stark, she said she loves me 3000, oh? You know me? Well, of course, who doesn't? Greatest genius of the century, and all. But from the way you sound, did I steal your girlfriend? Stephen Strange, I'm here to negotiate, screw off. Like you could. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off a cliff. This isn't an illusion? I thought I was just exhausted. But the rules say we get rewards for correct answers. What's the question? Clint Barton, I can win the battle if I have arrows. Nat? You're here too? What's going on? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off a cliff. I have no clue, but it looks like some kind of quiz room. Nick Fury, I really want a vacation on the moon. Everyone stay calm. We don't know what this is yet, but let's observe for now. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Wait, what is this place? Am I dead? Nick Fury, I really want a vacation on the moon. What? Clint Barton, I can win the battle if I have arrows. Steve? What the hell? You should still be frozen in ice. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. 70 years? Has it really been 70 years? I don't know what's going on, but I shouldn't be undead. Right? Nick Fury, I really want a vacation on the moon. Captain, it's true. Nearly 70 years have passed since you crashed into the glacier. As for whether you're undead, well, I can't say for sure. Can you describe your situation? Tony Stark, she said she loves me 3000. Oh my god, this chat room is really something. But I have to ask, aren't you supposed to be dead? Can the dead even participate in a Q&A session? Stephen Strange, I'm here to negotiate. This defies all scientific reasoning. None of this aligns with modern medicine. And seriously, what's with my nickname? Who am I supposed to be negotiating with? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off a cliff. Who came up with these names?
Me, jumping off a cliff? That's a joke, right?
Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I have no idea what's going on. All I see is a vast whiteness around me, except for this chat room. There's nothing else here. Tony Stark, she said she loves me 3000. Just as confusion filled the chat room, a deep mechanical voice resonated in everyone's ears.
Attention, members.
This is only the beginning of the answering session. Question 1. When Tony Stark went to the desert to showcase Stark Industries' new weapons, who orchestrated his kidnapping? Note, you have 30 minutes to answer. Incorrect responses will result in random penalties, including, but not limited to, deductions of IQ, wealth, abilities, or lifespan. Correct answers will grant a reward, the ability to teleport. If no one answers within the given time, the system will randomly select someone to respond. With the announcement, a video suddenly began playing in the chat room. The kidnapping of Tony Stark. The footage displayed Tony Stark confidently presenting Stark Industries' latest weapon technology. Rejecting Colonel Rhodes' invitation to return together, he instead rode in a Humvee with a group of soldiers, casually taking selfies and joking about the latest magazine cover girl. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance. Chaos ensued as armed militants stormed the area, targeting Tony's convoy. The soldiers around him fell one by one under the enemy's assault. Panicked, Tony scrambled out of the vehicle, seeking cover behind a nearby rock while fumbling for his phone to call for help. But before he could dial, his eyes widened in horror. A bomb labeled Stark Industries fell before him. The screen froze on the moment of impact. Tony thrown into the air by the explosion, the scene fading to black. Silence filled the chat room. The realism of the video was undeniable. It felt as though they had personally witnessed the event. Tony Stark, now sitting on his sofa, clenched his fists. His mind raced. This is a glimpse into the future? If this footage was accurate, it meant he would be kidnapped.
But by whom?
He had a scheduled weapons demonstration in just 5 days. Could he still change his fate? Before he could dwell further, the mechanical voice returned. The video has concluded. Please select the correct answer from the following options.
1. Obadiah Stane. 2. Hydra.
3. Local militant forces. You have 30 minutes. If no one answers, a participant will be randomly selected. Immediately, the chat room erupted in discussion. Wanda, I have the final say in the chaos of Westview. At Tony Stark, looks like karma has come knocking. This is retribution. Pietro, keep that bullet away from me. That's right. You finally get to experience firsthand the devastation your weapons have caused, Stark. Tony Stark, she said she loves me 3000. Who the hell are you two? What does this have to do with you? Are you seriously enjoying this?
Wanda, I have the final say. If S.H.I.E.L.D is in chaos, who are we? We are the people who were persecuted and ruined by your Tony Stark manufacturing weapons. Pietro, keep that bullet away from me. Wanda is right, bastard. If you hadn't sold the weapons to the people in Sokovia, we wouldn't have lost our family. All of this is caused by you. Wanda, I have the final say on the chaos in S.H.I.E.L.D town. We were only 8 years old that year, and the shell pierced the roof of my house. Pietro and I hid under the bed all day and night. When we come out again, the home is gone. The death of my parents, we have been displaced since we were young. All of this is caused by you? Looking at the chat room, the twins Wanda and Pietro spoke. On the sofa, Tony Stark was extremely depressed at this moment. First, I saw that I was attacked in the desert a few days later, and my life and death were unknown. Then, in the answering chat room, there was another pair of twins whose families were ruined because of themselves. Why is everything related to yourself? Who did you provoke? More importantly, why didn't I remember that the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries were sold to people in Sokovia? Could it be that someone sold their own weapons through private channels? This is impossible. After all, Obadiah is in charge of Stark Industry. For him. Who can know it? Obadiah? Thinking of this, Tony Stark was shocked. It seems that among the 3 options just now, one of them is Obadiah. After thinking about it, Tony Stark immediately shook his head. It can't be him. After all, he has been taking care of himself since his parents died in that damn car accident. And the reason why he can study and invent with peace of mind is all because he helps himself manage Stark Industry. For so many years, I have always regarded him as a relative, as an uncle. And no matter how absurd his behavior is, he always supports himself. Therefore, it is impossible for him to do such a thing. If you doubt anyone, you will never doubt him. Chat room, Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Let's put things aside for now. First of all, one thing we have to make sure of is whether the kidnapping of Tony Stark is true in the clip we just played. You know, if I didn't guess wrong, according to the problem, this thing should happen sometime in the future. Tony, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It was 5 days later. To be precise, it was 6 days later. I have discussed with Obadiah and let me show the demonstration of Stark Industrial's new weapons. Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? If this is the case, then maybe the video played in the chat room just after answering the question is really about the future. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. It's true. I have just been observing the people in the answering chat room and the clip just played, so to speak, the people who can enter here. Either the future is a superhero, or someone related to superhero. In short, this answering chat room seems to be able to play the future pictures. Oh, forgot to say, I am the Supreme Magician Ancient One, the Asgardian of the real dimension of the Earth. The reason for this is that I can see the future. Also, pay attention to the title behind your name. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Magician? Can see the future? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. Does the Earth still exist like magician? Why have I never heard of it? Besides, all the people here are superhero. Besides, I jumped off a cliff. Barton, I can win the battle. Does this world really have a magician? Are there still vampires, werewolves, or something? Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? Cough cough. It seems that there is a magician group, but I don't know about the magician group. But vampires and werewolves are all driven into the dark corner. They dare not come out. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. My God, there is such a thing in this world? This is too unscientific. As a doctor, I really want to dissect a vampire or werewolf. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At, you are not right. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. At, you are not right. Barton, I can win the battle. At, are your doctors all so terrible? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Inside the apartment, Su-Ching, who was watching the screen, laughed at the speech of the members in the answering chat room. After listening to the system's individual reminder, Su-Ching knew that it was time to make a bubble. Anyway, if you don't answer the questions, you can get rewards in the end. But now, the most important thing is to let the Supreme Magician watch the new identity written by the system. Su-Ching is quite curious about the new identity written by the system, especially the future written by the system for himself. Su-Ching also wants to know what the situation is. Looking at the answering chat room, everyone said this again. After thinking about it, Su-Ching is also ready to join. Well, as a spectator, you can get rewards if you don't answer the questions, and you can have a future in a justified way. It's reasonable. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get everyone, shouldn't it be the answer to the question that should be discussed now? Know that 10 minutes have passed. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Hey, good guy, look at the suffix of this name. Is there really a goddess of death in this world? So as a god, its physiological structure and us. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. At Doctor Strange, it's muddy. Barton, I can win the battle. The new speaker just now is the same as the Supreme Magician who claims to be able to see the future, who has been diving and watching the screen. But he was right. The main thing now is to answer the questions. There are still 20 minutes. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Su-Ching, does the future superhero have this person? I want to look at the future again. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday. At Supreme Magician Ancient One, Lord Magician, what's the situation? Don't you know the future? Don't you know the person named Su who just spoke? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive. At Nick Fury, in my memory, Avengers is indeed not such a person, but maybe it was after my death. I want to look at the future again now. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. At Supreme Magician Ancient One, if you can, help me see the nickname behind my name. Why should I jump off the cliff? Tony Stark, she said to love me 3,000 times. At Supreme Magician Ancient One, I also want to know whether I died under that missile or not. Besides, since you can see the future, you will definitely know who it is. Plan to kidnap me? That being the case, don't you know the answer when answering the question? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. At Supreme Magician Ancient One, if it is true, please help me see if I have the opportunity to dissect vampires or werewolf aliens in the future. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. At Strange, it's muddy. Barton, I can win the battle if I have. At Strange, inside the magic holy place. Looking at the answering chat room, one by one active speeches. The Supreme Magician Ancient One just smiled, did not speak. Suddenly speaking, this person named Su-Ching made himself very interested. After all, I have watched the future more than once, and have seen various scenes in the future. But what I can be absolutely sure of is that everything that will happen in this world in the future, there is absolutely no such superhero called Su-Ching. Thinking of this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One stretched out his hand, his hands formed a seal, and the eye of Agamotto opened immediately, and the time gem, emitting a green light, began to work. Soon, in the eyes of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, scenes about the future began to unfold. But this time, it seems that many things have changed a lot. Although the Avengers are still the Avengers, some people are missing, such as the fantasy world. The extra person named S.H.I.E.L.D, the Supreme Magician Ancient One watched his future in particular. In the picture, S.H.I.E.L.D, who is upright and holding a sharp sword, stands upright. Behind him, the Avengers members stand one by one. And the enemy on the opposite side was not a member of the Titan family called Thanos this time, but a coquettish woman in a black robe, incarnation of a skeleton. The picture is here, broken directly, not showing the future. And seeing this scene, the Supreme Magician Ancient One was stunned. As the Asgardian in the real dimension of the Earth, as the Supreme Magician of the contemporary era, she naturally knows who this black-robed woman appears in the picture. That is one of the 5 gods of the universe in the legend, Death. Could it be that the true god named Death will descend on the Earth in the future, wanting to destroy the Earth, or even destroy the universe? If this is the case, then Avengers faces the goddess of death. There is no chance for even the slightest resistance. Even if you add yourself, Odin, the temple of Emperor Wei-Shin behind you, and the people of the so-called celestial race in the universe. In the face of this god named Death, there is no resistance at all. Seeing this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One felt a little dazed. If this is true in the future, then the Earth that I have tried my best to protect will again. I just felt desperate, but suddenly it seemed as if I had thought of something. He quickly looked at the answering chat room, the person named S.H.I.E.L.D, the suffix behind his name. Nick Fury wants to go to the moon on vacation. Natasha Romanoff will choose to sacrifice for the Soul Gem cliff jump, including Strange and Dormammu negotiations, and Tony Stark's daughter said to love him 3,000 times. These things, even if she did not live at that time, she still knew, so these suffixes are all true. So, in that case, what the suffix of this man named S.H.I.E.L.D shows is that the goddess of death is destined not to get a man. Does it symbolize the Earth and the vitality of this universe? The more you think about it, the more reasonable the Supreme Magician Ancient One is. Since the postfix is not fake, then when the true gods die on the Earth, the only trace of vitality should be on this man named S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of this, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D's speech in the answering chat room, a softness flashed in the eyes of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. That being the case, you might as well provide some help yourself. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. What have you been looking straight at? Knocked on the door and came in, just about to hand over the files in hand to Nick Fury. But looking absent-minded, it seems that his eyes are always looking straight ahead, as if there is something he can't see. Nick Fury? Maria Hill asked curiously. Nothing. Looking at the speeches of these people in the answering chat room, Nick Fury shook his head gently. What's the matter? This document needs your signature and then archive it. Passing the documents in hand to Nick Fury, Maria Hill said, this time, the World Council's funding for us is reduced by 1/10. The reason is that we are really interested in which Pegasus project Tesseract has launched. It's too costly. But Mr. Alexander Pierce has already talked to the people of the World Council. It is estimated that the less money will be allocated to us soon. Hearing what Maria Hill said, Nick Fury nodded slightly. He took out his pen and signed his name on the document, and then handed the document to Hill again. Looking at Hill, who wanted to turn around and leave, Nick Fury thought for a while, and suddenly said, there are a few people on my side, and you need to send someone to pay close attention. Oh, where's the list? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill reached out for the list. A doctor named Strange, a pair of twins named Wanda and Pietro, and a young man named S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at Maria Hill, who reached out for her identity list, Nick Fury directly said these 4 names. It's too general. I need some detailed information about these people's specific surnames, identities, current residence, etc. Neither do I, only these names. Listening to Hill's words, Nick Fury shook his head gently. He also knew that it was too embarrassing to just say these few names. After all, there are so many people in the world, and there will definitely be more people with the same name and surname. So if you want to find these few people in this vast world, even S.H.I.E.L.D. is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, the Supreme Magician Ancient One in the answering chat room claims that the person who can appear in the answering chat room is either the future superhero, or someone related to the future superhero. So, Nick Fury couldn't help but take it seriously. I only know that Strange is a doctor, and the Wanda Pietro twins are orphans. In Sokovia, their parents died of weapons developed by Stark Industries at the age of 8. If you know the ages of Wanda and Pietro, you can almost find someone based on time calculations and specific locations. It's just that I don't know anything except the name and these news now. Having said that, Nick Fury raised his head and glanced at the answering chat room, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the suffix behind his name. Then he said, as for this person named S.H.I.E.L.D, I don't know anything about him. Well, I will try my best to find it. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Maria Hill thought for a while, and then nodded. The doctor named Strange is okay. He is also very famous in the medical profession in New York. As for Wanda and Pietro, I'm not sure if I can find them, and S.H.I.E.L.D, I can't do anything. After all, the world is too big. Understand? Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury nodded softly. After Maria Hill pushed the door to leave, Nick Fury leaned back on the chair, looked at the people talking in the answering chat room, and nodded thoughtfully. If it is really like what the Supreme Magician said, all here are superhero, then I have also joined in? Is it possible to infer that the Avengers plan that I have been conceiving is really successful in the future? And Tony Stark should not die in the upcoming attack. Otherwise, he is not qualified to appear in the answering chat room? What about Captain America Steve Rogers? What happened in this answering chat room is all in the future. Does that also mean that he can appear here to prove that he is still alive? Is it just because of some reasons that there is no recovery? If this is the case, then it would be too scary. Marvelous? Thinking of this, Nick Fury took out his cell phone and sent a message to Natasha Romanoff and Barton each. The content of the short message is very simple, just think of a way to figure out the identity of everyone. No matter what, if there is really a superhero, then you must absorb it into Avengers. After sending the message, the whole person leaned on the chair and looked at the content in the chat room. The direction of this question is spinning rapidly in Nick Fury's mind. After all, who planned the attack on Tony Stark? There are rewards for correct answers. If it is really the teleporting skill, it will be very attractive. Can you get some information? I'm good at this thing. New York, inside an apartment. Stretching, Natasha Romanoff looked at the message from Nick Fury on the phone, and then nodded gently. In the chat room that just answered the question, listening to the speeches of the twins Wanda and Pietro, it was obvious that the twins should not be very old. So, wanting to get some questions from them is very simple for myself. As for that S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the content in the answering chat room, Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows subconsciously. Interesting. Is the goddess of death destined to not get a man? Answer the questions in the chat room? There are still 15 minutes before the answer. Please pay attention. The strong mechanical sound sounded again, and the people who were talking about various things in the original answering chat room were once again in silence. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive everyone. I must have heard the prompt. We still have 15 minutes to answer the question. Definitely, as the only person who knows the answer to this question, if no one chooses to answer, then I will answer at the last minute. But in this way, you won't be able to get that reward. You must know that the teleportation reward is a dispensable skill for me. Watching the speech of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. The chat room is alive again. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation, dear Supreme Magician. I remember you just said that you are going to look at the future again, so do you have a result? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Can anyone really see the future? Why am I so unbelieving? But if it is true, then I want to know, did I die under that weapon? Strange, I'm here to negotiate actually. From the beginning, I wanted to ask about one thing. Is there any difference between magician's body structure and ordinary people? Also, if possible, let me use a professional instrument to check. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at. You shut up? Barton, I can win the battle same as above. At. Shut up? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get that Supreme Magician. Have you seen my future? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Tony Stark. You are not dead. At S.H.I.E.L.D, I saw that it belongs to you, belongs to the Earth, and even belongs to the future of this universe. In any case, I will thank you in the name of Supreme Magician. Although I don't know what the final result will be, boy, you are a respectable superhero? Inside the apartment? Seeing the speech of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his eyebrows slightly. That child made S.H.I.E.L.D a little speechless. But think about it, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Although I don't know how old the Supreme Magician Ancient One is now, it should be hundreds of years old. And I'm 19 years old, so, there's nothing too big a problem? What kind of false future has the system arranged for itself so that the Supreme Magician Ancient One can say thank you personally? With this curiosity, S.H.I.E.L.D directly asked the system. After hearing the systematic answer, knowing that his future is for the Earth, leading the Avengers to fight against the death of one of the 5 great gods with swords. What else can S.H.I.E.L.D say? Can only give a thumbs up to the system. New batch? Fighting against death? Tut. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, it's fine if I didn't die. As long as I didn't die, I would definitely find out who was in charge this time. But at S.H.I.E.L.D, man, what did you do to make this so-called magician thank you? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark. Where do I know? I can't see the future, but superhero? I never thought about it. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at S.H.I.E.L.D. Man, believe me, I never thought of becoming a so-called superhero. I just want to do something. But once some things happen, we can't avoid it. Definitely, we may have a lot of choices, whether it is a temporary hero or a lifetime of ordinary people. Perhaps at that moment, the decision you make, the energy that bursts out, will not even be imagined by you. However, superhero has never been a job, it is more of a responsibility that belongs to everyone and everyone who has a righteous heart. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow. At Steve Rogers, are you so fooling about your roaring commando members? The eloquence is so good, no wonder my father always talks about you, and always teaches me with you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Who is your father? I know, wait, your last name is Stark? Isn't the daddy in your mouth, Howard Stark? My god, when I met him last time, He said he was a non-marriagist. Unexpectedly, regaining consciousness again, his son can talk to me? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Steve Rogers. I always think you are taking advantage of me. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. It's not an advantage to you. After all, according to my relationship with Howard, I should be your uncle. By the way, Howard is okay now? Although I am dead now, if possible, help me and him roar. Seriously, I still miss him a bit. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have won. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. What happened? At Natasha Romanoff, at Barton? Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday ahem. At Steve Rogers, Captain Rogers, I'm sorry to inform you that the Howards died in a car accident on December 24, 1991. That year, Tony Stark is only 21 years old. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Sorry, I didn't know Howard had passed away. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It doesn't matter. Time has passed for so long anyway. But at Steve Rogers, I don't admit that I have an uncle like you. Inside Tony Stark's villa. After sending this message, Tony Stark leaned back on the sofa. His face is a bit solemn. Even in the answering chat room just now, saying that it doesn't matter to me. But in fact, when he thinks of the damn accident in which his parents died in a car accident, Tony Stark feels agitated and heavy in his heart. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is a genius, a cynical playboy, a billionaire who inherited Stark Industries at the age of 21. But who knows how sad he was after learning the news on that icy night? If it weren't for Obadiah, this person who has always regarded himself as an uncle would accompany him and help himself through this difficult period of time. Even helping himself to deal with the board of directors, the group of guys who wanted to annex Stark Industry after their parents died. I'm afraid I will definitely be swallowed by sadness and regret. If one day when the father and mother leave, they are not angry, but can really say goodbye to them, then this matter will not become the eternal regret and pain buried in my heart. Roar. With a long sigh of relief, Tony Stark picked up the glass in front of him and drank the drink in one go, but because of the mention of his parents, the depression that was difficult to vent was produced in his heart, but he still couldn't let it go. What's wrong? Walked in from outside and looked at Tony Stark, who was sitting on the sofa, and took a sip of red wine with a serious face. Pibo put down the bag in his hand and sat next to him and asked softly, "Who made you angry again? Could it be that the cover girl last night? It's a dead bastard who suddenly appeared again. He mentioned something that I thought I had forgotten, but I have never really forgotten." This sentence is extremely slurred, but as the assistant who knows Tony Stark best, Pibo seems to be able to understand it. Some things are destined to be hard to forget, but the past things have already passed. Even if they are unacceptable, we can only accept them, because we have no choice in the past. Listening to Pebowen's whispering comfort, Tony Stark glanced at Pibo curiously. "Do you know what I'm talking about?" "I don't know, but I comforted you according to what you said. Is there anyone who knows you better than I do?" A seemingly arrogant, cynical playboy, who doesn't care about anything on the surface, but is actually a delicate and warm bastard. Looking at Tony Stark, Pibo said with a smile. Listening to Pipo's comment on himself, Tony Stark shrugged and put down the wine glass in his hand. You can't lose your temper with Pibo. Don't ask why. After all, it's really not easy to find an assistant who can understand yourself. Perhaps, it is more appropriate to define it with friends. Well, although I don't know what happened, the regular counseling is over. Standing up, watching Tony Stark professionally smiled. "I have to clean up the trash you left last night. Fortunately, the cover girl has already left, otherwise, I will have to clean up with her." After speaking, he turned around and left Tony Stark's side. Kong busy. Seeing Pippo leave without a trace, Tony Stark immediately spread his hands. "Don't be like this, please. Pippo, you deserve it. If you don't bring those trash back overnight, then I won't have to be so troublesome in the morning." Listening to Tony Stark behind him, Pippo said mercilessly, 300 flowers plus more, the 7th is delivered, and there is a flower evaluation ticket. Asterisk. 8th, Barton gets rewards, so Ching rewards are more perfect. Attention, everyone, there are still 5 minutes to answer the question. If anyone wants to answer, please answer as soon as possible. If no one is willing to answer, then when the time comes, the system will designate someone to answer. Listening to the answering chat room, the countdown sound of the system machinery came again, and everyone discussed again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. First of all, there is one answer that can be ruled out, that is, Obadiah. After all, that is a person treated like a family member by me, so he cannot be the man behind the kidnapping of me in the future. Barton, I can win the battle, not necessarily. You have to know that the human heart is the least detectable. Sometimes, the closer you are, the easier it is to betray you. Just like when I was young, I was once in a circus. Having said this, Barton did not continue. Instead, I started to analyze it directly. Barton, I can win the battle. First of all, we can analyze according to which option is Obadiah, now the executive director of Stark Industries. The second option is Hydra. This option can also be used as an alternative. After all, Mr. Howard Stark created S.H.I.E.L.D back then for the purpose of fighting Hydra. As for the third option, we can ignore it. The title refers to the messenger behind the scenes. The people who kidnapped Tony Stark must be local forces, so they should be the executors rather than the messengers behind the scenes. Barton, I can win the battle. Then there are only two answers we can choose, one is Obadiah Stein and the other is Hydra. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It is absolutely impossible to be Obadiah Stein. I firmly believe this after all. Nick Fury, want to go on holiday on the moon at Tony Stark? I can't say so absolutely. Barton, I can win the battle at Nick Fury. That's right, let's think about it. If Tony Stark is attacked, who will benefit? Who is the biggest beneficiary? Then whose motivation is greater? This is the same truth. If Tony is really attacked, then the biggest beneficiary is Obadiah Stein. After all, he is now the executive director of Stark Industries. As for Hydra, oh, it's ugly. It's not certain whether they still exist, and if Mr. Howard Stark is still alive, then Hydra will definitely take action. There is no meaning of disrespect, but for Mr. Tony Stark, Hydra really doesn't take it seriously. Having said that, Barton answered directly to the answering chat room, so this time to lead Tony Stark, the messenger behind the scenes, I choose Obadiah Stein. Hearing Barton's answer, Tony Stark frowned. Although I don't know who you are, buddy, trust me, this option must be wrong. Hawkeye, Barton answered. May I ask Clint Barton, are you sure of your answer? Taking a deep breath, looking at the transparent chat panel in front of him, Barton nodded slightly. Looking at Nick Fury, who was also constantly communicating with himself via text messages, Barton said firmly, okay. Congratulations to Mr. Clint Barton for answering correctly. He will get the bonus skill, teleport. Barton, who was still a little nervous, heard the thick mechanical sound and announced that he had answered correctly. Barton shook his fist immediately. The next moment, a soft light that only Barton could see enveloped him. As the light faded, Barton suddenly felt that his body was full of energy. With a move of mind, the whole person came directly to 10 meters away. Is this teleport? This feeling makes Barton feel very strange. Seeing that I was sitting on the swing outside the house just now, but in an instant, I came directly to the lawn. I checked the distance visually, it was about 10 meters away. In other words, this teleportation skill is real, but the range of teleportation is about 10 meters, but teleportation seems to consume some energy. According to my current physical strength, if I teleport directly without stopping, then I can only teleport 5 times in a row at most. But with my arrow technique, it is also a great life-saving hole card. Estimating his physical fitness, Barton mused. At the same time, in the apartment where S.H.I.E.L.D is in Manhattan, so, Barton can only teleport 5 times at most, after which he has to rest for an hour, like a skill cooldown. Looking at the system's separate introduction to his own skills, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly discovered the difference in his own teleport skills. The skills acquired by Hawkeye have a cooling time and consume physical strength. But for myself, there are not so many requirements. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D is willing, he can always use the teleport skill. And Barton's teleportation range is at most 10 meters around, and his teleportation is 100 times stronger than his range. In other words, the skills I have acquired are not the same as those acquired by other superhero, and they are the perfect strengthening version of the skills they have acquired. Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately looked at the answering chat room. At this moment, as Barton finished answering the question, the answer chat room was directly exploded. This is impossible. Listening to the answer chat room, the strong mechanical sound announced that Barton had answered correctly. Tony Stark's face suddenly turned pale. Perhaps Tony Stark's psychological endurance is stronger at this moment. But I haven't experienced the kidnapping, the dark torture in the cave. At this moment, Tony Stark mentally bears ability, and he can't compare with that after becoming Iron Man. So you know that after 6 days, the person who planned to attack and kidnap him in the desert was actually after Obadiah Stein, whom he had always regarded as his uncle and the only relative besides Peepo. Tony Stark suddenly felt very unacceptable. A sense of absurdity made him want to refute this question fiercely. But the subconscious told him, maybe it was like the guy named Hawkeye. Barton said, Obadiah Stein is indeed the person most likely to plan an attack and kidnap himself. After all, once he was kidnapped, he was even killed directly. Then the biggest beneficiary will be the present one, the executive director of Stark Industries. Perhaps after his own disappearance and death, Stark Industries will become a company named after Obadiah Stein. But I know the truth. But after knowing that this person who was regarded as a relative and regarded as an elder was murdered, Tony Stark still feels uncomfortable. Why is it he? Peepo walked out, who had just cleaned up the room. At this moment, Tony Stark's face was pale, and his eyes were full of decadence and loss. Seeing this scene, Peepo immediately threw away the contents in his hand and hurried to Tony Stark's side. One side was a little distressed and hugged his whole body, and trembling a little because of the shocking news, Tony Stark. While facing J.A.R.V.I.S, he hurriedly said, J.A.R.V.I.S, scan Tony's body to see what's wrong. After speaking to J.A.R.V.I.S, looking at Tony Stark who was holding his arm around him, it seemed that even Roar was trembling with Tony Stark. His eyes couldn't help but feel distressed. It's okay, did something happen? It's okay, it will always pass, don't be afraid. Holding it lightly, at this moment, it was like losing the most beloved toy, and the heartbroken child. Peepo placed his chin on Tony Stark's head, constantly comforting softly. Although I don't know what happened, I don't know why I just went in and cleaned the room. After coming out, Tony Stark became like this? But Peebo continued to comfort him softly. Ms. Peebo, you can detect that Mr. Stark is very depressed, sad, and angry at this moment. I suggest you comfort Mr. Stark. After scanning Tony Stark's body, it was found that there was no specific illness or injury. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately analyzed Tony's mental state based on Tony Stark's performance just now. Need not. Feel the soft comfort of the people around you, and listen to the unique voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony Stark stood up slowly and said in a low voice, I need to stay quiet for a while and think about some things alone. Some things, I have to think about how to deal with them. With that said, Tony Stark, who was originally proud and stood upright wherever he went, was like a hound that had been defeated. With his head drooping, he walked slowly back to his room, no longer the arrogant aura he had before. Looking at Tony Stark in the room where Jane was alone after closing the door, Peebo opened his mouth and hesitation, but Roar still didn't call him. With unspeakable concern in his eyes, Paywave sighed, and then asked J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tell me what happened this morning. I'm sorry, Ms. Pepper, Mr. Stark didn't allow me to disclose any information, but apart from the question about Mr. Stark's emotions, there was nothing unusual this morning. Listening to Peebo's question, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied with a voice full of magnetism. Peebo was not so satisfied with J.A.R.V.I.S.'s answer. Just listening to Tony's room, suddenly there was a grumpy, throwing and smashing sound. Peebo still sighed. Just got up and walked to Tony Stark's room, trying to reach out and knock on the door to comfort him. But just raised his hand, but stopped again. After a long time, he sighed, then moved a chair over and sat quietly at the door. As the person who is most familiar with Tony, perhaps at this moment, it is better to leave him alone quietly. After all, someone with a strong mind like Tony Stark doesn't want others to see his weak side. Perhaps sometimes, the betrayal of a loved one is more unacceptable than an enemy's attack. At least for Tony Stark, this is the case. The suffix at the end of your name is so special. The man that the goddess of death is destined to not get is quite handsome. Answer the questions in the chat room. Seeing the widow sister who sent herself a private chat, S.H.I.E.L.D was shocked. The suffix at the end of your name is also quite special, so stop fighting, I'm jumping off the cliff. After thinking about it, S.H.I.E.L.D responded directly, oh, who knows, but according to the Supreme Magician Ancient One in the group, the suffix of each person's name has a special purpose, and even represents someone's future. Holding the mobile phone, the widow sister sent a message to Nick Fury, telling Wanda and Pietro where they are at the moment. While chatting with S.H.I.E.L.D, yes, according to the age in the Marvel movie universe, Wanda and Pietro are only about 13 or 14 at the moment. Even when I was 8 years old, I experienced the pain of losing a loved one, and I have been displaced and seen many bad people over the years. Have a strong defensive heart. But after all, the age is too young. Under the intimate persuasion of Natasha Romanoff, the consideration of the situation, the language of the same hatred, and the warm comfort of a sister, the brothers and sisters Wanda and Pietro were unknowingly taken out of their current location by Natasha Romanoff. In fact, Natasha Romanoff is professional in obtaining intelligence. So in just 2 hours to get the time, you get the identities of Wanda and Pietro and where they are now. Natasha Romanoff set his sights on S.H.I.E.L.D again. As for Strange, hi, that guy who is as arrogant as Tony Stark, Maria Hill has already investigated her true identity. The suffix behind your name is a man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Does that prove that you will never die? After sending the message to Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff asks S.H.I.E.L.D in private chat in the answering chat room. I don't know, I'm just an ordinary person now, I can't see the future, who knows? Looking at the message sent by Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D answered directly. Do you disclose your current location so that S.H.I.E.L.D can find yourself? For S.H.I.E.L.D, there are advantages and disadvantages. But for now, S.H.I.E.L.D hasn't wanted to let S.H.I.E.L.D find himself. So looking at the private chat that Natasha Romanoff suddenly sent over, it was obvious that I first got close to myself, and then gradually became familiar, after I got my own information. As a person familiar with Marvel movie universe, S.H.I.E.L.D naturally knows how much S.H.I.E.L.D, or the current Snake Shield, likes nosy, so if you want to investigate yourself, you might as well tease them. In other words, S.H.I.E.L.D wants to get from themselves what they want to know. That's what S.H.I.E.L.D wants to let S.H.I.E.L.D know. Although this sentence is a bit slurred, this is the fact. Glancing at the clock, the time is almost up. S.H.I.E.L.D got up and walked directly downstairs. In the 3 years since I came to the Marvel world, although I am not a rich man, but at least I can support myself. After all, whether formal or not, the store you own is enough for your own expenses every year. Sokovia, inside the Hydra base. Sister, did you tell the man named Natasha Romanoff where we are? Inside the room, sitting on the chair, looking at Wanda, who was hugging her knees and wondering what she was thinking, Pietro asked softly. Obviously she was born a minute earlier than her, but she always let herself call her sister. Well, as long as Wanda can be happy and change from an elder brother to a younger brother, there is no big deal. Well, I have already told her where we are. Hearing Pietro's question, Wanda nodded slightly. I don't know if she is a bad person, but it doesn't feel like it to me. Although I don't know her series of conversations, what is the purpose of unintentionally wanting to obtain our specific position? But Pietro, this may be an opportunity for us. Putting her chin on her knees, Wanda said helplessly, since the death of our parents, we have been displaced all these years, and sometimes we can't even eat a full meal. Sometimes, I really envy those children who have mom and dad. Whenever I see those children acting like a baby in front of their parents, I always think, if our mom and dad weren't dead, it would be great. Later, we were caught here by those people, Pietro. Although we have a place to live here, we can eat and dress warmly every day. However, many people of the same age who came from the same group as us died on the operating table, in the research room. I don't know that day it will be our turn. Having said this, Wanda raised her head and looked at Pietro. I don't want to die, at least we haven't avenged our parents yet. The Natasha Romanoff who chats with us privately, doesn't she want to know where we are? Doesn't she want to know all of us? Perhaps, this is the only opportunity that will allow us to leave this damn base. I want to take a gamble. Anyway, those experiments will be our turn sooner or later. Instead of worrying about it, I don't know when we will die on the test bench. It's better to bet. And I feel that she doesn't look like a bad person. After speaking, Wanda gradually lowered her head, hugged her knees again, and sat curled up, placing her chin on her knees. Seeing this scene, Pietro stepped forward and hugged her sister with some distress. It's okay, I trust your instinct. Patting Wanda's back gently, the gentle voice seemed to be comforting. In these years, we have experienced less pain. If it weren't for your amazing instinct, we might have died from the age of 8 to now, countless times. This time, whether the bet is right or wrong, you still have me. I will always be with you. After all, in this world, we are each other's only relatives. This guy named Suching is a bit difficult, and he is very vigilant towards me. Answering the phone, listening to Nick Fury's inquiry on the other end of the phone, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. Is there any information you can't figure out? Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury asked with a smile. Give me some more time. Anyway, don't worry. After all, he is still just an ordinary person. At least he said that to me. I don't know the specifics for the time being. Pours himself a cup of hot coffee. Natasha Romanoff sips it lightly, and then asks Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. Yes, Barton got the reward called teleport. How did the test go? Really? It is true. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Nick Fury directly replied, Barton has tested it. The range of each teleport is about 10 meters in radius, and it can teleport 5 times in a row. Definitely, after 5 times, you have to rest for an hour. That's pretty good too. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. According to Barton's arrow method and strength, if teleport is used as a support, then whether it is attacking or saving lives, it is considered to have a strong hole card. By the way, what are you going to do with the poor brother and sister? After taking a sip of coffee, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, it can be seen from the chat that the twins deliberately revealed the location of the news to me, wanting to save them by our hands. A very smart pair of twins. Although the methods are still a little immature, they are still relatively young after all. If they are trained, then I'm not going to do this. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I am going to let Hill lead the team this time to save the brothers and sisters of Wanda and Pietro. But after that, I am not going to let them join S.H.I.E.L.D. You know what happened in the answering chat room. Since I can enter here, it means that either the future will be superhero or someone related to superhero. S.H.I.E.L.D can cultivate elites and agents, but it cannot cultivate superhero. This need not be denied. After all, even you or Barton joined S.H.I.E.L.D halfway through, and when you joined S.H.I.E.L.D, you were already a master. Same as I thought. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Natasha Romanoff stretched out and then laughed. If it is rescued, let me raise it. Seriously, I really envy Barton, but you know my situation, Nick. I won't have a child that belongs to me in this life. So since I can't have a baby that belongs to me, but it would be nice to have an extra younger sibling. At least, I also have a family, don't I? You can't let me go back to that damn red house, and leave Yelena. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff did not go on. After Nick Fury heard Natasha Romanoff's words, he pondered for a moment, and then nodded. That's good. I believe you can teach 2 very outstanding superhero in the future. But except for the people in the chat room, I'm not going to reveal Barton's whole cards. This is a kind of battle for him, and even a life-saving guarantee. Even Hill. Yes, I totally agree. Sitting back on the sofa, the widow sister raised Erlang's legs and placed it on the coffee table. Next, just wait for the new answer to appear. As for So, give me some time, I can investigate everything about him. Thanks for your hard work. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say so, Nick Fury said hard, and hung up the phone. Hard. Put down the phone in his hand and looked at the bright and warm sunshine outside the window. A wry smile appeared on Natasha Romanoff's face. This is not hard work, but hard life. Obviously it was a good vacation, but suddenly there was another chat room for answering questions, but that's okay. At least maybe there is a chance to strengthen yourself like Barton. If, halfway through talking to herself, the widow sister's eyes were a little gloomy. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his abdomen subconsciously. If it's like a normal girl, that would be great. A life without a marriage or funeral may be a bit incomplete. He shook his head and threw out the random thoughts in his mind. Looking at Strange's speech in the answering chat room, the widow's sister suddenly smiled speechlessly. Immediately, I continued to send a private chat to Su-Ching. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Magician Ancient One. In this case, your strength must be very strong, so can you please catch me a vampire or a werewolf? I want to dissect it and study it. This may be an extremely significant breakthrough in the medical field, maybe. I promise not to kill them. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at, Barton. I can win the battle if I have it at, buddy. I asked you to dissect it and guarantee that you won't die. You are too scary to study medicine, at least you have to think about vampires and werewolves, okay? Maybe they don't want to be dissected by you? Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton. It's not a person, I just want to take medicine further. It's definitely not my curiosity. Maybe I can discover new medical theories. Maybe? Inside the magic holy place. Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, the Supreme Magician Ancient One was silent for a while. Then he asked Mordu next to him, you said, how about we catch Strange now? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I have decided, I will go to the Ahan Desert in advance to show the latest weapons of Stark Industries. Answer the questions in the chat room. Seeing that Tony Stark suddenly said these words, everyone was taken aback. Barton, I can win the battle at Tony Stark. Man, you don't think that you set off early and then display new weapons. The group of people who attacked you, including Obadiah Stan, will do it now? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Barton is right, at Tony Stark. No matter what, the safest way is to not go to the desert, otherwise, whether you advance or delay, I'm afraid that attack is always unavoidable. Nick Fury, want to go on a moon holiday? I think Barton and Natasha Romanoff are right, at Tony Stark. Since Obadiah Stein wants to be kidnapped or even murdered, then whether it is you, it's useless to advance or postpone. The safest way is not to go. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I think they are right. Looking at the answering chat room, everyone was dissuaded by Tony Stark, who suddenly said that he wanted to advance. Inside the store, after receiving the money and looking for the money, Su-Ching thought for a while and started to speak directly in the answering chat room. Su-Ching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at, I think you have misunderstood one thing. I think at Tony Stark, the reason why you want to advance, I am afraid it is not because of fear of this attack, or because this new weapon is important to the Stark industry. I am afraid Mr. Tony Stark wants to test Obadiah Stan. Or maybe it's the last chance to give him a chance? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Su-Ching. Wow, someone finally understands me. It's not easy. I think, man, we can have a good drink when we have time. Trust me, there is a lot of good wine in my wine cabinet. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at, everyone. I have just talked to Obadiah Stein on the phone and told him that I am going to the Ahan Desert to show new weapons in advance. NS. In addition, I also jokingly said that this time I won't be attacked or anything like that. In fact, just like at Su-Ching said, I want to give him a chance. Anyway, I want to give it a try. Things like this showdown with him have been said. I really want to see if he will send someone to kidnap or even murder me. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times anyway. At Magician Ancient One, I have said that I will not die in this attack, so since I will not die, there will be no future troubles. In any case, for so many years, I have always regarded him as my uncle and as a family member. I am willing to give him one last chance in this kind of showdown situation. If he gives up, then I am willing to assume that nothing has happened. Seeing Tony Stark's speech, everyone was shocked, and then they began to speak to discourage Tony Stark's decision. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation at Tony Stark. Don't use your own life to test the human heart. The human heart is the most untestable. Even if your life is not in danger, I don't recommend this. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I agree with what Nick said. At Tony Stark, once someone has done something that hurts you, after being discovered and forgiven by you, then believe me, man, what you get is not it would be the sorry he said. It's his more serious damage. This is due to human character. Su-Ching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark. I agree with what Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff said. Don't test people's hearts, or the result will be unacceptable to you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Tony, don't do this. As a dead, I hope you can cherish your life. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive. I think this is nothing. After all, first of all at Tony Stark, he will not die in this attack. Secondly, this encounter will be Tony Stark's best training. This is also the first metamorphosis of superhero. Definitely, this will make him suffer a bit, but which superhero will grow without suffering? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Thank you for your advice. Rest assured, since I have made a decision, I must have done a lot of preparations. Besides, no one can change the decision I made. I also know that human hearts cannot withstand calculations, but I am still a little unwilling. Perhaps we can't convict someone for something that hasn't happened yet, but at least I am going to kill some things in the initial bud. Inside Tony Stark's villa, Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Tony Stark's eyes flashed solemnly. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. Okay, now that Tony has decided, so be it. I will send some men to protect you secretly. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Nick Fury, thank you. I also asked Harpy to find some mercenaries here. There are Colonel Rod and his subordinates on the surface, and yours in the dark, plus some mercenaries I hired. This time there shouldn't be a big problem. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. If it's really dangerous, after coming back, welcome to my hospital. Although I focus on neurons, I can still perform general surgery. Maid? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I appreciate your kindness, but I dare not look for you. What if you dissected me? You still think about vampires and werewolves? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Having said that, at Magician Ancient One, are you sure you won't get me some werewolves? Are vampires for me to study? If it's a question of price, everything is easy to say. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. I am thinking, do you want to arrange that disaster for you in advance? Strange. At Magician Ancient One, Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. At Magician Ancient One, what did you just say in advance? Did you, Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. At Magician Ancient One, according to your opinion, is this Doctor Strange able to become a superhero in the future? You created it? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. According to a sentence from the Supreme Magician Ancient One, after adding these people in the chat room, Nick Fury instantly analyzed a lot of things. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. At Nick Fury, yes, I am the Supreme Magician of the contemporary era, and the Asgardian of the real dimension of the Earth, you all know that. But this Strange is the next Supreme Magician, my successor? In the face of everyone's curiosity, the Supreme Magician Ancient One did not refute. After all, the questions raised in this answering chat room already involve some future, so sooner or later everyone will know. Speaking out now can also make Strange mentally prepared. This is also a good thing, but the only pity is that in the absence of that car accident, his hands were abandoned all over the world looking for doctors for treatment, but ultimately to no avail. Whether Strange will be competent in the future is a big question. However, it does not matter. This doomed ordeal is gone, and he can set some other trainings for him. Always let him gradually grow into a qualified Doctor Strange, the next Supreme Magician. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, so to speak, you've got a trick after that? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. At Tony Stark, believe in magic, not juggling. Although according to the education and science I have been exposed to, things like magic are too difficult accepted. However, this answering chat room can appear. There are werewolves and vampires in the world, so it is normal to have magic. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Magician Ancient One, Honorable Supreme Magician Ancient One, according to your statement, I will be your disciple in the future, and I will become the next Supreme Magician. Then, can I learn magic right now? In addition, if I learn your skills, do I have the ability to catch a vampire or werewolf? If this is the case, then I am very willing to learn magic with you. After all, as a doctor, I look forward to one day being able to conduct anatomical research on these unknown creatures. Barton, I can win the battle. Good fellow. I am a good fellow. Roar. I use all the honorifics, but I still need to dissect vampires and werewolves. You can take over as the Supreme Magician in the future. This, professional. Can't you let go of those poor vampires and werewolves? They don't seem to provoke you. This kind of obsession is not worth it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton. Sir, no matter whether I can become a magician in the future, but first of all, I am a doctor, as a qualified and praised genius doctor by countless people. This kind of research and obsession is a must. Besides, Mr. Barton, aren't you curious about this? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. We are not curious, we are all normal people, and I don't like to use that fork to deal with vampires. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get that. Shouldn't we discuss it with Tony Stark? You know, the big reason why Tony Stark didn't die in this attack was that he didn't know what he was going to be kidnapped. But the problem now is that he already knows and has made a lot of adequate preparations, which is equivalent to the butterfly effect. Maybe many things will change. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, does anyone care about me at last? This is so touched for me. At S.H.I.E.L.D, after coming back, I will invite you to eat my favorite cheeseburger. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get cheeseburger. Tisk tusk, at everybody, when I didn't say this sentence, you go on. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Tony Stark, I don't like cheeseburgers, thank you. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. At Tony Stark, I don't like it either. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff if I have a choice, I don't like cheeseburgers either. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark, I have eaten a lot before, so I am tired of eating. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Ahem. At Tony Stark, unfortunately, I should be an undead now, otherwise, maybe I will be on your side. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow. At Steve Rogers, I finally understand why my father likes you so much, and I declare that from now on, I start to like you too, man. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark? Thank you, but I still love Peggy. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Steve Rogers, I don't like men either, I'm normal. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Roar, that's good, otherwise, as an undead, if I meet Howard, I really don't know how to explain this problem. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Steve Rogers, I take back what I just said, and I don't like you anymore, asshole. While everyone was chatting, the answering chat room suddenly prompted that a new person had joined. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. What is this situation? What answer chat room? Am I being dizzy by Hulk? God, shouldn't it be an aliens prank? After all, I belong to the category of people who believe in aliens. Wait, I'm talking to myself. Why is it displayed on the public screen? Can anyone explain it to me? Peter Parker, I'm only 7 years old? What is this? Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost his hammer. What? I am Thor, son of Odin, the king of Asgard, the future king of Asgard. Also, what does the sad fat man who lost his hammer mean? Answer chat room. Because the member Peter Parker is too young, I was kicked out of the answering chat room. I hope you know. The answering chat room member Peter Parker was kicked out of the chat room and accepted the answering board. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Thor Odin, at Banner, welcome newcomers to the answering chat room, here it is. After introducing the rule to these two guys, S.H.I.E.L.D waited for the second answer to begin. System reminder, because the member S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined to not get, took the initiative to explain the rules in the group to the newcomer, so he was promoted to the administrator. System prompt, administrator rights, including but not limited to invite or kick out members of the answering chat room, members of the muted answering chat room, accept the sharing of vision of the members of the answering chat room, etc. System prompt, once the administrator chooses to be kicked out of the answering chat room, after the system agrees, the kicked out member will lose the answering system. After the system's prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. The next moment, in the answering chat room, behind S.H.I.E.L.D's name, there is an extra golden administrator character. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, there is actually the position of administrator, and this authority seems to be a bit big. Can not only invite people in, but also deprive members of the qualifications of the answering system? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. At S.H.I.E.L.D, hello, Mr. Administrator, don't kick me. Barton, I can win the battle. At S.H.I.E.L.D, congratulations, don't kick me, I have time to invite you to drink, I just got a teleport skill, and I want to have a second skill. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on holiday. G. Such a large authority actually fell into the hands of others. It would be great if I were the administrator. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D can, at S.H.I.E.L.D, nothing else, don't get me wrong. System prompt, member Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday, was mute by the administrator S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, for 30 minutes. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Director, you can eat rice, don't talk nonsense. S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching the answering chat room showed that he was muted. Nick Fury was suddenly angry and laughed. On the side, Maria Hill looked at Nick Fury, whose expression changed for a while, and couldn't help frowning. Since this morning, there has been something wrong with his immediate boss. I thought for a while and laughed, and I didn't know where to get a list for my own investigation. As a result, before I could issue the order, I cancelled the investigation and gave myself an order to go to Sokovia to rescue the twin brothers and sisters. No, I just came in and I want to inform Nick Fury that I am going to lead the team personally. As a result, the guy in front of me started to have something wrong again. Go. Looking at Maria Hill, who looked at herself speechlessly, Nick Fury cleared his throat, and after covering up his embarrassment, he spoke to Maria Hill. Okay, but after I come back, I hope you can give me an explanation, such as the list you asked me to investigate, and this action. After all, you should know that in addition to being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D and your assistant, I have another identity. The World Council sent me to supervise you. After speaking, Maria Hill turned around and left without hesitation. Watching Maria Hill leave, Nick Fury sighed helplessly. Hill, who had just left, was the one he trusted the most. I definitely knew that she was sent by the World Council to supervise her. But does it matter? Thinking about it, Nick Fury sent a message directly to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury just sent me a message, saying please untie his ban, he can promise you a condition, anything is fine, as long as it is not a requirement of destroying the world. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Natasha Romanoff, for example, something like Wuji can't use Kinkinda shift. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Natasha Romanoff, cough cough, just play with it, don't care. Looking at the public screen, Natasha Romanoff's speech, S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, and then released Nick Fury's ban. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Nick Fury. Remember, you owe me a request. Definitely. I am not afraid that you will not agree. After all, the permission is with me. If you are shameless, then I just kick you out of the answering chat room. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at admin S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely no problem, as long as it's not the kind of thing that destroys the earth or violates my principles, then I can satisfy you with any request. Shame? Not that I am afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D will not agree to himself or make demands of himself. After all, in a transaction, there is something to do with it. Maybe as the transaction time gets longer and you get to know each other, you will be able to know the specific situation of this man that the goddess of death is not destined to get. More importantly, since all the people in the answering chat room are superhero, then I must pull them into Avengers anyway. This is a plan I have been brewing for a long time, but it is a pity that the guy Carol never returns to Earth. But that's all, she should be regarded as her last, and the last trump card of the Earth. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer the Earth. I understand, you are all Earthlings, right? Haha, I thought you were some powerful beings, it turned out to be a group of Earthlings. Tisk tusk, Earth people, hello, I am Thor from Asgard, to you ordinary people, I am God. Why don't you welcome your gods to join? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I thought I was a badass, but I didn't expect that there was a guy who was more arrogant than me. I really want to beat him up. Barton, I can win the battle at Tony Stark, me too, God. Oh, I kinda want to kill God. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Although I have been dead for 70 years, if possible, I don't mind fighting with God. I can fight with him for a day. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday God? Thor, Norse mythology? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. If possible, at Thor Odinson, I would like to dissect it for you. Take a look at the difference between you, a god, and a human being. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff at Strange, this time I'm on your side. I am also very curious. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer You people on Earth are really a little bit funny. Are you jealous that I am a god? Stupid and backward people on Earth, I would like to give you a piece of advice, don't provoke a god, otherwise Thor's anger will not be something you can bear. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Thor Odin. Sure enough, you are as reckless and arrogant as Odin said. Perhaps only after experiencing hardships can you truly understand the meaning of superhero and how to become a qualified king. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? At Magician Ancient One, Odin is on. How dare you straighten the name of the king roar? I did not notice any trace of respect for the gods from your words. Do you want to welcome the anger of the gods? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive gods' anger? At Thor Odin, I have seen it. I have not only seen the anger of the so-called gods, but also some overlords outside the territory. But in my eyes, anyone who wants to invade and destroy the earth is an enemy. Do you know why for so long, whether it is Dormammu, Nightmare or some other extraterritorial overlords, dare not to invade the earth? That's because I Ancient One is still alive. As long as I live for one day, no one would dare to covet the earth. If you don't understand, then just ask Odin. He will tell you what kind of attitude the so-called gods and overlords should have in front of my Ancient One. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Magician Ancient One, domineering? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Magician Ancient One, so handsome? This is the real dimension of Asgardian, the style of the Supreme Magician? Barton, I can win the battle at please allow me to pay my respects to you? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Supreme Magician Ancient One, this is the respect from an undead? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick although I didn't figure out the specific situation, at Supreme Magician Ancient One, amazing. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Supreme Magician Ancient One, is this the style of the Supreme Magician? Can magician be strong enough to fight against gods? Supreme Magician Ancient One, since you said you will be my teacher in the future, can I learn magic with you now? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at everyone. Thank you for your praise, this is what the Earth Asgardian should do. However, this Thor will also be your teammate in the future, so please don't be prejudiced against him. At Strange, it's not the time yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Nick Fury squeezed his eyebrows and thought secretly. The Supreme Magician Ancient One, is it so powerful that it doesn't put any gods in the eyes? In other words, the magician group is an extremely powerful existence? In the words of the Supreme Magician Ancient One just now, it can be analyzed that there are many overlord-level existences in the universe who are eyeing the Earth. But because of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, those guys dare not invade the Earth? But at the moment, the suffix behind the name of the Supreme Magician Ancient One is too expensive to say that died of special effects. Well, although I don't know what this special effect means, it's still dead. So once she dies, does that person named Strange really have the strength to take over the title of Supreme Magician and protect the Earth? 10,000 steps back, even if Strange has ability to take over the title and strength of the Supreme Magician. But once he is as powerful as the Ancient One Magician, if he wants to do evil, who can hold him back? Thinking of this, Nick Fury's brow furrowed even tighter. In any case, Avengers' proposal should be expedited. After all, only if the strength is equal can you be qualified to guarantee the safety of the Earth. Thinking of this, Nick Fury sent a message to Natasha Romanoff and Barton, that is to find out the true identity of S.H.I.E.L.D as soon as possible. If you say it used to be, it is because you know that S.H.I.E.L.D's future is a superhero, and you want to pull him into the Avengers who are still conceiving. So now, the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D, the administrator, makes Nick Fury even more important. After all, Barton has acquired the teleport skills, but it is a real increase in strength. If there is ability, pull all the trusted people of S.H.I.E.L.D into the answering chat room. So, Nick Fury can hardly imagine this picture. Asgard, inside Asgard? Looking at Thor, who was looking angry at this moment, Loki on the side was a little dazed at this moment. No, although I want to make some pranks, I haven't acted yet, and the props are still in my hands. Why, this stupid old man, how can he get angry directly? This procedure is wrong? And when he teased him before, he had never been so angry. At most, it means looking at yourself helplessly, or laughing at yourself for playing tricks of children. Hey, what's the matter with you? Pushing Thor's shoulder, Loki asked curiously. In fact, if it was teased by Loki, Thor really wouldn't be so angry. After all, Loki is a brother who has played together since childhood, but the group of people in the answering chat room is different. A group of stupid, backward, weak and humble people on Earth, all dare to ridicule Thor of Asgard in this way. This makes Thor very angry. It's just like the identity is not equal, some people who are ridiculed by the words they don't look at. Thor stood up abruptly, and in Loki's surprised gaze, he flew directly towards Asgard with his hammer. What happened? Seeing Thor flew away furiously, Loki turned his head and asked Sif on the side. I don't know, it was okay just now. I said that I will go to the martial arts field with him to compete with the 3 warriors of Asgard, but in a blink of an eye, I don't know what happened, and he has become like this. Listening to Loki's question, Sif spread his hands and replied. Listening to Sif's answer, Loki nodded lightly, thought about it, and rushed towards Asgard as well. Inside the palace. At this moment, Odin is holding the eternal spear in his left hand, and is holding Queen Frigga's hand in his right hand, smiling and saying something. After seeing an angry Thor flew to the door of the hall, and then walked in quickly. Odin frowned and asked directly, what happened to make you so angry? My child, is it because Loki teased you again so that you are going to come to your father and mother to file a complaint? Definitely not. Listening to his father's words, Thor immediately shook his head. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't always complain to the adults in my family. Father, I want to ask you, do you know that there is a person on Earth called the Supreme Magician Ancient One? Is she very powerful? Listening to the anger in Thor's voice, Odin was stunned, then looked at Thor and asked seriously, where did you know that the respectable magician exists? Don't worry about this, father, that person called the Supreme Magician Ancient One, how strong is her? Faced with his father's rhetorical question, Thor did not answer directly. How to say it? Should you tell your father that you suddenly opened up a so-called answering chat room, and then after a few words, you were stunned by those stupid people on Earth? Supreme Magician Ancient One? She is a respectable existence. Listening to Thor's question, Odin thought for a while, and then said with some emotion, the title of Supreme Magician has never belonged to one person alone, just like the title of our Asgard God King, it has never belonged to one person. The title of Supreme Magician is more like a heritage that belongs exclusively to the magician community on Earth, and those magician powers come from the temple of Emperor Wei-Shin behind them. Definitely, if you want to gain powerful power, you need to pay a high price. As for the one in your mouth, how strong is the current Supreme Magician Ancient One on Earth? I can only say that her strength is not below me, especially Time Gem, which has one of the artifacts Eye of Agamotto and infinite gems. So, her existence makes many foreign overlords dare not step into the earth for half a step. Hearing Odin's words, Thor, who was originally angry, looked at Odin in surprise. How is this possible? You mean, the strength of that Supreme Magician Ancient One is almost the same as yours. You can understand that. Nodding lightly, Odin smiled and replied, however, what she really respects is that she has been guarding the earth. Although Asgard is known as the Asgardian of the 9 realms, in fact, when I was young, once. So compared to me, she is more worthy of respect. After all, not everyone who has the same strength as hers will silently guard the earth. I see. Hearing what my father said, although there was still some anger in my heart at the moment. But Thor nodded anyway. Yes, he is arrogant, reckless, and warlike. But in the face of someone worthy of respect, he will still maintain a certain respect. So my most respected father has said that the Supreme Magician Ancient One is a person worthy of respect, so she must be worthy of some respect. He bowed slightly towards Odin and Queen Frigga. Thor turned and left with the hammer in his hand. Well, the Supreme Magician Ancient One is worthy of respect, but those on Earth who are stunned by themselves are not necessarily so. Sokovia, inside the Hydra Castle base. Sister, another person of our age died on the operating table yesterday. In the room, looking at Wanda sitting there holding his knees, Pietro said with some horror. Although she is called Sister Wanda, she is still a little uncomfortable until now, but at least, this can make her happy too. It's okay, Pietro, didn't Sister Natasha Romanoff say that someone will come to save us already? He looked at Pietro who was full of worry in his eyes. Wanda stretched out her hand and gently rubbed Pietro's head, with a reluctant smile on her face, pretending to be relaxed and comforting. Well, you are right, we must be fine. Looking at the reluctant smile on his face, I tried to pretend to be a Wanda with me on my face. Pietro sighed slightly in his heart, and then he acted like a okay person. As long as Wanda can be happy, then even if he is pretending to be tender, what's the point of pretending to be an ignorant brother? After all, there is only Wanda in this world who can care about himself, even more important than his own life. As long as she is okay, then no matter what price she pays, it doesn't matter. If no one comes to save myself and Wanda. If next time it is about yourself and Wanda entering the laboratory, then you have to accept the experiment first and let Wanda rank behind you. Maybe if I can succeed myself. By that time, Wanda won't have to be experimented by those nasty guys. If it's the result of your own experiment, it's the worst. At least, I would die in front of Wanda, which would make her live a few more days. Thinking of this, Pietro raised his head and looked at the sunny sky outside. A trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. No matter if anyone comes to save myself and Wanda, I must use my life to protect her. The big deal is death. If there really are gods in this world, instead of the words of Thor who was stunned by everyone in the answering chat room, then Pietro is really willing to make a deal with the gods. As long as I can keep Wanda alive, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it is to give up the hatred of the parents, even if it is to sacrifice one's own life. I don't hesitate to do it too. Well, sister, don't think so much. It's almost noon, and I don't know what lunch is today. I am looking forward to a richer lunch today. Looking at Wanda, who was lost in thought and looked a little worried in her eyes, Pietro smiled and wanted to divert Wanda's attention. What else? Mashed potatoes, some vegetables, and some boiled chicken and the like. Hearing Pietro's words, Wanda stretched out, just about to say that he had already eaten enough of these lunches. But in the next second, I suddenly heard a burst of gunfire from outside. Hear the sound of countless bullet attacks, as well as the sound of explosions. Wanda and Pietro were taken aback for a moment, and then there was a glimmer of joy in their eyes. This is the sister Natasha Romanoff who sent someone to save us. Hearing the sound of gunshots, screams were heard from time to time outside. Wanda said to Pietro with a surprised face. It should be, she said. Someone will come to save us soon. A hint of excitement flashed in Pietro's eyes, and at the same time he quietly clenched his fist, praying continuously in his heart. If you really come to save yourself and Wanda, then you are willing to give up everything, as long as you can save yourself and Wanda from this ghost place. It seems like something has been thought of. Pietro subconsciously shielded Wanda behind him, his eyes looked expectant, and he looked at the door of the room with some worry. What if those damn guys don't forget to take away themselves and Wanda when they run away? Thinking of this, Pietro looked around for a while, then took out a glass from the table and held it firmly in his hand. If those damn people want to take away themselves and Wanda while they are running away, then I will fight with them. Even if you use your body to block the bullet, you can delay it for a minute. As long as 1 minute can be delayed, then there is one more hope of Wanda being rescued. With Wanderer behind him in his left hand and a glass in his right hand, he stared at the door of the room stubbornly. At this moment, Pietro was full of suffering. I don't know how long it took, but the gunshots and explosions gradually stopped. Just when Pietro was full of suffering and anxiety, the always closed door was directly pushed open. The moment the door was pushed open, Pietro seemed to have his heart jumped into his throat. But when I saw that the one who opened the door came in with a submachine gun in hand, there was no expression on his face, just like an iceberg, not behind the people I saw every day. Pietro was slightly relieved now. Looking at Pietro, who is protecting Wanda in one hand and holding the glass in the other, he seems to be ready to desperately at any time. In an instant, Maria Hill understood what this little guy was thinking. Glancing at Pietro with admiration, Maria Hill asked directly, "Are you Wanda and Pietro? From now on, this will be your home." Looking at the vigilant twin siblings in front of him, Natasha Romanoff's voice is extremely rare and full of tenderness at this moment. What do we need to do? Or, what price do we have to pay? Facing Natasha Romanoff's gentleness like the big sister, Wanda looked at her with some caution. Since the age of 8, in her and Pietro's nearly 6-year life of displacement, there has never been a situation where you can get rewards without paying. Nothing is needed. Slightly squatted down, looking at Wanda, who looked a little timid, but remained vigilant, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand, and hugged the little girl with some distress. He lost his parents at the age of 8, and has depended on each other ever since. God, how did these two children spend these 6 years? From now on, you don't have to think about anything, just live well. This world is full of injustice and hardship. For some people, these tribulations are speechless suffering and depraved street corners, but for others, this is a stepping stone for them to become stronger in the future. I hope that your siblings, can also become such strong men. With that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and hugged Pietro, who was a little stunned next to him. From now on, you can treat me as your sister. Gently stroking the little heads of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff has a gentle touch on his face. Actually, the three of us are the same. We are all abandoned by this world, always longing for the warmth of home, but we also know that for us, this is an extravagant desire. So, people like us who are abandoned by the world should hug each other to keep warm, right? After speaking, watching the gradually relaxing eyes of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, I will take you to see your room first. From now on, the three of us will live together in this small apartment. After reading the room, I will take you to find some schools. Such a beautiful little girl and handsome guy, you can't do it if you don't study, he said, holding Wanda in one hand and Pietro in the other. Natasha Romanoff took the two little guys to their respective rooms. More than 10 minutes later, sitting on a soft mattress, looking at the warm pink room just finished decorating, Wanda can't believe it until now, this is his home. Obviously, in the morning, he and Pietro were still in that cold, cage-like place. But in a blink of an eye, do you have a warm and beautiful room? He reached out and touched the soft mattress lightly. Everything that is beautiful seems so unreal. In my memory, the last time I slept on a soft mattress instead of a hard bed board, my parents did not die in the dim missile with the word Stark Industries printed on it. Carefully touched the mattress, as if he was afraid that he might puncture the beautiful foam when he tried hard. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door outside the door, causing little Wanda, who was still cautious, to jump up subconsciously, staring at the door with a vigilant face. It wasn't until the sound from the door was Pietro that Wanda felt a little relieved. Yes, this is not the cold, small, and dirty Sokoya base. Stepping forward, he opened the goal and put Pietro in. After watching Pietro take a look at his room, Wanda smiled and said, very unreal, isn't it? Listening to Wanda's words, Pietro nodded softly, it is indeed a bit unreality, but do you think we really can have a home? I have no idea. Walking to the bed and sitting down, Wanda subconsciously gnawed her nails, but we don't seem to be of any use value. In our body, we can't find any place to use, except for the answering chat room, and what the Supreme Magician Ancient One said, the so-called superhero. Speaking of this, Wanda raised her head and looked at Pietro with some expectation. Just now, Sister Natasha Romanoff said, to send us to school. Can we really study? I need money. Inside the living room, holding the phone, Natasha Romanoff spoke directly to Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. I am not alone anymore. Although my salary is high, I have spent almost all these years. So, I applied to triple my salary. After all, I now have 2 more younger siblings. Over the phone, hearing Natasha Romanoff's very crisp words, Nick Fury rubbed his head suddenly. Even if she wanted to tell herself in this way, she would treat the twins Wanda and Pietro as family, as if they were younger siblings. It's not that you want to double your salary? You know, her salary is already high. But forget it. Anyway, Alexander Pierce has already returned some of the deducted money from the World Council. Let's raise your salary. Who will let? There are only a few people you can trust. For Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff asked for a salary increase and at the same time increased his bonus for performing tasks, all of which is easy to say. But the only thing that worries me a little now is the guy Tony Stark. Yesterday I said the decision, but I ran directly to the Ahan Desert today. Even if he is still with Rod by his side, there are people sent out by his own S.H.I.E.L.D. Then Nick Fury is not at ease. As soon as I was about to open the answer chat room, I heard a knock on the door. After raising his head and saying please come in, I found Alexander Pierce walking in. I heard that yesterday you let Maria Hill lead the team and destroyed an organization. After walking in, Alexander Pierce was not polite and sat directly opposite Nick Fury. What is the specific situation? It's nothing, just found some guys who are ready to move, so use the guys from Sokovia and give them some warnings. Leaning on the chair, looking at Alexander Pierce, Nick Fury smiled and replied, for Pierce, I still trust him very much. Firstly, he is his old friend, and secondly, he is also the last director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The most important thing is that the reason why I can become the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is because of his full support. So willing to block bullets for him is not an empty word. Definitely, trust is trust, but Nick Fury can't tell him anything about the answering chat room. After all, when accepting the answering chat room, Nick Fury noticed that one of them is that you cannot disclose this to anyone who does not have an answering chat room. Alright. Hearing Nick Fury's answer, Alexander Pierce nodded slightly. That's right. After all, in the dark, there are still too many forces that have been trying to move. What kind of hands-on association, such as those of Jin Bin, if it weren't for our S.H.I.E.L.D, I'm afraid this world would have been messed up long ago. Speaking of this, Alexander Pierce seemed to be unintentional, and asked Nick Fury, but how did you choose the place in Sokovia? You have to know that it is relatively far from S.H.I.E.L.D. Secondly, even if you choose it, it will not shock other forces. Is there anything special about that place? Because the power there is weak. After spreading out his hands, it seemed like he had already figured out the answer. Nick Fury looked at Alexander Pierce and smiled. You must pick the weakest one. It's like you said just now that Mrs. Gao in New York is in charge of the Shaohui branch, or the Hell's Kitchen of Golden Union. If you want to move them, the price you need to pay is not so easy. Therefore, it can have some deterrence, but also cannot pay too much. I definitely have to choose some relatively small forces. It happens that our people have discovered that there is a dark force in Sokovia. Having said that, Nick Fury did not continue, just handed a cigar to Alexander Pierce. If this is the case, then this choice is also good. Hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Alexander Pierce felt a little relieved. You know, this morning, after receiving the Hydra base in the Sokovia branch, it was directly destroyed by the team led by S.H.I.E.L.D, and even a living person did not run out. This was a shock to him. You must know that this time the members of the action team that Hill brought did not even belong to his own Hydra. I thought Nick Fury had discovered something. After determining that the consequences are not as bad as I thought, Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury chatted for a while, then left directly. After he left, Nick Fury continued to open the answering chat room. As soon as I opened it, I found that the people inside were crazy at S.H.I.E.L.D. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at S.H.I.E.L.D. So, doesn't the administrator have ability to enable on-site real-time sharing among members of the answering chat room? Let us take a look at the situation of Tony Stark in the Ahan Desert at this moment. Curiously tight. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey, buddy, are we going to watch the scene of the attack on Tony Stark? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at S.H.I.E.L.D. So, as a dead soul, I shouldn't have such curiosity, but, as an old friend of Howard, I still care more about Tony of. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D., the administrator's little brother. We want to watch the live broadcast of the attack on Tony Stark. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I always feel that it is not too big for you to watch the excitement. System prompt, the administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. sends Tony Stark to the third view live screen. Does that Tony Stark accept it? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Okay, since you all want to see the scene of me being attacked so much, let you see it. Anyway, I'm already prepared for everything. System reminder, member Tony Stark accepted the invitation of the administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. to send a third view live screen. In the picture, in the darkness, Tony Stark is in the base they formed in the Ahan Desert at the moment. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. That's it. I just got here today, but it should be daytime on your side. Tomorrow is the time for Stark Industrial's new weapons to be displayed. According to the screen when answering the question for the first time, the attack should be after the weapon display. I heard Tony Stark say that. Answer the questions in the chat room. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. You can't say that at Tony Stark, because you were ahead of schedule. You disrupted Obadiah Stein's arrangement. Maybe the attack on you may be advanced or delayed. After all, things are very different from the original development. Most importantly, I still feel that it is an irrational behavior for you to test Obadiah Stein with yourself as a bait. S.H.I.E.L.D., the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. I agree with at Steve Rogers, but at Tony Stark, you said you have made some preparations? But I didn't see you or someone you hired around me. I added that you looked at your phone from time to time, as if you were waiting for some text message. So, it should not be as simple as testing Obadiah? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at S.H.I.E.L.D. You are indeed a person who can become an administrator? You guessed it. In fact, this time I am not just to test Obadiah Stan, or to give him another chance. Having said that, Tony Stark was silent for a moment, raised his head, and looked at the desert in public. The moonlight was very bright at this moment. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. In fact, the weapons developed by Stark Industry, the weapons I developed and created, have always been thought to protect the world. Therefore, the board of directors has always been very strict in controlling the sale of weapons. But now I understand that all this is just my wishful thinking. I didn't expect that one day, the weapons I developed would fall into the hands of bad guys and become their weapon of murder. Wanda, whether you believe it or not, the weapons that caused your family's destruction are not authorized to sell by me. The reason why I came here this time is to solve this problem. Randomly found a sand dune and sat down. Watching Rodsman are busy at the moment. Tony Stark glanced at the members in the answering chat room, and then continued, just like Sus said, the people I hired are currently investigating through secret channels to be sold by Obadiah Stein through private channels. Weapon to go out. After all, the cannonball that blew me out in that picture was exactly what I was studying, so I had to come by myself. First, after the showdown, I finally gave Obadiah Stan a chance. Second, it is the most important point. If I don't come, I will never be able to attract those people out. After all, the Ahan Desert is too big. No one knows where the guys with Stark Industrial weapons are hiding. When Tony Stark said this, the members of the answering chat room nodded one after another. Barton, I can win the battle. That's why you have to try your own risk. I have to say, at Tony Stark, I have a new understanding of you. Then stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. I didn't expect a guy who was considered a playboy, arrogant and narcissistic, would actually do such a responsible thing. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. I saw you with admiration, or that sentence, if you are injured, then come to me and I will treat you for free. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Tony, I have to say that you and Howard are really alike, both seemingly absurd, but in fact full of responsibility people. I think Howard should be proud to have a son like you. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at S.H.I.E.L.D. I am the only one who is curious, so, how did you analyze it? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Nick Fury. Is it difficult? You looked carefully at Tony Stark's heart-filled expression, and what he said yesterday morning can be analyzed. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. I really didn't think about it. After all, in all of our cognitions, Tony Stark is a dude, an impulse, and he doesn't listen to advice. Arrogant, who can think about this? By the way, Sue, looking like this, you seem to know Tony Stark well? Can you abandon prejudice and analyze from another direction? In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to analyze these. The big reason is that when I look at Tony Stark, I don't have the prejudice of others. Yes, before he became an Iron Man, before Chitauri invaded the Earth. Everyone who looks at Tony Stark will subconsciously think that he is a playboy, a cynical billionaire. An impulsive and arrogant person who does not listen to others' persuasion is like a child who will never grow up. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is different. After all, as knowing what will happen behind this world, knowing that for this world, Tony did not hesitate to snap that damn finger when he was in Avengers Alliance 4. So S.H.I.E.L.D. understands that under Tony Stark's seemingly cynical appearance, in fact, he is also responsible and a warm person. So in the answering chat room, when Wanda and Pietro at Tony Stark said he was the murderer of their parents, after saying that the weapon he developed was the culprit that caused countless wives to disperse and destroy their families. According to Tony Stark's character, this matter will definitely be investigated. After all, in Avengers Alliance 3, after the donation lecture was over, she faced the curse of a woman who had lost her son. Tony Stark, who obviously saved more lives, is still full of suffering. So that as one of the big three of Avengers Alliance, he actually agreed to sign the superhero agreement. This makes many superheroes in Avengers Alliance very puzzled by him. After adding Bucky Barnes, the friend of Captain America Steve Rogers was the executor who killed his parents. Only then will the famous civil war between the Marvel Avengers break out. System reminder, please note that all members, the system will release the following fragments. After the fragments are over, you will have 30 minutes to think about. Those who answer the correct questions will be rewarded with the skill, death, one-time consumption of skills. Wrong answers, those who have problems will be deducted including but not limited to lifespan, ability, goods, wealth, etc. System prompt, the playback segment begins, please watch carefully. With the strong mechanical sound of the system, the next moment, all the members in the answering chat room were in a mute state, and then a clip was played. In the clip, Steve Rogers wears a uniform and walks into an elevator with a shield. A few people soon followed, and when the elevator dropped a few floors, a few more burly men in black walked in. Looking at the people who surrounded him, Steve Rogers looked around. Watching some people subconsciously put their hands on their weapons, some people still sweat constantly on their necks. Wait until the elevator door closes and starts to descend slowly. Steve Rogers asked, before this, anyone else wants to go downstairs? As the voice fell, someone pressed the stop button on the elevator instantly, and then these people swarmed up and attacked Steve Rogers. Hey, take a moment, big man, this is not a personal grudge. Seeing his subordinates being knocked down, Crossbones Rumlow, who was holding an electric baton, said to Steve Rogers. After a battle ended, after holding the shield and cutting off the strong magnet on his wrist, Steve Rogers breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the person who fell in the elevator. I think this is a personal grievance. As the screen finishes playing, the second video starts to play again. This time, Steve Rogers is waiting for the elevator again. It's just different from the above clip. This time Steve Rogers waited until the elevator door was opened, and there were many people standing in the empty elevator at this moment. In addition to the bald Sitwell headed by, there is also Crossbones Rumlow who fought Steve Rogers in the previous clip. Stepping into the elevator, Steve Rogers waited until the elevator door was closed, and then directly said, I received reliable news that someone wanted to snatch the scepter, so the Secretary General asked me to come and receive the scepter. I don't understand, Captain Rogers, what do you mean? I need to call the director. Listening to Captain America, Sitwell glanced at Rumlow and motioned to him. Once Steve wants to forcibly grab the scepter, he is ready to do it at any time, holding his mobile phone to make a call. It's okay, trust me. As he said, Steve Rogers leaned forward in the direction where Sitwell was, and then whispered a word in his ear. As the elevator door slowly opened, Steve, who took the box containing the soul scepter, walked out, with a relaxed and a little smug expression on his face. In the elevator, it was suddenly realized, Crossbones Rumlow, who seemed to be a little excited, and Sitwell, who looked a little confused and a little clear. After the two clips were played, the strong mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Question, I would like to ask everyone, Steve Rogers whispered something to Sitwell, so that he could hand over the box with the mind scepter to Steve Rogers. Option 1, it was the director who came here to shoot me. If you don't want to fight, then give me things. Option 2, the person who wants to snatch the scepter is very strong. I take the scepter to attract the enemy away, and you will support me later. Option 3, Hydra Hail. System reminder, you have 30 minutes to think about and discuss. If no one chooses to answer the question when the time is up, the system will randomly select one person to answer. Asterisk Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times waterfall? What kind of situation is this? At Steve Rogers? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff, what's the situation? Isn't Captain America dead for almost 70 years? At Steve Rogers? Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday? At Steve Rogers, Captain, can you explain it? Don't you die? Have you been living in seclusion for the past 70 years? Mom messed with FAQ, it's so impossible. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D can never be without your news. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, this is incredible. In all of us, at Steve Rogers, Captain, you have been dead for nearly 70 years. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, I can be sure that the person in the clip is me, but, I also thought I was in the state of an undead now. So, I am also a little confused. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers, Captain Rogers, maybe you are in a state of suspended animation at the moment, but medically speaking, it is impossible for anyone to fall into suspended animation for nearly 70 years. God, since having this chat room for answering questions, I found that all my medical cognition has been subverted. Even if there are vampires and werewolves, how can someone feign death for 70 years? Maybe I need the dissection table to calm down. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. After the 2 clips were played, the whole answer chat room was all exploded at the moment. In everyone's cognition, Steve Rogers drove a fighter plane into a glacier when he was fighting Red Skull John Schmidt 70 years ago. Although his remains have not been found over the years, everyone believes that Captain America is dead. But now, when I saw the future clips played, there was actually behind the figure of Steve Rogers. These people were all shocked. Definitely, except for 2 people. One is S.H.I.E.L.D, and the other is the Supreme Magician Ancient One who has never spoken. Among these people, the first to calm down is Nick Fury. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he has seen too many incredible things over the years. So, if Steve Rogers is really not dead, then Nick Fury thinks he can accept it. Although it's not easy to dance, but it's still the kind of happy acceptance. After all, if Steve Rogers, the idol in the hearts of countless people, really did not die, so for S.H.I.E.L.D, this is a great thing. Maybe even I want to form Avengers, a team composed of superhero, is a great good thing. He believes that Avengers will definitely become better with the character and spirit of Steve Rogers, but looking at some chat records in the answering chat room, Nick Fury suddenly had a guess. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation at admin S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you can see from Tony, your heart is more careful, and your thoughts are more thoughtful than us, so, can you help us analyze this? What's the situation? In the shop? After collecting the money, I watched the message sent by Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed suddenly. Yo, is this time to test yourself? But after thinking about it, although I still don't want to have any contact with the snake shield, my identity will be known by everyone sooner or later. That being the case, why not get yourself a personal set first? Only in this way, one's own right to speak in the future will be more valued. Even if you don't join Avengers, at least, you can have some weight. Deepen their dependence on themselves in the answering chat room, and the benefits they can get are even more. Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D. directly asked the system, if I answer the question, then the reward I get is the same as the reward I get when others answer the question correctly. This question is very important, at least for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the number of teleportation activations and the cooling time obtained from Barton have no cooling time with the skills he has obtained, as well as the range of the number of launches. It seems that the rewards you get for not answering the questions seem to be better. System prompt, after other people answer the questions correctly, the host's skill is the perfect version of strengthening, which is about 10 to 100 times stronger than the original skill of strengthening. Really? Hearing the system's answer, S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded. Just as Barton had guessed after answering the first question, it seems that the system positioning itself in the answering chat room, or positioning itself among these superhero groups, is more like the kind of spiritual leader that you can rely on, rather than the direct performer or the answerer. S.H.I.E.L.D. likes this definition. After all, I prefer the former to moving my mouth and running errands. Thinking of this, looking at the answering chat room, Nick Fury's temptation to himself. S.H.I.E.L.D. thought for a while, and started to reply directly in the answering chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D., the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. First of all, I am not sure whether Captain at Steve Rogers is still alive at this moment, but I can analyze it in detail. First of all, I don't know if you have paid attention. Those who can enter this answering chat room are all superhero or people related to superhero. And besides Captain America, are there any dead souls here? The answer is no. Secondly, from the scenes outside the elevator in the 2 sets of pictures, as well as the clothing of other people in the elevator, and the comparison of the watches on the wrists, it can be seen that this is obviously happening in modern times, not 70 years ago. Since Steve Rogers can appear in the future, I am more inclined to at Steve Rogers, you are still alive. Don't forget, everyone, if ordinary people fall into the glacier while driving a fighter plane, they may die directly, but Steve Rogers, who has been injected with super soldier serum. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s speech, everyone nodded subconsciously. Although in their hearts, Steve Rogers was already dead, but after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s last sentence, deliberately reminded them. Everyone just remembered now. Yes, Captain America cannot be treated like ordinary people. After all, this is a man with super soldier serum. You must know that 70 years ago, although the conditions, technology, and other means were not mature, but in order to allow the super soldier serum to better integrate, Mr. Howard Stark, except for the super soldier serum, it also used half the electricity of a city. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be near death long ago. Among them, Nick Fury is particularly affectionate. After all, according to the secret file, the person receiving the super soldier serum is not only Steve Rogers alone, and the Black Uncle who has been locked up for many years. From the Falcon and Winter Soldier series, the more you look at Su-Ching's analysis, the more Nick Fury feels reasonable. Perhaps, Steve Rogers is indeed alive, but he is still frozen now that even he himself does not know the news that he is still alive. Thinking of this, Nick Fury directly pressed a button on the table. Soon, as Nick Fury pressed the button, Maria Hill rushed in with a nervous expression on her face. What's going on? Looking at Nick Fury, Maria Hill asked with a serious face. This button is not usable under normal circumstances, unless it is a very large event. Hill, put down all your work, I have a very urgent, secret thing for you to do. Nick Fury stared at Maria Hill in front of him and said very seriously, yes, sir. Seeing Nick Fury's serious expression, Maria Hill nodded immediately, waiting for Nick Fury's order. Pick the person you trust the most. Remember, it must be the kind of person you trust the most. I think you should know the location where Captain America Steve Rogers drove the fighter plane into the glacier. Along that location, I don't care what technology you use and how much money you spend, even if it's an inch-by-inch inspection, you'll have to give it to me. Find that damn fighter as fast as possible. When necessary, you can use the screw people and their technology. Upon hearing Nick Fury's order, Maria Hill immediately stood up straight, then nodded earnestly. I understand, sir. After finishing speaking, he was about to leave, but then hesitation asked, could it be that Captain Steve Rogers is not dead? So what is the level of confidentiality of this matter? Do I need to report it to the World Council? If the confidentiality level is 8 or higher, then I will use my position to conceal this matter, just like concealing the news about the existence of the Skrulls. 10 level, top secret level. Upon hearing Maria Hill's inquiry, Nick Fury said without hesitation, yes, sir. Hearing that Nick Fury had adjusted the confidentiality level of this matter to the 10th level of S.H.I.E.L.D, Maria Hill immediately knew what to do. Yes, I was sent by the World Council to supervise Nick Fury. But for Nick Fury, or for S.H.I.E.L.D top secret files, Maria Hill will still choose to hide it from the World Council, even if I always disagree, Nick Fury's naive superhero team idea? But Hill still didn't stop it. After watching Maria Hill leave, Nick Fury leaned back in the chair. This was the first time he hoped that God or gods exist in this world. If so, then he hopes that Steve Rogers is really like Su-Ching's analysis, there is no death, just suspended animation. After all, for this world, for S.H.I.E.L.D, for Avengers, Steve Rogers, alive, is so important. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff. I think at Su-Ching makes sense. After all, Captain Rogers is not an ordinary person, so the possibility of suspended animation is very high. Barton, I can win the battle. I also agree with that Su-Ching's point of view, but although this matter is a bit weird, it even subverted my cognition, but in recent years I have encountered many things that subvert my cognition. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not a disease in my cognition. Hulk is the greatest impossibility, but I want to say that at Su-Ching has some truth, but can I change the suffix after my name? I don't like this sentence. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers. If you are really alive, would you mind if you have a chance to check it? I promise not to dissect you, I'm just very curious about this kind of thing. After all, I am a doctor, everyone should understand. At Magician Ancient One, future teacher, is Sue's analysis correct? Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff. I almost forgot the Supreme Magician, who has always been reluctant to speak. At Magician Ancient One, now that you can see the future, the conclusion that So has analyzed and reached is really? Watching Natasha Romanoff's question, Nick Fury, who was sitting inside S.H.I.E.L.D, also instantly became energetic. Yes, there is still a Supreme Magician who can see the future here. Why did I forget it? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Sorry, people are in Outland, have not returned to Earth, and are deterring nightmares. I can only say that at Su-Ching, Sue's analysis is correct. Captain Steve Rogers, not dead. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, that's so exciting. At Steve Rogers, have you seen the conclusion of Sue's analysis and what the Supreme Magician said? Man, you are not dead yet. How do you feel at this moment? Steve Rogers, a bit flustered, a bit complicated. I didn't expect that. I really didn't die. If this was 70 years ago, then I would be very excited. However, 70 years have passed, and at this moment I don't know what I should. I am even a little worried about how I should face Peggy, the only girl I love, if I really return to this world. If I die, forget it, but tell me now, I didn't die. I remember that I still have another date. God, I've missed an appointment for 70 years. Looking at the answering chat room, Steve Rogers was a little flustered and made a speech with mixed emotions. For a while, everyone was silent. Yes, they only paid attention to this moment. Captain Steve Rogers is not dead, but they never thought about what he would do if he faced a strange world 70 years later, once he did come back. More importantly, how should he face it, the Peggy who has always been beloved? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Ahem, no matter what, the thing that Captain Steve Rogers is still alive is the best for us. As for the others, I have sent someone to find the body of the captain. Everything will pass, everything will be fine, but the most important thing now is that we still have 20 minutes to answer the questions. S.H.I.E.L.D, I can see that you are very good at analyzing situations, so, can you help us analyze this problem? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. S.H.I.E.L.D, man, although I don't know what you do, but your 2 analyses made me admire me. Kong busy, or you are trying this question, give it a try. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. S.H.I.E.L.D, Sue, show your wisdom, I have begun to believe in you. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. S.H.I.E.L.D, come on buddy, it's up to you this time. Oh, did people set up so quickly? Seeing all the members' speeches in the answering chat room, S.H.I.E.L.D laughed. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get well, since you believe me, I will try to analyze it. As the administrator just now, when playing the clip, I used my authority to take a screenshot of the difference between the 2 elevators. Look carefully, you can open the perspective through the elevator, and the scenery outside one of the elevators. From the internal structure, this is not the case. An elevator? Although the people in the elevator are the same, except for the bald head wearing glasses. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. S.H.I.E.L.D, I know people, that bald head is S.H.I.E.L.D 7th level agent S.H.I.E.L.D, and the person next to him is the S.H.I.E.L.D action group headed by Crossbones Rumlow. In the clip, the first elevator should be S.H.I.E.L.D elevator number 3. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. S.H.I.E.L.D, when you say so, I found out that the elevator in the second screen should be the elevator for employees of Stark Industrial Building, although I have my own elevator, but when designing the staff elevator, I looked at the drawings and the results after it was built. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Tony Stark, at Natasha Romanoff, thanks for the explanation of the 2, but from the comparison of the people in the 2 pictures and the elevators in different locations, you can find that these should be 2 mission, no one would object to this, right? Secondly, you pay attention to the expressions of Captain Steve Rogers these 2 times. This is very important. Look carefully. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. First of all, in the first screenshot, in the elevator number 3 of S.H.I.E.L.D, Steve Rogers' expression is slightly melancholy, as if there is a sense of depression in his heart. Especially when I looked up at the monitor above the elevator, I seemed to be a little curious about new things, and some couldn't adapt to it. In the second picture, in the elevator of Stark Industries, before entering the elevator, Steve Rogers' expression is very calm, it seems that everything is clear to his heart. So I infer that these 2 pictures seem to be very close, and there is no difference between the characters except S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the 2 pictures are at least separated by a long time, even a few years. But, having said that, S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately hesitation. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At S.H.I.E.L.D, but what? Continue to analyze it. This is the first time I have heard of such an analysis. It is a little different from the analysis method I used to learn in the Red House. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. It's a bit interesting. This kind of picture is compared to what we have used before. I am familiar with the analysis method, but it is not so detailed. The analysis from the scene to the character from far to near, if it is not past professional training, at S.H.I.E.L.D, then you should join S.H.I.E.L.D, born to eat this bowl of rice. Join the fart S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Nick Fury's flicker, S.H.I.E.L.D only has ghosts when he believes it. Obviously, both Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury are fooling S.H.I.E.L.D. How could professionals like them fail to analyze these? If Strange or Tony or Dr. Banner don't know that these are excusable, after all, they have not experienced professional training, but one is known as the King of Agents, and the other came out of the Red House and won the title of Black Widow. How could these 2 guys fail to analyze it? I just want to weigh my own abilities. If you haven't watched a movie and don't know the specific situation, you might be complimented by others, and you will be really confused by the fool. Barton, I can win the battle. At S.H.I.E.L.D, what you just said is that the time span should be very large, but the comparison of the 2 pictures of these people, whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D glasses or Crossbones Rumlow the wear and tear of the equipment are almost the same. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Barton, yes, that's what I meant. If the time span is large, then the details of these people can't be changed too much. But if the time span is small, then the temperament of Steve Rogers can't be changed so much, unless something happened in the middle that we absolutely don't know. One is that it hasn't been long since recovered from the ice, and it has also experienced the great battle of Chitauri's invasion of the Earth. One came back from Avengers Alliance 4 through time and space. Such a thing is definitely a big deal. Barton, I can win the battle sure enough. At S.H.I.E.L.D, you found this too. Great. Go on Sue, I really want to hear your continued analysis. Well, Barton is serious about this sentence. If S.H.I.E.L.D didn't deliberately pretend to be hesitation at the end of that sentence, then Barton would think that S.H.I.E.L.D was a random analysis by a blind cat and a dead mouse. But now, since it is consistent with my own observation and analysis, it also shows that S.H.I.E.L.D is really capable. After all, he is known as Hawkeye. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Okay, then I will continue to analyze. First put this question down, then let's see the comparison of these people's attitudes towards Steve Rogers. The first picture from S.H.I.E.L.D. These people obviously received the order to capture Captain America, so the elevator battle took place, but combined with Captain America, they said, I think this is a personal grievance. Then it can be calculated, Steve should have found something cobweb horse trail. And in the second picture, when they looked at this Steve, they didn't plan to do anything. When Steve said he was going to take over the box containing the Mind Scepter, one pretended to call Director S.H.I.E.L.D, and the other was ready to fight. It can be seen that they do not trust Steve Rogers. But you've all seen the second clip, Steve just said a word in S.H.I.E.L.D's ear, and they handed the Soul Scepter to Steve. So, what kind of words can they agree with? According to the options given in the answering chat room, 1. The secretary sent me over. If you don't want to fight, then give me things. Suching, this option is impossible, otherwise it won't be the first clip. Steve had a fight with them in the elevator. In addition, I don't know if you paid attention to it. In the second clip, Steve was talking about the term Secretary General. The second option, someone wants to snatch the scepter, and the strength is very strong. I will take the scepter to attract people away, and you will support it later. This is also impossible. After all, you see, if this option is true, does Sitwell, Crossbones Rumlow, have a nervous expression? No, instead, after Captain America finished saying that sentence, there was a trace of fortune on their faces, a trace of realization, and a trace of doubt. So, what is it that can make them reflect so much? Think about it carefully, combined with what Steve said in the first clip, I think this is a personal grievance. As Suching's last sentence fell, the answering chat room suddenly exploded. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff, oh my god, my hairs are standing up now. If it is really the last option, wouldn't it prove? These people are Hydra? Barton, I can win the battle god, at Suching, so, if your analysis is true, then something big will happen in this world? Nick Fury? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, there is still Hydra in this world? Nick Fury? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, who originally wanted to weigh Suching's skills, was leaning on the chair, and the whole person seemed extremely unacceptable. He never expected that after Suching's analysis, the result would actually be like this. Who is the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D in Steve Rogers? There is only one, and that is the one I trust most, Alexander Pierce. Is he Hydra? How is this possible? This is too ridiculous. But looking at Suching's analysis, it is reasonable, well documented. In the subconscious, Nick Fury realized that he already believed it. When I think of Alexander Pierce, this man who is even willing to use his life to block bullets for him is actually Hydra. Nick Fury suddenly felt a little numb in his hands and feet. This news shocked him too much, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Nick Fury has come close to believing that Hydra exists. As Nick Fury originally communicated with Natasha Romanoff, they just want to test Suching. After all, almost all the members in the answering chat room already know. Wanda and Pietro have been adopted by Natasha Romanoff. Steve Rogers, he has asked S.H.I.E.L.D to send someone to find it. Tony Stark, that is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, the son of Mr. Howard Stark. Doctor Strange, a well-known doctor, had been stared at by people dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. The Supreme Magician Ancient One, the existence of that person S.H.I.E.L.D has no way at all and is not qualified to monitor it. Bruce Banner, after being mutated by gamma rays, is now carefully hiding his identity, for fear of being discovered by General Ross. As for the so-called Thor of Asgard, he is not on Earth, so S.H.I.E.L.D can't reach it either. Only Suching, he is so mysterious that S.H.I.E.L.D has not investigated him until now, whether it is the real identity or the specific location. Nick Fury will never take it lightly for what he cannot control or understand. Especially Suching is also the only manager of this mysterious answering chat room. I have to find a way to figure out all of his circumstances to be able to rest assured, even if, according to that Supreme Magician Ancient One, he is the superhero of the future. So from the beginning, I let Natasha Romanoff get close to him, wanting to get his location identity. Later, I discussed with Natasha Romanoff again and prepared to pick him up in the answering chat room. On the one hand, test him, on the other hand, once a person is praised, the more problems will be exposed. Under flattery, people's mentality will inevitably float, even if he is unwilling to admit it. Nick Fury thinks he is very clear about the control of people's hearts. However, I didn't expect that I just held it up halfway, and everything I want to know about Suching hasn't been known yet. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D had a problem first. A leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D operation group, Crossbones Rumlow, S.H.I.E.L.D's 7th level agent S.H.I.E.L.D. It will most likely be Hydra. Even Alexander Pierce, his most trusted person, is Hydra. This makes Nick Fury somewhat unacceptable. Thinking of this, Nick Fury picked up his phone and sent a text message directly to Natasha Romanoff. Inside the apartment, looking at the content of the text message on the mobile phone, Natasha Romanoff raised his eyebrows and said to himself, I don't stop contacting Suching, but if possible, the purpose of pulling him into S.H.I.E.L.D will be turned into friendship. Heh, don't you want him to join S.H.I.E.L.D? It seems that Nick Fury has tended to believe Suching's analysis. S.H.I.E.L.D is likely to have big problems inside. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff responded with a reply and deleted the text message after receiving it. After deleting the text message, Natasha Romanoff thought, Nick Fury tends to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D is really wrong, but he is not 100% sure. In this case, the answer to the question in the answer chat room is very important. If Steve Rogers really said Hydra hail, then it can prove it. Although Natasha Romanoff is unwilling to believe that the S.H.I.E.L.D that he has been playing for, there are actually a lot of Hydra in it. Even thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff felt a little numb in his scalp. However, she still wanted to bet. If this matter is true, then I also think about my own affairs with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff is directly in the answering chat room, and it has S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe your analysis, but this matter is extremely important to us S.H.I.E.L.D. So man, do you answer this question? If you do not answer, then I need to verify it. Looking at AITE's own Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D. also laughed. This is no more temptation? That's right, after all, for S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra is hidden inside, which is an extremely scary thing. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff. I am not interested in being a superhero at all, so I answered the question correctly, and I don't care about getting some ability. If you want to answer, then please. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you. If this thing is true, then I owe you a favor. After replying to S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha Romanoff replied directly to the answering chat room. I believe Sue's inference, so I choose the third option. Steve Rogers said, it is Hydra hail. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's answer, whether it is Barton, Steve Rogers, or Nick Fury at this moment, they all looked at the answering chat room intently. At this moment, whether this answer is correct or not is extremely important to them. Member Natasha Romanoff answered the question, are you sure the answer? Listening to the strong mechanical sound of the system, the widow sister replied without hesitation, okay. System prompt, congratulations to the member Natasha Romanoff who answered correctly and obtained the skill death replacement. As the voice of the system fell, the clips continued to play in the answering chat room. In the picture, Steve Rogers stood in the elevator, leaned slightly, and said Hydra hail in S.H.I.E.L.D's ear. Then, as the elevator door slowly opened, I saw Captain America with a relaxed and smug expression on his face, taking the box with the soul scepter and striding away. In the elevator, the expression on Crossbones Romlow's face was a bit stunned. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, he was looking at Captain America's back, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. After the segment was played, there was an uproar in the answering chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, this is really Hydra hail? At Steve Rogers, smart, easy to get something? Strange, I'm here to negotiate among the rumors I've heard about Captain America since I was a child. He has always been an upright, kind, courageous, responsible person. He was just a little bit when he left the elevator. The triumphant smile makes me feel that he is far away from the legend and is more like a person living by our side. Barton, I can win the battle, so don't use a stereotype to treat a person. I thought that the honest captain would hit them all and snatch the box. At Steve Rogers, great job. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Thank you for the compliment, although this hasn't happened to me yet. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D, leaning on the chair, Nick Fury's face is extremely ugly at the moment. After Natasha Romanoff answered correctly, does that mean that S.H.I.E.L.D really has Hydra? Moreover, in the second scene of the broadcast, the Secretary General of Captain America Steve Rogers. This has proved to be an old friend, a person whom he once trusted extremely. It turned out to be S.H.I.E.L.D's greatest enemy, Hydra. Think about it, besides him, who else has the ability to use S.H.I.E.L.D as a greenhouse that nourishes Hydra? In addition to him, who else has this ability? Let Hydra's influence slowly expand among S.H.I.E.L.D. If possible, at this moment Nick Fury really wants to find Alexander Pierce, grabbing his collar to vent his anger, but, no, at least for now, it is absolutely impossible. Reason tells Nick Fury that he only knows a few people from Hydra. Maybe, no, not maybe, yes. There must be more Hydra people hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. If I had turned my face with Alexander Pierce now, then maybe he could be the last to laugh, maybe it would be him. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D may be. Thinking of this, Nick Fury took a deep breath. At this moment, he was very fortunate that he knew in advance that he was the identity of Hydra, and also very fortunate that there is such a chat room for answering questions. At least, those who can appear in the answering chat room will all be superhero in the future. This will be my biggest help in the future and the strongest guarantee in the world, even if they are now, except for Captain Steve Rogers, and the Supreme Magician Ancient One that he has never met, no one else can reach the superhero. Thinking of this, Nick Fury forced himself to calm down. It's just that the feeling of betrayal similar to the most trusted person in my heart still makes Nick Fury feel a little disgusting. Inside the apartment, Death. Feeling the skills that she had suddenly added, the widow sister immediately checked the introduction of the system carefully. Replacement of death, those with skills will be resurrected after death. The resurrection does not affect what has already happened. It is the best skill for a certain cliff jumping sacrifice. Note, this skill is a consumable item. It will automatically disappear after use. Seeing the introduction of the death replacement skill, the widow sister suddenly curled her lips speechlessly. Especially when I thought that in the answering chat room, the suffix of my name, combined with this skill, is tailored for myself. After all, besides yourself, who else has the suffix called stop fighting, I jump off the cliff? However, this can be regarded as an extra life. And this, I also want to thank S.H.I.E.L.D, regardless of whether his analysis can also be analyzed in the same way. But he still gave himself the opportunity to answer the questions. Thinking of this, the widow sister directly asked the answering chat room system, in order to thank S.H.I.E.L.D, can I give him some of my things? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, the answering chat room system seemed to be dead, and there was a moment of silence. Although the system originally did not have any intelligence, perhaps even it did not expect that someone would take the initiative to make this request. Can. Hearing the system's answer, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. Whether it is to repay S.H.I.E.L.D, or to test the function of this answering chat room. At least, everything she wants to know has already been obtained. Manhattan, inside S.H.I.E.L.D's shop. Damn it, don't you know that I closed the door, just don't want to sell things. Looking at the strong black man in front of the counter, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned and said, "Oh, Mr. Kung, everyone knows that the price is the most reasonable here. Help, or we will suffer a lot." Listening to the prayer of the strong black man in front of me, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced outside the window, then turned around, looking for something in the drawer. After a while, a handful of browning was placed on the counter. Know the rules. Definitely. He took browning from the counter with a look of excitement, and then took out 2 rolls of banknotes from his pocket. Don't worry, we all understand the rules. No matter what happens, it won't hurt you. Either we brothers like to buy weapons from you. First, you don't have to worry about being tracked down if they are clean and without signs, and second, you don't have to worry about being slaughtered. Otherwise, who knows if those bought on the black market will be investigated by the state police. And the price is very expensive. While putting the pistol on his waist, the strong black man blinked at S.H.I.E.L.D. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't go to the 5th block tonight. Where do we ambush the Buffalo Gang guys at night? These guys have become more and more arrogant recently. In fact, we don't have to buy weapons. After all, we also have them, but you know, the bullets will be found, so." Blinking at S.H.I.E.L.D, the black brawny said with a smug expression on his face, "I seem to be excited about my cleverness. 5th block? I know, now, get out." Pointing to the door, S.H.I.E.L.D said unceremoniously, "Hey, let's go buddy. By the way, Boss Bill asked me to say hello to you." With that, the strong black man gave S.H.I.E.L.D a thumbs up, then turned and left. Yes, this shop run by S.H.I.E.L.D not only sells some food, spare parts, but also some weapons. Otherwise, how can it be possible to afford an apartment in a place like Manhattan? However, in the past 3 years, S.H.I.E.L.D is very low-key and knows some rules, so no one has investigated here at all. Just closing the door of the store, I heard a message from the system. A member of the answering chat room, Natasha Romanoff has sent you the skill Firearms and Weapon Proficiency and Close Combat Master Skills. Would you like to accept it? Hearing this prompt, S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately chose to receive it. Death obtained this skill for Widow's sister, and he also obtained it. Not only that, as a perfect strengthening version, this skill not only gave S.H.I.E.L.D 100 more lives. After death, S.H.I.E.L.D was able to immediately recover to the peak state of his body. In other words, the second S.H.I.E.L.D before he died, the battle exhausted himself. However, after he died in the next second, S.H.I.E.L.D was resurrected, and all indicators of physical strength and ability were completely at their peak. For details, please refer to Dr. Strange, who I am here to negotiate. In other words, if you encounter a formidable enemy who needs to be truly desperate, he will be killed by resurrection after death. As for the proficient in firearms and melee combat master level skills that the widow sister suddenly transmitted, it can be regarded as a surprise. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D was shocked was completely because he didn't expect that the system still has this function. At the beginning of Awakening, the system did not inform this skill. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a little thank you, you're welcome. After all, the skills obtained by answering the questions correctly are a consumable, but they are enough for me to have the second one. Life? This is very important for people like me. Watching the widow sisterite directly in the answering chat room instead of talking about herself privately, S.H.I.E.L.D guessed that the widow sister wanted to tell other people that people in the chat room should help each other in the future. Under the prompts of others, the answers were correct and the skills given by the system were obtained. Don't forget to give them to the people who helped them. Some thanks. Secondly, it is also for the sake of being upright and wanting to be good to myself. Maybe this is the task Nick Fury gave her? After all, if you are Nick Fury, you will never let go of any knowledge and understanding. Other superhero opportunities in the answering chat room. After all, as an agent king who has always been committed to maintaining the security of the world and is determined to build Avengers, it would be a shame to give up such a good opportunity. So many future superhero, what a good fruit, ahem, what a good candidate to keep the world safe. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Natasha Romanoff. What's the situation? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff nothing, just to thank Sue for helping me answer the question correctly, and I got a life-saving hole card, and then I gave Sue some of my skills. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff. Can the answering chat room be played like this? Then you packaged your skills and gave it to Sue. Can you still use it? Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jumped off the cliff definitely yes. I just asked the answering chat room to help me copy some ability. It's not that I was deprived of ability by the wrong answer, so I can use it naturally. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick a ham. That at Natasha Romanoff, if this is also possible, can I give Hulk to you? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I just learned about Dr. Banner with the people in the group. I'm thinking, if you don't mind, you can transform into Hulk and let me study it. Or if possible, then I don't mind accepting Hulk. After all, my future teacher is the Supreme Magician Ancient One, so I think she should have a way. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at. Shut up, I just scared the nightmare. There are still a lot of dark magic things to deal with, don't trouble me. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. Dr. at Banner, skills, Natasha Romanoff as a thank you gift is a skill. Forget the Hulk on you, no one can accept it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate G. Okay, I'm just a little curious. After all, gamma rays can make Dr. Banner turn into a Hulk. This is a bit peculiar, so I want to study it. Barton, I can win the battle at. I think you want to transform from a neurologist genius doctor into a professional anatomical forensic doctor? Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Barton. That's okay, as long as you can give me vampires, werewolves, alien princes, then I don't mind being a forensic doctor. After all, for the sake of medicine, at Thor Odin at this moment? Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at. You are enough. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Stop arguing. Watch the show. At Tony Stark, be careful on your right. In the Ahan Desert. Sitting in the desert at the moment, Tony Stark is blowing the evening breeze while watching the members chat in the group. After seeing its own Suching directly in the answering chat room, he subconsciously looked to the right. Damn it. With a curse, Tony Stark stood up immediately and hid directly behind the pillar. Immediately, a violent explosion sounded instantly. Inside the tent, Colonel Rod, who was discussing the display of new weapons tomorrow with his soldiers, heard the sudden explosion, and rushed out with the weapon. As soon as I rushed out of the tent, I saw that some soldiers in the camp were already fighting with a group of people who were dressed in ragged clothes but with very good weapons. Seeing this scene, Rod immediately fought back with his weapon, and ran toward the pillar where Tony Stark was hiding. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Suching. Thank you buddy, I owe you once. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark. Don't talk, hurry up and deal with your affairs first. Answer the questions in the chat room. Since Suching has not closed Tony Stark's third view video sharing live broadcast at the moment, everyone in the group can see this battle at this moment. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wow, does this start straight away? I thought, at least until the weapon display tomorrow. After all, in the first question, Tony was attacked during the day. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at. It's normal. After all, Tony Stark went to the Ahan Desert in advance, so many people were caught off guard. Even Obadiah Stein probably contacted those people urgently. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Are these people so courageous? How dare you directly attack the camps of these soldiers? Barton, I can win the battle at Steve Rogers. Captain, this is not 70 years ago, and there is the Ahan Desert. In the clip, they all dare to attack Colonel Rod's convoy, then attack now. A camp is nothing. After all, there are not many soldiers there, and it is not a real base, more like a temporary shelter. In addition to night attacks, many soldiers were unprepared. Plus the weapons they use are more sophisticated, so they are naturally not afraid. After all, the desert is their world. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Tony Stark. Hold on for a while, I have asked the already prepared S.H.I.E.L.D agent to support you. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Nick Fury, don't disturb Tony at this time, let him concentrate on dealing with the enemy. Damn it, what are you doing here? Dodging bullets all the way to Tony Stark's side, Rod was holding a gun in his right hand, and his left hand was about to pull Tony Stark away. While pulling Tony Stark's arm, Rod cursed, damn it, I would have arranged more people here if I knew it. I didn't expect a bunch of lunatics to come and attack. Being held by Rodala, Tony Stark didn't move, but pulled Rod over. What are you doing? Are you going to die? Not only did he not evade, but Tony Stark looked relaxed. Rod suddenly frowned and asked, you know, Rod, my life is more expensive. Although there was a hint of relief on his face, Tony Stark's eyes were very gloomy. It's just that under the night, hiding behind the pillar, Rod did not see it. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen to this fierce battle. Damn it, my most important task right now is to keep you safe. Tony, it's not a feat at this time. It's ready soon. Before Rod finished roaring amidst the sound of the bullet explosion, Tony Stark took out his phone and pressed the button directly. Boom, boom, As Tony Stark pressed the button, headed by the bald head, the group that was shooting frantically towards this side suddenly exploded violently. Under the night, the violent explosion ignited fireballs, which seemed to be able to illuminate the entire night sky. When the explosion sounded through the entire temporary camp, from nowhere, elite teams with wolf heads on their arms rushed over from all directions. Then they launched a frantic attack on the group of people who attacked Tony Stark forward. These people, whether they are marksmanship or how harsh their shots are, far exceed those of the soldiers led by Road. I just don't know why, the weapons in these people's hands, every bullet did not attack the vital points of the people who attacked Tony, but only for the purpose of making this group of people lose their combat effectiveness. Wolf Mercenary Group. Listening to the support coming, Rod raised his head and glanced over there, looking at the helpers who suddenly appeared. Colonel Rod suddenly asked Tony Stark in surprise, "You called these people from the Wolf Mercenary Group?" I said, "My life is very expensive." With no joy or sadness on his face, Tony Stark sat there, leaning on the stone pillar, quietly waiting for the group of people he hired to solve the battle. Answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Nick Fury. Let your S.H.I.E.L.D people stop coming, otherwise it is easy to get hurt by mistake. I will solve this by myself. S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Nick Fury, who was engrossed in the scene of the Tony Stark attack on the scene, nodded and replied after receiving him himself. Nick Fury, want to go to the moon holiday at Tony Stark? No problem, I will let my people come back. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Wow, growing up, it's the first time I saw such a fierce battle. After all, the first half of my life was very peaceful. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at. Really, I envy you a bit. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Haha, is this the battle of mortals? It seems fierce, but in fact it is like playing a house. If it were me, then I would first use my hammer to lead a sky thunder, and then rush over to bring them all down. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Haha, Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost his hammer at Barton, what does he mean? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it at Thor. It's okay, praise you for being handsome. Thor Odinson, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Haha, I didn't expect that a man on earth would also know me. Thor's handsome, at Barton, you are very discerning, man, I start to like you. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Suching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. In the picture, when the gunfire gradually ceased, Tony Stark and Rod stood up from behind the stone pillar. The matter is resolved. The leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group came over with a rifle, then looked at Tony Stark and said with a smile, I thought, how powerful is the force that can mobilize our Wild Wolf Mercenary Group? That's a mess of sophisticated weapons. Yes, in the eyes of the leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, the group of people who attacked Tony Stark is no different from the gangsters in those neighborhoods. Perhaps the only difference is that those bullies don't have such sophisticated weapons? Tony, did you know that someone was going to attack you? Looking at the leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group in front of him, Rod frowned and looked at Tony Stark and asked, I think, we are friends, I need an explanation. Explain? Huh. Listening to Rod's words, Tony Stark gave a depressed smile. I also want an explanation, an account that is regarded as a relative and is regarded as the most trusted uncle for betrayal. But who will give me an explanation? Seeing Rod laughed, the disappointment in Tony Stark's eyes was extremely strong. Asterisk, what happened to you? Seeing the intense disappointment in Tony Stark's eyes. As one of Tony Stark's few friends, Rod realized something was wrong in an instant. What happened? Tony, we are friends, you can trust me completely, I am on your side. Throwing the weapon in his hand aside, Rod grabbed Tony Stark's shoulder with both hands, and asked with a serious expression, Sorry, I just lost my mind. Looking at him, Rod was very serious and full of care. Tony Stark smiled apologetically, it's nothing, but then, let's borrow the camp you temporarily set up. I haven't finished my business yet, okay. Watching Tony Stark regain his former appearance, Rod frowned, but he nodded slightly. Seeing Rod agrees, Tony Stark turned his head to look at the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group. Then next, it's time for you to really play, man, don't let me down. Haha, how is it possible? Our group of people are professional? With these guys, they also want to keep secrets in front of us. Hearing Tony Stark's words, the leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group turned around and waved his hand gently. In the next moment, the members under his hands directly stood up the group of people who fell on the ground and wailed and walked toward the camp. After the matter is over, I will give you an explanation, Rod, trust me. Looking at the group of people who were erected one by one, and then taken into the tent to attack themselves, Tony Stark said to Rod, answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. As I said, the reason why I have to come in person this time is not just to test Obadiah. Many of Stark Industries' weapons have been sold privately, including those who attacked me, who have weapons made by Stark Industries in their hands. It will be difficult to find them if I don't come in person. After all, the Ahan Desert is too big. How could the weapons I made use these damned guys as weapons to attack civilians, causing countless families to be scattered and destroyed? Speaking of which, Tony Starkite gave Wanda and Pietro. Tony Stark, She said that she loves me 3,000 times at Wanda. You said that your parents died on weapons with the word Stark Industrial. Although I don't know it, I feel very much about it. Feel sorry? Believe me, after this matter is over, I will thoroughly investigate all the people connected with this record, and I will not let go of these people. Although I am sorry for being late, but I am sincere. Please believe me, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. I definitely know that it is useless to apologize, so if I can compensate you, even if this wrong thing was not directly caused by me. Listening to the camp not far away, there was a burst of tragic and painful wailing. Tony Stark frowned, then eyed in the group S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue, can you close the live sharing? I think you should have heard this painful wailing. After all, there are still younger children like Wanda and Pietro in the answering chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D., the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem. System reminder, the administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. has closed the third view real-time sharing of live broadcast images. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that the live broadcast was turned off, Nick Fury was relieved and leaned gently on the chair. As long as Tony Stark is not really kidnapped and killed, then there is no big problem. The only things that deserve your own attention at the moment are the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and Alexander Pierce inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment. Sister, do you believe Tony Stark? Watching the real-time live broadcast of the answering chat room was closed. Pietro glanced at Wanda, who looked a little uncomfortable, and asked quietly, I don't know, but I think what he said should be true. The missile that killed our parents and destroyed our family shouldn't be sold by him. But no matter what, the death of our parents has something to do with him. Even if the weapon is not sold by him, it is still made by him and Stark Industries under his name. Hearing Wanda's words, Pietro nodded slightly. Just about to say something, there was a knock on the door outside the door. Little guys, how are you two? Came in with 2 cups of milk, looking at the twins who were still a little stiff at the moment. Natasha Romanoff has a gentle smile on his face at this moment. Sister Natasha Romanoff. Sister Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Natasha Romanoff walking in with 2 glasses of milk, Wanda and Pietro stood up subconsciously. Don't be so restrained. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of me, I don't know why, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Perhaps it is because the lonely soul is always the easiest to get along with. Or maybe it's because I have been playing for a long time and I think I belong to the righteous side. At this moment, I know that it is because of Hydra. So I can find a trace of comfort in these 2 little guys. But no matter what, looking at these 2 little guys in front of me, at least there is a little more of life in my own home. Passing a cup of milk in his hand, Natasha Romanoff smiled and sat beside Wanda, stretched out his hand, and hugged Wanda, who was so cute at this moment, in his arms. At your age, I should prefer drinks like cola rather than milk. It's just that they are not bought at home. Wait a minute, I have sent a few boxes over. But you should drink less of that thing. At least not as a substitute for water. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, I felt the warmth of my arm around me. Wanda pursed her mouth, then shook her head. Pietro and I have never drunk Coke, so I don't know if we like it or not. Perhaps I drank it before I was 8, but it's been more than 5 years, so I have forgotten what the taste of Coke is. After speaking, Wanda drank the frosted milk in the cup in one breath. Then there was a sweet smile at Natasha Romanoff. Sweet milk is actually quite good. When we were wandering in Sokovia, Pietro and I rarely had the opportunity to drink it. After being coaxed and arrested by that group of people, there is no more milk to drink. Listening to Wanda's somewhat contented tone at the moment, and Pietro subconsciously only drank a small half, it seemed that he wanted to save the other half of the cup for Wanda's subconscious action. Natasha Romanoff hugged 2 children who were only about 13 years old at the moment with some distress. My poor little, this will be your home from now on. You can treat me as your sister. With his 2.5-year-old children in his arms, Natasha Romanoff raised his head slightly, looked at the ceiling, and said softly, Here, don't be restrained, don't be afraid. Actually, I also like your arrival very much. In the past, my sister was like you, wandering around the world, avoiding hunting and killing. Later, I finally got a support, so I don't have to worry about being chased by that damn red house, thinking that I have found a home. But who would have thought that there are many 9-headed bugs hidden in the home I think is safe and reliable. 9-headed bugs. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda raised his head slightly to meet Natasha Romanoff's gentle gaze. He pursed his lips, and after a little hesitation, Wanda still asked softly, Sister Natasha Romanoff, are you talking about Hydra? You know? Yes, you should have heard of it in the answering chat room. No, Pietro and I know Hydra, not because of the answer chat room. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda shook his head slightly, and Pietro, who was also hugged by Natasha Romanoff, opened his mouth and said, Sister Natasha Romanoff, in fact, the people who coaxed us to arrest us are the people in Sokovia, and they are also Hydra. We can always hear them calling Hydra hail in that castle. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Pietro said seriously, if you need it, then forget about this. This is not something you should be exposed to at your age. Knowing what Pietro wanted to say, the widow sister interrupted with a smile, you are at your age now, you should live, study, and play carefree. Perhaps the experience of the past few years has made you more mature than your peers and have seen more darkness. But, because we have experienced pain before, we have to work hard to live better in the future, right? When you grow up, whether you want to get revenge on Tony Stark, or whether you want to become a so-called superhero, my sister won't stop you, but that's all in the future. Now, you should study hard and enjoy life. Work hard to find the happiness that was accidentally lost in previous years. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and rubbed the heads of the two little guys, Wanda and Pietro. I have helped you find a good school. If you don't study, you can't do it. Definitely, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it. At least, you have to experience the life of a few years of school like your peers. I don't want to look at such lovely two younger siblings, living the kind of street-wandering life. This is also what I dreamed of for my sister. After all, since I am sensible, I have longed for school life. It's a pity. Natasha Romanoff put his arms around Wanda and Pietro. A trace of regret flashed on his face. When they were their age, what I came into contact with was not the wonderful things in the textbooks, but how to kill people quickly and effectively. Asterisk nailed it. After half an hour. Ahan Desert? Looking at Tony Stark in front of him, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group shook the blood stained with the knife in his hand, and then said to Tony Stark, "The other party dares to attack here with such an upright and open mind. I thought that even if the other party is a gangster, they are all courageous and tough guys, but I didn't expect it. All of them are gangsters. Especially the head bald. I haven't used many props yet, so I just recruited them all. Even to verify that what he said is true or false, I deliberately forced a few more people, and it turned out that this group of people is really disappointing." After looking at a torture to extract a confession, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group was dissatisfied. Tony Stark asked, "Where are the weapons of Stark Industries?" "Promise." Passing a note to Tony Stark, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group smiled and said, "I said, we are professional, so we are the best at using people's money to eliminate disasters. Even if you are a murderer, as long as you have money, we can help you solve everything." Listening to the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, Tony Stark frowned. Looking at the address and coordinates written on the piece of paper, Tony Stark put the note away and said to the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, "I am not a murderer. At least I didn't get any blood on my hands." Tisk tusk, don't tell me that. Go talk to those who have broken homes. Facing Tony Stark's words, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group waved his hand indifferently. "Even mercenaries like us can't do anything to slaughter the entire village. You know that when I was just interrogated, that bald head explained everything. They used the weapons made by your Stark Industries, but they committed countless blood deaths. According to my estimation, at least thousands of people have been forced to leave their homes around the Ahan Desert. As for the dead, more, even some children. This is all thanks to the weapons developed by your famous genius. But forget it, our mercenaries always take people's money and do things for others, so who are you? Do you suddenly show some kindness, or have other purposes, which have nothing to do with us? Next time if you still want to use us, you are welcome to contact us at any time. Go." Waved to Tony Stark, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group turned around and waved his hand gently. Soon, all members of the Wild Wolf mercenary group left this temporary camp by night. The leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group seemed to have made an unintentional remark, but Tony Stark couldn't make himself careless. Especially when I thought of what Wanda and Pietro said in the answer chat room. The more I think about it, the more Tony Stark feels a little heartbroken. What's wrong? Looking at Tony with a somewhat ugly expression, Rod on the side asked. "The plane can take off, take me back overnight." After a moment of silence, Tony Stark looked at Rod and spoke. "Naturally, it's okay. It's okay to go back. Although new weapons are more important to the Stark industry, something like this has happened. Stop talking to me about weapons. I don't want to hear the word Stark industrial weapons now." Reaching out, patted Rod on the shoulder, Tony Stark said with an ugly expression. "On the plane? In any case, Tony Stark can't sleep. As long as you close your eyes, you seem to be able to hear the words of the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group." In his mind, when the picture of himself being attacked was played, Wanda and Pietro's schadenfreude and curse words echoed in his mind from time to time. "Obviously I didn't do anything, and even the weapons shed from the Stark industry were not my own. But weapons are always developed by ourselves? Does it really have nothing to do with yourself?" Recalling what I had just heard, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group said that many villages were slaughtered, and the weapons used by those damn guys were made by themselves. Tony Stark felt that a picture appeared before his eyes. It was originally a quiet and peaceful village, and everyone had a simple smile on their faces. But the next second, the original calm was broken by the roars howling, Stark industrial missile that seemed to cut through the air and made a sharp sound. The missile greeted everyone's horrified gaze and directly slammed into the small village. Suddenly, the explosion sounded and the flames skyrocketed. Countless people panicked, wailed, and wolves rushed, but in the end they were still swallowed by the explosion. In a moment, the originally peaceful village became corpses all over the field. Looking around, under the blazing fire, everything is devastated and ruined. Roar. He took a long sigh of relief and rubbed his cheek vigorously. That nightmare-like scene made Tony Stark sweat slightly in his hands. Looking at Rod, who was resting next to him with his eyes closed, Tony Stark's eyes flashed a little complicated. "Perhaps this is the first time I feel that it is not so correct to continue to develop weapons along my father's old path, right? Manhattan, in the shop where S.H.I.E.L.D is located. Look at the content on the text message. S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, then said to a man not far away, Frank, help me look at the store for a while. Someone asked me to go out for dinner. Damn, I'm here to buy things. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, the man named Frank rolled his eyes silently, and then walked to the front of the counter very proficiently. He cracked open the cash register, and the skillful movements made people feel a little distressed. Today, there are more than 3,000 in total, and more than half of it is Browning's money. Don't look at it. Seeing Frank's actions, S.H.I.E.L.D walked out and said, by the way, when the store is closed at night, don't go to 5th Street. Bill and the others are going to fight. Don't worry, I'm more proficient in this kind of thing than you. When I killed people, Bill and the guys didn't know where to pee and mud. Cut. Putting a middle finger towards Frank, S.H.I.E.L.D turned and left directly. Listen to the roaring engine of S.H.I.E.L.D's car outside. Frank, who was standing inside the counter, closed the cash register and looked at the black coupe outside the window, leaving like lightning. Frank muttered to himself with some puzzlement, I haven't seen you in a few days, this guy's momentum is a bit wrong. The walking posture is a bit like a top expert. After thinking about it, Frank shook his head, forget it, let him, anyway, in the end, it's not me who will have the headache. Shrugging his shoulders and sitting inside the counter, Frank played a small game with his phone. After a while, 2 blonde girls walked in. Huh? Uncle Frank? Where's Sue? Looking at Frank at the counter, he looked around the store again. After not finding S.H.I.E.L.D's figure, one of the girls asked curiously. Someone asked him out for dinner. What are you looking for, Sue? Don't tell me the 2 of you are pregnant with Sue's child together. Listening to Frank's ridicule, the 2 girls were not shy, but rather boldly put a middle finger towards Frank. Cut, you old guy knows to say something bad. We and Suke are very pure. Haha, the word purity is used well. Does Sue look down on you too? Seriously, if he doesn't like you too, then I don't mind. Boring. Frank glanced at it, and the 2 girls went to the store and picked up the food on their own. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Frank picked up the phone, looked at the unknown number displayed on it, and frowned. After the 2 girls paid and left, Frank answered the phone and said, I remember, I told you not to disturb my life. I need your help. Need my help? No time, I'm looking at the store for someone else. Listening to the very familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Frank's voice was a little cold. Nick, you don't need to call me for fighting and killing. I don't care about these things anymore. Do you want to be an alcoholic forever? Frank, don't forget that you are. What am I? Ha, I'm just a trash. Listening to the voice of Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, Frank sat on the chair, took a coin from his pocket and threw it into the cash register. Then I picked up a piece of candy from the table and threw it into my mouth. I have long been so disappointed in life, so I am now willing to be an alcoholic and a waste. After all, this is how I can alleviate my miss for my family. The world is in danger, Frank. What does it have to do with me? Before Nick Fury finished speaking, Frank interrupted directly. This world is full of danger and injustice every day. It's like when my whole family died at gunpoint. I used to believe that the law could punish those people severely. But in fact, I didn't want me to do it myself in the end. Nick, no matter what happens in this world, it has nothing to do with me. After all, the world will be destroyed. It happens that I can also go to accompany my family. Listening to Frank's indifferent voice on the other end of the phone, Nick Fury finally sighed helplessly. After hanging up the phone, Frank suddenly sneered. S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghosts just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. I have already said that the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be trusted. Who told you not to listen? With that said, Frank stretched his waist, then leaned back on the chair and played with his mobile phone. Manhattan, in a relatively high-level restaurant? So, today is the first time I met, so you invite me to dinner, and I invite you to drink. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was in a casual outfit but couldn't hide her excellent figure, S.H.I.E.L.D asked with a smile. I invite you to dinner, you invite me to drink? This sentence is quite interesting. Natasha Romanoff smiled and poured a glass of wine for S.H.I.E.L.D on the opposite side, and then smiled and asked, however, you so easily agreed to invite you out for lunch, which I didn't expect. I thought you would continue to hide your identity. Never mind. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled lightly. I never thought of being a superhero, so I don't want S.H.I.E.L.D to disturb me. But it's different now. Even if I let you know my identity, S.H.I.E.L.D will not keep his eyes on me. After all, a hydra is enough for you to work. Plus you S.H.I.E.L.D, even if you know my identity, I'm afraid I don't worry about anyone monitoring me now. After all, who knows if the person sent here is from your S.H.I.E.L.D or from Hydra, isn't it? Looking at Natasha Romanoff in front of him, S.H.I.E.L.D replied very casually, you invite me to dinner, I invite you to drink? Very fair way. So the 2 people chatted from noon until the evening? During this period, we chatted very happily. More often than not, S.H.I.E.L.D was listening, and Natasha Romanoff talked about it. When I watched Marvel Movie Universe before, I didn't find that the Widow sister could say that. But it's right to think about it. After all, how can a person who can inherit the name Black Widow be a silent person? Especially when talking about the twins Wanda Pietro, Natasha Romanoff really seemed to have a ray of light in his eyes. It can be seen that she really likes having 2 more siblings in her home, even thinking about it. I have been alone for too long, so I am naturally very happy for two brothers and sisters who are connected by common problems. It can be said that the host and guest of this meal are harmonious, and the widow sister gave S.H.I.E.L.D a pleasant conversation, and S.H.I.E.L.D gave the widow sister a feeling like a spring breeze. Both are very satisfied, and more importantly, both have got what they want to know. For example, S.H.I.E.L.D knows that before S.H.I.E.L.D has completely solved Hydra, they will not send people over to monitor themselves, nor will they force themselves into the superhero group. For example, Natasha Romanoff understood that although S.H.I.E.L.D said that he didn't want to be a superhero, he was impeccable in terms of character and attitude. After the host and the guests enjoyed themselves, the two of them left the restaurant and said goodbye to each other at the door and left. What's interesting is that after the two people left, S.H.I.E.L.D's original smile, like a spring breeze, gradually disappeared, and the widow sister's talkative smile in the car gradually disappeared. One is a very smart person, and the other is a person who knows the future and sorts out the past through the future. Therefore, the conversation between two smart people may feel like chatting with others, but only two people knew what the subtext of what they were saying was. In the car, Nick, there is no need for fearless temptation, although he has always claimed that he is an ordinary person and does not want to be a superhero. But from my contact with him in the afternoon and from the analysis of language personality, he is more like a tiger who has been lazy and has no enemies. He is more willing to comb the hair and stretch his waist in front of the sun, seemingly harmless. But once an enemy invades his territory, then I am afraid he will explode a great threat, even if he still claims that he is just an ordinary person. While driving the car, the widow sister said to Nick Fury on the other side of the phone, "So, I suggest not to force him into Avengers for the time being, or send someone to watch. Once the world is really dangerous, then believe my judgment, he will take the initiative." Over the phone, hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I believe your judgment, rest assured, even if I know his identity now, I will not send anyone to monitor or contact him his." Speaking of this, Nick Fury laughed at himself. After all, who knows if the person I sent out is from Hydra? Oh, S.H.I.E.L.D is for my sake, so there is no one. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Supreme Magician Ancient One has said that he will be superhero sooner or later. Our main goal now is to 1 is this very mysterious answering chat room that is like a gift from heaven. 1 is the trickiest right now. Hydra? Until now, I don't know how many Hydra people are hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. damn it. Drive back to the apartment? Sitting on the sofa, S.H.I.E.L.D poured himself a glass of water. Although I don't know how Natasha Romanoff will report to Nick Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D has already expressed his attitude to them. At present, the most important thing is the question that appears again in the answering chat room. Attention, all members of the answering chat room, the answering questions below will start soon. No matter what the members of the answering chat room are doing at the moment, the thick mechanical sound of the system comes out. Everyone put down all the work in their hands for the first time, and quietly waited for the answering system to start playing future clips. Now, with the broadcast of the 2 answers about the future, everyone is looking forward to what their future will look like. As the voice of the answering system fell, the next moment, a fragment appeared in front of everyone. In the picture, the first is Tony Stark wearing nano armor, against Ebony Maw. After a series of battles, he took Doctor Strange and little Spider-Man Peter Parker to Titan. Then, in the picture, it became Captain America with a beard, and a group of superhero fighting alien races commanded by Wakanda and Thanos. In the picture, each superhero was defeated after the final battle against Thanos, and then Thor descended from the sky with the storm axe. An axe struck Thanos' shoulder. The screen ends, and the next clip opens again. On Titan, except Iron Man, the remaining superhero drove the spacecraft to Titan. After finding Thanos, one person pressed his arm and the other controlled his body. Thor directly took the storm axe and chopped off Thanos' head. After Thanos was headed by the owl, the picture ended. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D, who was originally a little serious, almost spit out. Nima, the chat room system for answering questions is nothing more than playing future clips, and it actually played seamless editing? Actually edited Avengers Alliance 3 and Avengers Alliance 4 directly together? This properly malicious clip. Looking at these few clips alone, it is obvious that Thanos invaded the Earth and was obstructed by the superhero. After being chopped with an axe, he ran back to Titan, and then was chased by Avengers and chopped off his head with an axe. Well, tisk tisk. I didn't expect that you are actually such an answering system. With the system screen finished playing, the strong mechanical style sound once again sounded in the answering chat room. Excuse me, in this battle in the future, will the superhero win? The members have 30 minutes to think about it. Those who answer the correct questions will get body regeneration. If the question is mistyped, the deduction will include but not limited to lifespan, skills, wealth, life, etc. If no one answers, then after the time is up, the system will randomly designate a person to answer. Note, sometimes, what you see with your eyes may not be true. Victory depends on the overall measurement. Option 1, for Avengers, they won. Option 2, for the creatures on Earth, this battle is unbeaten, and it's a tie. Option 3, for Avengers, it failed. This is something they cannot accept. With the sound of the answering system falling, the answering chat room, which originally played the screen but was muted, became lively again. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, haha, I knew that the final victory must be my dominance. Didn't I see that the big man came back to the earth with an axe? And even if he escaped to his planet, he was chopped off by me. Wait, axe? What's the situation? Where is my Mjolnir? Also, why is my hair shorter? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At Thor, your focus is very strange, don't you think your focus is wrong? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. At Natasha Romanoff, you are an earthling, naturally you don't know the rules of our gods, and that Mjolnir is a symbol of my status. My father used Mjolnir once. So the hammer is extremely important to me? Also, why is my hair shorter? Barton, I can win the battle. At Natasha Romanoff, forget it, don't pay attention to this silly, don't you think there are few people missing in the future battles? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, I just counted it carefully. Although I don't know how many superhero there are on the specific Earth, but in the 3 sets of pictures, there is no Supreme Magician Ancient One, no Wanda's brother Pietro, and there is no Barton. There is no Sue either. Battle of Wakanda, Barton wears an alarm device on his feet, and teaches his daughter how to use bows and arrows at home. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Not only that, during that battle, there were many more people in our answering chat room. I don't know if you paid attention to it. In the first picture, there is a 15 or 6-year-old child besides that who went to outer space with Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Yes, but more importantly, if Tony and Strange went to the big man's home in outer space, then why did Steve go to aliens later? In his hometown, an axe chopped off that guy's head, but there are no Tony and Strange in the video. Thor, the sad fat man who lost his hammer. At Barton, at Natasha Romanoff, what do you mean by Han Han? Did you just say I'm a silly? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Barton, I can win the battle. At Thor, praise you for being cute. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. At Barton, I have vision, but the next time I praise people, I should pay attention to the words. How can I use the word cute? It is better to be brave, capable of fighting, and strong. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Han Han. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Forget it, don't pay attention to this silly, let's continue to analyze. Have you noticed the last question? Victory depends on the overall measurement. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Steve is right, and carefully look at the 3 options, except for the first and third, for Avengers, only the second is for the creatures on Earth. In terms of, I always feel that these 3 options are very deep. Since the system has started to edit maliciously, then I will slowly clear the muddy water. Only in this way is it beneficial to oneself. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. At Barton, judging from their tone, it seems that Han Han is not complimenting me. I always feel that something is wrong. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At Thor, Han Han, you think too much, we are just complimenting you. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. You didn't find out, has Tony Stark been silent now? This is not in line with Tony Stark's character. At Tony, what are you thinking about? Tony Stark Seaview Villa. What happened? Don't you want to show Stark Industries new weapons in advance? Why did you come back overnight? After receiving the news that Tony Stark had returned from the Ahan Desert. Even though it was evening at this moment, Peebo rushed over. She should have a good rest today, after all, tomorrow is her birthday. But after receiving a call from Tony Stark to herself, she drove over in the car. Something happened, so I came back early. Looking at Peebo in front of him, Tony Stark showed a reluctant smile on his face. By the way, don't go back tonight, just live here. What do you mean? Hearing Tony Stark's words, Peebo gave him a misunderstanding. You should know that I am not that kind of person, if you have. Don't get me wrong, this is for your safety. Listening to Peebo, who had obviously misunderstood what he meant, Tony Stark sat on the sofa and said with a smile, I remember, when you came here for the first time, it was introduced by Obadiah. Yes, he was in charge of the recruitment of your personal assistant at the time. No, the danger you just said was related to this matter. As the person who knows Tony best, Peebo immediately noticed that Tony Stark's tone was wrong. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Looking at Peebo, Tony Stark smiled. It's already evening, go back and rest. After tomorrow, everything will be resolved. Patting Peebo on the shoulder, Tony Stark whispered. For Peebo, Tony Stark is very trusted, even if Obadiah has a problem. But Tony didn't doubt Peebo either, even if Peebo was responsible for recruiting himself by Obadiah in the first place. Well, pay attention to rest yourself. Looking at Tony with a smile on his face, but never said anything about what happened. Peebo was silent for a while, then nodded. It just so happens that I haven't rested here for a long time. I'm going to sleep first. After speaking, Peebo left the living room directly. Seeing Peebo being so obedient today, Tony Stark was relieved. He is very worried that this matter will affect Peebo. Once a person goes mad, then he might do terrible things. Because of this, he will let Peebo stay. After Peebo entered the guest room and went to rest alone, Tony Stark then regained his gaze and placed it in the answering chat room. Looking at the answering chat room, Nick Fury eyed himself. Tony Stark responded directly. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Nick Fury, I have something on my side, which I just dealt with. By the way, have your people been photographed yet? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Tony Stark. Don't worry, my people will take action. Obadiah Stein can't escape. Let my people catch Obadiah. Tony, this is a very wise choice. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. That's good. That's right. At Su-Ching, Sue, can you please use the administrator's authority to show me the scene of me fighting the guy who turned into a human in the first clip? I believe you should take a screenshot. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem at Tony Stark. Having said that, Su-Ching sent the screenshot in the answering chat room. Looking at the screenshot above, I was wearing a gold-red armor, palm energy cannons attacked Ebony Maw, and behind him I used nanotechnology to develop very advanced weapons. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark thought about it. Warframe? Looking at the golden red armor, Tony Stark liked it the more he looked at it. If you have this armor, then you don't need to ask people to solve the weapons that Stark Industry has circulated privately over the years. Thinking of the coordinates and directions given to him by the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, Tony Stark's brows frowned. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Su-Ching. Thank you buddy, I think I have a new idea. Maybe I should start developing this armor. Okay, but the nanotechnology armor in the picture seems a bit difficult. So let's start with the simplest one. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. Nanotechnology is really not mature enough now, but I know someone. You should know Dr. Helen Zhao. She has always wanted to use nanotechnology, recently create something called the Cradle of Regeneration. If necessary, I can help you contact her. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at. Thank you buddy, but I know Dr. Helen Zhao, but it will take at least 3 or 4 years for her Cradle of Regeneration to be thoroughly studied. That's fine. Okay, let's talk about this answer first. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, still discussing? Obviously I have already won. I took the shot myself. How could I lose? At Tony Stark, yes. At Barton, I think I should give the suffix after your name. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Thor, don't be arrogant. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Thor, silly, don't make trouble. The suffix cannot be given to each other. This is the answer system tailored for everyone. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. At Thor, Han, the suffix after your name is pretty good. You should keep it for yourself. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I think you guys on Earth are squeezing out my god, but then again, how did my hammer turn into an axe? Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. I don't know, but it's silly. That axe is so domineering. It seems better than your hammer. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Han, I think Sue is right. This axe is indeed more domineering than a hammer, and the title cannot be changed randomly. Look at my suffix. What did I say? I jumped off the cliff? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Su-Ching. This is not a matter of domineering or not, nor is it not a powerful thing. To me, this is more like a symbol of identity and inheritance. The most important, yes, the hammer can. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. At Thor. Han, don't talk about the hammer for now. Maybe when you answer the question later, the future clip will tell you the answer. Let's look at this question first. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, still need to look at it? Tan Xiao proudly, I must have won. I didn't see me with a hammer. The axe cut the purple-skinned guy, and then chased him, cutting off his head. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. So, I replied, option 1, we won. Respondent Thor, are you sure of your answer? Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Wait a minute. At Thor. Han, don't answer the question first. Your answer is very likely to be wrong. You must know that the topic is very clear, and it is necessary to measure the overall victory, not a single individual victory. It's not that you win by cutting off the enemy's head. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. Han, don't worry about answering the questions. We are analyzing it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Han, are you people in God's domain so easily impulsive? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. At, what are you worried about? Isn't the picture fragment already obvious? I definitely won. Besides, the enemy's heads are cut off. How could they lose? You people on Earth, just like tossing around. After speaking, Thor answered directly to the answering system. Okay. Thor, the respondent, unfortunately, your answer is wrong, and the system will randomly choose a penalty. Respondent Thor, you have been deducted 200 years of life. The rest can choose whether to continue answering the question. God's domain, Asgard. Seeing that the answering system announced that he had answered incorrectly, Thor was taken aback, and even more angrily said it was impossible. But the next second, Thor staggered directly, and almost sat on the ground under his footsteps. Fortunately, Loki directly supported Thor by his side. What's wrong? Seeing my old brother's face suddenly turned pale, although he gradually recovered, his footsteps were a little vain. No, it's okay. Holding Loki's arm with one hand, he slowly sat on the steps. Just when his vitality was deprived, Thor could clearly feel it. Although people in the Asgard of the gods have a long lifespan, people with the godhead have a lifespan of about 5,000 years. But the moment when his vitality was deprived, the feeling of palpitation and weakness still made Thor a little flustered. You have become weird lately. Seeing Thor's roar gradually calmed down, Loki glanced at Thor with some confusion. What happened? After a long sigh of relief, when the state gradually recovered, Thor pretended that nothing happened, smiled at Loki and shook his head. Maybe it was just too hard when fighting the 3 warriors of Asgard in the martial arts arena. Never mind. Questions in the chat room cannot be told to anyone other than when chatting. Thor knew this when he got the answer chat room. It's just that I didn't care about it originally. Now think about it. Fortunately, because I was stunned by a group of Earthlings before, for the sake of face, I was so embarrassed to tell Loki. Otherwise, Thor couldn't be sure what would happen if he really told the matter. When I thought of the mechanical sound announcement, my answer was wrong, and the vertigo caused by the apparently rapid passing of vitality. Thor felt scared for a while. However, how could I make a mistake? Obviously, the enemy's head has been chopped off. This is so unscientific. Well, even if they are from the Asgard of gods, Thor feels that they should believe in science. After all, Asgard's technology is relatively advanced. Ding. Hint, the answering chat room member Thor deducts 200 years of life and will automatically be added to the host. Seeing the system suddenly prompted, Thor's deducted lifespan was added to himself. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in satisfaction. Although S.H.I.E.L.D prefers these people to answer the questions correctly, after all, only in this way can he obtain the perfect version of the strengthening skills. But, this is also a surprise. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Thor. Han, are you okay? 200 years of lifespan deducted? My god, how long is your lifespan for God's domain people? Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday at Thor. How are you feeling now? Well, if it is said that in this answering chat room, who cares about the members the most? I'm afraid there is only Nick Fury. After all, these people in the group are all their hopes for Avengers in the future. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at everyone. Don't worry, I am definitely okay. Isn't it just a deduction of 200 years of lifespan? What a big deal. After all, in Asgard, people with god heads like me generally have a lifespan of 5,000 years, and people with longer lifespans, so the lifespan of 200 years is nothing to us. No matter what you think in your heart, you can't admit it, can you? Anyway, I am also a god. As a god, face is very important. Seeing Thor's face-saving speech, everyone in the group was slightly relieved. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff is the lifespan of 5,000 years? Envy, but thank you Han, who ruled out a wrong answer for us. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times Godhead? What it is? It sounds expensive, but having a Godhead can have an extremely long lifespan? Oh my god. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. Tony, are you trying to say that this is unscientific? Then I am as curious as I am. Want to study? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. That's strange, we are different. I am curious and want to study, but man, the research direction of the two of us is absolutely different. Barton, I can win the battle at Strange. Doctor, please put down your eager scalpel. Thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. So, is this Han already targeted by Strange? Alas, poor naive. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. How can medical matters be described as pitiful? You are slander. I never said, I want to dissect Thor. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Strange. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Everyone. Well, let's take a look at this question first. Now Han has helped us rule out a wrong answer, so there will be peace and failure. Han is actually right. After cutting off the enemy's head, he has already won, but you look at the remaining 2 options. For the creatures of the earth, it is unbeatable and unbeaten, and for the Avengers, it is defeated and unacceptable. What do you guys think? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. As far as the battle is concerned, if there is no victory, then it is a failure. There has never been a tie. Even if the 2 sides are evenly matched, there are always many sacrifices. Wars are always accompanied by sacrifices. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I agree with Steve. According to my personal experience, when I was hunted down in those years, either I was in danger and cost a great price, just escaped, or the group of people in the Red House were killed and tied by me, which is impossible. Every battle must be at the cost of blood and life. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. This is the truth, but I am thinking, what does this sentence mean for the creatures on Earth? Could it be that the purple sweet potato essence has threatened the life on Earth? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at S.H.I.E.L.D, so, no matter what this sentence means to the creatures of the earth, but from my experience of fighting for more than 1,500 years, it is very possible. In the picture we lost? Since I made the wrong choice just now, then it proves that we lost very thoroughly, even if the enemy's head was chopped off. But the price paid may be extremely expensive. So expensive that Avengers is unwilling to accept the price of this so-called victory. If you don't win, you lose. So, I answer the question again, choose the 3rd item, and we lose. Having said all this, Asgard, Thor's expression was solemn at this moment, so that it made Loki next to him even more confused. No, my own old man is crazy. Why didn't he say anything, and looked at him for a while? What about acting? Especially with this expression now, it seems that Asgard was invaded by the ice giant and was defeated. In other words, this reckless, arrogant and belligerent brother, wouldn't his brain be burned out? Forget it, I'd better tease him less in the future. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Han, you started again. Barton, I can win the battle Han, even if you have a lifespan of 5,000 years, you can't be so wasted, and you answer the wrong questions, and the deductions include but are not limited to lifespan. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Thor. Han, don't be impulsive. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. I feel that this time, the silly words are right. Either victory or defeat. As for a tie, perhaps the creatures on the earth will gradually accept it, but Avengers has paid a very expensive price and should not accept it. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Su-Ching. I agree with Sue's words, victory, but what's the price? If the price is extremely expensive, then maybe we can't accept it? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Haha, I knew someone would agree with me. At Steve Rogers, it seems that the three of us are in the same group. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Only the wrong name, no wrong nickname. Naive? Thor, the questioner, are you sure about your choice? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Okay. Congratulations to Thor, who answered the question correctly. He will be rewarded for this answer, and the ability to regenerate his limbs. Asgard? Marvelous. Listening to the announcement of the answering system, I answered correctly. Thor suddenly jumped from the ground, waving his fists with excitement on his face, as if he was excited after winning the battle for Asgard. Loki? No, Thor is crazy, right? Just now he was still weak, a look of Asgard being invaded by the ice giant, the solemn expression of defeat and loss. But within a few seconds, he was excited like a 200-gin child who had eaten candy. I subconsciously moved my body to keep myself away from Thor. I don't know what the hell is going on with my old brother today. Answer the questions in the chat room. After the system announced that Thor had answered correctly, the next moment, everyone muttered again, and the clip continued to play. The picture played this time did not go through the malicious editing of the system, but from a different perspective, the scene began to play. First of all, on a huge amount of battleship, Thor was tied with chains controlled by Ebony Maw, while Loki was directly chopped off his neck by Thanos. Seeing this scene, Asgard, Thor, who was still excited, was instantly sluggish at the moment. Then, in the picture, Thanos descended on the earth, and the superhero of Avengers began to resist. In the picture, Thanos snapped his fingers directly after Thor struck his shoulder with an axe. With Thor roaring in disbelief, Thanos then used the space gem to directly teleport himself away. Seeing the storm axe fall to the ground, Thor looked extremely unwilling. Soon, countless people on the ground began to turn into ashes, and many superheroes looked at the disappeared people with complicated faces. As soon as the screen turned, Thor and others, under the leadership of Captain Marvel, went directly to Titan and chopped off Thanos' head. Especially Thor said with a desperate expression, crying and trembling, this time he ran his head. The picture turns, inside the Avengers base. The Widow sister put her legs on the table, eating a sandwich, and told Captain America, if you want to persuade me to give up, I will throw the sandwich in your face. While talking, tears were kept. The camera turns. Tony Stark gently bent up his sleeves and wiped the remaining ice cream on the corner of her mouth for the cute little girl lying on the bed. Listening to the girl saying sweetly, loving you 3,000 times, Tony Stark said with a gratified expression, wow, so much? Then he returned to the living room, and said to Pibo as if to show off that his daughter said that I love her 3,000 times. It is estimated that you only have about 800 times. Like a okay person, but when washing the dishes with a water jet, water accidentally splashed on the photo of myself and Peter Parker. Tony Stark's eyes still flashed with guilt, unwilling. The picture turns around. Rainy night, on the street. After beheading some gangsters with a long sword, Barton shed tears, looked at Natasha Romanoff holding an umbrella imploringly, and said in a choked voice, don't give yourself hope. Then, Dr. Banner, who had become one with Hulk, sat quietly by the lake, not knowing what he was thinking. As these clips played one by one, all the superheroes who were in the mute were all silent at this moment. This sudden large number of playback clips made everyone a little heart palpitating. It's as if the processor can't receive too much information for a while, and then it crashes. Suddenly, as the answering chat room fragment was played, all members resumed chatting. At this moment, there is silence in the answering chat room. God's domain, Asgard. On the steps of the martial arts field. At this moment, Asgard's three publics, Loki, is carefully looking at his old man in front of him. With the tip of his left foot on the ground, it seems that whenever there is any wind and grass, Loki will jump out at any time. Something is wrong? Today my brother Thor is very wrong. First, he sat weakly on the steps, with a serious face as if his father had died. I frowned when I saw it. Although I didn't know what happened, I just wanted to comfort him. But in the next second, he suddenly jumped up again, clenching his fists, looking very excited. This sudden change made Loki straight up, thinking that his reckless and violent old brother had learned cleverness and wanted to tease himself. But in the end, Thor was excited for a few minutes, but the whole person sat on the ground again in despair. Seeing this scene, Loki's mouth just turned up, trying to tell Thor that he saw through his trick. But gradually, Loki realized something was wrong. No, my brother, although he is usually reckless, belligerent, impulsive, and arrogant, but for the martial artist Asgard, this is a proper fighter, except as a child. For more than 1,500 years, I have never seen him cry. Even when he was 8 years old, he turned into a snake to scare him, and then stabbed him. He did not shed a tear. Why now, his eye circles are actually red. Even the tears fell? Seeing this scene, Loki, who is known as the god of trickery, suddenly realized that he was a little bit awkward. Don't think he likes to tease Thor or even enjoy it. But after he really saw Thor crying, the guy standing upright in his heart, for a moment, Loki didn't know what to do. Loki. With red eyes, Thor looked at Loki and couldn't help but hug him. Loki, who was taken aback by Thor's sudden movements, suddenly looked stunned, letting him put his arms around him. That, are you, Thor? Seeing Thor's abnormal behavior today, Loki asked subconsciously. But as soon as the voice was spoken, Loki knew that he was asking nonsense. Who else can pretend to be Thor in front of him? My brother, Loki. Raising his head, he put Loki's head around and put it on his forehead. Can you tell me what happened? Some are not used to Thor being so close to himself. Loki can't help but want to break free of Thor's devil's claws. I assure you, Loki. With red eyes, Thor looked at Loki with a serious expression on his face and said, I will never let that happen, my brother. I assure you in the name of Asgard, Thor. I will never let anyone hurt you. Okay, I get it. Although he didn't understand what Thor was talking about at the moment, he looked at Thor's red eyes and serious expression. Loki nodded subconsciously. Roar. With a long sigh of relief, Thor raised his hand and wiped away the tears on his face. Coincidentally, at this time, the three warriors Sif and Asgard came over. Seeing Thor who raised his hand and tried to wipe the tears on his face, Sif frowned and asked, Thor, what happened? After that, Sif looked at Loki subconsciously. Did you tease Thor again? Did you tease him and cry? Water. Listening to Sif's subconscious questioning, Loki suddenly looked confused. As soon as I wanted to say something, I heard Thor pretending to be okay laughing from the side. Haha, Sif, you are still smart. Just now Loki actually got the chilly water in my eyes. This bastard, it's uncomfortable not to tease me for a day. Rubbing his eyes awkwardly, Thor said to the three warriors Sif and Asgard. I know, Loki, don't always bully Thor. He is a fighter, but not as careful as you. Looking at Thor's red eyes, Sif said reproachfully. After being scolded by Sif for unknown reasons, Loki's expression became even more dazed at the moment. Tan Xing just wanted to say something. But looking at Thor's red eyes, and recalling just now, Thor said with tears that he would never let anyone hurt him. Subconsciously, Loki shrugged his shoulders. That's too stupid for him. It's 1,500 years old, and he will still use such a simple trick. Just after speaking, Loki felt something was wrong. Why would I pour this pot of dirty water on my body? Obviously, this matter is also a bit embarrassing. It was Thor who cried and laughed like a lunatic. What does it have to do with me, the god of tricks? But looking at Thor's eyes, inexplicably, Loki's heart seemed to be touched by something. After that, he pretended that nothing happened. Forget it, I've teased him countless times, just treat him as a scapegoat. After all, Thor of Asgard, crying like a child, what is this, S.H.I.E.L.D. In my mind, the fragment of just a pair echoed. Nick Fury was sitting on the chair, and there was a daze flashing in the only remaining eye. Are we losing? The thought of that purple guy snapped his fingers, and half of the people on the battlefield turned to ashes. When thinking of the question just now, Su-Ching emphasized more than once, as far as the Earth creatures are concerned. Could it be that with that snapping finger disappearing, is there still half of the Earth's life? Trying to recall the clip just played, the look of Thor holding the axe in despair. Thinking back to Natasha Romanoff, who was in tears while eating a sandwich, and Hawkeye Barton, who he always thought was as strong as a mountain, but was crying on the street begging him not to give him any hope. In an instant, all kinds of speculations kept flashing in Nick Fury's mind. I subconsciously picked up the phone and wanted to call Alexander Pierce, my former best friend. But before pressing the button, Nick Fury stopped. Yes, he is no longer his old friend. His current identity is hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D, the leader of Hydra. Is the enemy he will face? Raised his hand and rubbed his cheek vigorously. Nick Fury forced himself to calm down. In my mind, I constantly analyze any details of the clips I see, and don't want to miss the slightest. The more I think about it, the more bored I feel. That answer proved that Avengers had lost? What if he chopped off the head of that damn purple sweet potato essence? After all, the Earth still lost. Even half of the creatures on the Earth are turned into ashes. Get started first? An idea suddenly appeared in Nick Fury's hands, and the extreme depression in his heart forced him to take out the ancient roar machine. But reason tells him that he can't do this. At least for now, I can't call that woman back. Otherwise, who knows what more terrifying things will happen. The Earth hasn't really prepared yet, and superhero hasn't really appeared yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Nick Fury missed his divorced wife very much. In the past, whenever I encountered this or that kind of trouble, I could at least have a drink with her. Nick Fury is married, has a wife, from Falcon about Winter Soldier. But now, thinking of this, Nick Fury picked up the glass and poured himself a glass of red wine. If the ending is doomed to fail, then is there any point in all your efforts? After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury picked up the glass and drank the red wine. Whether it makes sense, you will only know if you really work hard. At least, even if the future is doomed to fail, there is still another half of the people alive on Earth, isn't it? Even if this is the worst result? Thinking of this, Nick Fury solemnly put down the wine glass in his hand. Pace to the window, follow the tall French window to watch the night scene outside. Yes, if you know the result, but don't resist, this is the behavior of a real coward. I never believed in what was destined to happen. Even if everything is doomed, then I will definitely restart the damn turntable of fate. Because of myself, it's Nick Fury. Gently help Wanda tuck the quilt. Natasha Romanoff quietly turned off the light and exited the door. Fortunately, the two children are now asleep and don't know what happened in the answering chat room. However, I thought of the picture of myself eating a sandwich with tears. Natasha Romanoff's brows frowned. Inexplicably, in his mind, there was a picture of Barton choked up and begged himself not to give him hope. Could it be that Laura and her children also had an accident? Otherwise, it is difficult for Natasha Romanoff to imagine the desperate scene that can make Barton cry. The same problem is also bothering Clint Barton. Looking at his wife who has fallen asleep, and the eldest daughter who has just turned 4 years old. At this moment, there was a tremor in Barton's heart. What does it mean to eat melon and eat it on your own body? That's it. If possible, Barton would rather give up his life than let his wife and children suffer a little bit of harm. This is the responsibility of a man as a husband and as a father. As a husband and father, Barton absolutely does not allow anyone to harm his wife and children. Not even the so-called gods? Gently rubbed the eldest daughter's head. Barton frowned gradually. Isn't the title in the answering chat room displayed according to the characteristics of each person? So what will happen if the future battle is lost? Didn't you participate? Otherwise, how could you lose? It must be like this. Thinking of this, Barton looked at the bow and arrow aside. No matter what, even if it was for my wife and children, that damn battle, I must take part in it. I hope I can win the battle. This title is right. At this moment, in the answering chat room, everyone's heart is very low. Except, Tony Stark. Tony, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at S.H.I.E.L.D. So, can you please send me the screenshot? That's the picture of the little girl? At this moment, despite seeing a scene of failure, Tony Stark's heart is extremely complicated. But looking at that little girl, listening to her in a ñoño tone, saying that she loves herself 3,000 times. Inexplicably, Tony Stark seemed to feel that the softest part of his heart was touched. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem, buddy. Looking at the answering chat room, Tony Stark's request, S.H.I.E.L.D directly sent the screenshots in the previous clip to the answering chat room. Inside the villa, holding his shoulders, Tony Stark stood there, looking at the picture of his future daughter in the answering chat room. At this moment, my heart is full of excitement. Is this her future daughter? Really beautiful? It's like a little puppet doll? Exquisite and beautiful, so people can't help but want to be loved. Looking at it, unconsciously, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. I never thought that one day I will get married and have such a lovely daughter. Once upon a time, no matter what the reason, I was full of fear of marriage. Especially after experiencing so many women, Tony Stark feels that there is no need to get married in his life. However, when I think of my daughter's sweetness, saying I love you 3,000 times, a feeling called happiness gradually spread in the bottom of my heart. How many years have you remembered? It seems that I have never really had happiness before. Even if you know it, this is an image from the future. Can Tony just wanted to reach out his hand and hug this lovely daughter in his future? I stretched my hand in the air, but it froze again. Picture after picture appeared in my mind, those people who had been displaced because of the weapons they made, and their families were destroyed. Recalling the words of the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group after he gave his coordinates, is the current self worthy of this daughter like Angel? Taking a deep breath, Tony Stark hugged his arm lightly, but his eyes were always reluctant, and he moved away from the photo for even half a second, until Peepo, who came out with a glass of milk, came to him. What are you thinking about? Passing the milk in his hand to Tony, Peepo smiled and said, although I don't know what happened, Tony, you should rest early now. No matter what, the body is the most important thing. Listening to Peepo's gentle and caring words, Tony Stark froze, as if thinking of something. He couldn't help but smiled and asked, Peepo, what's the better name for our future daughter? What? Listening to Tony Stark's words, Peepo was taken aback for a moment, and then he took a half step back, and reached out his hand to put his hand on Tony Stark's forehead. I'm not talking nonsense, I just had a dream. I dreamed that we were together, then we got married, and finally had a daughter like Angel. Avoiding Peepo's hand, Tony Stark said with a smile while holding milk, then your dream must be particularly absurd. Hearing Tony's words, Peepo couldn't help but shook his head. Tony, I'm just your personal assistant. It's not your girlfriend, and it's even more unlikely that we will get married in the future. If you want to date other girls, then I'll do it now. You can leave, I don't want others to say that I am your identity. Don't talk about this yet. Interrupted Peepo. Tony Stark sat on the sofa and patted his side at the same time, motioning Peepo to sit down. Seeing Tony behaving somewhat abnormally, Peepo hesitation, and still sits beside him. Peepo, do you think I am a good person? Looked at Peepo who was a little wary and a little unsure. Tony Stark drank the milk, then put the quilt on the coffee table, and asked Peepo with a smile, this is the future mother of my daughter. Although I didn't expect it, the result seems to be pretty good. Hear Tony Stark's inquiry. Peepo thought for a while, then nodded slightly, want to hear what the outside world says about you? I can say a lot. No, what matters is your evaluation, from an objective standpoint. Looking at Peepo very seriously, Tony Stark said softly, after all, in this world, you know me best. Some hesitation glances. Peepo always thinks Tony is very abnormal today. Arrogant, bastard who can't listen to other people's persuasion, a playboy who does his own way. But you are a genius. A genius with a heart full of warmth and kindness, maybe because of the past family experience, or perhaps because of your genius-like wisdom. So although you are always like a quill, you disguise yourself with the kind of disgusting methods of others. But in fact, your heart is very soft, and sometimes, innocent is like a child. Looking at Tony Stark, whose expression was full of seriousness, Peepo replied very seriously, "Wow, listen to Peepo's evaluation of himself?" Tony Stark smiled lightly. Among the smiles, there was a rare hint of tenderness. "Don't look at me with that look, Tony." Looking at Tony Stark, who is looking at him with some warmth. Inexplicably, Peepo felt a little confused in his heart. Seriously, is Tony Stark attractive? Definitely, there is no doubt about that. For women, Tony Stark is definitely a very charming one. Billionaires, cross-age geniuses, great inventors, any title will attract many girls. Not to mention that he is very good at pleasing girls and looks very handsome. These alone are sufficient. Besides, as the person who knows Tony best, Peepo naturally knows him better. The more people who understand how warm his heart is, the easier it is to like him. But Peepo never dared to think so much. After all, he is one of his personal assistants. Moreover, I don't want others to say that I am with him because of his money and status. Tony Stark suddenly laughed at Peepo, whose eyes were a little avoiding him. Slowly leaned on the sofa. The eyes seem to be looking at the ceiling, but in fact they are looking at their future, the picture of Angel's daughter. While looking at the picture of his daughter, Tony Stark smiled and said, "Peepo, listening to you, I don't seem to be a bastard, am I? Although I have all kinds of problems, since you think of me that way, then it's enough. I am going to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries." It seems like a decision has been made. The picture of the tragic, slaughtered village that he had imagined echoed in his mind. Stark staring at the photo of his future daughter. Tony Stark's tone is very light, but it seems to be beyond doubt. "No matter what the outside world says, I don't care at all. However, you can't let your well-behaved and beloved daughter suffer the same criticism as yourself. After all, the sentence 'I love you 3,000 times' is like the warm sun in the cold winter, refreshing." Hearing Tony Stark's words, there was originally some Peepo who was thinking about it because of his affectionate eyes, and his eyes widened at this moment. Sitting up straight and looking at Tony next to him, Peepo frowned and asked, "What else are you talking about? Are you crazy? Do you know how much impact the closure of the weapon manufacturing department of Stark Industries will have?" And, "I know." Listening to Peepo's words, Tony nodded softly. "I can't let my future daughter." "This is not a reason, Tony. Everyone knows that you are a person who is afraid of marriage. Don't use a dream to fool me, and no one will agree with your nonsense for this reason." Looking at Tony Stark, Peepo's expression is extremely serious at this moment. Yes, once Tony Stark really announced the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department, then Peepo could see how much the outside world would abuse Tony. She didn't want to see all this? "Well, I can't lie to you, in fact, it's because of Obadiah." Turning his head, he looked at Peepo, who was staring at him seriously. Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders, and then decided to be attacked. The host behind the scenes was Obadiah. "I told Peepo, it's another sad day." On the sofa, stretching a big lazy waist, S.H.I.E.L.D leaned back on the sofa lazily. Obviously, today's answer to the question in the chat room, as well as the video of Avengers Alliance 3 and Avengers Alliance 4. I am afraid that everyone in the answering chat room will feel sad. But these will happen sooner or later. However, the footage played in the answering chat room, whether it is Avengers Alliance 3 or Avengers Alliance 4, does not appear to be an illusion. There is not even a fragment of Wanda. Could it be that the fantasy world will not appear in the future? If this is the case, then who will Wanda's S.H.I.E.L.D play with? Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. "Forget it. Why do you think so much? After all, Tony and Stark are not Iron Man yet, and Captain America is still in the ice. Who knows the future? Let's live up to your own business first." However, as the future superhero scenes will be played out one after another, perhaps the future will really change drastically. So, should we also let the answering system blur a piece of the future for ourselves? Just like what you saw for the Supreme Magician Ancient One? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too abrupt in this answering chat room? Now the Avengers Alliance superhero has not thought so much. After all, they only played Captain America, Tony, and Thor, the future clips of the Avengers Alliance 3 giants. Sooner or later, one day, the answering chat room will involve all superhero future clips to ask questions. So, if you don't have yourself, this matter is not easy to handle. Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately looked at the answering chat room. "I can't call the shots in this matter. After all, Stark Industries is yours." Inside the restaurant, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Tony Stark while cutting the steak and smiled. "But I'm curious, why did you suddenly want to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department? Isn't that the most profitable place for your Stark industry?" In the morning, Tony Stark sent someone to pick him up. It also famously said that he wants to invite himself to dinner, saying that he helped him more than once in the answering chat room. In fact, this product just made up its mind last night to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. But I woke up the next morning, perhaps because Peebo's statement let him know what kind of turbulence would be caused to Stark Industry by directly announcing the closure of this weapon manufacturing department. Not to mention the rapid decline in stocks, he will be ridiculed and abused by the outside world. So, I want to go to myself to find some support, psychological comfort? Actually, I didn't have this idea at the beginning. After all, I am going to follow my father's pace, right? Hearing Su-Ching's question, Tony Stark picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass of red wine for Su-Ching. For a long time, I didn't think there were too many problems. Until the answering chat room appeared, I was caught by Wanda and Pietro, defined as a murderer. After spreading his hands, Tony Stark looked at Su-Ching and said seriously, "Man, I was ridiculed by people outside that I was a bastard, a dude, or whatever. After all, this was brought about by my own behavior. But the crime of murder is too heavy, I can't afford it." Later, I went to the Ahan Desert to display weapons in name. In fact, I used myself as a bait to investigate a single aspect of the weapons circulated privately by Stark Industries. Then listened to the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, talking about what he said he saw over the years, and the bald head who wanted to attack me and came out for interrogation. Until then, my original firm confidence was a little shaken. On the way back from the Ahan Desert, as soon as I close my eyes, I seem to be able to see villages and rivers of blood flowing in front of my eyes, and countless civilians have been killed by weapons with the word Stark Industry. It seems that everything is printed in my mind. I was tired at that time, but I didn't dare to sleep. Having said that, Tony Stark shook his head. He picked up the wine glass and touched Su-Ching lightly. After taking a sip of wine, Tony Stark let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps these sins can be attributed to Obadiah. After all, he sold the weapons through private channels. But, push it all to him? Am I not responsible at all? Not at all. Spreading his hands, Tony laughed. He was appointed by me and the person I trust the most. I gave him the management of Stark Industry, and the weapon was also developed by me. If I'm talking about this, I'll be right. Then last night, I saw the girl like Angel in the answering chat room. My heart was a little shaken, and it gradually became firm. Man, you should have heard that sentence in her sweet voice, saying that she loved me 3,000 times. Speaking of his future daughter, Tony Stark's eyes light up a little at this moment. Looking at Tony Stark like this, Su-Ching nodded slightly. I am a fear of marriage, and I don't even think I can get married in my life. But, there is a smile on his face. It seems that the picture of the future daughter is right in front of his eyes. That is my Tony Stark daughter. Looking at that little person, I feel like my heart is about to melt. God, this may be the best gift the world has given me, so I am willing to do anything for this little angel. Although, I still don't know much about the specific responsibilities of being a father, but I think, for my little angel, I can give up everything. I want to create a comfortable world full of laughter for her, instead of letting others say that her father is an indirect murderer. You know what I mean. What's more, even if the weapons manufacturing department is closed, what can I do? Who am I? I'm the magnificent Tony Stark, the greatest genius of the century. Some little tsundere looked at Su-Ching, and Tony Stark's mouth smiled. Man, I need your support. But the members in the answering chat room heard this news from me, and many people expressed opposition. Even Nick Fury. But no matter what, I think we should be friends. So, after all, in the answering chat room, we had a good conversation, didn't we? His eyes were clear, and he looked at Su-Ching firmly. Tony Stark said seriously, Tony Stark, inside the cliff villa by the sea? I definitely can't prepare nothing. The villa's underground studio. This is what I have been preparing for, inspired by the nano armor in our answering chat room group. Pointing to some intelligent robots that are helping themselves to assemble and build armor parts, Tony Stark looked at Su-Ching and smiled. Although nanotechnology is not mature enough now, it is based on the threats the current world has to deal with. Come on little by little. I call this series the Mark series. The first one is temporarily made of aerospace materials. After I finish manufacturing the armor, it's time for me to hold a press conference. Speaking of this, as if offering treasures, Tony Stark pulled Su-Ching and showed him the arc reactor he made. This is the best way to solve the battle armor's dynamics. You must know that the group of scientific researchers from Stark Industry has not developed this arc reactor after using it for many years. But I only spent 2 days. Looking at Su-Ching proudly, Tony Stark said proudly, after the battle armor is made, apart from holding a press conference and announcing the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department, what are you going to do? Looking at the little tsundere on the face, the little proud Tony Stark, Su-Ching asked with a smile. First of all, we must first destroy all the weapons that Stark Industries has circulated privately over the years. After pondering for a moment, Tony Stark looked at Su-Ching and said seriously, originally, I wanted to catch Rhodes's forces, or Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D's forces to solve this matter. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D can be considered as my father's creation. Even if I can't inherit it, I can't use their power yet. But after thinking about it, let's forget it. It's better for me to do it myself. After all, I'm afraid that when I close my eyes, the miserable conditions of those villages will appear in front of me. I can't change what has happened in the past, but at least I can make up for some. Having said that, Tony Stark raised his hand and lightly hammered Su-Ching's shoulder. By the way, the administrator, don't forget to give me a live broadcast in the answering chat room when the time comes. I want them to take a look. Tony Stark, who is serious, is not the bastard in their impression. This can be regarded as a kind of testimony of my new metamorphosis, whether it is for myself or for my future daughter. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Su-Ching shrugged and said, definitely, it's okay, I still have this permission. I knew it. Blinking at Su-Ching, Tony Stark pulled Su-Ching, and wanted to tell Su-Ching about the details of the Mark series armor he was making. It's like a child got a new toy and can't wait to share it with his friends. But just halfway through the explanation, Pibo walked in with 2 cups of coffee. It's been almost 2 hours since I got into the laboratory, and I should take a good rest. Passed the coffee to Su-Ching and Tony, Pibo said with a smile. Taking the coffee, Tony Stark blinked his right eye quietly at Su-Ching. Su-Ching nodded in seconds, and then pretending to be puzzled, asked, 3,000 times. Yes. I nodded proudly, meaning that my future daughter's mother, my vision is not bad. Tony Stark gave a thumbs up and said it looks really good. Immediately, Tony Stark laughed happily. What? What 3,000 times? What are you talking about? Looking at Tony Stark, who is full of pride in his smile, and Su-Ching, who is handsome next to him. It sounded like the two people were playing dumb riddles, speaking words they didn't understand. Pibo asked curiously, not freely? Nothing, just talk about some secrets. Taking a sip of coffee, Tony Stark smiled at Pipo. You will know from now on. I think you will be very happy after you know it. Cut, it's mysterious. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Pipo gave Tony an angry look. Turning his head to look at Su-Ching, Pipo's smile regained his face. Thank you for coming, Su. Tony has been a little dull during this period of time, as if there was a depression in his heart. I haven't seen Tony smile so happy for several days. I hope you can come often. Definitely, thanks for the invitation. Listening to Pipo's words, Su-Ching replied politely. All right, we still have business affairs to discuss. Handing the coffee cup to Pipo, Tony Stark gently pushed Pipo's shoulders. While pushing her out of the laboratory, Tony Stark said, we should leave this place like the laboratory to us stinky men. You are responsible for watching TV beautifully and eating fruits. Don't worry about us. After gently pushing Pipo out to the laboratory, Tony Stark quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look at Su-Ching, Tony curled his lips and said, seriously, these days, sometimes I subconsciously treat her as the mother of my future daughter. I almost forgot, I haven't confessed to being together with her, haven't become boyfriend and girlfriend, let alone husband and wife. Hey, after all these things are over, I'll find a good time and make a good confession. I haven't noticed before, but when I think that if she is not with me, but with others, I feel stuck. You said, why didn't I think about this before? Otherwise, my little angel, it is estimated that he would already be called Dad. I was dragged by Tony Stark until the evening, where I had dinner. Su-Ching drove the car back to his apartment. As soon as he got home, the system sound rang in Su-Ching's ears. I glanced at the future segment of the system that the Supreme Magician Ancient One saw about himself. After discovering that there was no specific error and piercing, Su-Ching agreed to the release of the system. Answer the questions in the chat room. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. Shut down the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. Anyway, I don't agree with it, but after all, the Stark industry belongs to you. Tony, if you think you can bear it. Your decision brings overwhelming ridicule, then you can hold a press conference to announce it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark. Tony, you are going to close the Stark Industrial Weapon Manufacturing Department. It's no problem, but have you ever thought about it? Once you announce it, it will inevitably cause Stark Industry. The stock fell sharply. At that time, the wealth you evaporate will not be as simple as a few $100 million. Could it be that you have any new research directions? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. If you close it, close it. After all, Stark Industry belongs to Tony. We should understand and support what decision he wants to make. I believe that he is like Howard, even if it seems to be ridiculous, he actually has a very reliable plan in his heart. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, it seems that you all care about me. Tisk tisk, it's really touching. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything, wait until after the new armor is researched out. Before Tony Stark finished speaking, in the answering chat room, the system turned on the sign of silence for all members. At the beginning of the answer, please watch the clip carefully, and then answer the corresponding questions. With the sound of the system's mechanical sound, soon, in the answering chat room, a clip about the future began to be played. In the picture, first, a woman in a black robe, who couldn't see her appearance, descended on a planet that everyone was unfamiliar with. After that, he raised his hand slightly, and the originally calm planet in the next second suddenly collapsed. Numerous magma began to boil, and huge amounts of chasm appeared on the flat ground. The sea is raging, and the wind is roaring. It's not an exaggeration to say that the sky is falling apart. As the woman waved her hand gently, the next deafening rumbling sound resounded across the planet. From near to far, countless creatures on planets with different appearances fled everywhere, but within a few seconds, the disaster-like scene that day directly destroyed all the creatures on this planet. As the black-robed woman turned around, she slowly rose into the air, and then seemed to fly into the universe. Looking across the universe, the planet she had just descended on instantly turned into dust. When he raised his hand at will, a planet was destroyed suddenly. This black-robed woman seemed to have been accustomed to it for a long time. With a light hook, the souls of countless creatures, as if incarnation of nourishment, dissipated directly under her guidance. It was at this time that everyone saw the appearance of this black-robed woman. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a skeleton under the black robe. It's just that with the destruction of the planet, the original white Sensen skull seemed to have an extra layer of brilliance. It seemed that they were not satisfied. With a strong wave of the two white Sensen skeleton arms, the force of death suddenly spread in the universe, and dozens of planets around the ruined planet exploded at the same time. With just one blow, under the power of death, hundreds of millions of creatures disappeared. And the original white Sensen skeleton has also become a woman with an extremely charming appearance. Seeing this scene, many members of the answering chat room staring at the clip, all seemed to hold roar-sucking. They simply can't imagine the enormous ability of a person who can destroy dozens of planets with just a wave of their hands. Inside the magic holy place. Seeing this scene, Supreme Magician Ancient One couldn't help frowning. She knows that in this universe, or within the scope of multi-universe, there are 5 true gods. If she guessed correctly, this black-robed woman should be the death of one of the 5 gods. So, if the first 3 questions in the answer chat room correspond to Tony Stark, Steve Rogers and Thor Odinson, then the goddess of death that suddenly appeared, should be S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the future that I see through Time Gem can be related to this true god and death. It is S.H.I.E.L.D. After the first segment was played, the screen immediately turned, and the second segment continued to play. Only this time, the death of the true god in the black robe has arrived on the earth. The clip continues to play. As the goddess of death descended on the earth, the Avengers gathered in an instant to fight the death of one of the 5 ancient gods. Needless to say, even if all Avengers participated in the battle, they were still defeated in the end. In the picture, the Death Goddess stood with her hand, and on the opposite side, the shield of Captain America shattered and the armor of Iron Man was destroyed. Thor fell to the ground, and Hulk clenched his fists and yelled to get up, but couldn't get up anyway. Doctor Strange, Widow Sister, Hawkeye, there is only one mouthful roar left at the moment. It can be said that the Avengers' battle was extremely tragic. Almost all of them were seriously injured. And the magician group that came to support, Wakanda members, suffered a heavy loss. Looking at the Avengers member who fell to the ground in front of him, almost dying, this black-robed death god finally lifted his vermilion lips. His voice was crisp, with a hint of charm. Unexpectedly, facing me, in this universe, there are people who dare to resist. The old celestial group, the ancient celestial clan, the sealed dark elves, the so-called Mofest, all knelt on the ground when facing me, praying for the death of their lives. I can't remember how many years, no one dared to resist me until I met you. As he said, Death stretched out his hand slightly, and the power of death instantly enveloped his palm. For a while, the sky was dim, and the roar of the wind seemed to be mixed with the wailing of countless undeads. It's a pity that you are so weak that I can't even take the slightest seriousness. However, as a reward for daring to resist me, I will personally send you to hell. When the voice fell, the power of death instantly condensed, and then it was like a drizzle, and like a mist, and immediately attacked the Avengers, who had no resistance to it. Seeing this scene, all Avengers members are waiting for the end of their lives at this moment. Even Steve Rogers, who is unwilling to give up even at the end of the battle, can't bring up any power at this moment. Just as everyone was quietly waiting for the end of their lives to come, a golden light burst into the originally dim sky. A golden longsword is like breaking the sky, directly cutting off the terrifying power of death, and then blocking the middle of death and Avengers. In an instant, the world changed color, and the wind was surging. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D., who was vaguely clothed in white, descended from the sky, like a god, facing death. One black and one white, like the only protagonist in this world. I knew it. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D., who was suddenly coming, fell to the ground. Thor with blood hanging on the corner of his mouth, roar exclaimed in excitement. But Steve Rogers, who was kneeling on the ground, trying to stand up, just as if completely relieved, he just slumped on the ground. Leave it to you, Sue. He gasped, but his expression was obviously relieved. As if S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared, everything can be solved in general. Huh? Interesting, you are very different from them. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D. who suddenly arrived, there was a hint of interest in the original dull voice of death. And S.H.I.E.L.D. gently raised his hand, and the golden longsword jumped directly into the palm of his hand. The earth is my place. You can't destroy the earth just by your death. Standing with a sword in one hand, his eyes never flinched, as if the energy between the whole world and the earth was condensed on S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment. Either you leave by yourself, or I will send you away. You choose yourself. The long sword is out of its sheath, and the sword's edge is pointed at death. In the awe-inspiring tone, there is extreme danger. When the screen is here, it will be closed directly. Afterwards, the thick mechanical sound of the system once again sounded in the answering chat room. Question, as in the above fragment, death is about to destroy the universe. Wherever he goes, no one can resist. Excuse me, from all aspects, whether the administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. succeeded in preventing one of the 5 ancient gods from destroying the earth by death. Option 1, Administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully prevented and repelled death. Option 2, Administrator S.H.I.E.L.D. failed, hundreds of millions of creatures were ruined, and the earth disappeared. Option 3, Administrator S.H.I.E.L.D has reached an agreement with Death, and Death is no longer in this universe. Members have 30 minutes of discussion time. If no one answers the question, the system will designate one person to answer immediately after the time is up. Deductions for wrong answers include but are not limited to life, wealth, ability, lifespan, etc. As the mechanical sound of the system disappeared, the original silent state of the answering chat room was restored again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at S.H.I.E.L.D. My goodness, man, do you still say that you are an ordinary person? Is this the ability that ordinary people should have? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. You are really hiding deep enough. The last time I met, I thought you were an ordinary person. Oh my god, but this picture is really horrible. At Magician. The Supreme Magician, that black-robed woman. What is the origin of the name of Death? The system says it is one of the 5 gods. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at the moment I want at Thor. Han, don't you say that you are also a god? What do you think when you see this clip? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Thor didn't want to talk, and silently threw Mjolnir at you? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects. Too expensive. People have always had a misunderstanding that superhero is a group of powerful people. I do not oppose this view, but not all powerful people are worthy of being called a superhero. Some people will choose to guard the world after gaining great strength, and some people will choose to satisfy their own desires after gaining this strength. Humans are not perfect, never have been. This is human nature. Everyone has various problems, even superhero. This is inevitable. But even so, superhero is superhero because they have justice, compassion, warmth, and kindness in their hearts. When the earth is in distress, when ordinary people are facing death, as long as they can stand up bravely and guard in front of the earth, then this person is superhero? At S.H.I.E.L.D., kid, I have seen everyone's future through time gem, although you always say that you don't want to be a superhero or something. But in fact, when you choose to stand up for the earth, it is a superhero. Although I don't know why Death would do it like Galactus. It is also a pity that I was already dead at that time. Can't fight side by side with you. However, I still want to pay tribute to you, regardless of victory or defeat in that battle. Watching the Supreme Magician Ancient One suddenly speak, and also talk a lot, all of the people in the group became silent for a while. In fact, this segment was negotiated by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the system, and it was also a future segment that was made up. After all, according to the description of the future clip in the answering chat room, all the people in it are superhero. But S.H.I.E.L.D. did not hear it. Perhaps in the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become a superhero, or perhaps a supervillain. But if there is no future image about S.H.I.E.L.D. in the group, then it would be very abrupt among this group of superhero. It is precisely because of this that when the system allows S.H.I.E.L.D. to choose to create the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. will directly add death to it. After all, if you join the overlord of any party in the universe, whether it is Dormammu or Nightmare, or the Celestial Group, and Mephisto, all seem so inappropriate, so only by pulling in this world, or the death of one of the only 5 gods among countless parallel universes, would it appear more real. After all, you can't bring in the life court or the time administration. Therefore, the appearance of death is also the most in line with the future that the Supreme Magician Ancient One used time gem to see at the time. As for why it is death, not eternity, or Galactus or something. Hey, who caused S.H.I.E.L.D. to subconsciously involve the skeleton when the Supreme Magician Ancient One was watching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future? Adding the suffix after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name, this is very appropriate. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. The Supreme Magician is right. Superhero has never been a profession, but the kind of person who has justice in mind and is willing to stand up when encountering danger. At S.H.I.E.L.D. lied to the paper, always telling me that I don't want to be a superhero. The result? The earth is in danger. Is it not in front of us people? Oh, let alone the smelly guy, he is really handsome. Hurry up, post the screenshot and let my sister take a look. S.H.I.E.L.D., the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Natasha Romanoff, no, a little shame. Although very handsome, forget it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I'm still shy. At S.H.I.E.L.D., buddy, you should learn from Han. Didn't you see Han talking in the group all day? Are you God? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Han didn't want to talk to you, and threw a Loki at you? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. At Thor, what is Loki? Do you Asgard have any powerful weapons? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Loki is my brother, the god of joking and trickery. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. So, what did you leave your brother to Strange for? Let him dissect it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Happy, good, fast, come. It just so happens that I also want to see how your aliens are different from our earthlings. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. God. We are not aliens, we are gods, we are the orthodox gods of Asgard. Well, forget it, aliens are aliens? It seems as though the thought of the death of dozens of planets was directly destroyed between the gestures. Good guy, this ability is better than infinite gems. Got. Compared to her, aliens are aliens? I always feel that if I have been called God, it will attract her attention. The thought of Asgard being stared at by the black-robed woman in the form of a skeleton. So even if it was his father, the god King Odin, it seemed that he would definitely not be able to withstand her blow. This is the first time Thor feels that it is good to be called Roar an alien. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because of special effects too expensive by the way. I forgot to give you some popular science. Death, known as one of the 5 ancient gods. These 5 people form a multi-universe, a dimension. One of the dimensions is our current universe. The 5 gods are death, eternity, infinity, galactus, and annihilation. Any god, ability, is very powerful. You have just seen death, it is the manifestation of death. The master of the soul is all the lives born when the multi-universe is created, the source, creator and manipulation of all life souls in the universe. Definitely, I don't know exactly why death will come to the earth, but I can understand it if it is Galactus. But I think there will always be some reasons. But this requires you to discover and explore in the future. After all, I was already dead at that time. Even the temple of Emperor Wei-shen. Okay, let's talk about it for the time being. As for the others, let's talk about it first. I need to go outside the region. I don't know if it's because the timeline is opened. Recently, it has not been so peaceful. Speaking of this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One also specially touched Strange. Supreme Magician Ancient One died because the special effects are too expensive remember one sentence, what you want to get, you have to pay. Everything has a price. It's just that whether the price is expensive, it all depends on your choice. Your current mentality is not enough, so you need some training. After you take over my position, I believe you will understand me. After all, you are the best magician in the future. Strange, I'm here to negotiate? Magician, what do you mean? Are you not my future teacher? What do you mean by tempering? Also, what price do I have to pay to be able to learn magic? Facing Strange, the future Dr. Strange's inquiry, the Supreme Magician Ancient One did not answer. After all, it's still early. He learned magic after the car accident, which happened in the timeline after the Avengers confronted Chidori. When Chidori invaded, he was still operating on others in the operating room. If you let him learn magic now, it will cause some irreversible effects. Seeing that the Supreme Magician Ancient One was not replying, everyone began to discuss this issue again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I think, maybe Sue should have won the battle with that so-called death. After all, look at the suffix behind Sue's name, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. What does this show? It shows that Sue is not dead, or that he can't die, otherwise, how could there be this suffix? You know death should be in charge of hell. Don't tell me that hell doesn't exist. After all, the silly exist, what else is impossible? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? What does hell have to do with me? I am the god of thunder and not the god of death. However, 700 years ago, I seemed to have accidentally heard the quarrel between my father and mother. They seemed to be arguing because of Asgard's death goddess, but they just heard one ear. After all, after seeing me coming, they stopped arguing. They didn't say how I asked. Later, I forgot about this matter. If you hadn't mentioned it just now, I couldn't remember it. Barton, I can win the battle at Thor. Han, does your Asgard also have the goddess of death? But what I'm very curious about is, what is the reason for your so-called god's name Roar? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer because of the godhood and character we acquired. For example, I was called Roar the god of thunder, because I have the god of thunder, Sif. Oh, I grew up with Mia playmate. She was originally an Asgard warrior, but she was later given the godhead for fighting for Asgard, called the goddess of land and harvest. As for my younger brother Loki, he originally wanted the ice godhead on the day of his adulthood, but his father didn't know why and gave him the fire god godhead, so that when we called Roar, he was fire god. He was very angry. In the end, he became a god of joking and trickery, and then he learned magic with his mother. Hearing Barton's question, Thor answered very seriously, Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff, so you Asgard named God according to the role of the godhead. Then I think the true god named death we saw just now should not be so simple. Just like the Supreme Magician said, the 5 of them make up the diversity and dimensions of the universe. Then the existence like them must be so powerful that we can't even imagine it. Therefore, I prefer the third option, which is what agreement Sue and the goddess of death have reached, so death will no longer come to this universe. In fact, it was created by myself and the system because of my fight against death. So no matter how you choose, it is actually correct. There is also a very reasonable explanation. Only one self failed, the earth broke, and hundreds of millions of creatures were ruined. The answer is wrong. But no one would choose this answer. After all, his name suffix, the man that the goddess of death was destined to not get, was already a very big reminder. So, this is a sub-question. Barton, if I can win the battle, I agree with Natasha Romanoff's words. Although the ancient god died very fiercely, even a single wave of his hand can destroy dozens of planets. In the face of this death, we did not have any resistance or ground. But look at the suffixes of me and Sue. Obviously, I participated in this battle. If Avengers loses, what about adding Sue? So anyway, the answer is either the first or the third, but it is absolutely impossible to be the second. Sue failed and the Earth was destroyed. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Man, I believe you, so I think it should be the first option. You won? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. This is related to the fate of all the creatures on Earth, and I would also like to believe you. At Suching, man, although I don't know how much ability you have, but if this thing is true in the future happened, So, what can even be the incarnation of Hulk? I am willing to accompany you to the end of the battle until you die of exhaustion. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at S.H.I.E.L.D, so, it can be seen from the clip that we all failed against death. But your appearance cut off the power of death and gave us hope. More importantly, I don't know if you have noticed it. When S.H.I.E.L.D appeared, all of us had a ray of hope on our faces. What does this mean? This shows that at that time we already knew about S.H.I.E.L.D's ability, and firmly believed that he could defeat the death of the ancient god. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, although you always call me Han Han, but I just noticed that when S.H.I.E.L.D appeared, I was very excited and said I knew it. So, it can make me so excited, it is enough to show that we must see the hope of winning. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get her? Han Han isn't it this time? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Thor, Han, not bad, I thought you were determined to win, but the reason cannot be analyzed. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, I am a naive, but not a fool, bah. No, I am not a naive. It can be analyzed from your tone of voice all the time, it is definitely not a good thing. Barton, I can win the battle Han? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Barton, what are you doing? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, and said that she is not a silly, and when someone calls, you agree? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, shocked, crazy fanning his face. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon holiday. Okay, let's answer this question first. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her I am willing to block everything about me, believe at S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if it is deducting my life, my ability, my shield, everything of mine, I am willing to take a gamble. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Steve Rogers, Captain, don't be impulsive, the answer we are now struggling with is the first or the third. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her anyway, I have nothing left now, and I don't care anymore, so don't worry about it. Everyone, if no one is willing to answer this question, then I will answer it. In addition, at S.H.I.E.L.D, so, maybe I can resurrect in the future, but I want to say that it is my honor to be able to fight side by side with you, no matter whether we fight against that death, whether we win or lose. After seeing that everyone was silent, Steve Rogers responded directly to the answering chat system. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her answer system, I choose the first one for this question. So won and defeated death. There is no need to consider this point, I am extremely firm. If the earth is destined to be destroyed, then start with me first. Inside a Manhattan apartment. Seeing Steve Rogers' awe-inspiring answer, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his brows slightly. To be honest, whether it is in the fictional clips or in the explanation of the supreme magician Ancient One, the death of one of the ancient gods is the supreme existence. And the strength is so strong that it can't be matched at all. So although everyone is willing to believe that they did not fail in the end, they still hesitation in the end because they won and repelled death. Still made some deals with death, so that her eyes were not looking at the earth or even the universe. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D didn't expect that. Steve Rogers, who usually doesn't speak much in the group, is used to watching everyone speak. Then he silently read all the information that Nick Fury had privately sent to him about the past 70 years, and wanted to get a good understanding of the world that he had been frozen for over the past 70 years. Steve. On this issue, he resolutely believed that he had won. Yeah, it fits well with Steve's character. After all, in his dictionary, perhaps the battle is either to lose or win, and to compromise is the biggest failure, whether facing Red Skull, or Hydra, or this time, S.H.I.E.L.D faces death. Seeing Captain America's sonorous and powerful reply, all of the group was silent for a while. In fact, compared to Captain America's belief, they are more inclined to the third option, which is S.H.I.E.L.D and death reached a deal. After all, in their cognition, the strength of death is really terrifying. Even in the clip, Sue's ability is very powerful, but death, after all, he is a true god. Even Nick Fury was a little silent after seeing Steve's answer. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this is why he was able to become Captain America, a legend that lives up to the prestige in the hearts of countless people. In any case, I can't do this myself. After all, if you have to win, and sometimes make some compromises, Nick Fury thinks he can accept it. However, maybe only such a person is qualified to lead what he wants to form. Avengers? May I ask the member Steve Rogers if you are sure of your answer? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, I am definitely sure, no matter when the price of victory is heavy, then I am willing to accept it. System reminder, congratulations to member Steve Rogers for answering correctly and getting the bonus skill Undead Recovery. Listening to the answering system announcing that I answered correctly, I was already ready to answer incorrectly, deducting my ability, life, etc. Steve Rogers, he was relieved immediately. Not because he answered correctly and he was relieved, but because Sir really won the battle against death. Yes, even if Steve Rogers is so determined that S.H.I.E.L.D will win, in fact he has no idea. But the reason why he is still willing to make this answer is because, as he said, he is willing to pay all the painful price for the victory of the Earth, and he is also willing to believe in S.H.I.E.L.D, this friend who will fight with him in the future. On the other hand, it is because Nick Fury has already told him about his desire to form Avengers and invite him, so I took this opportunity to tell the future teammates who will fight alongside him. At any time, there are only winning and winning in the battle. Compromise is not what a truly qualified superhero should do. Perhaps, he would not say these words, nor would he want to express them. But he is willing to lead by example. Even with this choice, this decision will be very risky. But if he is afraid, he is not Steve Rogers. It's like in the future, in the Battle of Sokovia ascended to heaven. Isn't he ready, even if there is still one person who hasn't been saved? Then he is not willing to prepare for the S.H.I.E.L.D warship. For him, death is terrible, but it has never been the most terrible. When the system announced that the answer was correct, everyone in the group was relieved. On the one hand, I was relieved that Steve Rogers was impulsive, and on the other hand, it was the same as Captain America. It's because S.H.I.E.L.D won, he actually repelled it, that one of the 5 gods, death. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff, it's really scary, but I didn't expect, at S.H.I.E.L.D, so, you actually won. Besides, would you pretend to be an ordinary person for me? I was fooled by you last time? Barton, I can win the battle, I know it. What about the so-called 5 gods? As long as I join the war with S.H.I.E.L.D, then we will definitely be able to win. Thor, the sad fat man who has lost the hammer, it's really thrilling. I have always been a little scared. By the way, what did the Earthlings do? First, the purple-skinned guy, and then again, is dead. It's not that at the end, the 5 gods will attack the Earth together. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Shut up, you're a naive, don't curse the Earth. But at Steve Rogers, Captain, what is the acquired skill? Undead recovery? Can you summon the undead? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. No, Tony, I'm reading this skill. It seems that the conditions are very demanding, and it's not calling the undead. Let me take a look. With blood as a guide, you can summon dead relatives, friends, and dear friends to resurrect. Summoning can only be related to skill users, except for the person, the number is limited to 4, if more than 4, then the skill will automatically disappear. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. What do you mean? In other words, if your relative or friend is dead, can you summon him to resurrect him? Although there are only 4 places, this is enough to guard against this guy. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff so, we don't have to worry about it in the future. Will we die in the future? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I don't know. I haven't figured it out for a while, and the skills are still unavailable. Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon vacation at Steve Rogers. Captain, you definitely can't use it now. After all, we are still trying to find your body. Inside the apartment. Death magic skills. The host can summon any dead person to resurrect him, without special requirements. It can also call unconscious undead or unconscious skeletons for the host to use in combat, summon the undead or skeletons, and consume the host's mental power. Death magic skill 2, Death Black Fog. Release the Death Black Fog to envelope the enemy. Those with weak mental power will see the most feared existence in their birth, and those with weak willpower may be directly scared to death. Note, spirit attacks are limited to attacks at the mental power level. The stronger the mental power, the weaker the impact of the spiritual attack. Note 2, the current skill level is 1 level. The higher the skill level, the higher the level of the undead summoned. Looking at his new skill, S.H.I.E.L.D subconsciously remembered the undead magician he played in his previous life. Summoning undead or skeletons, isn't this what Death Magician is best at? But the only difference is that the undead magician does not have the ability to resurrect dead man, and he has it now, and many more. Looking at the above skill introduction, I think of the magician group of Supreme Magician Ancient One. So, I will not be regarded as a black magician, right? After all, his current death magic skill can be regarded as black magic. However, compared to Steve Rogers, Captain America's new skill Death Recovery, this perfect enhanced version of death magic is simply too strong. I just don't know how to upgrade. It seems to follow the system, as if I need to improve my mental power. Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D stood up, and a few teleports came directly to a deserted river in Manhattan. There is no need to recite magic, nor does it need to use props that strengthen communication with magic to other magicians. Just raise your hand gently. An unconscious skeleton was instantly summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D from an unknown place. Under the moonlight, the skeleton and white bones seemed to glow with whiteness and some palpitation. A skeleton soldier as tall as a person, with a bone sword in his hand. Kaka turned his neck. After facing S.H.I.E.L.D, the skeleton soldier knelt on one knee directly on the ground, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D's order. Looking carefully at the skeleton soldier he had summoned, he raised his hand and tapped it lightly. Fortunately, the dense bones were not as fragile as they thought. The strength of this skeleton soldier is equivalent to the combat effectiveness of an adult, but the only advantage is that the skeleton soldiers are not afraid of death. They only need to move their minds, and the skeleton soldiers will initiate a charge until the entire skeleton shelf is broken up. After summoning an unconscious undead again, I felt that as the unconscious undead appeared, the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees in an instant. Listening to the sound of this unconscious undead, it seems that he can launch a mental attack on the enemy at any time. Very good, with this skill, almost no need to turn on the air conditioner in summer. Just kidding, but I felt the use of death magic skills. He can probably summon 5 unconscious souls at once, or about 10 small skeletons. When I think of upgrading my death magic skills to the later stage, I wave my hand at will. There will be a group of skeleton army and undead army to obey their command. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. When Thanos took the aliens to invade the Earth, watching the undead and skeleton army all over the mountains and plains, According to Thanos' character, he shouldn't scold his mother. New York magic holy place. As if he had sensed dark magic, Baron Mordo, who was reading the magic book, instantly raised his head. The breath of black magic. Picking up the magic stick, Baron Mordo was just about to get up to open the transmission channel, but the next second, he frowned again. Because, this dark magic disappeared the moment I just sensed it. I should report to the teacher, but maybe I felt wrong? Those damn black magicians should have no guts to come here. After all, there is a magic holy place here. Some hesitation was undecided, but it was very fast, but decided to take a look in person. Opened the magic portal, appeared several times in the approximate direction of black magic, and finally determined the destination at the riverside where S.H.I.E.L.D was just now. Sure enough, all the people who learn black magic are crazy. The teacher is right, those guys don't care whether there is a magic holy place here, nor do they care about all the consequences. Feeling a hint of black magic in the air, Baron Mordo frowned and used the magic portal to return to the magical holy place in New York, ready to report this to the Supreme Magician Ancient One. Back in the apartment, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly thought of a question. Undead, or the skeleton soldier summoned by himself. Hiss. They are under the control of death. Don't let the time come, you really will provoke death? Once she does show up, it will be lively. After all, the eldest princess of Asgard, Hela, is known as the goddess of death, but it was Helheim that she once was in charge of, commonly known as the underworld in Asgard. She is not really in charge of death, even if it is only Asgard's in charge, and she is not the same as the real god Death. You must know that you are not the opponent of death. But, although the answer to the question in the chat room, the fragment of oneself against death, is fictitious. But is it really just a fiction? Why does S.H.I.E.L.D always have a very bad feeling about this death magic? Maybe I think too much. You called me over so early in the morning. In the early morning, it was around 6 o'clock. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D's shop. Looking at Frank standing inside the counter, S.H.I.E.L.D leaned on the counter and asked, "What the hell happened? Don't tell me that someone wanted to rob my shop last night. Are they crazy? Robbing your shop?" Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Frank also laughed. "Actually, at midnight last night, I wanted to call you. I was looking at the store in the evening, but the goods ran out in a hurry." Hooking the hook at random, he saw a strong black man walking out of the shop. S.H.I.E.L.D took a look and found that it was Bill. At this moment, he doesn't have the boss temperament that he used to be. Instead, he is looking around nervously, as if he was afraid of two killers coming out from somewhere and killing him. Looking at Bill, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his eyebrows. "What's the situation?" "Hi, buddy." After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D, Bill looked at the outside nervously. After realizing that there was indeed no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Man, I'm in big trouble this time. What's the meaning?" Looking at the majestic boss in the past, like a nervous guy at this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned and asked, "Do you remember that a brother of mine bought a browning from you some time ago?" Bill looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked cautiously, "Definitely. Didn't your subordinate say that you want to ambush the buffalo to help those people in the 5th quarter? S.H.I.E.L.D raised his brows and said indifferently, "Yes, it's this thing, bastards. The buffalo gang are all bastards." Speaking of the water buffalo, Bill suddenly cursed. Who knows that those boneless guys actually took refuge in Jinhee? Damn it. As a result, we ambushed them, and the people who turned to Heaven and Hell's Kitchen came to us for revenge. Damn it, the Buffalo group is just a bunch of rubbish, scumbags, things on the street. They actually took refuge in Hell's Kitchen. What does this have to do with me? Listening to Bill cursing loudly, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned and said, "You should understand the rules." "We definitely understand the rules, so we won't hurt you, but the damn guys in Hell's Kitchen won't tell us these rules." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Bill said directly to S.H.I.E.L.D, "Although we successfully ambushed the group of buffaloes, the people in Hell's Kitchen took my little brother away. I heard it with my own ears that they threatened my brother. I told you about the browning I bought from you. Not only that, after they asked this sentence, they directly gave my brother to." Having said that, Bill raised his hand and slapped him viciously in the face. "Sorry, this matter has affected you, so I came here specially last night to tell you this news. I originally wanted to tell you this news and I hurried away. After all, the group of bastards in Hell's Kitchen are too powerful. No matter how big they are, they won't dare to move me here." Listening to Bill's words, S.H.I.E.L.D picked up a bottle of soda water and drank it indifferently. On the side of the counter, Frank shrugged his shoulders after hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words. "It is true, but some little cubs from Hell's Kitchen have already come over last night. They should have come after him. They dare not enter the store. But I think that group of people should have been chasing him. If he left after reporting to you last night, I'm afraid it would have become a corpse long ago. I saw that the group of people was annoying standing outside, so I blasted them away." Having said that, Frank looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked very curiously, "I have always been curious, so, what is special about your store? Why don't some gang guys dare to come here to make trouble?" I asked him last night, but he didn't know if he asked 3 questions. He only knew that his boss told him, "Don't come here to make trouble, you must understand the rules here." I've always been curious about this. Looking at Frank, the drunkard, staring at him with bright eyes at the moment, looking at himself curiously. S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, then said, "There is nothing to be curious about. Where do you think the unmarked weapons I sell here are obtained from? It's good to enjoy the cool under the big tree. You have to know that the number of weapons seized by the Continental Police each year is very large. You have to know that the unmarked weapon store secretly operates a chain of weapons. I proposed it. Also, you drunkard would not think that I can buy an apartment in Manhattan in 3 years by relying on this small shop alone. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Frank blinked, then nodded. He understood. That's right, I know what's going on with that group of state police, but I didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually a little boss behind the scenes. Okay, it's over, I have to go. Carefully glanced out the window, looking at the crowded streets, thinking that the guys in Hell's Kitchen should not have the guts to do it on themselves in such a bustling street during the day. Bill motioned to S.H.I.E.L.D and Frank, then boldly prepared to leave. Asterisk watching the former boss Bill turn and leave? Neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Frank cared at all. I'm curious, how did you get to where you are today? You know, generally speaking, the group of state policemen will not cooperate with outsiders, right? With his hands drooping on the counter, Frank looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked curiously. That you are wrong. He took a pack of cigarettes from the shelf and threw it to Frank. After watching Frank took the cigarettes, he put the cigarettes back in place, and then took out a cigar from the shelf. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but rolled his eyes madly, but didn't say anything. In fact, they don't trust their channels even more. Watching Frank cut off the cigar head and then roasted it on a lighter, then he tasted the cigar beautifully. S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, you should know that just by sweeping away those gangsters every year, the gang can seize a lot of weapons. According to the filing ratio of 5-to-1, one of the 5 weapons belongs to their private property. These are unwritten regulations. Although they may seem ugly, don't forget, this is one of the rules. If they go through internal channels, they can get a few $100s for an ordinary weapon, but if they get to our side, then a weapon will be turned several times. I also discovered this thing back then, so. S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands, raised an eyebrow at Frank and laughed. You are awesome. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D who was a little proud, Frank gave a thumbs up. I am definitely awesome. Listening to Frank's praise, S.H.I.E.L.D took a deep breath, looked at the scenery outside the window, and then said softly, you know, when I came into this world, I could say that I had nothing. I am an ordinary person, knowing nothing, and I can't own anything. The only thing I can fight is my life. After that, I used 3 years to integrate resources and matchmaking. From a nothing person, I now have an apartment under my own name and a movable asset that is about to reach tens of millions. Let's put it this way, Frank, the world of wealth, so 70% of all the small shops in New York are doing the business that I linked? This is all my family ran down that year. The reason why the state police choose to trust me is because I am not greedy. I only take 10% and give 20% to the store. Therefore, whether it is for the state police or small shops, it can make money. That's why many people are here with me, and they all abide by the rules. Only by observing the rules and following the rules set by me S.H.I.E.L.D over the past 3 years can they have food. Seeing Frank, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled triumphantly. Although these rules are unwritten, no one dares to touch them, because once they touch it, it will smash everyone's jobs. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D did not continue, but Frank gasped. After watching S.H.I.E.L.D for a while, Frank shook his head and said, it's hard to imagine that looking at you as a gentleman, actually weaves such a huge, compact but complicated network behind him. Tisk tisk. No way, who made me an ordinary person before? If these people cannot be intertwined, I am afraid my business would have been eaten away long ago. This world is like this. S.H.I.E.L.D spread the Taoist Deo. I just found out now that you are the one who eats people without spitting out bones. Before Frank could finish, there was a gunshot on the street. Then I heard someone screaming and scurrying outside. Hearing the movement outside, S.H.I.E.L.D and Frank looked at each other, and then they walked out directly. Well, both of them belong to the daring kind of high art, so I am not afraid of them at all. As soon as I left the store, I saw that Bill, who had just left, was tragically dead on the street right now, and he is only a few meters away from S.H.I.E.L.D's shop. Obviously, Bill, who had already escaped, desperately wanted to run into the S.H.I.E.L.D store after discovering something was wrong. Only by running into the store run by S.H.I.E.L.D, he has a chance to survive. But the result? Frank squatted down and reached out to poke Bill's neck. Then he shook his head at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, it's dead. Looking at Bill who fell to the ground and was already cold at the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression flashed with a gloomy look. It is only a few meters away from your own store, and in accordance with the rules set by yourself, no fire is allowed within 10 meters of the store. This is a challenge to yourself? Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes flashed with coldness, Frank suddenly laughed. Obviously, this is the group of guys in Hell's Kitchen who are calling roar to you. They didn't storm the store last night, indicating that they knew your background, but just now they deliberately let Bill run back and killed Bill within 10 meters of the store. This is to tell you that they are not afraid of your rules. Would you like me to take action and help you solve it? The cost is not much, just a few tens of thousands. Believe me, I am the best at dealing with these miscellaneous things. After all, back then, I was a person who had washed a lot of blood. Standing up and looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Frank is not in his old drunkard at this moment. Although you already know my name, I still want to introduce myself. My name is Frank, you can also call me Roar, the Punisher. Asterisk to be honest, it is difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D to associate the alcoholic in front of him with the famous Punisher in the Marvel world. I remember when I saw this guy for the first time, he hugged the bottle and fell drunk on the side of the road. At that time, the stray dogs on the street were barking at him. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D, who was worried about the night, this guy would be eaten by the stray dogs, and S.H.I.E.L.D would not care about him. From that time on, Frank this guy carried forward a very shameless spirit and relied on himself. Sometimes S.H.I.E.L.D looks at the store during the day, and sometimes Frank looks at the store at night. Frank is the only one guarding the store. In the past 2 years, S.H.I.E.L.D has tried him, and found that apart from drinking, this guy has no other major problems. The money placed on the counter has never been a lot. It is precisely because of this that S.H.I.E.L.D dare to use him. But now, he tells himself, he is the Punisher? Oh, it's my own shit. Even the Punisher would never want to raise his wages? Hey, don't be like this. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D who stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger towards himself. Frank stood silently. Man, you don't know my name, do you know that I was? Don't think about raising wages. Before Frank finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D just rightly refused. Are we talking about raising wages? We are talking about whether or not I can help you solve this problem, and then you give me tens of thousands of flowers, and by the way, you are raising your salary. That won't work, don't even think about it. I won't give you a salary increase for a penny. Damn, you granddad, you are an exploiter. I love how to say it. Anyway, the salary increase is no good. Even if Nick Fury comes to work with me, don't want to increase the salary. The two were gagging and talking while waiting for the arrival of the state police. Soon, as the two people kept talking, soon 2 small agents from nearby ran over. Looking at the corpses on the ground, one of them looked at S.H.I.E.L.D for the first time. After discovering that S.H.I.E.L.D did not show any signs of injury, he was obviously relieved. Damn, this group of bastards is provoking. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules is smashing everyone's jobs? Don't worry, Sue, this matter is left to us. No matter who the other party is, we will all. Come on Charles, this matter is not something you can handle. Seeing the young man in front of him with an expression of righteous indignation, S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands and said, I'll take care of this matter myself. After all, people have smashed to my door. Isn't it impossible for me to be the master to show up? Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, the agent named Charles couldn't help but frown and said, Don't be impulsive, Sue, you are an ordinary person now. Since the other party dares to kill people within 10 meters of your store, it means they don't care. Our rules. If something happens to you, then things will be messed up. Yes, no one wants S.H.I.E.L.D to have an accident. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D's presence is equivalent to their god of wealth. In the chain controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D for the past 3 years, almost everyone has $1,000 in excess income every month. $1,000 is enough for them to eat better, wear better, and save more money. Therefore, they are not willing to let S.H.I.E.L.D have an accident. I will report this to me. The opposite is Hell's Kitchen. Before Agent Charles finished speaking, Frank, who was holding a cigar on his side, glanced at Charles. Even your boss, I'm afraid I can't take care of this thing. You know the power of Hell's Kitchen. It's not so easy for you to be able to do it. It's settled. Okay, you dispose of the corpse. Waved to Charles, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the many pedestrians who were curiously looking here. He said directly, Don't delay my business here, you don't have to worry about the rest. Obviously, when he heard the term Hell's Kitchen, Agent Charles was immediately stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that the identity of those guys this time was actually from Hell's Kitchen. Over the years, many people have dared to break the rules, but these people have been swept away without exception. But if the other party is Hell's Kitchen and is a member of Jinbin, then you really need to think about it long term. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hands in disgust, motioned them to dispose of the corpse. Charles and another companion looked at each other, then nodded, ignoring the necessary procedures, and directly carried the corpse aside. Seeing Charles and they took the body away, S.H.I.E.L.D and Frank turned and walked towards the store. Are you sure you don't need my help? It's a big deal, I don't want to pay, you just increase my weekly salary a little bit. Huh? A weekly salary increase is not proportional to the tens of thousands of shot costs, right? Cut, I still know the truth of the long flow, how about it? Consider it. No way, it is impossible to raise salary. It is impossible to raise salary in this life. You are a granddad, a stingy. Before I say this, first deduct the money for the drinks and cigarettes on the account. Ah, the weather today is so good. Customers must be indispensable. I have to go to the store. What if someone doesn't pay for something? Hell's Kitchen, in a very magnificent building? I always thought that people like you should keep a low profile. I didn't expect to build such a luxurious place for themselves in Hell's Kitchen. Why, do you really think of yourself as the emperor of Hell's Kitchen? Looking at Jinbin in front of him, S.H.I.E.L.D played with the wine glass in his hand and asked with a smile, Isn't it? Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D who didn't care about him at all, Jin didn't get angry. He stretched out his hand and patted his sturdy belly, then smiled and asked, We have always been irrelevant people. Unexpectedly this time, you actually came to me? Let's talk. Why are you looking for me? This sentence should be me asking you. Listening to Jinbin's rhetorical question, S.H.I.E.L.D casually threw the wine glass on the table in front of him. You're right, Jinbin, we have always been irrelevant. Whether you want to become the emperor of Hell's Kitchen, just continue to be your night king. These have nothing to do with me, but sending someone to kill within 10 meters of my shop, I can call this a provocation. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Or, do you think I really can't touch you? Looking at Jinbin, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes flashed with cold light. Oh, Hearing Su-Ching's words, Jin Wei rarely got angry, but after looking at Su-Ching for a long time, he suddenly laughed. You don't seem to have that much energy. I know the intertwined network behind you, but although this can prevent me from provoking you, it hasn't reached the point where it scares me. As for what you said, provocation? I don't understand even more. Do you think I need to do this kind of low-level provocation? If I have someone who wants to kill, I will do it directly instead of using this seemingly threatening, but actually useless action. Following Jin Bin's voice fell. The next second I stood in the corner of the room, holding the bullseye of the steel nail to play with, and instantly threw the steel nail at Su-Ching. The steel nail did not attack Su-Ching's body, but wanted to attack the cup in front of Su-Ching to frighten Su-Ching. Although they are not afraid of those gainers behind Su-Ching, they do not want to provoke them. After all, the Golden Union at this moment is not the later Underground Emperor. He heard a sharp sound coming from behind as if it cut through the air. Su-Ching seemed to raise his hand very casually, without turning his head back. The index finger and middle finger directly clamped the steel nail firmly, and the next second Su-Ching was still sitting opposite the gold. The figure is like a ghost, appearing directly behind the bullseye. With a muffled sound of pain, the steel nail pierced the shoulder of the bullseye. The intense pain and unsuspecting injury made the bullseye almost scream. Next time, if you dare to play this kid's trick in front of me, then I will embed steel nails in the dots on your forehead. The finger lightly nodded on the forehead of the target eye, and the circle was like the center of the target ring. Su-Ching's voice was cold, mixed with a trace of chill. Seeing this scene, Jin Woo's originally somewhat joking eyes flashed for an instant. Then it returned to normal soon. I really don't know about this matter. You should know that I am not the kind of person who dares not behave. The tone was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Only this time, Jin Bin took a lot more serious attitude. I will give you an explanation on this matter until you are satisfied. How about it? Looking at Su-Ching, Jin Ping said with a smile. Okay. Ignoring his shoulders, his eyebrows mixed with painful bullseye, Su-Ching walked back to his seat again. Then you have to see what kind of explanation this time. Otherwise, if you broke the rules I made today, will you send someone to meet Mrs. Gao tomorrow? If things go on like this, you will be regarded as breaking my financial avenue? You must know that cutting off a person's financial avenue is like killing a parent. Haha, don't worry, although the people under my hands are mixed, they still understand the rules. Having said that, Jin Ping looked at Su-Ching, and suddenly said, actually, we can also cooperate. 30 million every quarter, how about? Looking at Su-Ching, Jin Ping asked with a smile. What's the price? Don't say kilowatts, you gave it for free. Picking up the nail clippers, Su-Ching began to trim his nails. I know that you look down on my business and think that the business in my hands will be punished. So, you don't have to do anything, just treat it as my investment. Looking at Su-Ching, Jin he continued, in return, if I die one day, then I hope you can take action and save my family. After all, my child is 13 years old this year, and I don't want my wife Fan Nisha and my child have suffered revenge from the enemy. Although it's not a disaster for the family, after all, there are not many people in this world who understand the rules like us, right? No problem. Hearing Jin Bin's words, Su-Ching thought about the ending of Jin Bin, and then nodded. It seems that he doesn't have to do anything, after all, his family in the future, huh? Standing up, taking a look at Jin and then turning around while walking outside, Su-Ching said, I am waiting for your explanation. After speaking, Su-Ching left Jin Bin's building directly. After Su-Ching left, the bullseye took a painful breath of air, and then he clutched his shoulders to Jin and said, Boss, I don't understand why you. What do you know, bullseye, take a long-term view? What I am after is not the power of the so-called state police behind him, but him. Do you think that what the two of us just said was just a superficial meaning? Didn't you hear him mention the group of Mrs. Gao and Shower Huawei? Unexpectedly, this guy's intelligence is quite accurate, knowing that there will be a big battle between us and Shower Hui, even if we are partners now. Having said that, Jin lit a cigar for himself, then stood up and looked out the window. Is there a lot of 30 million? Not much to save Vanessa and my lovely son. What's more, we have paid Nick Fury for the S.H.I.E.L.D over the years, have we paid less? Remember the bullseye. If you want to become the Underground Emperor here, you can't do it by fighting and killing. Take a long-term view. Looking out the window, Jin Bin kept thinking about Su-Ching's lightweight lifting, catching the steel nails thrown out of the bullseye, and the scene where he came directly behind the bullseye as a ghost. He is extremely clear about the strength of the bullseye. Therefore, this person named Su-Ching seems to be demonstrating and asking himself to give him an explanation. But in fact, he came to ask to take over his business. It seems that he has also noticed that he can't get too close to those people. We should accept it when we meet. But it's also good. He doesn't want to get too close to the people of the state police. Although he doesn't know what his concerns are, he doesn't have so many concerns. Taking over the business from him is also conducive to contact with those people. More importantly, the group of people can turn one eye and close the other, which will help them deal with the hand union. You can even use their power. Recently, the people who joined hands have become more and more swollen. Oh, Hell's Kitchen, but its own territory. Therefore, spending 120 million a year is the most advantageous way to buy yourself and become an underground emperor. Is it too much? Bullseye, it's still appropriate to be a thug. For planning this aspect, he can't help at all, and even almost broke his plan. Gee, deserve to be hurt. What are S.H.I.E.L.D's concerns? I definitely don't have too much worries. It's just that when you first came to this world, you should work hard to make money, at least to ensure you survive. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D has been running business one by one, forming a complete industrial chain, but in 3 years, S.H.I.E.L.D is worth 10 million, so naturally he has to know that he must leave when he should leave. In fact, to those of Detective Charles, they didn't have any thoughts about S.H.I.E.L.D, and at most they were thankful. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D for helping them earn an extra $1,000 every month, but their boss is different. Very early, S.H.I.E.L.D discovered some of their dissatisfaction. It just has not been expressed. After all, the benefits are moving. Even in the early stage, they are grateful to S.H.I.E.L.D and think that S.H.I.E.L.D is helping them, but after a long time, the feeling of gratitude is gone. Those with a pig's brain will think that this is what they deserve. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D also obtained money that originally should belong to them. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D had such an idea the first time he discovered this matter. I just couldn't find a suitable person to take over this business. And at that time I didn't have any special ability, just an ordinary person. But nowadays, millions of businesses are sold to more needy people at a price of 120 million a year. Isn't it better? It also saves S.H.I.E.L.D's troubles, and it also allows Jin not to see one more feasible way. Both parties are happy. Otherwise, I really think that based on S.H.I.E.L.D's current strength, there is really no way to save the boss bill from outside his store. Oh, it's just to find a reason to meet with Jinhee. If Frank is really involved, it will be bloody. This is bad for business. He drove the car back towards his apartment. While driving the car, while looking at the scene in Hell's Kitchen. Well, Hell's Kitchen is not as simple as Gotham City, which is juxtaposed next door. Back in the apartment, S.H.I.E.L.D lay lazily on the sofa. Today is to completely throw out this big trouble. As for Jin, he took over. What kind of method should be used? Whether it was the idea that caused the Snake Shield Bureau, it has nothing to do with him. From now on, even if I do nothing, hundreds of millions of funds will be credited to the account every year, and there is no trace of risk. Comfortable? Open the answer chat room and find that the answer chat room is very lively at the moment. Who can imagine that the answering chat room at this moment has turned into a classroom? The lecturer in this class is Tony Stark, known as the greatest genius of this century, and the very famous professor, Bruce Banner, and their students are the siblings of Wanda Pietro who were sent to high school by Natasha Romanoff. Looking at the answering chat room, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner were very patient and told Wanda and Pietro that they encountered very tricky math problems in class during the day. There is a trace of weirdness on S.H.I.E.L.D's face. No, there is dysfunction in the co-authored answer chat room. Learning live room? Why didn't I think about it in the first place? But watching the two teachings earnestly, Strange still tells the knowledge points that Wanda Pietro should remember from time to time. Inexplicably, S.H.I.E.L.D still feels a little cute. It's really hard to imagine that in the answering chat room, that one is facing a math problem. Just because Pietro learned it, and Wanda didn't quite understand a word. Tony Stark patiently started from the beginning. It seems. This is very different from the Tony Stark I know. Was he so patient when he taught little Spider-Man in the later period? Perhaps this belongs to Tony Stark alone, another kind of compensation. Seeing the scene of listening earnestly and studying earnestly, S.H.I.E.L.D showed a smile on his face. As soon as I wanted to close the answering chat room, I saw Tony Stark suddenly started himself. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, at S.H.I.E.L.D, Sue, you are finally back. Quickly, use the identity of the administrator to open a third view live broadcast for me. I would also like to tell Wanda and Pietro more vividly about their problem and the knowledge points they used. Well, when S.H.I.E.L.D did not open the answering chat room, the name is generally gray. The same goes for everyone else. Only when the system asks a question, or when there is someone himself, even if the answering chat room is not opened, the system will give a prompt. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get no problem. Upon hearing Tony Stark's request, S.H.I.E.L.D directly used the identity of the administrator to open Tony's third view live broadcast. Thanks buddy. After accepting the third view live broadcast initiated by S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark in the picture first thanked him. Then he pulled a blackboard from the side. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D is right, the fellow Tony Stark, who didn't know where he came from, actually got a blackboard directly. Not only that, but even various colors of chalk are well prepared. In the picture, seeing that the live broadcast has started, Tony Stark smiled with a chalk. Wow, it's a lot easier now. Wanda, Pietro, look at me and write some formulas that you can use on the blackboard. With that said, Tony Stark picked up the chalk and brushed a little bit on the blackboard. It would be a lot and not complicated, but Wanda and Pietro hadn't touched the mathematical formula of tau yet. After finishing writing, Tony Stark pointed to the blackboard and said to the Wanda brother and sister in the live broadcast room, these mathematical formulas are available to you. Although the teachers in the school should have also taught you some formulas, believe me, these formulas that I have compiled exclusively are 100 times more convenient and simple than theirs. Just like the math problem you asked, you can draw some conclusions by bringing the first formula into it, and at this time, we are bringing the second formula into it. Inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment, holding 2 glasses of milk, Natasha Romanoff placed it very intimately in front of the desks of Wanda and Pietro. Thank you Sister Natasha Romanoff. Thank you Sister Natasha Romanoff. Looking at the milk on the desk, Wanda and Pietro raised their heads unanimously, thanking Natasha Romanoff with a sweet smile. Although studying is very important, don't study too late. At your age, you should take a break and you should take a break. Raising his hand, gently rubbing the heads of the two younger siblings, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. Know it. With a sweet answer, Wanda showed a big smile to Natasha Romanoff. Then you guys will continue to listen to the class, you know, let Tony Stark and Dr. Bruce Banner teach together, but many people can't ask for it. Rubbing the heads of the two little guys, Natasha Romanoff smiled and turned and closed the door, then left. Seeing sister Natasha Romanoff go away, Pietro turned his head to Wanda and said, let's continue listening to the class, we will definitely envy those classmates with our best grades by then. Even before this, we received very little learning. Listening to Pietro's words, Wanda nodded softly. Regarding what happened at school, neither Wanda nor Pietro did not tell sister Natasha Romanoff. In fact, you don't have to think about it. Just entering school, I don't understand some knowledge points, and I even don't fit in with many children of the same age. What this will cause, in fact, everyone knows. It's just that both Wanda and Pietro are much more mature than their peers. Besides, with Pietro, who can bully his sister, having nothing to do, S.H.I.E.L.D also listened to Tony Stark's lecture. I have to admit that even the current image of Tony Stark is an arrogant playboy, a bastard in everyone's hearts, but the knowledge points he talked about are really easy to understand, and they are also lively and interesting. In addition to strange, from time to time, he helped Tony Stark in the answering chat room with some strange memory methods. Even S.H.I.E.L.D, who is extremely troubled by mathematics, understands the meaning of these formulas. In the answering chat room group, chat with other people to learn. Starting today, as long as it is spare time. So every night from 7 to 8, Tony Stark will tell Wanda and Pietro about mathematics. And from 8:10 to 9:10, Dr. Bruce Banner gave Wanda and Pietro some knowledge of physical chemistry. After learning the news, S.H.I.E.L.D was a little helpless, but also a little emotional. Yes, my own answering chat room has completely turned into a learning live broadcast room. But don't say it. Watching Tony Stark try his best to put the knowledge points, let Wanda and Pietro deepen the impression in a lively and interesting way. Even if he doesn't hesitate to dance, he is quite loving. It's just two little guys, poor Wanda and Pietro. After class during the day, I have to receive lectures from Tony and Dr. Banner at night. But looking at questions from time to time, two little guys who are very curious about knowledge. Perhaps, this is also pretty good. Very loving picture, very unlike what Tony Stark can make, isn't it? Just when S.H.I.E.L.D was a little emotional, the golden magic portal appeared in the living room of S.H.I.E.L.D's apartment. Then the Supreme Magician Ancient One appeared in front of S.H.I.E.L.D with a smile. Yeah, it's really loving, and it's not like Tony can do it, but I think I should be able to understand. After all, the twins are not other people, but Wanda's sister and brother. But you should be Supreme Magician, right? I don't know if you suddenly appeared with me, is there something wrong? Seeing the Supreme Magician Ancient One appear in his living room, S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately pretended not to know him, and asked tentatively. Yes, I am Ancient One, the contemporary Supreme Magician. Smiling and nodding to S.H.I.E.L.D, the Supreme Magician Ancient One said, I can also understand that although the death of Wanda's sister and brother's parents has nothing to do with Tony, but after all, there is some indirect connection with him. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D beckoning to please sit, Supreme Magician Ancient One also unceremoniously sat on the opposite side of S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, I mainly came to see you. I know all the other superhero more or less, and even they are all under my nose, and will gradually become superhero in the future. Only you are different, my child. I don't know when you started with the ability to fight death. But I believe that the future I see will not deceive me. So, this time I just came back from outside the domain, and I want to come and see you. Also, let me tell you, don't worry about the magic you use. Hearing the words of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded gently, just about to say something. But I heard the Supreme Magician Ancient One continue to smile and say, in fact, ability has never distinguished between evil and justice, but it is the choice made by the person who holds this ability. When I just came back from outside the domain, I heard Mordor say that there are traces of black magic here. Then I used Time Gem to watch the future and found that this is your power. It's a magical power. It belongs to the category of magic, but it is definitely not black magic. If it is subdivided, it should belong to the ability of undead magic. Black magic and undead magic seem to be the same, but in fact they are quite different. Having said that, the Supreme Magician Ancient One reached out and handed a silver white ring to S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the magic ring. It is one of the items in the Wei-Shan Emperor's temple. People who use this ring can use their magic power to 200%. Seeing the silver white magic ring in the hands of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, S.H.I.E.L.D was shocked, then slowly shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, respected Supreme Magician, but I can't accept it. After all, I don't belong to your magician group, and secondly, it's okay. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's refusal, the smile on the face of the Supreme Magician Ancient One has not decayed, just be it. I thank you in advance. As the Asgardian of the Earth's reality dimension, it is an expression of what you will do in the future. Grateful. In addition, this can be regarded as a trace of regret that I will not be able to meet the enemy with you superhero when death comes to Earth in the future. With this magic ring, it can be regarded as my strength when you fight against death in the future. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, the Supreme Magician Ancient One has a smile on his face, but said in a very serious tone, **, seeing that touch of sincerity in the eyes of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. S.H.I.E.L.D hesitation for a while, and finally nodded, then, I am disrespectful. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D took the magic ring and put it on his hand, the smile on the face of Supreme Magician Ancient One was even worse. It's not just that the Supreme Magician Ancient One wants to contribute, or to express gratitude. It is even more hopeful that if that day comes, the magician group will suffer heavy casualties. Then I hope S.H.I.E.L.D can help these magicians. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D had this strength at that time. Actually, I have always been curious about one thing. Putting the magic ring on the middle finger of the left hand, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the Supreme Magician Ancient One and asked very seriously, since you mentioned my undead magic, then you should know that no matter the unconscious undead I summoned or the unconscious the skeleton warrior, their source should belong to hell. Sometimes I am worried, once the number of summons increases, will it attract the attention of death? After all, the death of one of the 5 gods, hell should be under her jurisdiction. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's question, Supreme Magician Ancient One smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about this, it's like there are countless ants all over the world. If one day, there are a few ants missing on the earth, will you find it? S.H.I.E.L.D felt relieved after hearing the metaphor of the Supreme Magician Ancient One. As long as one's own undead magic doesn't really summon the death skeleton, then it's okay. As for the others, hi. What do you think so much? Well, the matter is over, then I will leave. Standing up from the sofa, the Supreme Magician Ancient One opened the magic portal easily, and then smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D. You are welcome to come to the magic holy place as a guest at any time. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me at any time. Nodded to the Supreme Magician Ancient One, S.H.I.E.L.D watched her enter the magic portal. After he left, S.H.I.E.L.D collapsed on the sofa again. It's good to have a magic portal, you can go there wherever you want, you don't need to drive a car or take a plane. I played with the magic ring on the left middle finger. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D's undead magic level is a little low now, it is still elementary level. But you can still feel the tremendous energy contained in the magic ring. Maybe one day in the future, I can wave my hand, and millions of skeleton warriors will be summoned by myself. Open the answer chat room. I found that the math problems inside have been finished. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I hate reading. When I was studying in Asgard, I was only interested in some of Asgard's history and the history of fighting within the 9 realms. It is estimated that this is also the reason why Loki is smarter than me, but those are clever. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. Ignore this silly, and Tony, as their sister, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff, as well as me. I have talked a lot, besides, when are you their sister? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I thought you all knew that I had adopted Wanda's sister and brother. From then on, I am not alone anymore. I also have younger siblings at home. Barton, I can win the battle at Natasha Romanoff. I am really happy for you, and also happy for Wanda and Pietro. The only pity is that my eldest daughter does not have this answering chat room, otherwise, she can accept it. Learned? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Tony Stark. Tony, if you close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department, if Stark Industrial goes bankrupt in the future, then you can still become a counselor? I believe that with your patience and sufficient knowledge reserves, you will do well. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Natasha Romanoff. You are welcome, this is what I should do. At Steve Rogers, I thank you. Can you stop cursing me? Don't worry, I have found a way out for Stark Industries. In addition, at Wanda, let's continue to class tomorrow. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Blue Sea Banner. Dr. Banner, next is your physical chemistry class. Do you need me to help you open the Third View live broadcast? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. Well, forget it, buddy. It's not convenient for me to start the live broadcast. It's good for me to hide in this small village now. I don't want to be discovered by others. That's right. It's at Nick Fury. After all, there was originally a chat room for answering questions. We should help each other frankly. But now S.H.I.E.L.D. You understand? Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. The feeling of being shot inexplicably. Don't worry, Dr. Banner. I promise S.H.I.E.L.D. will not disturb you. I promise you in my name. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. 2 days later, on the top floor of Stark Industry, an open-air but huge press conference site. I can go home and live now. I have been living in your villa these days. What's the matter? Peebo asked while helping Tony Stark tidy up his makeup. Why, are you not used to living where I am? I can change your bed if necessary, or... That's not what I meant. Obadiah has been arrested. I should be in no danger. Add that I am just your personal assistant, not your girlfriend. After finishing Tony Stark's eyebrows, Peebo took a closer look, and then nodded in satisfaction. So, I think I should move back, otherwise there will be some rumors. Listening to Peebo's words, Tony Stark blinked a few times. Suddenly he asked, by the way, is So here? Without him in this press conference, I always feel that something will be missing. Listening to Tony Stark changing the subject so bluntly, Peebo slapped him helplessly, but nodded and said, "He's already here," and at the same time, there is a guy wearing a blindfold standing beside him. It's not that Peebo doesn't like living in Tony's villa, it's just that there is neither status nor much relationship. Peebo is always worried about what others will say. It's like she actually doesn't want to accept Tony Stark's appointment and become the CEO of Stark Industries. Barton, I can win the battle. Here comes. Tony Stark is here, this time at Stark Industries press conference. He also specifically asked So for a third view live broadcast, saying that he wanted to give it to us a surprise. I want to see what this surprise is. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Take a look. Hope is a surprise, not a fright. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. By the way, did Sue and Nick Fury go to the scene? I knew I had gone to the scene too. Wanda and Pietro have to go to school today. It would be boring for me to stay at home alone. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. I envy you in one place, but maybe you should also envy me. After all, although I am poor and simple here, it is very suitable for seclusion. The top floor of Stark Industry, the scene of the press conference. Wow, there are so many people here. On stage, looking at the hundreds of news media and reporters below, Tony Stark asked jokingly, "So, this time you came to see me making a fool of myself, and then reported that you went out to cheat clicks." Listening to Tony Stark's words, the reporters off the court instantly laughed. Over the years, they haven't reported less about Tony Stark's ugly things, and even some tabloid media survived on Tony Stark's off-site news. Well, you won. I promise you will get a shocking news this time. Looking at the atmosphere of the reporters in the audience, after he was enthusiastic by his own words, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, "But all these things have to be done slowly. They originally gave me a speech, but I don't want to follow their ideas." Looking at the card of the speech in his hand, Tony Stark threw the card on the ground very smartly. Seeing this scene, countless reporters began to take pictures in an instant, and some photographers also began to concentrate on shooting Tony Stark, waiting for him to continue. In fact, they think they already know the billionaire in front of them, the playboy Tony Stark. As long as he does this, then the next words will definitely shock people's attention. Don't Tony Stark know what these reporters are thinking? He definitely knew it, but he didn't care. After all, the previous images were all created by him, so he was used to it a long time ago. Towards the back of the reporter, S.H.I.E.L.D, who was standing side by side with Nick Fury, blinked his right eye, and then Tony Stark put his hands on the podium and slowly said, "When did I start researching weapons? Perhaps, all of this originated from my father? As you know, my father is a genius, once known as the greatest genius of the last century. Seriously, I had no interest in researching various weapons at that time, but I really didn't like my dad's view of scientific research and various experiments being more important than family. So, I have always wanted to prove that I am smarter and more intelligent than him." As he said, his father, Howard Stark, came to mind unconsciously. When he and my mother were still alive, although he never missed every festival, he never advanced it. Even on the day of the festival, he was able to come back very late. Definitely, these are just some important festivals. As for me, Tony Stark spread his hands. He rarely cares about my affairs, no matter how I rank first in school, no matter how many peers I have surpassed, even if I shot out the circuit board when I was 4 years old, 6 years old. I have developed my own engine. But every time, he just took a look, and then said, "Oh, not bad." Raising his eyebrows and pretending that he doesn't care about anything, Tony Stark acted like his father Howard Stark. "Go on, I'm going to research new things." So I thought at that time, I must surpass him in all aspects and fields, and then find an opportunity to say to him, "Oh, keep on going, I'm going to research new things." Seeing Tony Stark's lively performance, the reporters below burst into laughter. Hearing these laughter, Tony Stark blinked and laughed. However, in this smile, there is some reluctance, but it is difficult for people to notice. Until later, my father and mother died in a dim car accident on that cold winter night. The voice gradually became a little flat, and there was no trace of joking in Tony Stark's tone. For an instant, at that time, I felt that the sky was about to collapse. I can no longer act like a baby with my mother, show off my achievements with my mother, nor can I tell my father, "Look, I am smarter than you, and I am more worthy of the title of genius." Hearing Tony Stark's words, the scene of the press conference, which was still bursting with laughter, now gradually became silent. Some people took pictures with their cameras, and used the cameras to record videos of Tony Stark. But more reporters continue to quietly listen to what Tony Stark wants to say next. For them, it is not easy to hear Tony Stark's speech like analyzing the heart. After all, each of them knows what Tony Stark is and what a bastard he is. He was right. I didn't expect Tony Stark to have the ability to speak. At the end of the venue, Nick Fury held his hands, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D beside him and said with a smile, "Mr. Nick Fury, as a courtesy, please keep quiet and listen." Listening to Nick Fury around him continuing to chat with himself constantly, S.H.I.E.L.D can only quietly ask Nick Fury to shut up. Although this is the first time I met him, but this braised egghead is constantly nagging in his ears. S.H.I.E.L.D regretted not having accepted Tony Stark's invitation and entered the backstage. Who knew that I could come across this stuff in the venue? In the movie, isn't this guy in Tony's villa hiding in the dark pretending to be mysterious? Why did you come here directly? I don't really think that if he has an answering chat room, he will be able to get acquainted with it after a few days of chatting in it. If you have this time, look for the frozen body of Steve Rogers, isn't it? Okay, let's wait for Tony to finish. Then the three of us will have a good chat. This may be the first time that the three of us have met each other. I think we will have a very happy chat. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Nick Fury smiled, and then spoke. That's when I started on the path of my father. Looking at the reporters in the audience, Tony Stark said softly, the year I took over Stark Industries. At the moment Stark Industries was not the #1 weapon supplier department. This may be something my parents left me thinking, so I decided to build Stark Industry into the #1 ranking. Later, you all know that Hanmer Industries was crushed to death by me, and other weapon manufacturing companies. In front of me Tony Stark simply couldn't lift their heads. I thought I did it to make my father and my mother proud. But in fact, is it really the case? Having said that, Tony Stark raised his hand and pressed a button on the remote control. Then, a picture appeared on the big screen behind him. First of all, there are pictures of countless villages being destroyed, many people tragically dying, displacement, and family destruction. Look, these are caused by weapons made by Stark Industries. Spreading his hands, at the moment Tony Stark's face does not bear the kind of freehand expression just now. I can be sure and responsible to tell you that these are all caused by the weapons I personally developed. Although, this was not caused by me personally, but in fact, people have been using private channels to send weapons out of Stark Industry over the years. And what you are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. Looking at the tragic pictures on the big screen, all reporters pressed their cameras frantically at this moment. Everyone is already clear at this moment. I am afraid that today, Tony Stark will make a very crazy decision. Otherwise, he will not publish these pictures. Backstage, in a room, watching all this through the TV screen hanging on the wall, some Stark Industry board members are all going crazy at the moment. What the hell does Tony Stark want to do? Some people even wanted to get up right now, ran to the front and pulled the crazy Tony Stark back. However, the security personnel of Stark Industries who Pibo had brought him stopped him. Everyone, please stay calm. I know what you want to do at the moment, but according to Tony, I can't let you destroy it before the press conference is over. Directing the security members one by one, blocking all the intersections, Pibo looked at these members of the board of directors and said seriously, yes, all of this was discussed by two people. Tony Stark deliberately showed these pictures to these reporters. Not surprisingly, the press conference is over, with the blessing of these pictures. So the stock of Stark Industries will definitely fall faster than simply announcing the idea of closing the Stark Industrial Weapon Manufacturing Department. In fact, all of this was Tony's attention. Pibo knew. According to the conversation between him and S.H.I.E.L.D, this is called not breaking and not standing. Only in this way can the value of these Stark Industry board members drop. Only in this way, looking at the stocks that are falling day by day, these people will be heartbroken to throw out the shares in their hands to achieve the purpose of stopping the loss in time, and will not sink to the bottom with Stark Industry. Only in this way can Tony have the opportunity to take back all the shares of Stark Industries without a bloodshed. Truly turn the Stark Industry of Nuovo into his own words. Although this will cause great losses, it is not broken or standing. Both S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony believe that once the battle armor is announced to those people, it is announced that Tony Stark is Iron Man. Wearing a battle armor in Tony, he will publish all the videos of weapons that he has sold out through Obadiah Stein's private channels. Then Stark Industries will be back on track. Although, the early stage will cause very distressing, and the stock price will evaporate. But not so. How can these old foxes, who have great power behind them, throw away the shares of Stark Industries in their hands? Looking at a group of board members who are anxious and roaring in anger, Pibo orders people to stay at the door of the room. No one is allowed to go out and disturb Tony's press conference. At the same time, at this moment, J.A.R.V.I.S directly blocked the cell phone signal in the entire room. The press conference site. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury frowned suddenly. Just wanted to say something, but S.H.I.E.L.D directly stopped him. Everything is planned, don't worry. Answer the questions in the chat room. Barton, I can win the battle. Is this what Tony is talking about? Is this a surprise? No matter how you look at it, this is a fright. Who will translate for me? What is the special surprise? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff, keep watching. I always feel that Tony is going to make a big news today. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Looking at these tragic pictures, I think I will be on Tony's side. This has nothing to do with money. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers. Captain, you don't know how much money will be lost to Stark Industry if Tony does this. The press conference site. Seeing the reporter in an uproar, Tony Stark's mouth suddenly bends. Very good, the effect is very good. You know, the culprit responsible for all this is the former executive director of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stein, also the person I have trusted the most. Turned around and glanced at the tragic picture behind him. Tony Stark couldn't help sighing inwardly. Although these pictures were all made by himself to J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony knows that all of these have actually happened in the past. I don't know how you feel when you see these pictures, but I think anyone with a conscience will be deeply shocked after seeing these pictures. The same is true for me, not only shocked, but more, there is also a trace of guilt, although, none of this was caused by my own hands. Although, I can't do anything about it. But I think, anyone who has even a trace of conscience in his heart should stand up and do something. Turning his head and looking at the reporter below, Tony Stark pursed his mouth, then looked firm and said seriously, "So I hereby announce that Stark Industries will no longer manufacture or sell any weapons, and permanently close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department until we find a new research direction. Even before that, Stark Industries stock will evaporate drastically, making Stark Industries bankrupt. But I don't compromise." Tony Stark's words caused an uproar. Although many reporters will announce a major decision after he just released the photos. However, he did not expect that he directly announced the closure of Stark's Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. Almost instantly, all the reporters started asking Tony Stark questions. But listening to the roaring reporter team below, Tony Stark ignored them, but directly said, "In addition, I have to announce one more thing. Obadiah, using his status as an executive director, sold Stark Industrial Weapons through private channels without authorization over the years, causing countless people to be in a miserable situation. So I am here to announce that Obadiah has been deprived of all Stark Industries status and has been arrested. At the same time, I will use all my methods to destroy all the weapons he has sold over the years." Listening to the on-site reporters' uproar, the entire press conference was all in a mess at the moment. Nick Fury frowned and asked S.H.I.E.L.D next to him, "Just now Tony Stark said that he wants to use all means to destroy the weapons sold by Obadiah over the years. Does he already have a solution? It's not that there is a way, but it has been done, and the first batch of weapons on the Ahan Desert has already been destroyed by him." Looking at Tony Stark, he didn't answer the questions of those crazy reporters, but left. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Nick Fury. "If you have something, then come to the lounge with me. If it's okay, then please come back. I think the Hydra in your S.H.I.E.L.D will be enough for your headache." After speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D turned around and walked towards the restroom behind. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, who was a little cold and even defensive towards himself, Nick Fury didn't care either. In fact, if the identities of the two were swapped, then he would be prepared for S.H.I.E.L.D. Director S.H.I.E.L.D seems to be a big name, but in reality, S.H.I.E.L.D might as well change its name to Snake Shield. Follow S.H.I.E.L.D towards the direction of the lounge. As soon as I came to the outside of the lounge, I heard angry roars in the lounge at this moment. "Tony, you are not qualified to unilaterally announce the closure of Stark's Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department, nor are you qualified to publish those photos. Even though Stark Industries is the property of your Stark family, don't forget that there are still shares of us in Stark Industries. We absolutely disagree with the decision you made. Now, you immediately tell the damn reporters and media that you were all joking just now. Otherwise," looking at a crowd of angry old guys, listening to them get roaring, Tony Stark took out his ears indifferently, and said indifferently, "Otherwise, what else can you do? Deprive me of my seat as an executive director of Stark Industries? Or do you want to kick me out of the board?" While talking, Tony Stark found a sofa and sat down unceremoniously. "Telephones, don't forget that after Obadiah is arrested, his shares will automatically belong to me. Therefore, the Stark Industrial shares that I hold now give me absolute control over it, so no matter what decision I make, it is my freedom. Don't think of using the board of directors to press me down. It doesn't work, because the total amount of shares in the hands of all board members is not as much as I am alone." While talking, Tony Stark looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and Nick Fury, who came in by pushing the door. I couldn't help but smiled and waved to S.H.I.E.L.D and said, "Come and sit down. I just wanted you to come here just now, but you have to hide behind to watch the excitement." After S.H.I.E.L.D walked over and sat on the sofa, Tony Stark raised his eyebrows and asked triumphantly, "How about buddy? What I said at the press conference just now is not bad. It's okay, it's just a bit less infectious. I thought you would say something more touching." Looking at Tony Stark with a triumphant face, S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a smile. Looking at Tony Stark, who ignores himself and others at all. One of the members of the board of directors was already frustrated at this moment. "Tony Stark, you are the biggest bastard. Sooner or later the Stark industry will be ruined in your hands. I'm happy, are you in charge?" Listening to the accusation from the other party, Tony Stark still had an indifferent expression. "Stark Industry was left to me by my father, so I would destroy it if I want to destroy it. What does it have to do with you? If you don't want to accompany Stark Industries to destroy it, you can throw out the shares in your hands. How much do you throw? How much I will receive?" Having said that, Tony Stark looked around the board members. Then he sneered, "Don't think I don't know. When Obadiah sold those weapons through private channels, you were all insiders. I didn't care if you asked for a statement, it's already very good. Over the years, you have made money crazy. Right now, you still want to care about my statement? Are you worthy? You?" Hearing Tony Stark's merciless ridicule, one of the board members just wanted to point to Tony Stark and say something angrily. But the next second, Tony Stark directly pressed a button. Soon, a recording spread throughout the lounge. Listening to the recording, these people are more or less colluding with Obadiah. Although it is not substantive evidence, it still makes these people's faces very ugly. "You want to make money, I don't care, but while you are making money from Stark Industries, you also want to swallow Stark Industries. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Now, I'm looking forward to it, watching your worth evaporating one by one." Task tisk. Spreading his hands, Tony Stark looked at everyone happily. "If you want to take Stark Industry from me, then everyone will destroy it together. Seeing Tony Stark with a crazy look in his eyes, the board members left the lounge with angrily shaking their hands. I don't know if I was taken away by anger, or if I was a bit guilty. Anyway, after these people left, Tony Stark said to Su-Ching, "Well, I just went crazy for this performance, can I add more points? Some are superficial. If they have received professional agent training, then they will definitely find out that you are in disguise." Su-Ching hadn't waited for an answer, but Nick Fury on the side answered first. Well everyone, this is the surprise I want to give you. Inside the villa by the sea, look at the gold-red Mark series armor in the basement. Tony Stark said to the people in the live broadcast room of the answering chat room. I remember the clips that were played in our answering chat room, including a video of me wearing a nano armor. Unfortunately now, nanotechnology is not too mature to be applied to the armor, but it doesn't matter. My armor is very good, and it has been practiced in actual combat. While wearing the armor with the help of artificial machinery, Tony Stark asked Su-Ching next to him, "Man, how does this armor look? Handsome." Listening, Tony Stark seemed to offer a treasure, with an expression asking for praise like a child. What else can Su-Ching say? Can only praise a handsome? To know the past life, when I watched the movie, I really liked this classic Mark series battle armor. I also bought a helmet online. It's just this effect, far from the shock of watching the real battle armor live. Haha, the golden and red color scheme, but the most classic color scheme. Listening to Su-Ching's praise, Tony Stark raised his eyebrows triumphantly after putting on his armor. "Let me fly for you." With that said, Tony Stark buttoned his upper armor, and then controlled the armor to take off, and then flew outside along the passage in the basement of the villa. He still likes to show off. It's like a child who never grows up. On the side, Nick Fury, who brought 2 glasses of red wine, handed one of them to Su-Ching. While looking at the answering chat room, Tony Stark's third view battle armor flight, while speaking to Su-Ching. "Are you familiar with him?" After receiving the wine glass handed over by Nick Fury, Su-Ching asked softly. "Definitely. After all, one of the 3 founders of S.H.I.E.L.D is his father, Mr. Howard, so how can I not pay attention to him over the years?" After taking a sip of wine, Nick Fury said to Su-Ching, "Answer the questions in the chat room." Looking at Tony Stark of flight from the third perspective, almost the members of the group praised him. It's just that these people are not praised by Tony Stark, but focused on discussing the color of the armor. "Barton, I can win the battle. This armor is really good, it can be used in actual combat, and it can also be used for flight. But if the color is pure white and pure black, it will definitely be more beautiful." "Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I think it would be better if we could add some blue." Natasha Romanoff, "Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff according to what you said. Wouldn't it be more beautiful if you changed it to pink?" Wanda, "I have the final say. If S.H.I.E.L.D is in chaos, I also think that pink is better." Thor, the sad fat man who has lost the hammer. Dark blue lightning energy, giving people a feeling of full strength. If the armor is equipped with a lightning logo, it is simply handsome. Natasha Romanoff, "Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Thor." Han, "Do you have any misunderstandings about the color of thunder and lightning?" Bruce Banner, "Hulk is not sick. The armor is very handsome, it looks good now, anyway, as long as it is not green. I don't like green, because it reminds me of Hulk." Petro, "Keep the bullet away from me." At Wanda, "Sister, don't look, you come to me, I have a question." "I can't." Wanda, "I have the final say. If S.H.I.E.L.D is in chaos at, okay, here it is." Strange, "I'm here to negotiate." At Wanda, "Study hard, if you have any questions, just ask me." Bruce Banner, "Hulk is not sick." At Wanda, "And me, I can also help you guys." For the twins Wanda and Pietro in the answering chat room group, all group members like it very much. The 2 little guys usually have very sweet mouths, plus the pitiful life experience of these 2 little guys. Everyone loves them very much. Tony Stark was originally enthusiastic, as if a child got a good thing and couldn't wait to share it with his parents. After seeing the chat in the group, I suddenly became speechless. Most of the excitement disappeared at once, and then he controlled the armor and flew back slowly. "Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. You guys, you really have no eyes. It seems that it is Dr. Banner, so, and me. The eyes of the 3 of us are the same." Seeing Tony's lack of interest, he looked helpless. The members in the answering chat room burst out laughing. Natasha Romanoff, "Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. Haha, I just said, he will definitely have this expression. Give money to money, 200 yuan. Thanks a lot." Strange, "I'm here to negotiate." Alas, at Tony Stark, "Tony, can't you fight for reasons and then get out the weapon system and blind everyone with deeds and actions?" Reminder, member Strange sends 200 yuan in cash to members Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and Bruce Banner each. Strange, "I'm here to negotiate." At Thor, "After you come to Earth, I am giving you 200 yuan. Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times? When did you start betting with my performance?" "I do not know how." Natasha Romanoff, "Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff." At Tony Stark, "Just when you held a press conference, we guessed at that time, the surprise you said was war armor. In addition, thank you Dr. Barton, I can win the battle if I have one for my daughter's new backpack. Thank you." Bruce Banner, "Hulk is not sick." Thanks. Tony Stark, "She said that she loves me 3,000 times. You guys are so boring. That's what I said, but after controlling the armor to fly back, Tony Stark asked S.H.I.E.L.D for the first time, so, you also bet with this thing. If I participate, then I can collect money instead of standing here and chatting with Nick Fury. Seeing Tony Stark pouting his mouth, S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands. Cut. A good answer to the chat room, let them change the way to play. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D say this, Tony Stark said silently, obviously, what Tony is not satisfied with is not these people betting with themselves. But, such an interesting thing, I didn't even let myself participate. He forgot subconsciously, if he participated, then this bet would not be established. Asterisk the coffee you want. Inside the living room. Walking over with 3 cups of coffee, Pibo first smiled politely at S.H.I.E.L.D and Nick Fury. Then he glanced at Tony Stark helplessly. Pibo looked at him with helpless eyes. Tony Stark already pretended to have an expression that I don't know anything? Heh, want to live at home? No doors? Just live in my villa honestly, saying that 2 people can have feelings after being together for a long time? Oh, even if this is a dumb way, but it can't let my future daughter's mother run away, right? After Pipo left, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said, you can't do this, Tony, it's easy to backfire. If you want to confess, you should confess. If she is willing to accept you, then, no, not yet time. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could finish, Tony Stark immediately shook his head, now I am in her heart, still in the image of the playboy before. So she confessed at this time, she would never promise me. Wait a minute, I have been using practical actions to prove to her during this period of time that I am serious, and I don't even look at other women. When she really thinks that I have changed, I'm confessing, otherwise I'm afraid I won't even have the last bit of room. This kind of thing must be done safely. Tony Stark looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said with a swearing expression, if you don't confess, how do you know that people won't accept it? Nick Fury on the side took a sip of the coffee, and then said seriously, through the micro-expression analysis just now, Ms. Pibo actually has such a touch of affection for you, maybe. Okay, let's not talk about this. Seeing that he mentioned this question, Tony Stark stared at himself with bright eyes, an expression that you continue to analyze, hurry up and analyze. Nick Fury stopped this topic directly. Cut. I thought you could analyze something. Seeing Nick Fury stop talking, Tony Stark was a little speechless. This time I come here, I mainly want to talk to you two about my idea of forming Avengers. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony Stark in front of him, Nick Fury said directly, I actually had this idea a long time ago, but I have never had a chance to realize it. Until the emergence of the answering chat room, I did not know that I could recruit so many people. Even though, many people in the answering chat room are not superhero for the time being. But those who can be selected, I think they must have good abilities in the future. So, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing Nick Fury turning his gaze to himself, S.H.I.E.L.D directly said, perhaps you have a good idea, a superhero team that protects the world. But, I never thought about becoming a superhero. And I don't know if I'm suitable for synthesis as a superhero. So for the time being, I don't have this idea, don't count me. You are too modest, man. We have all seen the fragments of your future fight against the death of that god. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Tony Stark said directly, everyone in the answering chat room knows that if it weren't for you, then maybe the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Yes, Tony is right. Nick Fury on the side also nodded, a person who knows that the other person is a real god, but is willing to stand up and stand in front of the Earth and everyone. If such a person is not a superhero, then who else is worthy of calling it a superhero? What's more, although I don't know what your current strength is, Sue, according to future clips, your strength should be the strongest among all superhero. So Avengers needs you, and the Earth also needs you. Looking at Nick Fury with a serious face, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Tony Stark and said, have you already chosen to join? Do I have another choice? Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's question, Tony Stark spread his hands and smiled, the future segment has been played very clearly, isn't it? Since I have to join sooner or later, why not? I believe that most people in the group have the same choices as mine, even if they still exist as soul bodies and haven't found Captain Steve with a frozen body, it's the same. Don't hesitation, man, you don't want to see us friends, let's fight separately. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark said seriously, looked at Nick Fury, then looked at Tony Stark. Okay, S.H.I.E.L.D just realized that this time Nick Fury didn't seem to take the initiative to talk to Tony Stark. Instead, I made an appointment with Tony to persuade myself. That's right, who made himself say that he didn't want to be a superhero or something like that? Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled helplessly. Just about to say something, the voice of the system suddenly came from the answering chat room. Attention members, a new round of answering questions begins. Please watch the next clips carefully, and then answer accordingly. Listen to the rich mechanical sound of the answering system. At this moment, no matter what the answering chat room members are doing, they stopped what they were doing and prepared to watch the clips from the future. After the rich mechanical sound of the system was finished, the answering chat room began to mute, and then a picture was played. In the picture, it is on a dark planet with snowflakes and a background similar to dusk. On the top of a high mountain, a very wide platform was erected there. A red skull in a shabby dress was standing there, looking at the two people on the opposite side. At the moment, the widow's sister was sitting on a rock, her eyes clearly thinking about something. And beside her, Barton, who was standing there with a bow and arrow on his back, was pacing back and forth impatiently. because when the answer chat room plays the answer fragments, it is all muted. So Barton took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the widow sister. It seems that this time it is about the two of us. Yeah, looking at that cliff reminds me of the suffix of my name, maybe this is my future. Take a closer look. In the answering chat room, the clip continues to play. God, it might be all his nonsense. While walking back and forth, Barton said, how could this be possible? Do not. The widow sister sitting on the rock had a thoughtful expression at the moment. After hearing Barton's words, she shook her head gently. I don't think so. Why? Just because he knows your father's name. Turning his head to look at Natasha Romanoff, Barton asked. I don't even know it myself. Frowning 450 brows, Natasha Romanoff's voice was heavy. Thanos took what he wanted from here, but didn't take his daughter? This is no coincidence. Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Barton just wanted to say something. But after hearing Natasha Romanoff sitting on the stone whispered whatever it takes, she froze in place. Turn your head and look at the red skull on the edge of the cliff. In the gloomy sky, the red skull in the shabby robe always stood there. The cold wind blows the worn robe of red skull, like a sculpture. Watching this scene, Barton's voice paused for a moment, and finally nodded slowly, yes, at all costs. As if feeling Barton's determination, Natasha Romanoff stood up from the stone and walked slowly in front of Barton. If we don't get that, then hundreds of millions of people will not be able to survive. Originally, this sentence should be a rough stone, but it was silenced by the system. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Barton nodded subconsciously, then turned his head to look at the cliff over there, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I know. At all costs. And I think we all know who should jump down. Yes, we all know it. This time, Natasha Romanoff repeated Barton's words. Gently holding the hand of the widow sister, Barton suddenly laughed. I think we may be different candidates, Natasha Romanoff. Hearing what Barton said, he wanted to jump off the cliff. Natasha Romanoff raised his head and looked directly into Barton's eyes gently. In the past 5 years, I have only one goal, and that is to come here. And all this is to bring everyone back. Never say these beautiful things to me, Natasha Romanoff. Barton shook his head. Do you think I want to do this? I'm saving your life, idiot. At this moment, the widow sister's voice was mixed with a choke. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's reddish eyes, listening to her faintly choked voice, Barton held Natasha Romanoff's hand. His voice also choked, but his tone was still very firm. I won't let you do this, Natasha Romanoff. You know what I have done over the years. You know, what has become. I never measure a person by mistake. At this moment, the widow sister's original resolute voice has become a touch of gentleness. Maybe you should do this. You can't do it yourself. Speaking to each other, gradually, a smile appeared on the faces of both of them. That is the smile of making up their minds to say goodbye to each other. I really can't help you. Taking a trembling breath, Barton looked at his partner, his closest friend, and his eyes were full of sadness. Gradually, the foreheads of the two people stuck together. After a while, Barton raised his head and looked at the widow sister and said, well, you won. But as soon as the voice fell, the sadness on Barton's face disappeared. Instead a smile appeared. Take advantage of the widow sister not paying attention, put it down in an instant. Without letting him stand up, Barton pressed the widow sister's shoulder and said, tell my family, I love them. Listening to Barton's words, the widow sister turned Barton to the ground in a reverse fall. After standing up, the electric shock on her wrist directly attacked Barton's body. Watching the powerful electric current crackling on Barton, the widow sister shook her head and said, you should tell them yourself. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the cliff over there. After taking a deep breath, it seemed as if she was determined to give up everything, and the widow sister ran towards the cliff without hesitation. Just halfway through the road, Barton pulled off the electric shock device behind him, then stood up, picked up the bow and arrow, and sent it directly to the side of Natasha Romanoff who was running. Boom! A small explosion on the ground knocked the widow sister to the ground. Throwing down the bow and arrow in his hand, Barton resolutely flew towards the cliff. While running, he smiled at the widow sister, and then jumped off the cliff. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff didn't care about being hit by the explosion in his aching abdomen. He quickly got up and fell down from the cliff, and the whole person fell on Barton's body, and at the same time hung the rope on the belt of Barton's waist. The grappling hook was sent out, and the grappling hook firmly climbed on the cliff, directly blocking the two people in the air. Barton, who reacted, grabbed the widow sister's wrist in the air to prevent it from falling down. Pulling the rope and looking at the rope hanging on the belt, Barton cursed, damn. While loosening the rope, it seems that I want to pull up Natasha Romanoff below, but the hand that was on his side and placed it on the top couldn't reach Natasha Romanoff at all. And many more. Looking at Natasha Romanoff who wanted to untie the belt on his wrist, Barton grabbed the widow sister in one hand and tried to pull it up. But after taking a look at the bottom, the widow sister raised her head with a gentle voice, as if she was persuading, let me go? No, please, no. Listening to the widow sister's gentle farewell words, Barton's voice was extremely choked at the moment. Tears couldn't help but slip from the eyes. It's okay, it's okay. Finally, he smiled gently at Barton 5.0. Then in Barton's hoarse roar shout, Natasha Romanoff slammed her feet on the cliff wall. As soon as the whole person used force, he broke free of Barton's hand and fell from the cliff. Do not pull Pulling the rope, Barton wanted to jump down and catch Natasha Romanoff at this moment, but the strong rope hung him firmly on the cliff. The heart-piercing voice seemed to gradually drift throughout the world. See this scene. In reality, Barton took a deep breath, raised a trembling hand, and rubbed his cheek vigorously. After that, it seemed as if he was complaining about being unsatisfied, and he slapped himself with a very loud slap in the face. But his eyes were fixed on the frozen picture. It seems that I am afraid that in the next second, all of this will happen truly. At the same time, inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment, looking at the picture, one's own choice, the widow's sister gently raised her hand and wiped the tears on her face. Slightly relieved, I just wanted to send a message to Barton with my phone, telling him not to care about these images. But in the next second, the door of the room was opened. Turning his head, I found that Wanda's eyes were red and ran over, and then he fell into Natasha Romanoff's arms, and gradually made a crying sound. And Barton, who was standing on the side, was also a little red with eyes, and forcibly resisted not letting his tears flow out. After more than half a month of getting along, whether it is Wanda or Pietro, they have long been treated as sisters. Although they are young, they can still distinguish who is really kind to them and treats them like younger brothers and sisters. So when I saw Sister Natasha Romanoff jumping off the cliff, the two little guys all felt very sad. Okay, it's okay. These are just pictures of the future, it doesn't matter. Gently stroking Wanda's little head, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and brought Pietro over again, who was holding back his grief. One hand gently patted the sad Wanda, and the other hand gently comforted Pietro. Although these two little guys didn't say anything, Natasha Romanoff could feel that these two little guys really regarded themselves as sisters. This feeling is pretty good. I am always alone. Although I am used to it, it would be better to have two more family members. Answer the questions in the chat room. After this clip was played, the rich mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Members, please pay attention. As shown in the above clip, what is the reason why the members Natasha Romanoff and Barton jumped over the cliff? Option 1. In order to obtain a weapon against Thanos. In order to completely eradicate Thanos. Option 2. In order to obtain one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Option 3. In order to obtain Soul Gem, one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Members have 30 minutes to consider. If no one answers within 30 minutes, the system will immediately designate one person to answer. Those who make a wrong question will be deducted, including but not limited to life, wealth, ability, lifespan, etc. As the system's voice disappeared, the answering chat room was lifted from the mute state. I just don't know why. As the ban was lifted, there was no speech in the answering chat room. Very rare, it became silent. After a while, after seeing no one talking, Su-Ching broke the silence. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, although I and Barton have not met yet, and I have only met Natasha Romanoff once, but I saw this clip. Seriously, somewhat unacceptable. But no matter what, I would like to pay tribute to both of you. Yes, in my previous life, when I was watching Avengers Alliance 4, when I saw this clip for the first time, I burst into tears. Not only is he like this, even a muscular man who is nearly 1.9 meters away is also crying. Although I can understand the setting of swapping souls for souls, the screenwriters are still being scolded. After all, he wrote to death my eldest sister. Then, after Iron Man snapped his fingers, this time, he didn't even have the thought of cursing. At the end of the credits, the sound of iron strikes resounded, as if it implied that everything started from that cave, the sound of iron strikes. It is also the same as everything ended with the sound of iron strikes. After Su-Ching began to speak, Natasha Romanoff also began to speak in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I finally know the reason for the suffix of my name, but it doesn't matter, although I don't know the specific reason, but I think, since I made this choice, so too naturally will not regret it. What's the matter at? Don't be silent. This is not a clip of the future. I am still alive now. Barton, I can win the battle. Doesn't my suffix say that I can win the battle? Liar, even if I win, the price is actually, asshole. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. At Barton, it's okay, this is my choice, don't be sad, none of this has happened yet. Besides, people will always die. Look away point. Need my dead man to comfort you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, really, this clip shocked me, too, although we have not met, but I am willing to send you with the most sincere tribute. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times inexplicably. I feel a little panicked, maybe my heart is too soft and I can't see this anymore. No matter what, after the answer is over, maybe we should meet offline. I invite you to drink. It just so happens that So and Nick Fury are with me today. At Natasha Romanoff, at Barton. In addition, I am also willing to pay tribute to you like So and Steve. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. I never thought that my two most trusted and best subordinates would actually make such a distressing choice. For a moment, I almost wish I stood there. 453. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, I'm in the hospital, salute you. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. I am counted as one, although I don't know what will happen in the future, but watching this clip, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Looking at the group, everyone was a little sad when they spoke. Su-Ching seemed to have thought of something, and then continued to speak in the answer chat room. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at, it seems that we have forgotten one thing, Natasha Romanoff may not die. Don't forget, Natasha Romanoff once got a skill called death replacement after answering a question correctly. Maybe with this skill, then Natasha Romanoff can't die. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jump off the cliff because this skill is not available, so I subconsciously forget this passive skill. Yes, with this skill, even if I jump off the cliff, can't die. At Barton, okay, Eagle Boy, don't be sad. Sue is right, you see, can't I die? In reality, gently patted the two little guys Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff with a gentle smile, don't worry, sister, I have one more life. At the same time, inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment, looking at the picture, one's own choice, the widow sister gently raised her hand and wiped the tears on her face. Slightly relieved, I just wanted to send a message to Barton with my phone, telling him not to care about these images. But in the next second, the door of the room was opened. Turning his head, I found that Wanda's eyes were red and ran over, and then he fell into Natasha Romanoff's arms, and gradually made a crying sound. And Barton, who was standing on the side, was also a little red with eyes, and forcibly resisted not letting his tears flow out. After more than half a month of getting along, whether it is Wanda or Pietro, they have long been treated as sisters. Although they are young, they can still distinguish who is really kind to them and treats them like younger brothers and sisters. So when I saw Sister Natasha Romanoff jumping off the cliff, the two little guys all felt very sad. Okay, it's okay. These are just pictures of the future, it doesn't matter. Gently stroking Wanda's little head, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and brought Pietro over again, who was holding back his grief. One hand gently patted the sad Wanda, and the other hand gently comforted Pietro. Although these two little guys didn't say anything, Natasha Romanoff could feel that these two little guys really regarded themselves as sisters. This feeling is pretty good. I am always alone. Although I am used to it, it would be better to have two more family members. Answer the questions in the chat room. After this clip was played, the rich mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Members, please pay attention. As shown in the above clip, what is the reason why the members Natasha Romanoff and Barton jumped over the cliff? Option 1, in order to obtain a weapon against Thanos, in order to completely eradicate Thanos. Option 2, in order to obtain one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Option 3, in order to obtain Soul Gem, one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Members have 30 minutes to consider. If no one answers within 30 minutes, the system will immediately designate one person to answer. Those who make a wrong question will be deducted, including but not limited to life, wealth, ability, lifespan, etc. As the system's voice disappeared, the answering chat room was lifted from the mute state. I just don't know why. As the ban was lifted, there was no speech in the answering chat room. Very rare, it became silent. After a while, after seeing no one talking, Su-Ching broke the silence. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, although I and Barton have not met yet, and I have only met Natasha Romanoff once, but I saw this clip. Seriously, somewhat unacceptable. But no matter what, I would like to pay tribute to both of you. Yes, in my previous life, when I was watching Avengers Alliance 4, when I saw this clip for the first time, I burst into tears. Not only is he like this, even a muscular man who is nearly 1.9 meters away is also crying. Although I can understand the setting of swapping souls for souls, the screenwriters are still being scolded. After all, he wrote to death my eldest sister. Then, after Iron Man snapped his fingers, this time, he didn't even have the thought of cursing. At the end of the credits, the sound of iron strikes resounded, as if it implied that everything started from that cave, the sound of iron strikes. It is also the same as everything ended with the sound of iron strikes. After Su-Ching began to speak, Natasha Romanoff also began to speak in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. I finally know the reason for the suffix of my name, but it doesn't matter, although I don't know the specific reason, but I think, since I made this choice, so too naturally will not regret it. What's the matter at? Don't be silent, this is not a clip of the future, I am still alive now. Barton, I can win the battle. Doesn't my suffix say that I can win the battle? Liar, even if I win, the price is actually, asshole. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. At Barton, it's okay, this is my choice, don't be sad, none of this has happened yet. Besides, people will always die. Look away point, need my dead man to comfort you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. At Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, really, this clip shocked me, too, although we have not met, but I am willing to send you with the most sincere tribute. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times inexplicably. I feel a little panicked, maybe my heart is too soft and I can't see this anymore. No matter what, after the answer is over, maybe we should meet offline. I invite you to drink. It just so happens that So and Nick Fury are with me today. At Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, in addition, I am also willing to pay tribute to you like So and Steve. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. I never thought that my two most trusted and best subordinates would actually make such a distressing choice. For a moment, I almost wish I stood there. 453. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff. At Barton, I'm in the hospital. Salute you. Bruce Banner. Hulk is not sick. I am counted as one, although I don't know what will happen in the future, but watching this clip, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Looking at the group, everyone was a little sad when they spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to have thought of something, and then continued to speak in the answer chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. It seems that we have forgotten one thing. Natasha Romanoff may not die. Don't forget, Natasha Romanoff once got a skill called death replacement after answering a question correctly. Maybe with this skill, then Natasha Romanoff can't die. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jump off the cliff because this skill is not available, so I subconsciously forget this passive skill. Yes, with this skill, even if I jump off the cliff, can't die. At Barton, okay, Eagle Boy, don't be sad. So is right, you see, can't I die? In reality, gently patted the two little guys Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff with a gentle smile. Don't worry, sister, I have one more life. At the same time, inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment, looking at the picture, one's own choice, the widow sister gently raised her hand and wiped the tears on her face. Slightly relieved, I just wanted to send a message to Barton with my phone, telling him not to care about these images. But in the next second, the door of the room was opened. Turning his head, I found that Wanda's eyes were red and ran over, and then he fell into Natasha Romanoff's arms, and gradually made a crying sound. And Barton, who was standing on the side, was also a little red with eyes, and forcibly resisted not letting his tears flow out. After more than half a month of getting along, whether it is Wanda or Pietro, they have long been treated as sisters. Although they are young, they can still distinguish who is really kind to them and treats them like younger brothers and sisters. So when I saw Sister Natasha Romanoff jumping off the cliff, the two little guys all felt very sad. Okay, it's okay. These are just pictures of the future, it doesn't matter. Gently stroking Wanda's little head, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his hand and brought Pietro over again, who was holding back his grief. One hand gently patted the sad Wanda, and the other hand gently comforted Pietro. Although these two little guys didn't say anything, Natasha Romanoff could feel that these two little guys really regarded themselves as sisters. This feeling is pretty good. I am always alone. Although I am used to it, it would be better to have two more family members. Answer the questions in the chat room. After this clip was played, the rich mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Members, please pay attention. As shown in the above clip, what is the reason why the members Natasha Romanoff and Barton jumped over the cliff? Option 1. In order to obtain a weapon against Thanos. In order to completely eradicate Thanos. Option 2. In order to obtain one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Option 3. In order to obtain Soul Gem, one of the 6 most precious infinite gems in the universe. Members have 30 minutes to consider. If no one answers within 30 minutes, the system will immediately designate one person to answer. Those who make a wrong question will be deducted, including but not limited to life, wealth, ability, lifespan, etc. As the system's voice disappeared, the answering chat room was lifted from the mute state. I just don't know why. As the ban was lifted, there was no speech in the answering chat room. Very rare, it became silent. After a while, after seeing no one talking, S.H.I.E.L.D broke the silence. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, although I and Barton have not met yet, and I have only met Natasha Romanoff once, but I saw this clip. Seriously, somewhat unacceptable. But no matter what, I would like to pay tribute to both of you. Yes, in my previous life, when I was watching Avengers Alliance 4, when I saw this clip for the first time, I burst into tears. Not only is he like this, even a muscular man who is nearly 1.9 meters away is also crying. Although I can understand the setting of swapping souls for souls, the screenwriters are still being scolded. After all, he wrote to death my eldest sister. Then, after Iron Man snapped his fingers, this time, he didn't even have the thought of cursing. At the end of the credits, the sound of iron strikes resounded, as if it implied that everything started from that cave, the sound of iron strikes. It is also the same as everything ended with the sound of iron strikes. After S.H.I.E.L.D began to speak, Natasha Romanoff also began to speak in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I finally know the reason for the suffix of my name, but it doesn't matter, although I don't know the specific reason, but I think, since I made this choice, so too naturally will not regret it. What's the matter at? Don't be silent, this is not a clip of the future, I am still alive now. Barton, I can win the battle. Doesn't my suffix say that I can win the battle? Liar, even if I win, the price is actually, asshole. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. At Barton, it's okay, this is my choice, don't be sad, none of this has happened yet. Besides, people will always die. Look away point. Need my dead man to comfort you. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, really, this clip shocked me, too, although we have not met, but I am willing to send you with the most sincere tribute. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times inexplicably. I feel a little panicked, maybe my heart is too soft and I can't see this anymore. No matter what, after the answer is over, maybe we should meet offline, I invite you to drink. It just so happens that So and Nick Fury are with me today. at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton. In addition, I am also willing to pay tribute to you like So and Steve. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. I never thought that my two most trusted and best subordinates would actually make such a distressing choice. For a moment, I almost wish I stood there. 453. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton. I'm in the hospital. Salute you. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. I am counted as one, although I don't know what will happen in the future, but watching this clip, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Looking at the group, everyone was a little sad when they spoke. Su-Ching seemed to have thought of something, and then continued to speak in the answer chat room. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. It seems that we have forgotten one thing. Natasha Romanoff may not die. Don't forget, Natasha Romanoff once got a skill called death replacement after answering a question correctly. Maybe with this skill, then Natasha Romanoff can't die. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jump off the cliff because this skill is not available, so I subconsciously forget this passive skill. Yes, with this skill, even if I jump off the cliff, can't die. At Barton, okay, Eagle Boy, don't be sad. So is right, you see, can't I die? In reality, gently patted the two little guys Wanda and Pietro. Natasha Romanoff with a gentle smile. Don't worry, sister, I have one more life. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Yeah, guys, we all forgot about this. Natasha Romanoff won't die. After all, she has the ability to die. Barton, I can win the battle. Roar. It is a sigh of relief, thanks to the answering system. Thank you very much. In addition, at Natasha Romanoff, NA, this time you can't grab me, you have to die. Don't forget, I also teleport. This time, I will never let you jump off that damn cliff. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. It's fine if you can't die, you can't die. As long as the person is still alive, then everything is easy to say. Dr. Banner, Hulk is not sick. I also remembered that Sue said that. Do you still remember the clip about Sue's future? In that clip, although there are many people we don't know, fight against death with us. But do not forget, the people inside the group may have in it. So it also proves that we are not going to die. Thor, lost sad fat hammer. Although I agree with that Bruce Banner, double your point of view. But this is the next segment. We are not forgetting one thing, that is, in the end is the first death comes, or fragments of them. Natasha Romanoff mentioned Thanos' first coming. Su-Ching, goddess of death, do not deserve a man at Thor. Han said yes, we are not able to determine the timeline, but you can follow some of the details to judge. Saying, Su-Ching answer in a chat room inside, the release of the comparison of the two pictures. Su-Ching, goddess of death, do not deserve a man. Look, Tony is the first picture and Strange against the alien magician, Ebony Maw, pictures, which Tony was wearing a nano armor. The second picture is me against the time of death, Avengers defeat the picture, in which Tony nano armor obviously improved after once again. We only need to figure out the timeline of the alien magician. We can know whether the timeline of the fight against death occurred before Thanos or after Thanos. Well, although the fight against death was created by himself, it is inexplicable. Su-Ching always feels that this seems to happen in the future, especially after getting undead magic. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because of special effects too expensive. The alien necromancer is called Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' 5 obsidian generals, so death is after Thanos. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. If these are the future before the emergence of the answering system, and the death is also a matter after Thanos, then isn't it involved in a time paradox? Think about it, if there is no answer system, then it is obvious that Natasha Romanoff has not died to replace this skill. Without this skill, then she has jumped to death. Since she has jumped to death, how can she appear in the fight against death? In the picture, this is an obvious time paradox. After hearing Tony Stark's words, everyone noticed this problem. Just like Tony said, if death came to the Earth after Thanos, then Natasha Romanoff was already dead at that time. How could he fight alongside them and fight death together? Unless, the footage of their fight against death played by the answering system is after the existence of the answering chat room? Only with this explanation can we explain clearly how the dead widow sister can fight side by side with them and fight death. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Su-Ching in reality showed a smile unconsciously. Finally, someone discovered this problem. Yes, this is a trap deliberately set by Su-Ching. He deliberately let Natasha Romanoff at that time appear in the scene against death. The purpose is to use the Supreme Magician Ancient One mouth to let everyone know the ability of their undead magic. After all, this reward is clearly stated by the system before answering the question. And what I got was the perfect version of undead magic ability. And the videos against death are all made by myself and the system. So, what could be more credible than Asgardian, the leader of the only magician group on the Earth, to prove that his undead magic is not evil magic? Su-Ching knows that in the eyes of many people, undead magic is a kind of black magic, and it is a kind of evil magic that blasphemes the undead. Therefore, Supreme Magician came to clarify for himself, which is more convincing than clarifying himself. Who made it? She is the Supreme Magician of the Earth? What's more, the Supreme Magician has seen his own future/coming a long time ago, and has also seen the future that has been drastically changed by everyone. Even if this future is fake, but what the Supreme Magician Ancient One sees through Time Gem and then thinks it is true, that is enough. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Maybe I know what happened, and I also know that if Natasha Romanoff is really dead, then who can bring it back to life? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at S.H.I.E.L.D? So, you mean, in the original video, Captain Steve Rogers resurrected Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. I don't know how to say it. After all, this matter sounds a little strange to you, and you might even think it is a kind of evil black magic. This is your consciousness at work, so, at Magician Ancient One Magician, it's better for you to tell them. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, everyone, in fact, magic has always been divided into two categories, just like the opposition between good and evil. From the day that magician was born, black magic has always been regarded as an evil existence by the world. However, ability does not distinguish between evil and justice. It is regarded as righteous and evil. People who use this ability do good things. Then this energy is just, and vice versa. And between the two kinds of magic, there are many more special magics. Just like the magic ability possessed by Sue, he possesses magic, which is a legendary undead magic, which is an extremely mysterious secret method. It is precisely because of the mystery of this ability that many people do not understand. Think it's evil. Having said that, the Supreme Magician Ancient One specially touched Strange in the group. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. If the future I saw with the time gem some time ago is correct, then Natasha Romanoff has not yet died to replace this skill. After jumping off the cliff, it should be Sue used undead magic resurrected Natasha? As the next Supreme Magician and my future disciple, you have to remember that magic and energy do not distinguish between good and evil, only talents can distinguish this way, understand? Listening to the teachings of the Supreme Magician Ancient One, Strange nodded thoughtfully. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Magician Ancient One, teacher, that is to say, when I learn magic with you in the future, I will not only learn the magic you use, but also some dark magic. Can study together, right? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. It is absolutely possible. Sometimes, with the help of the power of the dark plane, we can enhance our own strength and increase our lifespan. More importantly, only understand the dark magic. Only then can we better deal with the enemies from the dark plane. Strange, I'm here to negotiate, I understand, although I really want to learn magic with you now, but you also said that before the time, then, before that, I can talk to So learn about undead magic. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at, you can learn if you want, but I can't teach it. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at. What do you think? You should still be your doctor honestly now. Wait for me to think of a good way to hone your 453 character. After that, you can learn some basic magic. Car accidents are no longer possible. After all, the situation now is different from before. But I will set some new tribulations for you. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Magician Ancient One. So blatantly saying that we need to train him in some way. Is that good? I always feel that this scene is like saying to Strange, hey, Strange, I am going to kill you. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive at Tony Stark. You can understand it this way. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Bruce, S.I. Banner, Hulk is not sick. I just want to know, at S.H.I.E.L.D, so, do you have a way to bring dead man back to life? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at S.H.I.E.L.D. Man, is this true? If it is true, then this is awesome. If we all die in the future, then it can also resurrect us? Then what else can we be afraid of? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it so at all members, everyone, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make a relationship with So. If you accidentally die in the future, Sunang will bring us back to life. Thor, the sad fat man who has lost the hammer at S.H.I.E.L.D. When I finish my work, I will bring Loki over to find you. You guys will get acquainted first. Odin is on. I promise you will if you like him. If you don't like him, I will beat him. Until you are satisfied with the beating. Thank goodness, you know that my heart is breaking when I watched Loki be chopped off by that guy. Wanda, I have the final say if the chaos in Zijing Town is not chaos at S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. brother, thank you for saving sister Natasha Romanoff. If I have a strong ability in the future, then you can let me do anything? Petro, let the dim bullets stay away from me at S.H.I.E.L.D. Same as Wanda said, me too. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. Wow, so at S.H.I.E.L.D. Man, thank you for resurrecting me in the future, but are you a group pet now? Yes, you can resurrect your teammates. God, it's incredible. But are there any requirements for resurrecting teammates? For example, the number of resurrects. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at Natasha Romanoff, there is no requirement, but my death magic, or undead magic is not enough at present, so there are not many people who can be resurrected temporarily. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I am envious of my real name. I finally got a skill, or I can only resurrect 4, and it must be someone related to me. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. There are still 20 minutes, at all members. Everyone, let's solve this problem first and talk about other things. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Yes, everyone, after the question is over, I will count who has the time, and then find an opportunity. I will invite you to drink. which is the first time for the members of the chat room to answer the question. Offline party? You know, for this, I am willing to take out the fine wine I have treasured for more than 20 years. I believe you will be satisfied. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I agree with Tony's statement that we people should also meet each other and understand each other, but just like So just said, let's return to the topic first. I am more curious. Yes, in the clip just now, I said 5 years, right? Can you give me a screenshot? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get, definitely no problem. Upon hearing Natasha Romanoff's request, S.H.I.E.L.D sent the pictures taken as an administrator to the answering chat room. The 5 years that Natasha Romanoff focused on was a line she said when she and Barton wanted to jump off the cliff. In the past 5 years, I have only one goal, and that is to come here, and all of this is to bring everyone back. Very intimate. There are subtitles for the lines on the picture. Looking at this picture, Natasha Romanoff directly analyzed all the members in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. First of all, the topic is what Barton and I want to jump off the cliff to get. Looking at the picture, the first thing is that if we don't get anything, then we can't get 100 million. Thousands of people are resurrected. In the latter sentence, there is only one goal in the past 5 years, and that is to come to this strange cliff. So can it be explained that we lost the battle with Thanos, and we lost very thoroughly, killing hundreds of millions of people all at once? So what kind of battle can kill hundreds of millions of people? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's analysis, others began to analyze it gradually. First of all, as S.H.I.E.L.D who knows everything, he told them something they had overlooked. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get everyone. Pay attention to what Natasha Romanoff said. She is talking about hundreds of millions of lives, not hundreds of millions, or billions, etc. Obviously, after losing that battle, it was not only the creatures of the earth who were wiped out. Otherwise, Natasha Romanoff's words would not be hundreds of millions, but hundreds of millions. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. My god, is it possible that the future battle will not only affect the earth, or the 9 realms, but the entire universe? The creatures have been affected? Can wipe out hundreds of millions of lives at once. Odin is here. How did he do it? Barton, I can win the battle. God, in a battle, the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures in the universe have been wiped out. What an epic battle should be. At Thor, Han, you are in Asgard. Have you ever heard of a weapon that can wipe out hundreds of millions of creatures in the universe at once? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Impossible. There is no such weapon, and no such weapon, at least I have never heard of it in the 9 realms, not to mention the entire universe. Even if it is a single 9 realm, it is impossible to wipe out all creatures at once. Unless that Thanos takes his subordinates, one planet by planet, the slaughter? But even so, given him 1,000 years, it is impossible for him to wipe out all the life on all planets in the entire universe. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. Han is right. Since we can rule out the idea of this weapon, then we can also rule out the method of Thanos, one planet by planet. What method will he use to destroy the billions of creatures in the universe? Since there is no clue right now, will our question be in the subject? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. Nick is right, although we don't know what Natasha Romanoff and Barton are jumping off the cliff to get, but according to Sue's screenshot, since we want to get that thing can bring back hundreds of millions of creatures, so on the contrary, can it also be eliminated? This is justified in physics. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Dr. Banner is right. Like a weapon, it can destroy enemies and protect civilians at the same time. But according to the 3 options on the topic, the first thing that can be excluded is the first one. According to the first option, Natasha Romanoff and Barton jumped off the cliff in order to obtain weapons against Thanos. But according to our analysis just now, it has been 5 years since the battle of Thanos. Although weapons can protect the creatures of the universe, they cannot resurrect the dead ones. Well, I suddenly thought that so is okay. It's a pity that there is no option for so in the answer, otherwise I must choose the one related to so. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. At Tony Stark, don't make trouble, man, look at the suffix of my name. We can't die even if we want to die. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Let's enliven the atmosphere, but since the first option can be ruled out, then the second and third options are left. One is one of the 6 infinite gems, one of the power gems is soul gem. At all members, who knows what infinite gems is? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. I once knew something about the 6 infinite gems when I obtained the magic of death, that is, the magic of the undead. When the universe was just born, it was nothing but nothingness, and then there was a big bang. This big bang brought 6 elements of infinite gems. The 6 infinite gems correspond to time and space respectively. Power, soul, reality, and soul gem. It is said that although each infinite gems has a different effect, the energy contained in it is enough to easily destroy a planet. And if once someone gathers 6 gems, they only need to snap their fingers to wipe out all the life in the universe. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's introduction to the role of wireless gems, the answer chat room suddenly burst. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Really? What is that infinite gems really have such a powerful ability? God, is that Thanos just collected 6 infinite gems? That's why hundreds of millions of lives in the universe have been wiped out. Bruce, Banner, Hulk is not sick. Maybe it's really possible, since So knows the 6 infinite gems and what will happen to the infinite gems. Then it doesn't make sense that alien guy, oh, Thanos, it makes no sense. Thanos doesn't know. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. My god, if this is really the case, then all this is simply terrifying. That is to say, I jumped off the cliff to get the power gem or one of the soul gems. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Well, Thanos has come to Earth, that is to say, we also have infinite gems on Earth. If this is the case, then if we destroy the infinite in advance, then all this in the future wouldn't it happen? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. If it is really like what Strange said, then I agree with Strange's point of view and directly find and destroy infinite gems. For flowers, 0. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at, the time gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, has been guarded by our Supreme Magician, placed in the Eye of Agamotto. Ranchi, you will be the next Supreme Magician in the future, and Eye of Agamotto will be inherited by you? Are you sure you want to destroy time gem? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. What? Teacher, when I didn't say the above sentence, since it is guarded by our Supreme Magician, then I believe that Thanos will not succeed. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at, you didn't say that just now. Barton, I can win the battle at Magician Ancient One Magician, do you think that with your strength, if Thanos comes to Earth at this moment, can you snatch the time gem from you? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Thanos, as long as I am still alive, then he will not dare to come to Earth? And there is not only 1 infinite gems on Earth, but 3, at Nick Fury, the Tesseract you are studying is actually the space gem. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. Tesseract is one of the space gems of infinite gems? Then Ancient One Magician, should we stop our research on Tesseract? Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Don't worry, you continue to study yours, otherwise the newly generated timeline will change the future to a large extent. Barton, I can win the battle. Oh, there are actually 3 infinite gems on the Earth. No wonder, judging from various clips, the Earth is always in trouble and it is always facing various enemies. Spray, 3 infinite gems. I am afraid that any ambitious person in the universe will not let the Earth go. I suddenly became a little pessimistic about the future. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Barton. Because of this, we have to work harder to protect the Earth, right? In any case, we must not let infinite gems fall into the universe. In the hand. Suching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Steve is right. No matter how many infinite gems are, whether it is on our planet or not, when the guy Thanos wants to snatch infinite gems and wipe out hundreds of millions of people, we should all directly fight back against Thanos, but this is all for the future. Our main thing now is to answer this question. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. Sue is right. Now that the first weapon option can be eliminated, then the second and third are left. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. Power gems and soul gem? At Magician Ancient One, I know you can't involve spoilers, so except for S.H.I.E.L.D's Tesseract, which is the space gem. And besides the time gem you control, what is another infinite gems? I think we can use the elimination method. 453 Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive. Another infinite gems on the Earth is Reality Gem, which exists in the form of TIE particles at this moment. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Well, it's obviously indistinguishable from the Power Gem and Soul Gem in the title. That also means that the place where Natasha Romanoff jumped off the cliff is not on the Earth. Since it is an alien planet, then at Thor, Han, you should know more about alien planets. Do you know where Natasha Romanoff jumped off the cliff? Is it there? Is it for power and soul? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I don't know infinite gems too much. Asgard has never studied in the previous learning class. Wait for me, I will ask Loki if he knows it. After all, he is smarter than me. Asgard. After saying this in the answering chat room, Thor took the hammer directly and flew towards Loki's place. Loki. Bringing outside of the palace where Loki was staying, Thor yelled loudly as he walked in. Ugh. Loki, who was talking about the Asgard strange flowers being put into various vases one by one, was startled by Thor's sudden loud voice. Seeing that the strange flower in his hand had been pinched off by himself, Loki couldn't help but sighed helplessly. As soon as I turned around, I saw Thor walking in with a hammer. Is there anything so anxious? Is it because the father asked us to lead the Asgard warriors to the planet of the 9 realms to calm the chaos? You still can't find an opponent in the martial arts field, so you want to take me to fight with you? Say it first. If it's the latter, then I don't have time to fight with you, a reckless guy. Listening to Loki, after he came in, he quickly finished speaking. Thor suddenly grinned and smiled triumphantly. I knew you were afraid of me, right? Haha, that's right, your little Kongs. Looking at Loki's original smiling face, it gradually disappeared, and then he narrowed his eyes. A familiar feeling of about to be teased hit. Thor subconsciously shivered. What? I didn't ask you this question. I wanted to ask, you know infinite gems? Definitely know that Asgard has taken courses before, have you forgotten? Listening to Thor's question, Loki nodded slightly. Haha, who remembers things so long ago? When I heard Loki said that I had learned it, I thought that I had just been in the answering chat room and said that Asgard had no introduction to infinite gems in previous courses. Thor couldn't help but scratched his head and laughed. By the way, since we have studied infinite gems, do you know where the power gems and soul gem are? Do not know. Looking at Thor with a look of hope, Loki shook his head. No one knows where infinite gems is. At least I don't know. After all, I don't have any ideas about infinite gems. So definitely won't look for it, and for so many years, who knows that every infinite gems was taken there by those people. By the way, what are you asking for? Fine. Hearing Loki's curiosity, Thor immediately shook his head and said, I just asked, and suddenly I remembered something. I'm leaving now. As he said, Thor turned and left with a black smile, for fear that Loki would say something to slap himself. During this time, Thor is a bit weird, mysterious. Seeing Thor turn and leave with a grin, Loki can't help but frown. But after thinking about it, I just left this thing behind. This guy with all muscles in his head is normal for some strange behaviors. Just about to turn around and continue to play with some strange flowers in my room, I heard some movement behind me. Turning his head, he found that Thor was scratching the door of his room like a second HA, and he stretched his head to look at him. Is there anything else? Looking at Thor's appearance, Loki seemed to have been used to asking in general. By the way, do some preparations. After a while, I will take you to the Earth. Thor looked at Loki and said seriously. Go to Earth? What are you going to do in Midgard? Take you to meet some people. The most important thing is to take you to meet a young man named Sue. Looking at Loki, Thor blinked. Trust me, Loki, it's only good for you to know him. Say clearly. Hearing what Thor said was unclear, Loki couldn't help frowning. If you don't say it clearly, I don't think that a person in the Midgard world will do me any good. If you want to take this opportunity to play with me, Thor, your strategy is too simple. I am not the god of joking and trickery. I don't have as many tricks as you. When he walked to Loki, Thor stretched out his hand and walked Loki upstairs. Your brother, have I lied to you all these years? Cheated? Looking into Thor's eyes, Loki nodded. Anyway, you can go to Zhao Earth with me at that time. Thor's words stagnated, and then he became a little embarrassed and angered. I can't tell you exactly because of what, but you have to believe that this matter is only good for you without harm. That's it, let's go. After hammering Loki's punch, Thor happily walked out with the hammer. It seems that Thor's happiness is very simple. As long as he can hammer his brother Loki with a punch, he can be happy for a long time. Rubbing his shoulders, Loki looked at Thor who was walking out, and a flash of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This reckless and arrogant fellow turned around and wanted to continue playing with his strange flowers, but it seemed that he was afraid that Thor would return again. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the magical energy directly closed the door, and blocked the door with a chair. After finishing this, Loki is a little relieved. As long as that guy comes back again, his good mentality will definitely make him lose it. Barton, I can win the battle at Han. Doesn't Loki also know? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Yes, Loki doesn't know. I just said, Asgard's previous courses, it has nothing to do with Infinite Gems narration. After sending this sentence, Thor subconsciously touched the nose and looked around secretly, looking like a guilty conscience. But soon Thor felt that he was thinking too much. They are not from Asgard. How could they know what Asgard taught? Well, I just haven't learned it. Instead of forgetting it myself, let's drop it. I have been called Han, so I am not allowed to forget something? Humph. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff no matter what. There are only two options left now. One is the power gem and the other is the soul gem. Since in the answering chat room, except for the Supreme Magician, no one knows specifically that the cliff jump is for the infinite gems, so they can only guess. 23 Actually, I prefer soul gem. After all, the power gem sounds like it is used in battle. Can bring unlimited power to users. Correspondingly, if you want to bring back the billions of lives in the universe, it feels like soul gem is more reliable. Su-Ching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. So, is this the sixth sense of a woman? It seems to make some sense. Well, I still don't answer this question by myself. Strange, I'm here to negotiate soul gem? It sounds like there is such a sense. Although there is a sense, it is Natasha Romanoff that you answered based on your own feelings. At Magician Ancient One, teacher, would you like to give some hints? If you find it convenient, then blink your eyes. No, you blink, we can't see it. If it's a power gem, just post a paragraph. If soul gem, you just say a string of numbers. System prompt, Member Strange was banned for 30 minutes for inducing Member Supreme Magician Ancient One. Seeing the system's sudden silence prompt, everyone was shocked. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at. It seems that I want to take a shortcut and let the Supreme Magician Ancient One who can see the future through time gem reveal some news. This thing does not work. Barton, I can win the battle, so we have to answer by ourselves. Perhaps for the answering system, we can see the Supreme Magician in the future, which is a bit too bug. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I don't understand this. Since the Supreme Magician is not allowed to reveal some details, and I know that the Supreme Magician can see the future through time gem, then why did the answering system be so bring an Ancient One Magician too? Isn't this a contradiction? Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. I don't know, but there may be a reason. Maybe because the Ancient One Magician has been silently guarding the earth. It is a lonely superhero, or maybe it's because of something in the future, who knows? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. There are still 15 minutes to answer the question. If there is really no choice, then let me answer it. To me, it's nothing. In addition, buddy, after a while, I will come to Earth and take my brother Loki, who was chopped off his neck. You can get acquainted with him, believe me, you will really like him. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined to not get at Thor, this is no problem, if you want to bring him to Earth, then bring him. But silly, even if you live a long life, but the wrong answer is not only deducted from the lifespan. So if you choose to answer the questions in order to ask for something and want me to resurrect him in the future, then there is no need. You don't have to choose to take a risk because of this. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Yes, your business is your business. Since you can fight with us in the future and become a superhero on Earth, what do you have? We will definitely help. But if for this reason, you take the initiative to please us, or if you answer the question for us to eliminate the wrong answer, then you don't have to. This is not the way friends should get along. Definitely, although we have not seen each other, and there is no way to call each other friends for the time being, I believe it is only a matter of time, right? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Thor, Sue, and Natasha Romanoff are right. Friends don't need to please each other. This is not what a real friend should do. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Thor, I think they are right. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive, although I don't know why the answering system will pull me in. Maybe as Sue said, the answering system has its purpose. But looking at your speeches, I am very fortunate that there are a group of superheroes like you on the Earth. Even if I die early in the future, I can rest assured that I will hand the Earth to you, Asgard. Look at the speech of this group of people in the answering chat room. Inexplicably, Thor feels warm in his heart. It's as if I can't wait to take a good wine and have a good drink with them. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D is right. He really wants to take the initiative to answer the questions because he wants to let S.H.I.E.L.D be able to resurrect Loki in the future. After all, no one in 457 can understand how important Loki is to him. Those are my brothers fighting side by side, my partners who have played together, fought together, and grew up together for 1,500 years. You should know the picture of Loki being chopped off his neck while looking at the answering chat room, but he was helpless. Maybe God knows how desperate and heartbroken he is. But now, looking at the chat room, these words to persuade me. This is why Thor feels deeply moved by everyone other than Loki, Nozomi, and the three warriors of Asgard. You know, even if there is this answering chat room, they are still a group of strangers who have never met. However, it was these strangers that made Thor suddenly feel that the Earth is also very cute. What's wrong? After fiddling with the strange flowers in his vase, he went out to see Thor sitting on the steps with a touched expression on his face. Loki couldn't help but raised his brows, sat next to him, and asked curiously, "It's okay, nothing." Looking at Loki sitting next to him, Thor stretched out his hand and took Loki's shoulder, with a serious expression on his face, saying, "Now, I really start to like the Earth." Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff like I said. It is either a power gem or a soul gem. I prefer soul gems, so if no one has objections, then I will answer soul gem. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. I don't know how to say it. This is not the direction of my research, so I don't have any opinions. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. I believe in you. Natasha Romanoff. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive at Natasha Romanoff. Yes, let me tell you one thing. In the next 2 or 3 years, I will give you an address, and then Wanda and Pete Luo, the twins came here. Their future has changed, so I will let them find their ability again. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff, good Ancient One Magician, but I need to ask Wanda and Pietro for their opinions on this matter. If they have no opinion after 3 years, then I will follow your requirements. Bring them to you, but if they don't want to have power beyond the ordinary, then I will not force them. Maybe we are enough to guard the world, maybe I am a little selfish, but I really treat them as my younger siblings. Therefore, I don't want them to participate in these things. After all, according to what we have seen, the future is too dangerous. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died because the special effects are too expensive at Natasha Romanoff. You are a very good sister, I can understand. But I believe them, and the future of Wanda is limitless. In the real world, so, Wanda and Pietro, the twins, will they be my younger brother and younger sister in the future? Sitting in the office of the hospital, looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Strange nodded thoughtfully. Then I want to ask the Supreme Magician Ancient One in the answering chat room. But I just wanted to ask, but looked at the system's big prompt. I was in the mute. Seeing this word, Strange patted his head immediately. Oh, who wants to be smart? Answer the chat room. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. The future is still talking about the future. Since everyone has no objections, then I will answer this question. System, I choose to answer the question, and I compete with Barton to jump off the cliff. The purpose is to get the soul gem. Members Nada/Shat chose to answer. Are you sure of your answer? Listening to the strong mechanical sound of the answering system, Natasha Romanoff felt a little tight. But immediately, I confirmed my answer. Congratulations to the member Natasha Romanoff who answered correctly and will get the skill leap. After the answering system announced that Natasha Romanoff answered correctly, the next moment, in the answering chat room, a segment was played again. Still on that cliff. Red Skull looked at Natasha Romanoff and Barton and said, among the 6 infinite gems, only Soul Gem is the most unique. It's right below, and it's what you fear most. But, you might call it a kind of wisdom. Listening to the words of the Red Skull, Natasha Romanoff gradually put down the gun in his hand, staring at the Red Skull and asked seriously, tell me, what price do we have to pay if we want to get this Soul Gem? Or that Soul Gem wants what? In order to ensure that anyone who owns it can understand its power, the gem needs a sacrifice. Looking at Natasha Romanoff and Barton, the Red Skull pointed to the direction of the cliff. If you want to get the Soul Gem, then you need to give your love and exchange your soul for your soul. Nonsense? Hearing what Red Skull said, Barton next to Natasha Romanoff frowned and retorted, I have never heard of such nonsense. You can choose not to believe it, but that's the truth. Listening to Barton's angry tone, the Red Skull's voice still said unhurriedly. On the side, Natasha Romanoff, who had been silent, listened to Barton's angry voice and the calm voice of Red Skull, and then slowly found a stone and sat down. Maybe what he said is true. With his hands on his mouth, Natasha Romanoff's eyes flashed with thoughts. Don't forget, Thanos took Gamera here to find Soul Gem, but in the end, only Thanos came back. This is not a coincidence. As Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, the first segment ended. As the picture turned, Natasha Romanoff was lying at the bottom of the valley under the cliff, and blood gradually began to spread around it. On the cliff, Barton was crying hoarse, but soon, Barton seemed to be in another space at this moment. Barton knelt on the water, looked at the Soul Gem in his hand, and couldn't help crying. At the end of the screen, the answering chat room has resumed the state of speaking again. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. It's really a bit of abusive heart, but at Natasha Romanoff, at Barton, it turns out that you are the true love between each other. If this is the case, then why don't you two choosing to be together? Seeing Tony Stark's jokes, everyone else became curious. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. Don't talk nonsense. Barton and I are friends, partners, and close friends. I can join S.H.I.E.L.D, or Barton pulled me in. Secondly, for a long time, I have no family, relatives, or friends, so I have lived and died with Barton for so long. I have long regarded him as my family, and I think Barton is the same. So if it is true love, then it must be true love between family members, not Tony, the kind of love you understand. Ching Barton, I can win the battle. Natasha Romanoff is right. If at first, I only regarded her as a partner, then before I knew it, Natasha Romanoff was already one of my indispensable family members. Very early on, I felt sad for Natasha Romanoff. Although there are many things I can't tell, it is related to Natasha Romanoff's secret, but I can only say that she is my family. In addition, I have a wife and children, and my wife and children also regard Natasha Romanoff as a member of our family. I want to say that, you should understand. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, so is the friendship gradually sublimated to the family? I think I can understand it, but I really envy your friendship like this, and treat each other as family members. Perhaps only in this way can it be shown that you treat each other with the love of your family, and you can obtain the harsh conditions of Soul Gem. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined to not get at. Lucy Banner, there is the next player, Dr. Banner, please tell your story. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Blus Banner, please tell this contestant your story. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I still know a little bit about Dr. Banner, especially after he was subjected to gamma rays, he transformed into a Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D has also paid attention to this. But cut off a relationship with your own hands? Please tell your story. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, scratching his head, it's nothing, but I was not very stable at the beginning, and after some stimulation, it was easy to transform into Hulk, and I couldn't get involved to Betty, and her father was Rose General. General Rose always wanted to arrest me and conduct research, so I was really afraid of getting her involved. Later, when I heard that she had a new boyfriend, I was a little relieved. Although it was a little uncomfortable, even if I couldn't be with Betty, at least, she could live a happy life for ordinary people. NS, for me, this is enough. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Banner. Don't worry, Betty is doing well now and is engaged to her boyfriend. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At Nick 457 Fury, are you serious? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Nick Fury, man, are you sure you want to tell Dr. Banner this matter? Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. At S.H.I.E.L.D, at Tony Stark, it's okay, really, thank you, but since she is living happily now, everything is okay. Although I was a little worried, but I really wanted to bless her. What's more, even if she is with me, she will not be happy. She has always liked children, but I can't give her a child. Who knows if my future child will be like me, as soon as I get angry. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Banner, Dr. Banner, I would like to call you Roar, a man with an open mind. Since you can't be destined to be together, then I wish my most beloved woman a good life, happiness. Enough, man? I can't do it. After all, whoever dares to steal my future girlfriend, I will let him survive and die. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. At S.H.I.E.L.D, although I also respect, pay Dr. Banner, but maybe I have the same character as you, who dares to grab Pabo with me and grab my daughter's future mother. I killed him? In addition, at Banner, I would like to pay tribute to you. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick, scratching his head, it's okay, after all, what happened to me is different from what happened to you? So Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, alas, I think of Peggy. I owe her a dance and missed a 70-year date. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation at Steve Rogers. Captain Rogers, don't feel sorry, tell you a good news, the hill I sent out, they have found your plane that sunk in the glacier. Maybe soon, you will recover again. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her, really? Great. The last time I was in the sun, it was 70 years ago? Just S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get congratulations, at Steve Rogers? Just what? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Steve Rogers, they are almost recovering from the ice, what are you worried about? Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. If I really resurrected, then how should I face Peggy? Face this girl I love so deeply. Listening to Steve Rogers' words, the answer chat room suddenly became silent for a while. This is something that no one thought of. Everyone heard Nick Fury say that after finding Steve Rogers' frozen body, they were all happy for him. However, he subconsciously forgot, he has been asleep in the freezing for 70 years? Yes, once he recovers, how will he face this new world? Even in the answering chat room, I read a lot of what happened in the past 70 years that Nick Fury sent him. Even from books, I know a lot of world changes that are rapidly evolving. But is he really able to adapt to the new world? All my former friends are dead, and the only girl I love is gray-haired at this moment. How should he face and accept this so-called new world? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Steve Rogers, don't think so much, it will always pass, and everything will have a solution? Even if there are some things that are not moved by our will, are there other ways besides accepting them? Perhaps, when you open your eyes again, you find that this world is actually not as bad as you thought. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Yeah, Steve, although my father always used you to educate me before, I hated you very much for a while. But I think, after you recover, I will help you understand the world again. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff, everything is still with us? Don't worry, as for Ms. Peggy's matter, Steve, look a little away, at least, she is still alive now, isn't she? Seeing everyone in the group began to comfort and encourage themselves. Steve Rogers suddenly laughed. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. At all members, everyone, rest assured, I am not such a vulnerable person, don't worry about me, I just don't know how to face Peggy. But Sue is right, it will always pass, I have no other way besides accepting it, I think I will adapt slowly. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, that's good, at Steve Rogers, man, it's the best that you can think so. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock in the evening now. At Wanda, are you ready for class? Today I will continue to tell you about the mathematical formulas that were not finished yesterday. Wanda, I have the final say if S.H.I.E.L.D is in chaos ready. Petro, keep that damn bullet away from me, I also hate math, it's so difficult. No, you just let them take it away. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D's shop, watching a few guys respectfully took away all the weapons in the shop. Frank looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with some incomprehension. Didn't you say that the matter between you and Jin Bin was settled? Then why did they take away all the weapons in our store, leaving none of them? Furthermore, yesterday, Jin did not order the slaughter of the guys who broke your rules, but now they are taking away their weapons so furiously. If you are bullied, tell me, this time I don't need money to help you settle this matter. By doing this, they are breaking my job? I thought that S.H.I.E.L.D was threatened by Jin Bin, so he swallowed his breath and let Jin take away those weapons. Frank is a little angry at the moment. After all, he has long been used to working in S.H.I.E.L.D's shop. There are cigarettes, alcohol, and weekly salary. The most important thing is that the work is easy, so Frank does not want to lose it for the time being. Go to this job? Besides, his wife and children are all dead, and finally found a place with such a sense of belonging. Frank will never allow these damn guys to destroy it. Let them sigh. Seeing Frank narrowed his eyes, a trace of killing intent gradually began to condense. S.H.I.E.L.D took a bottle of soda from the shelf and drank it indifferently. After drinking, I glanced at the people who kept taking out some unnumbered weapons. In the future, we will no longer cooperate with the state police. I sold this hot potato to Jin Bin. Put the bottle on the counter. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said to Frank. Hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D said, Frank, who had a hint of killing intent in his eyes, instantly seemed to understand something, and then nodded. It's good to cut off contact with those guys. After all, as you often say, Shenmai and Domijo, although I don't quite understand this sentence, I still know what it means. Having said this, Frank looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and suddenly laughed. So, you made a lot of money. 30 million yuan per quarter, settled for 3 years first, as long as the gold does not die in one day, then this money will be constantly supplied to my account. After spreading his hands, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled at Frank. 30 million per quarter, then 120 million in 1 year, and 360 million in 3 years. Taking a surprised look at S.H.I.E.L.D, Frank immediately said righteously, I'm worth over 100 million so soon? I don't care, I want a raise. You are thinking about fart. Angrily pressed a middle finger to Frank, S.H.I.E.L.D unceremoniously refused Frank's request. Jinhee took over your business, which seemed to have cost a lot of money, but actually got in touch with the state police, so he is definitely not at a loss. After all, everyone knows his ambition. You got away from the vortex of this industry chain and got such a huge sum of money, so it is a win-win. Now both sides only remember you're good, this business is fine? After thinking for a while, Frank looked at Suching and suddenly said, but I think my weekly salary can be increased by 200. No way, 100 is fine. Just 50, do you want love? You granddad. Inside the apartment? Flight ability. After thoroughly handling the store's affairs, Suching returned to the apartment and carefully watched the newly acquired skill. The Widow Sister answered the Mind Gem question correctly and achieved a skill leap. According to the system, with the Widow Sister's physical fitness, she can jump to a height of 10 meters. And if you jump down from a height of less than 10 meters, you won't suffer any harm at all. It can be said that within 10 meters of the sky, there are hunting places for widows, and the perfect version of the leap that I have obtained, perhaps it should be more appropriate to use flight. At this moment, I can leap to an altitude of kilometers or even 10,000 meters without any effort, and stay in the air. This can be regarded as an auxiliary skill. Definitely, Suching is not stupid enough to fly directly into outer space. Even if he has the skill of death, he has 100 lives, he will not be so stupidly wasted. However, Suching is more concerned about his undead magic. After all, this undead magic hasn't been upgraded yet. At the same time, within S.H.I.E.L.D. What fark? You said Nick Fury and they found the place where Captain America Steve Rogers drove a fighter plane into the glacier. Look for flowers, 0. Looking at the bald Sitwell in front of him, Alexander Pierce asked in disbelief, could it be that the damn guy Steve Rogers has just been frozen for 70 years and hasn't died? That's it, sir. Hearing unbelievable inquiries from Alexander and Pierce, Sitwell quickly replied, after they discovered Steve Rogers' body, they started scanning, and they are now placed in a secret laboratory set up by Nick Fury. And the whole process is very secretly guarded. People in our action team want to get in and destroy the resurrection of Steve Rogers. I am afraid it will be very difficult. Are you an idiot? Hearing Sitwell's words, Alexander and Pierce took the papers on the table and threw them on Sitwell. Seeing Sitwell, who didn't dare to evade, Pierce couldn't help but reprimanded, don't even think about this thing. Nick Fury must be very concerned about Steve Rogers being able to resurrect this thing. If our people do something at this time, wouldn't it be clear to tell Nick Fury that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be trusted and that there is Hydra in it? Can you move your mind? What the sir said? It is precisely because of this that I ordered our people not to do it. Instead, observe quietly. Hearing Sitwell say this, Alexander and Pierce were slightly relieved. If Steve Rogers can be resurrected, then let him be resurrected, an old guy who has been frozen for 70 years. What else is there any threat? Maybe after he recovers, he won't even be able to integrate into this world. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D. is now under our control, even Nick Fury. I personally pushed to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Remember, our main purpose now is the Insight Plan. Nothing can affect our Insight Plan. As long as the Insight Plan is successful, then the whole world is ours. So what can a Steve Rogers, a man who has been out of the world for 70 years, what can he do? During this time, let our people all be safer. Who dares to reveal the identity, who dares to destroy the Insight Plan, then he is the biggest sinner of our Hydra. Understand, and clear. Hearing Alexander Pierce's order, Sitwell nodded immediately. When I go back, I will tell Crossbones Rumlow and them, don't do anything about this. Hearing Sitwell's words, Alexander Pierce nodded. After thinking about it for a while, Alexander Pierce asked, by the way, how has the shares of Stark Industries dropped in the last 2 days? More than madness? Hearing Pierce's inquiry, Sitwell quickly handed over the prepared documents. Sir, since the guy Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapon manufacturing department, the stock of Stark Industries has gone wild. Now, the market value of the entire Stark industry has evaporated by nearly 3 billion. Many board members are beginning to be a little bit unable to hide, and want to sell shares of Stark Industry. However, the people insulted, understood, and supported the decision of 467 Stark. After all, the miserable photos he released on the day of the press conference made many people feel compassionate. Should we take advantage of this time and buy some? No. What do you do to buy shares in Stark Industries? Spend a lot of money and watch the money evaporate. Hearing Sitwell's words, Alexander Pierce suddenly sneered. The reason I pay attention to Stark Industries, or Tony Stark, the reason is that Nick Fury went to find that guy 2 days ago. But I think he should have heard from some sources that Tony Stark wants to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department, so I want to persuade him and tell him not to do it. After all, Tony, the old man of Stark, but the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury wants to protect Tony Stark's wealth for life. It is reasonable. I want to come, in the face of such a non-stop persuading playboy. Nick Fury has been disappointed. It should be so right. Hearing Alexander Pierce's sneer, Sitwell quickly said, after Nick Fury came back from Stark Industries, he didn't pay attention to that side, but devoted himself to Steve Rogers' affairs. In that case, distract Nick Fury? Also keep him busy. After all, if he is not busy, how can our people continue to study the Insight Plan? After all, even Zolabo. Then do some tricks on Tony Stark. Sitwell looked at the Hydra leader in front of him, and asked tentatively, can? After thinking about it for a while, Alexander and Pierce nodded. Nick Fury is with Tony. The guy Stark is disappointed. What can I do if I don't pay attention? I remember Obadiah. Isn't he being held by our S.H.I.E.L.D? Now he has been transferred to the normal prison on the 12th. Yes, sir, Obadiah is not aggressive after all, so he has been transferred to ordinary prison no 12. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly nodded and replied, if that's the case, then let some trouble happen somewhere. Do it cleanly, don't let Nick Fury find the problem. After thinking about it, Alexander Pierce said. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D, who turned to leave after receiving his own instructions, Alexander Pierce leaned back on the chair, with a trace of joke in his eyes. A dude, an old guy who has been frozen for 70 years and has been out of the times. Now, you are busy enough. Willing to block the bullet for me? Huh. Manhattan, inside a restaurant? The shares in my hand are worth 700 million. You want to buy 400 million? This is impossible. A middle-aged man, looking at the young man sitting on the opposite side with a relaxed expression, couldn't help but said angrily. Obviously, this anger is pretended. Business negotiations always have to express your own position and momentum, even if the present aura is no longer in the eyes of this young man. Even, this young man is more interested in the food in front of him than in his own shares of Stark Industry. If it were 3 days ago, maybe the shares in your hand were still worth 700 million, or even if you gave you 800 million, you wouldn't sell it. But it's different now. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and slowly swallowed the food in his mouth. Looking at the bluffing middle-aged man in front of him, S.H.I.E.L.D said indifferently, after Tony Stark's press conference, in less than 4 days, Stark Industries' stock price has evaporated by 3 billion. Moreover, the current evaporation rate is still getting faster and faster. Maybe this time tomorrow, I won't have to spend 400 million. After all, wait one more day, the faster your shares will fall. Anyway, I am not in a hurry at all. Speaking, picking up the tableware, S.H.I.E.L.D is ready to continue tasting the food in front of him. 450 million, this is my bottom line. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, I know that this young man in front of me is all telling the truth. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and then said, less than this number, I will not sell any shares. Okay, then you can keep the shares that evaporate your worth in your hands. If you don't sell, I will find someone else. The tableware in his hand did not mean to stop. It seems that the negotiation has broken down, and the food in front of you is more important. You? Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's somewhat indifferent words, the middle-aged man suddenly became a little anxious. He wanted to scold S.H.I.E.L.D loudly and tell him that business negotiations were not like this, but for S.H.I.E.L.D, who was eating slowly, the middle-aged man couldn't say a word. Finally, when S.H.I.E.L.D ate the last bite of food and prepared to check out and leave, the middle-aged man leaned back in his chair with a bit of disappointment. You won, young man. 400 million, I will transfer all Stark Industries shares in my hand to you. Then the deal. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, S.H.I.E.L.D picked up the wine glass and motioned to him. On the side table, the lawyer who had been waiting for a long time heard that the two people had reached a deal and walked over with the assignment contract. After everything was signed, the middle-aged man asked S.H.I.E.L.D, young man, you just believe in Tony Stark, that damn dude, can he bring Stark Industry back to life? I didn't want to buy this share at 5.0, but he asked me to recycle it. Even the check is his. After receiving the transfer contract from the lawyer, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Happy cooperation. Standing up, S.H.I.E.L.D was just about to leave, but as if thinking of something, he turned his head and looked at the somewhat stunned middle-aged man and said, in addition, I suggest you not to say what you said today. Otherwise, if you violate the agreement you just signed, will Tony admit that this check is false? I can't assure you. After speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D really turned and left. According to Tony Stark, this guy's nasty hope, wait until the transaction is successful, and stimulate him? Spring, I don't know how this group of former board members of Stark Industry treated him. After letting him take back his shares, he has to stimulate them. Half an hour later, in another restaurant in Manhattan. No, you want the Stark Industry held by Trace. S.H.I.E.L.D sat across from him and handed the equity transfer agreement to Tony Stark. Thanks, buddy. After receiving the equity transfer agreement from S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark immediately smiled happily. Finally, I have taken back all the equity belonging to my Stark family bit by bit. In a sense, Stark Industry, starting today, is truly my own. Having said this, Tony Stark looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked curiously, that fellow Trace, how did he react after hearing that everything was dominated by me? Wasn't it surprised? With bright eyes open, Tony Stark asked S.H.I.E.L.D with a wicked expression on his face. It should be said that it was stunned, and then angry. Looking at Tony Stark, who wished to see Trace hearing in person, that was so desperate, and then beat his chest to stop the picture? S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged his shoulders and said, I have to say that the guy named Trace is also a smart person. When I heard that you paid for the recovery of Stark 23 Industrial shares, he was shocked for a while. It immediately reacted, including the announcement that Stark Industries would close its arms manufacturing department, which caused the stock of Stark Industries to plummet, and everything that evaporated the market value was your plan. You want to reclaim all shares of Stark Industries. But to be honest, how did they bully you in the first place? So you can't wait to see their regretful expression with your own eyes. Seeing Tony Stark with a contented expression when he heard the expression of regret when he talked about Trace, S.H.I.E.L.D asked with some curiosity, What else? I have had enough of these idiots all these years. He curled his lips helplessly. Tony Stark looked at Su-Ching and raised his eyebrows. Can you believe that these idiots have tried to kick me out of Stark Industries? Kong busy. The Stark industry was created by my father alone, and it is also the industry of my Stark family. No matter how jerk I used to be, it is also my industry. Do you believe it? If it weren't for me, I still have use value. If it wasn't for me to inherit my father's wisdom and be able to develop various weapons, then they would have kicked me out a long time ago. After watching the steak being served by the waiter, Tony Stark closed his mouth. After the waiter left, Tony Stark was cutting the steak while facing Su-Ching, who was also cutting the steak. If it wasn't for this group of bastards, there is some power behind it. Then after I take back all the shares in Stark Industries, I can't wait to capture them all. Just what they committed is enough to keep them in prison for the rest of their lives. While eating the steak, Tony Stark kept complaining. After he finished speaking, Su-Ching asked, how many have not been recovered? Almost. In the face of Su-Ching's question, Tony Stark did not hide it in the slightest. Although it is difficult for me to show up about this matter, but Hill sent by you and Nick Fury to help. Now I have almost taken it all back. Then when are you going to announce that you are Iron Man? Seeing Tony who is ready, Su-Ching asked again. I didn't think about it, but it's probably only a few days or so. Tony Stark took a bite of the steak, and then smiled. The video of weapons that I destroyed Obadiah Stan and circulated through private channels some time ago has been made by J.A.R.V.I.S. Just wait for the right opportunity. The first video, that is, the video of me wearing the armor, will be circulated. Then, when the video starts to ferment, people will be very curious about who is the Iron Man in the video. When things are about to ferment, I will announce that I am Iron Man, and then announce that Stark Industries has found a new research direction and switched to new energy. At that time, the stock price of Stark Industries will soar very quickly. Having said that, Tony Stark was silent for a while, then put down the knife and fork in his hand, and looked at Su-Ching and said seriously, you know, actually, when you first destroyed those weapons, it was not for this purpose. Man, to be honest, I just want to make up for the sins that Stark Industries has committed over the years. Even if the leader of all this is Obadiah Stein, and I don't know it. But seeing those poor people, seeing those people who were injured or even killed because of Stark industrial weapons, I always feel that all this is my fault. When I first closed my eyes, what appeared in my mind were all slaughtered villages, tragic deaths of civilians, and homeless wanderers. Adding Wanda and Pietro in our answer chat room, it makes me feel that everything is my responsibility. After a long sigh of relief, Tony Stark pursed his lips, and then laughed at himself. Do you feel that I am a man, full of sadness in my heart, and I feel a little ridiculous? But, believe me, man, all of this is the truest portrayal of my heart. I don't even dare to look at those tragic photos synthesized by J.A.R.V.I.S. I don't know whether I am worthy of the title of superhero, whether I am really qualified, and will be considered a superhero in the future. But buddy, I only know that even if one person owns the Mark's armor, then he will not necessarily become superheroes 467. Looking at Tony Stark's sincere gaze, Su-Ching thought for a while, then nodded. Then, what do you think? Make up. Pursing your lips, Tony Stark sighed, I have no choice but to make up and remedy it, even if all I can do is only 1 in 10,000 of everything that has happened in the past. Even if everything I do is very trivial, but I have to try to make up for it. Only in this way can I feel better in my heart. Smiled self-deprecatingly again, Tony Stark said helplessly, I don't know what's wrong. Recently, I always feel that I am getting more and more soft-hearted. Even Pibo said that I changed a lot. I kept asking me what happened. But there are some things I can't tell her. I can only hold it back by myself. Well, now that I have finished talking to you, I feel more comfortable in my heart. As for whether I can become a so-called superhero in the future, will I become a superhero recognized by people? Follow him, the future, let's talk about it in the future. Now, I only need to do the immediate things, and that's it. Raising the wine glass, toasting to Su-Ching, Tony Stark said with a smile. At the same time, not far from the restaurant, a business car got on it. You should know that this is your only chance. Seeing Obadiah Stan sitting across from him, Sidwell pushed his glasses, and then said to him, definitely. Obadiah Stan, who was still in handcuffs at the moment, nodded, and then asked Sitwell, why help me? Why? It's definitely for the money. Listening to Obadiah Stan's words, Sitwellton said, apart from money, do you have other places where we can plot something? Listen, I have hired people for you. They are all agile mercenaries, and Tony Stark is in the restaurant opposite. As long as you can get rid of Tony Stark, then I think you should be able to easily control the Stark industry. Definitely. Hearing Sitwell talking about Tony Stark, there was a trace of hatred and a trace of disdain in Obadiah Stan's eyes. If it weren't for Tony Stark, then he wouldn't have fallen to this point. People never find reasons in their own body. They are more willing to believe that when they are reduced to a prisoner, they are all harmed by others. As long as I don't have Tony Stark, then I want to control Stark Industry is easy. Don't forget, I have been the CEO of Stark Industry for nearly 20 years. Very good. Listening to Obadiah Stan with a strong and confident tone, Sitwell waved his hand gently, and then the person next to Obadiah Stan directly opened his handcuffs. Looking at Obadiah Stan, who was moving his wrist, Sitwell said directly, after you finish solving Tony Stark, we will help you control the Stark industry. The price is that you have to turn in 1 billion every year. If you agree, then you can get out of the car now, and those mercenaries will follow your command/carrot. If you don't agree, then we will send you back in. Big deal? Billions? This is nothing compared to Stark Industries. Obadiah Stein turned his head and glanced at the opposite restaurant, and seemed to be able to see Tony Stark in the restaurant. Don't say 1 billion, as long as I can control the Stark industry, then 2 billion will be easy. Then, happy cooperation. Reached out, shook hands with Obadiah Stan, and then opened the door to signal that he could get out of the car. Wait until Obadiah Stan looked excited and seemed to enjoy the pleasure of revenge after leaving. A member next to S.H.I.E.L.D asked, Sir, do we really want to support this Obadiah Stein to become the owner of Stark Industries? This will attract Nick Fury's attention. Who said we want to support him to become the master of Stark Industry? Looking at Obadiah, after Stan and the mercenaries had reconciled, S.H.I.E.L.D showed a scornful smile on his face. This is just an excuse, a willingness to convince Obadiah Stan believes. That's it. The smarter a person is, the easier it is to be misled by his own guesses. What's more, people like him are not qualified to negotiate terms with us. But sir, I'm still a little worried. After all, if the mercenaries really kill Tony Stark, then Nick Fury will definitely go crazy, and he will definitely expand in S.H.I.E.L.D. Before his subordinates could finish speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D directly raised his hand and knocked it on the subordinate's head. What are you worried about? I told these mercenaries a long time ago that the murder of Tony Stark is fake, and the attack is real. Don't worry, they won't treat Tony Stark will be cruel, at best it will be hurt. As for it will attract Nick Fury's gaze, huh? S.H.I.E.L.D laughed playfully. We released Obadiah Stein. He hired mercenaries to attack Tony Stark. Isn't this just enough to really turn Nick Fury's gaze away? One Steve Rogers, one Tony Stark, spray. These two people take all of Nick Fury's attention away, and we can continue to study the Insight plan. Maybe, when Nick Fury reacts, all of our 3 aerospace aircraft carriers loaded with Solar algorithm have already flown into outer space. As for the billions just mentioned, it's just an excuse. Inside the restaurant? So, I have nothing to do now, I can only procrastinate again and again. After drunk the wine in the glass, Tony Stark looked at Suching and said helplessly, Peebo seems to have discovered something, knowing the reason why I will not let her go? Sometimes, Peebo looked at me with weird eyes, with a trace of expectation, and a trace of resistance. Having said that, Tony Stark scratched his head, an expression that he didn't know what to do. Asterisk, I feel that Peebo should like me better, but her words are not the same, so I don't know what to do. Only follow the advice given by J.A.R.V.I.S, get a long day and night, and slowly make Peebo feel good about me, so I won't let her move out of my villa anyway. Even if it is shameless, I have to go to the end. After all, I can't let the mother of my future daughter leave me. Speaking of the future daughter, as if thinking of the phrase I love you 3,000 times, Tony Stark immediately showed a very warm smile on his face. Seeing Tony's expression, Suching immediately shook his head. Do you really like Peebo, so you want to keep her, and through the situation of being together all the time, let her change her view of you, and thus like you? Or is she just the mother of your future daughter, so you don't want her to leave? Is there a difference? Hearing Suching's Wang Zhao question, Tony Stark asked subconsciously. There is a difference between definitely, and there is also a big difference. You should understand the truth in this. Don't tell me that your authorities are obsessed with this. Use your smart brain to think about it. If it is the former, then there is no problem, just like you said, Peebo may also like you a little. But if it's the latter, don't you think this is a big trouble for Peebo? Hearing Suching's words, Tony Stark was stunned for an instant, and then gradually began to fall into contemplation. Because I like it, or even fall in love with Peebo. Or is it simple, because Peebo is just the mother of his future cute daughter? Seeing that Tony Stark was lost in thought, Suching didn't bother. Just looking outside, it seemed that something was wrong suddenly. Manhattan at night is still brightly lit, even if the sky is completely dark. But the colorful lights render the night scene very beautiful. Without the noise and impetuosity during the day, the breeze blowing slowly at night makes many people feel good. In the original street, in addition to the endless stream of vehicles, there are also many couples walking on the street. Just why is it so quiet outside at this moment? Turning his head and looking outside, I saw the people who were walking slowly, fleeing frantically at this moment. And outside the restaurant, a group of black-clad squads in strong costumes rushed towards this side with various weapons in hand. Seeing this scene, Suching immediately said to Tony Stark, something is wrong. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you saying I like Peebo? Actually, I thought about it, I should. Before he finished speaking, Tony Stark saw more than a dozen heavily armed guys suddenly appeared at the door, holding weapons such as submachine guns in his hands. In front of these people, it is the Obadiah who has been arrested, Stan. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark's pupils shrank subconsciously. When the people in the restaurant saw the 467 armed squad, they all fled around subconsciously, or hid under the table. Haha, Tony, I didn't expect your Uncle Obadiah to be back again. Looking at Tony Stark sitting not far away, Obadiah Stein didn't know that the cigar he took out from there was stuck in his mouth. With arms long, there is a smile of excitement on his face. Looking at the heavily armed squad members, they pointed the black muzzle in their own direction. Tony Stark's heart sank suddenly. Although I don't know how this guy escaped, but it seems that I can't hide it today. That guy Nick Fury is not an avowed guarantee. Is S.H.I.E.L.D very reliable? Looking at Obadiah Stan, who was arrogant and brought those people towards him. Tony Stark smiled bitterly at Su-Ching. Man, I'm sorry, it seems that I'm hurting you? I knew I would pass through the armor. After speaking, Tony Stark took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Slowly got up from the chair and looked at Obadiah Stan and said, unexpectedly, you still escaped. Looking at Obadiah, Stan smiled triumphantly. Tony Stark hadn't waited for him to speak. He pointed directly at Su-Ching. Facing Obadiah, Stan said, this is a table with me. I don't know him. To me, he is a stranger, so the grievances between us he doesn't matter at all. Let him go. What you want to do with me, whatever you want? Haha, do you think I would believe your nonsense? Tony, you are still so naive. It seems that without your uncle Obadiah to help you, you really are like a child who has not grown up. Slowly shook his head. Obadiah Stan was not in a hurry at the moment, as if he liked seeing Tony better. Stark has the same expression of fear and despair. According to your personality, your pride, would you allow a stranger to fight with you? This is a joke. Or that kind of extremely funny joke. After speaking, Obadiah Stan looked at Su-Ching, who was facing away from him, and then sneered, boy, to blame, you are Tony's friend. To make friends in the next life, you have to see who the other person is. Ruined? Listening to Obadiah Stan's words, Tony Stark showed an apologetic expression to Su-Ching. It seems that our future, before it starts, is over. If at the very beginning, I didn't know the clips about the future, maybe I wouldn't hurt you. After swallowing the last piece of food in his mouth, Su-Ching picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth, and then looked at Tony. Pfa, Stark laughed. Tony, maybe our future will end in some way, but believe me, it's definitely not now. Speaking, Su-Ching picked up a steak-cutting knife on the dining table, then raised an eyebrow at Tony Stark and said, as for things like no armor, I can give you a promise. That's when you are alone with me, you don't need that thing. After that, Su-Ching teleported and disappeared in front of Tony Stark. Originally, he smiled bitterly, and felt that he was a little involved in Su-Ching's Tony Stark only felt that his eyes flashed, and then Su-Ching was gone. Then, I don't know when, Su-Ching actually appeared directly behind the group of heavily armed squads. An ordinary knife that can be seen everywhere in the restaurant, at this moment, is like the sickle of death god, and it immediately harvested the life of one of the team members. And before those team members hadn't reacted, Su-Ching's body is like a ghost, and she is constantly teleporting and shuttled around the more than 10 fully armed team members. At this moment, even though these guys are wearing bulletproof vests one by one, they are very well equipped. But in front of Su-Ching, who is like the incarnation of death god, these people simply don't have enough to look at. Often their eyes have not seen Su-Ching. The knife for cutting steaks has already appeared in their sight. Under the bright light, it was extremely sharp, shimmering with a hint of cold light, and it kept harvesting the lives of these people. It seems as if time has stopped. Some people just fell to the ground without a reaction. The pupils of the remaining 3 or 4 members exuded fear, and they seemed to want to fight back while holding their weapons. But before they pulled the trigger, throbbing pain came from the neck. The whole process was very fast, and it was almost too late for either Tony Stark or Obadiah Stan to react. The whole process was also very slow, perhaps because this was the reason that Su-Ching shot the enemy for the first time in his life. Anyway, when everyone reacted, they saw that Su-Ching had returned to his seat as if there was nothing wrong with him, and took a glass of red wine and drank it. After swallowing the drink in the glass, Su-Ching looked at Tony Stark and said, it's done. If you want to ask Su-Ching how it feels at the moment, that is the infinite teleport and the skills Natasha Romanoff sent to him through the answering chat room. It's so easy to use. It was the first time I shot. I felt a little awkward. This is impossible. This is impossible. Originally he was Vows, as if he were a swordsman, and Tony Stark was like a fish on the chopping board. Prepare to be like a cat catching a mouse, and after playing enough, we will deal with Tony Stark. But at this moment, he suddenly lost a direction. The more than a dozen heavily armed mercenary members he brought over were all solved in an instant, and he has also changed from the original knife and axe to the fish on the chopping board. Such a huge amount of psychological gap made Obadiah Stan an angry roar. Turning his head and looking outside, he wanted to signal the guy outside to let him out and pat some people's hands. But he turned his head and found that the business car outside had already left at some point. Seeing this scene, Obadiah Stan finally understood that he was fooled. Damn it, all of them are unreliable. Since you are unreliable, then I will do it myself. Obadiah Stan, who was dazzled by anger, flushed at the moment, panting, and picked up a submachine gun directly from the ground. Just about to start an attack on Tony Stark and Su-Ching. But in a second, I saw a table knife fly over and pierced directly into his wrist. Only with a sound, the submachine gun fell to the ground, and Obadiah Stan also screamed in pain with his wrists. How are you going to solve him? At some point, a black unnumbered pistol was handed to Tony. In front of Stark, Su-Ching looked at Tony Stark, then smiled and said, if you can't do it, then I can help you. Anyway, one is to kill, and it is a solution. Looking at the weapon Su-Ching handed over, Tony Stark hesitation, then took the weapon from Su-Ching. It's like a reincarnation, there must be a day when it ends. Taking the weapon, Tony Stark looked at S.H.I.E.L.D, then split his mouth and laughed. I believed in Obadiah, but he always wanted my life. I believed in Nick Fury, and he swears it. Said, will help me solve this matter. As a result, if it weren't for you to show up today, I'm afraid I would have died here long ago. With that, Tony Stark picked up the weapon and aimed directly at Obadiah Stan. Haha. Seeing Tony Stark holding a weapon at himself, Obadiah Stan warrior sat on the ground with his wrists, but at this moment there was no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed loudly. Little Tony, are you planning to get rid of your uncle Obadiah yourself? Haha, it looks like you have grown up. But, can you really do it? I know you very well. With your seemingly wild and unruly character, but actually weak, you are destined not to be right. Boom. Before Obadiah Stan could finish speaking, a bullet directly pierced his head. Looking at the dying, there was still a bit of stunned expression on his expression, some mocking Obadiah Stan. Tony Stark let out a long sigh of relief, and then smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought it would be very difficult, but I didn't expect it. It was just a finger movement. How difficult do you think it will be? I took a look around and found that the people in the restaurant had already run out. S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled at Tony Stark and said, let's go to, and let the professional people handle it. I have already sent a text message to Natasha Romanoff, and she will handle it. Need to be troublesome. Although I am not afraid, but it is always a little troublesome. Good too. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. say this, Tony Stark nodded. Finally, he glanced at Obadiah Stan, who fell to the ground and turned into a corpse, and then put the pistol that S.H.I.E.L.D. had just handed over on him. Vomit. On the street, watching Tony Stark bend down, he began to retching. S.H.I.E.L.D. raised his eyebrows and smiled and asked, no, buddy, didn't you just solve an Obadiah Stan? As for such a big reaction, I just solved more than a dozen guys directly, and I still used a table knife. In addition, I also shot for the first time. Looking at Tony Stark who was bending over and holding the railing and retching, S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed and joked. In fact, after S.H.I.E.L.D. had just taken care of the heavily armed mercenary members, he was a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, this is also the first time S.H.I.E.L.D. killed someone, and he still solved more than 10 consecutively with a knife. Look for flowers, 0. It's just a strong mental quality that makes S.H.I.E.L.D. act like a okay person. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that, except for the first few minutes, he could really be like a okay person. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jokes, Tony Stark leaned on the railing and bent over, let out a long sigh of relief, and then raised a middle finger to S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn. Am I nauseous because of this? What a joke. I am a weapon maker. How can I get nauseous because of this? I'm just a little unaccustomed to your skill. I was still in the restaurant full of corpses last second, and the next second I took me outside. It's this feeling that makes me a little dizzy, so I won't be vomiting. 0. Looking at this moment, Tony Stark with a hard-mouthed dead duck, S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed very proudly. Friends, just look at the other party making a fool of themselves when there are only 2 people, and then laugh at each other loudly, is the real friend. Respect as a guest, that's not a friend. Tony Stark finally recovered. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D. who was laughing constantly, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, when I'm wearing armor, I will take you to the sky for a few laps. I promise you too will become like me. Then you will be disappointed. Hearing Tony Stark's vicious tone, it seemed that he wanted to make S.H.I.E.L.D. out of his own ugliness, and this was a tie. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately spread his hands and said indifferently, first of all, I am not dizzy, and secondly, I can also fly. After hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. said that he would fly too, Tony Stark was stunned, but after thinking about it, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ghostly figure nodded immediately. Damn, what else can you not? Forget it, let's go and drink in my villa, and see if I won't get you drunk tonight. Straightening up, and after rinsing his mouth with bottled water, Tony Stark said to S.H.I.E.L.D. with a vicious appearance, okay, who is afraid of whom? Facing the obvious request that Tony Stark could not speak, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not refuse. Maybe at this time, he needs someone to accompany him to get drunk, or let him get drunk. And what's wrong? Looking back, the mood is obviously not good, but he pretends that nothing happened. Tony Stark, as one of the people who knew him best, Pibbo couldn't help but ask softly, it's okay, it's just a little thing that happened. By the way, where are some of my treasures? Pibbo, please help me out, and I will be drunk tonight. Looking at Pibbo with a trace of concern in his eyes, inexplicably, Tony Stark felt much better in his heart. Look, Pibbo really cares about me the most. Winking triumphantly at S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark seemed to show off. Cut, you should consider the question I asked you first. Watching Pibbo go to get the wine, S.H.I.E.L.D. sat on the sofa, facing Tony Stark said. 480 heard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words. Tony Stark subconsciously sat beside S.H.I.E.L.D. and looked at Pibbo who turned to get the wine. After thinking about it, he said, I don't think there is any difference between the two. If I don't really like her, then how could she be the mother of my future daughter? You know, I don't like marriage, and I even have a marriage phobia. But since she can be the mother of my daughter, it means that I love her from the heart. So it doesn't involve fairness or unfairness to her. I'm also a way of pursuing it. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark asked seriously. Forget it, this is indeed a way of pursuing, but it's shameless enough. Listening to Tony Stark's words, S.H.I.E.L.D. said jokingly, the two are very tacit, and no one talks about Obadiah Stan. After Pibbo took out Tony's treasured wine, the two of them thanked them, so they picked up a bottle and started drinking. If S.H.I.E.L.D is tasting with small mouths, then Tony Stark is pouring down with big mouths. It seems that I really want to be drunk and have a good time. Seeing Tony Stark's movements, Pibbo, who wanted to prepare some snacks for drinking, suddenly flashed a trace of distress in his eyes. Although I don't know what happened, it is obvious that there is something wrong with these two people. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D is the same as okay, but Tony. Ugh. With a sigh of incomprehensibility, Pibbo shook his head, so he was no longer disturbing the two of them? Maybe this is the way for men to solve some troubles? Forget it, Tony hasn't been drunk for a long time anyway. Today, let him make an exception and relax. After half an hour. Oh, obviously you can't drink, you have to get drunk yourself? Now it's fine, you are almost drunk into a puddle of mud. Together with S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark was transferred to the room. Listening to Tony Stark calling his name vaguely, there was a small jump in Pibbo's eyes, but his mouth pretended to be constantly complaining. After putting Tony Stark on the bed and covering the quilt, Pibbo smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D somewhat apologetically. Let you watch the joke, Sue, but fortunately to be accompanied by you, otherwise I really don't know, what should Tony do? After all, once there is distress in his heart, sometimes he doesn't even have a person to talk to. In addition, he always looks like a child who is not growing up, but in fact, he is stronger than anyone. Perhaps it is in the self-esteem of a man, or something else. He never talks to me about his inner worries, so fortunately for you, he still has a friend to talk to. Looking at lying on the bed, constantly muttering some vague words that he didn't understand, Pibbo smiled and said to S.H.I.E.L.D, "You are right, he really looks like a young child, even though he is so much older than me." Having said that, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Pibbo and suddenly asked, "You should know why he keeps you in the villa all the time. Actually, I think you two are quite good match. After all, you are the person who knows him the most and the person who understands him the most. Outsiders only saw his appearance and his actions, but you are the only one, the woman who walked into his heart, and the only one who knows how soft his heart is. So if you two are together in the future, I think it will be very good." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly talked about this matter, Pibbo's face suddenly turned red. However, he turned his head and glanced at the drunken Tony Stark. Pibbo still shook his head slightly. Even if he has changed a lot during this period, there is still one thing that can't be changed. What about him? He is the owner of Stark Industries, a genius, and a billionaire. What about me? It's just his personal assistant. I don't want others to say that I am with him because of his money, his identity, and status. Speaking of this, Pibbo moved without leaving a trace. The next topic, by the way, let me prepare a guest room for you. After all, you have also drunk so much alcohol. If you drive back, I am afraid there will be some danger. In addition, can you tell me what happened today? I don't mean anything else, I just care about Tony. Bye. Do not bother. Seeing that Pibbo was about to prepare a guest room for herself, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and refused. I didn't come here by car. In fact, a lot of things happened today. After he sobers up, let him talk to you. With that said, S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hand to Pibbo, then turned and left with a smile. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Pibbo who had sent me out. After thinking about it, S.H.I.E.L.D still said, as an outsider, maybe I shouldn't say these things. But as Tony's friend, I think the two of you are really good for each other. Don't miss each other because of the perspective of outsiders or the gap in identity you think. Since Tony doesn't care and uses this clumsy way 5.0 to pursue you, you should be able to understand his intentions. Go. Waved his hand at Pibbo. S.H.I.E.L.D walked out directly, watching S.H.I.E.L.D turn around and leave. Standing at the door, Pibbo was stunned, thinking of S.H.I.E.L.D's words before leaving. After a while, he sighed unconsciously. Turning around, gradually walked into Tony Stark's room. Looking at Tony Stark, who was drunk and talking nonsense, Pibbo went forward and took care of it. I don't know, did you really make up your mind to pursue me, or for some other reason? This sudden change made me a little happy, but also a little frightened. After all, the gap between us is too big. Using a hot towel to gently wipe Tony's face, Pibbo said softly while looking at the familiar face in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jumped off the cliff at S.H.I.E.L.D. It's done. I have taken all the corpses in the restaurant to clean up. Don't worry, there is no future trouble. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. What corpse? At S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't it man? What did you do? Strange, I'm here to negotiate. So, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Man, you killed someone? Wow, this is big news. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Is this so strange? For more than 1,500 years, I don't know how many enemies have been killed. By the way, you can't have none. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Thor. Confused, I never killed. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Thor. Han, I haven't killed it either. Although I have dissected the general teacher, I haven't really solved the living person. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined to not get at. Natasha Romanoff, thank you. To express my gratitude, you call me when you have time, and I invite you to dinner. In addition, at Thor, Han, the Earth is different from your Asgard, or other planets. 23 Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation at S.H.I.E.L.D. Can you tell me what happened? I have been with Captain Steve, and Natasha Romanoff did not notify me. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. The spray originally didn't want to get on you, but you came out by yourself. Cover your face. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. So, this matter is still related to director Nick Fury. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. What does it have to do with me? Since Captain Steve Rogers' body was shipped back, I have been watching the scene to prevent Hydra from doing some extreme behaviors. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. Thank you. At Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get hot. This matter really has something to do with you. At Nick Fury, do you still remember Obadiah Stan? S.H.I.E.L.D. Special level staff restored the consulting room. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly mentioned Obadiah Stan, Nick and Fury couldn't help but choke in their hearts. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for vacation. At S.H.I.E.L.D, you mean, this matter has something to do with Obadiah Stan? Did he get released? He was not kept in prison all the time. Is it an ordinary imprisonment? No too. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Yes, Nick, Obadiah Stan was not only released, but also brought more than a dozen heavily armed mercenaries to attack Tony. It happened that Tony was with me at that time, and there was no accident. But Obadiah Stan and the dozen or so heavily armed mercenaries were dealt with by me. Looking at what S.H.I.E.L.D said in the answering chat room, Nick Fury instantly narrowed his eyes. Don't even think about it, it must be done by Hydra? In addition to the damn group of Hydra, who else has the courage and ability to personally give orders to the imprisoned Obadiah Stan is released? Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday. At S.H.I.E.L.D, thank you for saving Tony. So, this matter is a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. I will give you an explanation with Tony. Those people at Hydra are becoming more and more rampant now. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Don't. At Nick Fury, don't you think that during this time period, Hydra released Obadiah Stan on purpose? Don't you say that the Hydra group did not know that Steve Rogers' body was discovered by you and brought back? Although I don't know what Hydra's purpose is, but based on what Steve Rogers did 70 years ago, Hydra may have always held him with a grudge. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. I'm sorry, maybe this thing is because of me. So many things happened. Originally stood up, wanted to pick up the phone and dial out, ready to test Alexander Pierce, and then grab a few Hydra to shock him. But after seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Nick Fury stopped. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D is right. After all, in Hydra's heart, Captain Steve Rogers is far more important than Tony Stark. As far as hatred is concerned, unless Mr. Howard Stark is resurrected, no one can share Hydra's greatest hatred from Captain Steve Rogers. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jumped off the cliff. It's obvious. Hydra knows that Steve's body has been brought back and is recovering, and Nick, you are there. You have been paying attention to this matter. According to Hydra's idea, maybe they just want to transfer you away, and then they can do something to Steve, and it's better to never wake up. After all, Tony is the only one who can transfer Nick you out of Steve's side. Who will let him be? Mr. Howard Stark, the son of one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Barton, I can win the battle. At Nick Fury. Nick, as Sue said, you better not be fooled. Anyway, Tony is okay now, Sue is okay, so the most important thing is to hurry up. Captain Steve has recovered from the ice. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. I understand. I think Sue and Natasha Romanoff and Barton are right. But at Nick Fury, you should still come out and be beaten. After all, if you had killed Obadiah 480 Stan in the first place, there would be no such thing. Haha. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. I was negligent, and I didn't expect Hydra to have such courage to let Obadiah Stan out. But for now, Captain Steve is the most important thing. Don't worry, I will ensure that he can recover safely. Look at the content in the answer chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D stretched out, then lay on the bed. Is the purpose of Hydra really that simple? I'm afraid not. The real purpose is definitely not to make Steve Rogers do some tricks in freezing conditions. After all, everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding. That is, they knew that Hydra existed in S.H.I.E.L.D, but the leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, did not know that their identities had been exposed. Nick Fury has been imagining snakes with them all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such courage. However, what does this have to do with myself? I am not from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is better to care about this. After Steve Rogers recovers, if he knows that Winter Soldier is still alive, Tony also knows that the murderer of his parents was after Winter Soldier Bucky. What will happen? The next day, in Manhattan's largest playground? Listen to the cheerful laughter in the playground. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled at the widow sister beside him. I didn't expect that you would bring Wanda and Pietro to the playground. Do you think I'll teach them gunfighting or something? Please, they are 14 years old. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Natasha Romanoff gave S.H.I.E.L.D a white look, and then looked at Wanda and Pietro, who were sitting on the roller coaster and constantly screaming, with a smile on their faces. Actually, I should also thank you, right? I used to talk privately through the answering chat room, and I wanted to ask you out. Unexpectedly this time, you actually promised. So happy. With his hands around his shoulders, Natasha Romanoff leaned against the railing, tilted his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D, and said with a smile, in the past, I didn't want to have any intersection with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, I didn't have the ability to protect myself at that time. Who knows if S.H.I.E.L.D will cause me some trouble. With the addition of 2, I don't like being monitored by people from S.H.I.E.L.D, so naturally I won't agree to your request to meet. When S.H.I.E.L.D said this, the widow sister nodded in understanding. I just wanted to say something, but saw a strange man approaching from the other side. Hello, beautiful lady, it's convenient to ask. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Looking at the man who wanted to strike up a conversation with herself, the widow's sister immediately took Su-Ching's arm, and then showed a very sweet smile. Looking at the tall and handsome Su-Ching, the man pursed his mouth, then smiled. Man, you are really lucky, such a beautiful lady is your girlfriend. Besides, I just want to ask, what direction is that bathroom? Puff. Listening to the strange man's question, Su-Ching couldn't help but laugh, and then pointed to the right direction. Go straight there, turn left for 300 meters. Thanks. He politely thanked Su-Ching, and the man left directly. What? After the man left, Su-Ching let out a hearty laugh, causing the widow's sister to constantly roll her eyes at Su-Ching in anger. You can't blame me for this. People just want to ask about the bathroom. Do you think the other party is here to strike up a conversation? Looking at the widow's sister who let go of her arm, Su-Ching spread her hands and smiled. That's why I asked you to come out to accompany us. Regarding Su-Ching's words, the widow's sister was just a little angry, but she was not really angry. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I'm very beautiful, you can't deny that. Definitely. Facing the widow's sister's question, Su-Ching nodded gently. It is precisely because of this that whenever I appear in a public place when I am not performing a task by myself, someone will come over to talk to me, and there are all kinds of excuses. It wouldn't matter if I was alone. Some people would choose to leave as a very gentleman after I politely refused, but there are still a small number of people who want to stalk her. Whenever this happens, I will take action to teach them a lesson. But this time, after all, I came out with Wanda and Pietro. Looking at Su-Ching, the widow's sister said seriously, so if the situation I just said happens, I can't act in front of Wanda and Pietro, can I? I still want to keep my gentle sister's personality in front of the two little guys. Su-Ching nodded when she heard the widow's sister say so. He looked at the roller coaster that was slowly stopping, and then smiled. I can see that you really care about the twins. Definitely. Following Su-Ching's gaze, looking at Wanda and Pietro who came down from their seats, Natasha Romanoff's eyes also had a touch of tenderness, from the moment they entered my apartment. The twins are my younger siblings. They have no family, nor do I. So, when a few lonely souls get together, they can always get even a trace of warmth in this cold world. This morning, Wanda told me that they had never been to the playground since they were young, so I decided to make an appointment with you and bring them over. Wanda and Pietro can't be missing for other children of this size, can they? Beckoned to Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff said softly. Natasha Romanoff didn't say something to Su-Ching. That is, when she was as old as Wanda Pietro, she also did not go to the playground like other children. This is also hers, a pity. Not far away, Wanda and Pietro, who just got off the roller coaster, looked at the two people standing together against the fence, Natasha Romanoff and Su-Ching. Pietro subconsciously said to Wanda next to him, Wanda, you never think that sister Natasha Romanoff and brother Su-Ching are very good match? Will they be a couple in the future? It's impossible. Hearing Pietro's words, Wanda glanced at the handsome Su-Ching next to sister Natasha Romanoff. Then he shook his head slowly. Didn't his sister say that she is not suitable for dating or marriage in this life? However, no matter what, we will always be with sister Natasha Romanoff, right? Definitely. Hearing Wanda's words, Pietro nodded immediately. In 6 years, I haven't experienced the feeling of home. That's why I won't give up this home. Furthermore, if people like us refuse to face the goodwill of others, or even hurt the goodwill, then we are the most wrong people. Seeing Natasha Romanoff beckoning to the two of them, Pietro said a word and ran over with Wanda with a smile. Is it fun? Seeing Wanda and Pietro running over, Natasha Romanoff showed a smile from the heart. Su-Ching on the side looked at Wanda and Pietro and nodded softly. Although their faces are still a little immature, Wanda and Pietro are almost the same as in Avengers, Age of Ultron. What else do you want to play? Holding a tissue, gently wiped the sweat on the foreheads of Wanda and, is the money good, Pietro? At this moment, Natasha Romanoff's voice is extremely gentle. It is hard to imagine that this will be the voice of the famous Black Widow. The pendulum is happy. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, Pietro immediately stretched out his hand and pointed to the extremely exciting pendulum beside him. Wanda looked at Natasha Romanoff, then took a peek at Su-Ching subconsciously, and then nodded, agreeing with Pietro's decision. Okay, go, but be careful. Patting the shoulders of two people, the widow's sister said with a smile. After the two laughed and ran away, Natasha Romanoff said to Su-Ching, even after so many experiences, it is still a child after all, isn't it? That girl has no dreams, and there is no prince riding a white horse in the dream. Tilted her head and looked at Su-Ching. It was obvious that the widow's sister was joking about Wanda secretly watching Su-Ching. This kind of small gesture, but there is no way to hide it from the widow's sister's eyes. In the evening, after a day of playing, Su-Ching was invited by Natasha Romanoff to come to her apartment as a guest. It can be regarded as thanks to Su-Ching for spending a day with them. Although the cause is that Su-Ching thanked Natasha Romanoff for solving the corpse in the restaurant. However, looking at the dishes in front of me, in fact, even Su-Ching never thought that Natasha Romanoff's cooking skills would be so good. If it weren't for the things that happened to her, maybe she would be a very virtuous wife. Definitely, there is no such thing as if. As for myself, hi, I'm only 19 years old. What kind of girlfriend are you looking for? Don't worry, Don't look at me with that kind of regretful eyes. After serving up a plate of prepared dishes, Natasha Romanoff first ordered the heads of 2 greedy cats. Then he said to Su-Ching, although the past time has ruined me, it has also created me. So don't feel sorry for me. You found out all of this. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Su-Ching shook his head gently. I don't mean anything else, it's just. I know, anyone who knows my past will feel a little distressed. This is a friend, I understand. Before Su-Ching said anything, Natasha Romanoff showed a big smile to Su-Ching. I just copied 2 483 master-level skills of my fighting and firearms to you, but I didn't transfer some of the agent skills I have learned to you, so through your look at my eyes and some subtle expressions, I definitely know what you are thinking. Difficult Su-Ching, Natasha Romanoff said generously. Very scary. Listening to the widow sister's words, Su-Ching blinked at Pietro who was aside. Pietro nodded in agreement. Only Wanda smiled sweetly at Su-Ching. After a day of contact, although there is still a trace of guard against Su-Ching, no matter whether it is Wanda or Pietro, there is no such strangeness. At the table, while tasting the food made by Natasha Romanoff himself, they laughed and talked. Pietro and Wanda interjected a few words from time to time, and all the conversations seemed very pleasant. After dinner, Wanda and Pietro took the initiative to grab the task of washing dishes, leaving only the living room, Su-Ching and Natasha Romanoff sitting on the sofa watching TV. Ask you one thing. The remote control kept changing the channels on the screen. After changing a few times, I found that there was nothing good. Natasha Romanoff played a random channel, then put down the remote control and asked Su-Ching, you really, think that if I haven't had so many things before, I might become a good wife? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Su-Ching pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know, after all, if these things didn't happen to you, then who knows what your life trajectory will look like. Maybe you will become a lawyer, maybe a doctor, or even an actor. But these questions are hard to assume. But I can be sure of one thing. What? With a smile on his face, Natasha Romanoff looked at Su-Ching and asked with a smile. You must be a qualified friend? At least a friend who can talk to people. Leaning on the sand, looking at Natasha Romanoff, Su-Ching replied with some emotion, when I was not in contact with you, my impression of you was still some inherent impression. But then I found out that you are very talkative, and you can even give your own opinions on everything. Whether it's the love of life, eating, drinking and having fun, or a lot of classical literature, or some things in the world, you can express your own opinions with a good starting point. It is not easy. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Su-Ching hung his head and smiled. Will you be a good wife? No one knows, but you are definitely a good conversationalist. Hearing Su-Ching's answer, Natasha Romanoff suddenly became a little emotional. It is true, but if possible, I don't want to be such a person. It's like what you said, but they were actually stuffed into my head by the people in the Red House back then. Do you think the name Black Widow is easy to get? Except for some skills, how to solve the enemy most efficiently, how to get the information you want by talking with people. More importantly, I can become anyone's friend at any time, which is terrible, you know. Looking at Su-Ching with his head also, Natasha Romanoff laughed. So, for the advantages you just mentioned, I don't know if it is my true character or I pretended it. After all, disguise has already penetrated into the bone marrow and has become a part of life. It's like wearing a mask for a long time, you can't take it off. Putting both feet on the coffee table, Natasha Romanoff stretched out half on the sofa, then looked at Su-Ching and smiled. Do you know why I told you so much, little brother? Because I am afraid that you are too good to be deceived. Although your brain is very good, even smarter than I can imagine. Moreover, I even suspect that you know many things about many people, but you just don't want to, or you can't say it. So you have to be careful, don't be fooled by a woman. I will give you a demonstration and remind you. You will know what to do in the future when you encounter some beautiful women's idioms. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. The more beautiful a woman, the easier it is to fool others. In this regard, you are very similar to Barton. Both of you are people who can be friends, and both are very decisive and not procrastinated, but the same, but also some soft-hearted people. People like you are generally called good people, but the most hurtful people in this world are often yours. Fortunately, Laura is not a liar, she gave Barton a baby. But what about you? Your strength is too strong. Although I don't know what your current strength is, but if you become a person who can fight death, then you can imagine how strong you will be in the future. So, once you are deceived, or if you hate or even hate this world, then this world is dangerous. So, don't be a good person who can be deceived and hurt. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Su-Ching couldn't help touching his nose. Are you soft-hearted? Is it easy to be deceived? I don't know. After all, after being in this world for 3 years, no one has dared, and no one can deceive himself. However, it seems that I am considered to be a good person card by Natasha Romanoff. Then can it be considered that it is not just Natasha Romanoff, even S.H.I.E.L.D, or Nick Fury, think of himself this way? If this is the case, then this is simply great. This shows that my current personal settings are still very successful. At least, whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D Nick Fury or the Widow Sister, they all regard themselves as silly and sweet. This is awesome. Saying goodbye to Natasha Romanoff and Wanda's siblings, Su-Ching drove back to his apartment. So far, everything is pretty good. It's like today, what the widow's sister said to herself, in fact, the last thing. It's not that Nick Fury wants to tell himself through the widow's sister. However, whether it is Natasha Romanoff or Nick Fury, they all underestimate themselves. If you are really that easy to deceive, then it is not enough. In just 3 years, S.H.I.E.L.D has the current status. You know, on the first day of traveling into this world, on the huge amounts of screen in the square, when you saw Tony Stark's ass figure, S.H.I.E.L.D knew at the time what kind of world he had come to. Although this place is more stable than Gotham City, which has a simple folk customs next door. But this world is also full of danger. It is precisely because of this that S.H.I.E.L.D never hesitate to make money with the most clean means, and try to figure out the most vicious ideas. People's hearts really think that S.H.I.E.L.D is a clean and flawless flower? As everyone knows, no matter how good the camouflage is, the piranha will be a piranha after all. At least, although I haven't solved an enemy personally in the past 3 years, using the plate of the state police has also eliminated many people who are hoping for that business. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't believe it. According to the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D, or Nick Fury, he couldn't find out what he had done in the past 3 years. It's just because I knew the reasons for the snake shield, so I gave up investigating myself, and I was afraid of being known by the people of Hydra. After all, he is not sure whether there will be Hydra among the group of people he sent out. I would rather know nothing than let Hydra know a bit. This sentence is now the criterion for Nick Fury's mom to provoke Farker. Just returned to the apartment and finished washing up. Open the answer chat room, and you can see that the answer chat room is full of excitement at this moment. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Wanda. I drank too much last night and forgot to give you a lecture. Come, let's make it up today. Wanda, I have the final say if S.H.I.E.L.D is in chaos. Well, okay. Petro, keep that damn bullet away from me. No, let's watch TV for a while on weekends. Wailing, Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. Tony, today is the time for Wanda and Pietro to rest. Wait until Monday to talk about it. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Tony Stark, you drank too much yesterday, so I explained some mathematical formulas for you, and then some knowledge of physical chemistry. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Tony Stark, and me, I also taught some math problems to Wanda and Pietro, a pair of future juniors and sisters. Excited. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Doubt, at Blus Banner, you two are too much. Say yes, I will teach the math problems to the brother and sister. You two are rushing for a lesson. No, this is immoral. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Che, who made you drink too much last night? Besides, my future teacher, Ancient One Magician, said that Wanda and Pietro can come and find her in 3 years. Obtain the ability that originally belonged to them. This is equivalent to them being my younger brother and younger sister, and it is reasonable and legal for me to give lectures to my younger brother and younger sister. Sundara. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at Wanda. Two poor little guys, still need to learn. When it comes to learning, I have a headache. When I reach the Earth, I will bring you 2 some Asgard fruits. I promise you will like it. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I think you are all targeting me, but it doesn't matter. I am in a good mood and ignore you. Besides that, S.H.I.E.L.D, my dearest friend. Can you tell me, while I was drunk, what did you and Pibo say last night? Her attitude towards me changed drastically. This is simply awesome. They even had a showdown with me, asking if I was serious about pursuing her or something, and if so, give me a chance or something. She also said that she used to care too much about other people's opinions, saying that you are right, and you can't force yourself for others' opinions. Man, I love you so much. When my future daughter is born, I will make you her godfather. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Tony Stark. Thank you for your love, although I do not discriminate. My orientation is normal. Sorry, I can only reluctantly refuse your love confession. Funny. Look for flowers. 0. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. Tony, it turns out that you played like this, but rest assured, we promise not to discriminate against you. Satisfied? Barton, I can win the battle if I have it. Tony, I will understand and respect your orientation. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Understand and respect. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. Understand and respect. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I understand and respect it. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Enough of you guys. Crazy. Laughing. It can be seen because I chat in the answering chat room every night. Although many superhero have not met now, the relationship is very harmonious. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to say a word of understanding and respect, the next moment, the strong mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Members, please pay attention. Now that the answering starts, please make the correct answer according to the scene fragment below. Listening to the strong mechanical sound of the system, the people in the answering chat room suddenly stopped joking. Ready to watch next? Whose turn is in the future this time? Even Nick Fury, who was sitting in the S.H.I.E.L.D special treatment room, began to put down his phone and watched the future clips seriously. Among the fragments, first is a strange and magnificent planet. The perspective of the fragments is from far to near, showing a planet from the mountains to the inhabitants of the planet in front of everyone. This is Asgard. From the moment the screen unfolded, Thor immediately reacted. This is his homeland, Asgard of God. It seems that this time it's finally my turn. The last video clip contained a clip of my future. It was because I chopped off the head of the guy Thanos, and it was with all the Avengers. This time, it should belong to me alone, or belong to Asgard's future. Looking at the picture played in the answering chat room, Thor put down the wine glass in his hand, and then watched it seriously. In the picture, after showing everyone the whole picture of Asgard, the camera switched to Asgard. In Asgard, on the throne, Odin was sitting there holding the eternal spear, and looked at Thor below. Recently, the entire 9 realms are a bit unbalanced. The cause is those infinite gems. Go, Thor, find those infinite gems, and prevent the 9. The world is in turmoil once again. Yes, father. Hearing Odin's words, Thor nodded, and then walked out with the hammer. After Thor left, Odin, who was holding the eternal spear on the throne, flickered with a burst of dark green light, and became Loki's appearance. Asgard. After seeing this scene, Thor was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked around. Loki, who was talking to the Asgard 3 warriors, flashed a little surprise in his eyes. Looking at the picture, 483 Loki pretended to be the king of God and gave him an order. Although Thor felt that Loki had done too much this time, but when he thought of Loki's always joking look, Thor didn't think much about it. What makes him even more concerned is the sentence of the Dusk of the Gods. Ignoring Loki, Thor continued to watch the video played in the answering chat room. When the camera turned around, there was a dim place in a space that was shrouded in a scene like the inside of a volcano. Thor's whole body is tied up with chains at this moment, and he is locked in a cage. On the opposite side, there is a skeleton frame. I know what you think. You must be thinking, wow, Thor was caught. Oh no, in fact, if you want to test the bottom line of a guy, then you have to take the risk. So this matter is a long story. In fact, I am considered a superhero. After staying on the earth for a period of time, I have also saved the world several times. Later, I went to the universe to find those colorful infinite gems, and then embarked on a path of death and destruction, until I was locked in this cage. Then I met you. Hey, can you say something? You know that the undead skeletons summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D can speak. You have been here for at least 1,000 years. How long do you think we will be kept here? Earth, in S.H.I.E.L.D's apartment. Looking at the clip, Thor's dialogue with the skeleton suddenly surprised S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't this showing a clip from the original movie? Why does Thor mention himself? Could it be that the clips played from now on are all with their own participation, the real future? But if this is the case, then with its own future, how can it not change? Or is it just a deliberate addition by the system in order to show your own existence? S.H.I.E.L.D also didn't understand for a while. In the screen played by the system, what Thor said was the real future at the moment. It was added deliberately by the system? With doubts, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to watch. The cage hanging in the air moved with a sound, and Thor, whose whole body was bound by chains, fell straight down. It stopped at a distance of less than a meter or 2 from the ground. Then Thor used words to delay time, until Mjolnir flew over and immediately fought flame giant Sudert. As soon as the screen turned, Thor returned to Asgard with Sudert's horn-like skeleton, and then frightened Loki back to his real body, who was watching the drama while eating grapes. The picture turns around, on the earth. In front of the coast, Thor and Loki were sitting around the gray-haired Odin, listening to Odin talking. Asgard, it has never been a place, my sons. After saying this, Odin turned into a ray of golden light and passed away with the wind. Seeing this scene, Asgard's Sultan was a little confused. But before he could react, he saw a woman walking out in the picture in a drape. Looking at the two people contemptuously, the woman said proudly, Odin is dead. Is it really a pity? I still want to solve him by myself. As for you, kneel in front of your king. When the picture is played here, it suddenly stops. Father, died on Earth. Seeing the screen stop playing, Asgard's Thor looked in a daze. He never thought that a god king who was as powerful as his father Odin would die on Earth. Also, who is the woman who suddenly appeared? A series of questions surrounds S.H.I.E.L.D in Thor's mind. He has never felt that the future will make him so unfamiliar. Just when he thought that the picture was over, it should be when the answering system asked questions. But who knows, the picture actually appeared again. It is an extremely strange planet, and there are all kinds of inhabitants on the planet. In a red and white room, in the picture, Thor looked at Hulk sitting there, and then he said, we are friends, Hulk. Now Asgard is in danger. My sister Hela has broken the seal. Asgard will be dead. So I need your help. Hulk, in this way, you help me return to Asgard, and I help you return to Earth. Friends should help each other like this. No, you, Banner's friend. While eating the melon, Hulk said in that simple voice, I like you better, Hulk. Banner's friend? Hulk looked at Thor and said in a simple voice, no, who likes Banner? He would say, I am a physicist, I am very good at mathematics and so on. Compared to Banner, I like you better, Hulk. While imitating Bruce Banner, Thor said bluntly. With the completion of this segment, the next picture is played again, on the corner of a street in Sakar. No, you are just using me to get close to Hulk, it's so disappointing. Dr. Banner turned his head, his eyes stopped looking at Thor. You don't care about me at all, you don't deserve to be my friend. Listening to Dr. Banner's words, Thor quickly denied, no, Banner, I don't like Hulk at all, we are friends 5.0. He is always smashing, and ruining everywhere. Compared to Hulk, I like you better. With a vivid imitation of Hulk's impulsive expression, Thor said to Dr. Banner, "I don't like Hulk, we are friends, I like you better." Asgard. Looking at the future self, it is so fickle. Thor covered his head. This is definitely a large-scale social death scene. You know, it's not just yourself who can see this scene, but also the people in the answering chat room. In other words, how did you become that way in the future? At this moment, Thor wants to tell the friends in the answering chat room loudly that the guy who changed his face is not himself. This is so embarrassing. The picture continues. Asgard, Asgard. What do you think? How did the glory of Asgard come from? It was I who brought people to attack in the 9 realms. Looking at Thor lying on the ground, Hela was holding a black longsword, and his tone was full of betrayal anger. I fight for Asgard everywhere. I lead Asgard's warriors to fight the prestige of God's domain, and Asgard becomes the leader of the 9 realms. But, that U.X.I.N. Odin actually sealed me up. As he said, Hela grabbed Thor's neck and threw it over the outer fence of Asgard. Then he pressed his neck and said mockingly, "I am the Princess Asgard, the first heir of Odin. I, Hela, the goddess of death, is the god king of Asgard. So cute, what kind of god are you?" Thor, who was suffocated and choked by Hela, started to self-healing, and then his fingers began to crackle with thunder. The picture ends, and it comes to the last segment. In the clip, Thor, Valkyrie, and Loki joined forces to attack Hela, but Hela was beaten by Hela without any strength to fight back. And Hulk is working hard with Hela's mount. The giant wolf Fenrir is fighting. Attack her with the strongest lightning. Loki was holding 2 Asgard's daggers, panting and speaking to Thor. I just attacked her with the most powerful thunder power ever, but there is no way to hurt her at all. And just as my father said when he told us the prophecy of the twilight of the gods, the longer the time in Asgard, the stronger her strength. Hearing Thor's words, Loki said helplessly, "What should I do? First of all, I don't play any life-saving games. In addition, Su is still on Earth, and the Bifrost mid-range controller guarded by Heldum has also been destroyed. We have no way to get Su, or other Avengers members to come and support." The picture ended in an instant here, and then the strong mechanical sound of the system sounded again. As seen in the above snippet, Asgard is destined to be destroyed in the prophecy of the twilight of the gods. The question then is, who led and directly initiated the destruction of Asgard? Option 1, Asgard, the goddess of death, Hela. Option 2, flame giant Suturt. Option 3, Asgard, the god of thunder, Thor. All members have 30 minutes to discuss. If no one answers within 30 minutes, the system will randomly select one person to answer. Those who answer incorrectly will be deducted, including but not limited to ability, lifespan, wealth, life, etc. After the strong mechanical sound of the system disappeared, the answer chat room was opened again. In the real world, seeing that the clip just played replaced him again, and there was another detail Suching noticed. That is the eye that Thor was blinded by Hela, and it gradually recovered. You should know that Thor had obtained the ability for regeneration of severed limbs when he answered the questions before, and he also obtained the self-healing ability because of this. But the future of this broadcast shouldn't be the original world and their future? Then why does the future that belonged to them still have their own existence? Facing Suching's question, the system directly gave a very reasonable explanation. That is because many original superheroes have gained some ability that did not originally belong to them. So in order to let them see the future they believe, not the original future, the ability they obtained by answering the questions will also appear in the fragments that originally belonged to them. The definitely fragment will have some magical changes, and then join the host, which is the existence of Suching. This is to make them believe better. As for whether these superhero will change the timeline and some things that will happen in the future, this is not under the jurisdiction of the system. Even the Time Management Bureau has no authority to detect it. So although this is the main movie universe, it is more like a universe that is separated from the main movie universe and re-unfolded in the future. As for what will happen in the future, what kind of changes will superhero have, everything will come from the first question. Barton was teleported, and Tony Stark was not locked in the cave. It's starting to be different. In other words, starting from this question, the future plot trend that Suching is familiar with will still be played. But the future changes in the real world, some of the stories that happened in these superheroes, are likely to be different. Listening to the answering system, Suching thought for a while, that's right. If there is an extra self in this world, there will be an extra chat room for answering questions. So the original trajectory is still the same as before, so what do you want to do with the answering chat room? Anyway, it won't be discovered by the so-called Time Administration, so the change will also change. Besides, Suching is not afraid of them, being played around by a female Loki, even a soldier who lost so much time in the administration. They are also better than ordinary people, and at most they rely on time-related equipment, and seriously doubt whether that female Loki is really the female Loki of the parallel world. Could it be possible? Could it be the incarnation of Asgard's enchanting witch? After all, on the original cast list, the role of the female Loki was marked as S.H.I.E.L.D. Who is S.H.I.E.L.D? Asgard's second enchanting witch. The charm witch has an ability, that is, if you touch others, you can control them. Look, when you say this, do you feel that you have realized it? Definitely, this may also be a smoke bomb released by Marvel? Who knows? I haven't watched the 3rd episode and I crossed it. Turning to the answer chat room, at this moment, the answer chat room is also starting to lively. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Thor. Han, are you okay? I didn't expect that Asgard in your mouth would be destroyed in this way. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Han, are you okay? I know anyone who sees his home destroyed will be very sad. Although, this happened future. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. No, this is impossible. Asgard has great strength. Every Asgard warrior will be very powerful. With Hela alone, it is impossible to destroy the entire Asgard? This is impossible. Looking at the answering chat room, Thor couldn't believe it, that almost collapsed speech. S.H.I.E.L.D directly began to persuade Thor in the answering chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at. Han, calm down. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Calm down? How can I calm down? There is Asgard, the home of all our Asgard people. Once Asgard is destroyed, all Asgard people will die there. Damn it, no, I absolutely can't let this happen. I'm going to find my father now. Halfway through, Thor is a little crumbled and can't speak anymore. Even though, he still didn't want to believe that Asgard would be destroyed someday in the future, but he thought of the powerful Hela in the clip. Thor still has some despair in his heart. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Thor. Han, if there is no answer chat room, then none of us will know the future, will we? But now, we already know, so we have a lot more advantages than us in the original timeline. Maybe, all of this will happen in the future, maybe many things are destined. However, since we have the advantage of knowing the future than we on the original timeline, then who can stipulate that we cannot change the future we know? Watching S.H.I.E.L.D's speech, Asgard. Thor, who was knowing that his father died, Asgard was ruined and a little broken. As if grabbing the last straw, Thor hurriedly started to ask in the answering chat room. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, can we really change the future? Can I really keep Asgard? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Definitely yes. Thor, if people like us are destined to be unable to change the future, then what is the point of gathering here for us people? It would be better to just disband the answering chat room, close your eyes and wait for death. Anyway, one day, sooner or later, death will come. I can defeat one death, but can I constantly avoid the future catastrophe of the earth? In fact, Thor's collapse can be understood. After all, Thor grew up in Asgard and learned to play in Asgard for more than 1,000 years. Asgard is his homeland, and those people are his relatives. In addition, he is the prince of Asgard, so he naturally has absolute affection for Asgard. I didn't see Loki, knowing he was the son of the ice giant Lauf, but still willing to use his life to fight for Asgard? So S.H.I.E.L.D can understand that Thor saw the death of his father, his sister Hela appeared, and the question posed by the answering system, after Asgard was destroyed by the twilight of the gods, his emotions were a little out of control. After all, Thor on this timeline is not the one who was banished and lost everything. Relatively mature Thor. With a long sigh of relief, he spread out on the steps. Thor looked at the sky, his emotions gradually calmed down. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer at S.H.I.E.L.D, thanks. You are right. If we are not destined to change the future, what is the point of all of us here? That's right, we can definitely change the future, we can definitely. This is my only chance. Sorry, everyone, I just had some emotions in control. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Thor. Han, it's okay, no one will blame you. Besides, I also believe that as Su said, our future will definitely be changed. For example, according to what Su said, on the original timeline, at this moment I should be attacked and trapped in the cave. But now, I am staying well in my villa. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at Thor. Han, Su, and Tony are right, and me, my future has also changed, hasn't it? At least Nick, they found out in advance my frozen body. Although I don't know how many years in advance, but after all, we have changed what will change in the future, haven't we? Seeing Thor's mood gradually stabilized, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers directly comforted Thor with their own experiences. Not only these two guys, but even Wanda and Pietro, the two pet little guys, began to comfort Thor. Wanda, I have the final say if the chaos in Zijing Town is not chaos at Thor. What about us? Originally we should be locked in the Hydra base in Sokovia, but now, we can not only go to school, but also accept Mr. Tony counseling with Dr. Banner. I also have a sister who is considerate and loves us, and our future has changed. Pietro, let the damn bullets stay away from me. Yeah. At Thor, both of us are in a different situation from the original timeline that S.H.I.E.L.D said. You and Asgard's in the future, it will definitely change. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff at Thor. Han, this is what it means for us to gather in the answering chat room, right? We can know the future, say the future, and then we can change future. Barton, I can win the battle. Han, you have helped the Earth countless times. Trust me, we will all come forward when you are in danger, when Asgard is in danger. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Thor. Han, although I don't know whether you like me or Hulk in the future, we will help you anyway. Asgard? Roaring carrot. Take a deep breath and lie down on the steps. For the first time in more than 100 years, Thor feels that the sun is so warm. It seems to be able to drive away all negative emotions, destroy all cold and dark, warm to the bottom of people's hearts, and make people feel warm in their hearts. With his hands resting on the back of his head, Thor wanted to have held him teleport himself to the earth at this moment. then go to these people for a drink. Although, I haven't met these people yet. However, these people are definitely partners worthy of their deep friendship. No matter what happens, Thor believes at this moment that he is willing to accompany them to fight side by side. Even if the enemy is strong, Thor feels that as long as you are with them, then there is nothing to be afraid of. As for the clip, I face Hulk and say I like Hulk, and I face Dr. Banner and say I like Dr. Banner. For this, Thor absolutely does not admit it, never. It's so embarrassing. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff at Thor. Han, in the footage, the woman who claims to be your sister Hela, do you know? It seems that your sister should be better than you and your brother Loki. How many points? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I don't know, I have never heard of another sister in the past 1005 years. I always thought that I was the eldest son of the Asgard king Odin. Suspicious. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Look at the picture I cut down. The picture shows that this person called the goddess of death said that she was sealed by the goddess Odin. This also means that everything happened after Han was born. So it's normal to say that he didn't know that there was such a sister. Barton, I can win the battle only I am curious. Thor's sister, who calls herself the goddess of death, and the suffix of Sue's name is the man that the goddess of death is not destined to get, then this is a pun. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Barton. Man, you mean that Sue is not only one of the true ancient gods, the man who can't get by death, but also the goddess of death, Thor's sister, the man Hela can't get? Wow, buddy, can't tell, you actually made 487. Both of the goddesses of death want to get it. Curious doghead, S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get up. Maybe this is personal charm. Satisfied? Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff. Maybe it is. After all, the woman named Hela is indeed the goddess of death. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. What's the situation? But what you said is really reasonable. After all, I remember that in the clip, Loki seemed to say that Heldum was not in the middle of Bifrost's teleportation. So you can't invite Sue to Asgard, is it? At S.H.I.E.L.D, Sue, your future is really related to the death goddess Hela who claims to be my sister? Doubt. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. Nahun, will Sue be your brother-in-law in the future? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Brother-in-law? S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined to not get at. Thor, Han, stop making trouble, talk about business. Let's talk about this question first. The question is who led and directly activated the twilight of the gods, leading to the destruction of Asgard. The first option is Hela, the goddess of death, the second is flame giant Sudert, and the third is Thor. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. It's definitely not me. How could I urge the dusk of the gods and cause the destruction of Asgard? This is impossible. I would rather die 100 times than let Asgard fall into destruction. This answer can definitely be ruled out, so don't think about it. It must be my sister Hela. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jumped off the cliff. This is not necessarily true. Don't forget that the questions raised in the answering chat room during this period of time seem to be very simple, but behind each question, it seems extremely unbelievable, even beyond our understanding. But the answers are very reasonable, so when we face these answers, it is best to take some unconventional thinking. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Natasha Romanoff is right. Silly, don't draw conclusions so quickly. For now, we still have more than 20 minutes to discuss and think. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Han, who is flame giant Sudert. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Flame giant Sudert is the guy in the video just now. His whole body is on fire like a house, as high as a house. He was sealed by my father before and took the eternal fire away. Then I was defeated in the video, and even the crown was brought back by me, Asgard. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her since Flame Giant was defeated in the video, then this answer can be ruled out. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Yes, this answer can be ruled out. After all, after he lost the holy object, the eternal fire, his strength has dropped too much, otherwise he should have been as tall as a mountain, not just as tall as a house. Therefore, I still insist that it was my sister, Hela, the goddess of death, who led and destroyed Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. I don't agree with your thoughts. Look at this picture. I sent the pictures taken by me with administrator rights to the answering chat room. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Look, Sue said in the video, the longer Hela stays in Asgard, the stronger her strength. So can it be inferred that Hela is associated with Asgard? Once Asgard is destroyed, Hela will also die? Even if this is not the case, there is no need for Hela to destroy Asgard. After all, a normal person will never destroy the place where he becomes stronger with his own hands. At least Hela is not a fool. It is impossible to do this. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon for a holiday. So is right. Whether it is humans on Earth or the so-called gods of Asgard, the more powerful people are, the more they desire to become stronger. Absolutely will not cut off the way to become stronger. This has nothing to do with how strong the original strength has been. This is the thing flowing in the bone marrow of people. This is human nature. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jumped off the cliff. I also agree with Sue's point of view. In addition, from the video, Hela, the goddess of death, is determined to become the king of Asgard. From this point of view, Perhaps, her love for Asgard is not less than you, silly, at least, as mentioned in the screenshot of S.H.I.E.L.D, the longer she stays in Asgard, the stronger her strength will be. She has no reason to cut off her path to become stronger, let alone don't forget, you are not Hela's opponents together. Look at the analysis of Su-Ching, Nick Fury, and Natasha Romanoff. Thor frowned and nodded subconsciously. Thor, the sad fat man who has lost the hammer. What you said is indeed reasonable, but it can't be me or I have been wiped out. Only by using the eternal fire can I resurrect S.H.I.E.L.D. There are 3 answers in total, one is Hela, the other is S.H.I.E.L.D. who has been wiped out, and the crown is left, and the other is me? Even if you use the elimination method, you can know the correct answer. Barton, I can win the battle. Han said that there are only 3 people in total, but no matter how you look at it, these 3 people have no reason to destroy Asgard. Even if it did, it was S.H.I.E.L.D, but S.H.I.E.L.D was wiped out by Thor. It has become a collection of crowns like horns. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I still stick to my idea, it's Hela. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight, I jumped off the cliff. Since you insist, then we won't persuade you. After all, what you said is reasonable, and Sue's analysis is also reasonable. There are only 3 answers, and it is even ruled out. Apart from S.H.I.E.L.D, there are only 2, but it is still difficult to choose. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times at Thor. Han, I don't know if your answer is correct. But even if the answer is wrong, it doesn't matter, as long as it is not deducted life, it will die directly. Then we will help you analyze the simple problems in the future, and then answer them to regain some ability. Even if it doesn't work, I can develop a suit of armor for you. Those who can appear in this group are all our own, plus we have seen so many pictures of us fighting together in the future. Friends, you should help each other. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Haha, Tony, if I like you, those who can be here are my own, and friends should help each other. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Thor. Han, so do you like me or Hulk? Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined to not get, eat melon. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff, excited. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times, applause. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it, watching a play. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Enough of you guys, don't make those expressions anymore. In addition, at Blue's Banner, Dr. Banner, believe me, I will definitely not be who I am in the future clips. I definitely like it. No, we haven't met yet. Although I now believe from the bottom of my heart that you are all friends of Thor, the god of thunder. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jump off the cliff. Cut, man. Disappointed, 1. Barton, I can win the battle if I have it, yawn. Watching a lot of expressions hit, Asgard. Thor silently rolled his eyes, and then he faced the answering system and was ready to start answering. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. I answer this question, dominate and push the dusk of the gods, and the one who destroys Asgard is my sister, Hela, the goddess of death. Hearing Thor's answer, the answering system sent out an inquiry. Excuse me, member Thor, are you sure of your answer? Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Okay. Tension. Member Thor answered incorrectly and deducted the skill missed limb regeneration. Answer the question. Continue. Hearing the system's reply, Thor was stunned. This time, what is deducted is no longer one's lifespan, but a certain period of time before the skill severed limb regeneration obtained by answering the question correctly. Thor shuddered at the thought of one of his own eyes that was slashed blind by his sister Hela with a sword. My father sacrificed an eye in order to drink the water of the fountain of wisdom. And what about yourself? Was he blinded by his sister Hela? Is this the tradition of Asgard? Only by blinding one eye can you be qualified to be the future king of Asgard? Then, his grandfather, Asgard's previous god, Bor, also lost an eye, but these are not important. The important thing is that it was not his sister Hela, who led the twilight of the gods and destroyed Asgard. Is it really yourself or flame giant S.H.I.E.L.D? How is this possible? Answer the questions in the chat room. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get. Like I said, Hela has no reason to ruin Asgard. So, or Thor, you try to choose yourself. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. This is impossible. After all, it is Thor's home. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Now there are only 2 options left, S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D has been beheaded by Thor. Then there is only this most unlikely answer left. Look for flowers, 0. So, although you have lost a skill, as long as you answer the question correctly, you can get a new skill, which may not be a bad thing. In addition, it is almost 9 o'clock now, and after I finish answering the questions, I still have to give lectures to Wanda and Pietro. Pietro, keep that damn bullet away from me. Wanda, I have the final say if S.H.I.E.L.D town is chaotic. Weekend. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff at Tony Stark. Tony, didn't the first few pictures have been said? Today is the weekend. Is it a holiday for my younger brothers and sisters? After a few chapters by the dog author, you forget NS. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Boring, yawn. Bitter. Sorry, I really forgot. Su-Ching, the man that the goddess of death is destined not to get. Natasha Romanoff, I always think you are scolding me. Asgard? At this moment, Thor looked at announcing that he had answered the question incorrectly, and suddenly felt that he was a little unacceptable. It's not Hela, nor Sudard who has been beheaded by himself. Then, the only answer, as so and Tony said, is that he is the only one left? No, how is this possible? I would rather die 100 times in battle than would like to see that Asgard was destroyed. Just as Thor was very tangled, in the answering chat room, Su-Ching immediately awakened Thor. Su-Ching, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Thor. Han, don't forget the words your father Odin said before he dissipated. Asgard has never been a place. It's its sun civil. Seeing Su-Ching's words, Thor was shocked for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Perhaps, is this the reason for the destruction of Asgard, the twilight of the last gods, that he is the dominant player? Maybe that's it. Asgard has never been a place, but its people? After all, the longer Hela stays in Asgard, the stronger her ability will be. Perhaps this is the real reason? Asgard, on the stairs of the martial arts field. Asgard, it was never a place, but its people. Hela's powerful figure constantly appeared in his mind, and his mouth kept repeating the words that Su-Ching said in the answering chat room just now by Odin. Looking around, it seems that the entire Asgard can be seen, all in the flames of war. If this day does come, I have a chance to save the lives of Asgard's people, but the price is to activate the twilight of the gods and destroy Asgard. Then how would I choose? Looking around in silence, this is the first time Thor has thought about it so seriously. In the past, you only needed to carry a hammer and rush up to fight. As for the others, Loki helped himself to think. But now, not far away, soldiers of Asgard lined up patrolling around, listening to the laughter of the people of Asgard on the street. Thor's eyes gradually began to brighten. He let out a long sigh of relief, and his original solemn expression has gradually become more relaxed at this moment. At the corner of his mouth, a smile was also raised. Yes, one side is my Asgard's people, and the other side is Asgard. Perhaps this is the reason why I dominate the prophecy of the dusk of the gods. After everything was figured out, Thor started to answer this question directly in the answering chat room. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, I figured it out. I know why I did this at the time. At Su-Ching, you are right. Hela is not the culprit of this matter. At most it is a guide fuse. My answer is wrong. It is the best proof. Sudard has been beheaded by me in the picture, and his crown has been placed in Asgard's treasury. Without the eternal fire, he cannot be resurrected. Then this question, dominate and directly activate the twilight of the gods, and urge the destruction of Asgard. It is destined to be me. After the death of the father, only I is qualified to promote the destruction of Asgard. If Asgard is doomed to destruction, then for the sake of Asgard's people, I am willing to bear the consequences. I, Thor, have never been a coward who dares not take responsibility. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, the answer system. I choose to continue to answer this question, dominate and directly activate the twilight of the gods, and the person who destroys Asgard is me, the god of thunder, Thor, Odinson. Listening to Thor's sonorous and powerful answer, the strong mechanical sound of the answering system sounded once again. Member Thor, are you sure about your answer? Roar. With a long sigh of relief, Thor had a firm smile on his face at this moment. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer. Okay. If this person is not me, then who else is qualified to be the master of Asgard's future? Congratulations to the member Thor for the correct answer, because the last time you answered incorrectly, the ability missed limb regeneration was deducted. May I choose the new reward absolute flight or redeem the deducted ability missed limb regeneration? After listening to the answering system announcing that he answered correctly, Thor originally thought he would be very happy, but in fact, he found that he was not really so excited. Yes, the future of Asgard is destroyed under his own leadership. What else can he be excited about? But listening to the answering system, let yourself choose whether it is a new ability or redeem the ability that was originally deducted. After thinking about the eyes that he was slashed by Hela with a sword, Thor redeemed the ability to regenerate the limbs without hesitation. Watching the answering system return the ability of the broken limb regeneration to himself. Suddenly, Thor felt a little bit dumbfounded. Yes, co-authoring yourself is considered a waste of fun. However, to be able to know about myself and Asgard's future seems to be my biggest gain. Sit up and look at the whole Asgard. Thor felt like he had never been like this before, and found out that Asgard is actually so beautiful. Earth, in Su-Ching's apartment. Because the member Thor chose to redeem the skill to regenerate limbs, since the host has obtained the perfect version of the self-healing skill, the host can choose to use the skills obtained in this answer to improve the existing skills. Host, Su-Ching. Age, 19. Skills, self-healing, flight, teleport, death magic, death replacement, 100 life. The host can choose a skill to improve. Listen to the reason that the system sends to yourself separately. Su-Ching looked at his skill panel and immediately thought about it. Since you can improve one of your ability, you can eliminate it first. 100 lives are enough for yourself to use temporarily, so there is no need to improve this skill in the early stage. As for flight and teleport self-healing can also be improved. But I didn't listen to the system. My self-healing skills are already the perfect version, so I don't need to improve it for the time being. Spray, it would be great if you have a self-healing factor like Deadpool's self-healing, but he doesn't seem to be inferior to him, at least he heals faster than him. So, let's improve your undead magic. My own skills are so few. Just about to sigh, Su-Ching almost slapped himself. Compared to other superhero, it seems that he has some Versailles. System, upgrade my undead magic. As Suqing's voice fell, the next moment in the space where he was, the black magic instantly formed a particle-like shape, and constantly started to move around him. So does it take such a big battle to improve an undead magic? It seems that when other magicians are learning to improve their own magic, there is no such big movement, right? Seeing as if she was wrapping herself into a cocoon, the whole room was enveloped by black magic particles. It's even almost forming a tornado-like shape. Suqing subconsciously complained. I don't know if I heard Suqing's complaint. The cheerful form of the black magic particles that had gradually covered the entire room stunned directly, and then swarmed towards Suqing. This is also okay. Seeing the black magic particles that disappeared in an instant, Suqing suddenly became speechless. 5.0 Co-authoring the look similar to special effects just now, just to show yourself alone? Harm, what are you doing with so many bells and whistles? Didn't you see Ancient One Magician? Have you all died of expensive special effects? Open the personal page, and the undead magic has been upgraded to the second level at this moment. Dead magic, level 2. The host can resurrect the dead, and can also summon 50 unconscious souls, or 100 skeleton warriors with the highest physical fitness of ordinary people to fight for themselves. Seeing the second level undead magic, Suqing was taken aback. Well, this is directly doubled. If the undead magic reaches the 10th level, can I wave my hand and directly summon tens of thousands of skeleton warriors to fight for me? Is it tens of thousands? Looks like embarrassing the math teacher. Pietro is right, mathematics is really difficult. Asgard, inside Asgard? Looking at Thor and Loki below, Queen Frigga slowly walked down from the direction of the throne. My child, you have changed a lot recently, has something happened? Looking at Thor in front of him, Queen Frigga asked with a gentle smile. It's nothing, maybe I have had a lot of dreams, and dreamed of a lot of Asgard's future. Listening to his mother's question, Thor smiled and shook his head, so much so that I have been thinking about what my father said recently. Looking at the mother in front of him, Thor showed a smile on his face. Oh, Thor, you actually learned to think? Very good, tell me, what are you thinking of what I said? Above the throne, Odin holding the eternal gun, listening to Thor's words below, he asked with some relief. I've been thinking about what you said. A qualified king never initiates a war, but he is always ready to fight. But am I ready to fight at any time? Faced with Odin's question, Thor answered seriously. Oh, where do you want to fight again? Warnerheim? Or Jotunheim? Hearing Thor's words, Odin thought Thor wanted to take Asgard's warriors to attack those planets that did not obey Asgard's orders. 23. No, father, I didn't intend to attack those places. Maybe you are right, that's what a soldier did. Before Odin could finish speaking, Thor raised his head and looked at Odin. It's like you said, father, my thoughts, my approach, never a qualified king should do it. I am impulsive, reckless, arrogant, belligerent, vanity, and love to hear the soldiers of Asgard love me roar. While talking, Thor put down Mjolnir in his hand. Then he straightened up and walked slowly towards Odin on the upper throne. Every time I took a step, I recalled the answer in the chat room, after I answered correctly. Let Loki use the eternal fire to bring Surtur back to life. Every time you take a step, you seem to see the picture of Surtur carrying the flame-filled twilight sword to completely destroy Asgard. After only 10 steps from Odin above the throne, Thor slowly stopped. Father, I don't think I am a qualified king yet. I used to feel that I was prepared for everything, but those are just my feelings. Want to be a king, it has never been so easy, so simple. It's like this time you called me and Loki to come here to tell us, let us prepare for my coronation ceremony. But father, I think this ceremony should be postponed. Hearing Thor's words, Frigga, the queen below, frowned. After turning his head and taking a look at Loki, it was inexplicable. Maybe he understood something. The corner of Queen Frigga's mouth showed a gratified smile. Even Loki, who had heard Thor's coronation ceremony, looked a little lonely, and a little envious, suddenly looked at Thor in surprise. By the way, what happened to my brother today? What nonsense is he talking about? From small to large, these two people have been working hard for this instrument for more than 1,500 years. Study hard, grow hard, and fight hard. Loki knows Thor very well. Perhaps like when he was a child, his father Odin said that he and Thor are both born kings. Therefore, both of them have made efforts that ordinary people can't imagine. But then gradually, the father's eyes turned to Thor. I don't know when, it seems that in the eyes of my father, it is always Thor. I feel like dispensable. I don't know when I started, I wanted to sit on the throne from the very beginning. Later, I only hoped that my father would treat himself and Thor equally, and be able to give himself care and attention. But in the end, Thor won all this and he won Mjolnir. Obtained the status of successor to the throne of Asgard. But now, obviously he has won, he has got the coronation ceremony he dreamed of? Then why? He actually said to postpone it? Looking at Thor a little puzzled, Loki always feels that Thor has become a little strange during this period of time. I ignored Loki's surprise behind him. Thor knelt on one knee, Thor raised his head and looked at Odin. His eyes are very frank at the moment. Father, I know what I say next will make you angry, but please allow me to finish these words. After the coronation ceremony, I am qualified to sit on the throne I dream of. Maybe the previous me would be excited about it, so I love roar. But now, I don't think so. After saying this, Thor originally thought that his father should be extremely angry at this moment. However, he found that his father's anger did not appear as he imagined it. Give me a reason, my son. Seeing Thor, who was kneeling on the steps in front of him, Odin's voice was much softer at this moment. It seems that he has discovered Thor's body, the change he has been looking forward to. It is said that Roar has become a very formal Thor and has become my son. I can hear that in Odin's tone at this moment. There is a trace of comfort and a trace of hope. As if he had been encouraged by his father, Thor replied earnestly, Father, the most important thing for Asgard is never this throne, nor the place of Asgard, but the people of Asgard. It seemed as if scenes flashed before my eyes, pictures of Asgard soldiers and Asgard people dying in battle. Thor took a deep breath, and then replied, Father, although you haven't told me this sentence yet, I can feel the weight contained in this sentence. But even if I realize this, Father, I am still not a qualified king. I know myself, my belligerence, arrogance, and impulsiveness in my blood have not changed. From childhood to adulthood, you have been teaching me and Loki what a king should do, but ridiculously, I always think that you are so weak. You are so kind to the enemy. Speaking of this, Thor suddenly laughed. Perhaps I saw the destruction of Asgard 487 in my dream and saw thousands of Asgard soldiers and people being slaughtered, but I can't do anything. So, I understand how wise you are. I am too radical. With a long sigh of relief, Thor pursed his mouth, then lowered his head and said, I have always longed to be the king of Asgard. This was the only thing I have pursued for more than 1,500 years. But now, it's not here anymore. Father, for the time being, I can't be as wise as you, nor can I have your long-term vision. So, even though I am eager to sit on the throne, now, I have decided to postpone this coronation ceremony. Until I think that I am qualified, I can be worthy of this position, then I will take the initiative to ask you for this ceremony. But, definitely not now. The tone was very sonorous, and he raised his head to look at Odin. At this moment, Thor was earnestly expressing his thoughts. Yes, I saw Asgard's soldiers die in battle. After seeing those Asgard people being slaughtered one by one, after seeing Asgard completely destroyed, Thor found that he finally realized how sad his previous thoughts were. If you always have this kind of thinking, then you are definitely not worthy of those trusts and support the love of your Asgard people. In addition, there is one more sentence Thor never said. Perhaps, that sentence is not appropriate to say it now. Listening to Thor's words, Odin felt very relieved at this moment. For more than 1,500 years, no matter how he taught, Thor has always listened to his advice. I thought that I would temper him again for a while, or after the coronation ceremony. Find an excuse to deprive him of his ability and exile it to the earth, let him understand that power does not mean everything. Unexpectedly, now he actually woke up. Very good. Really good. Especially that sentence, Asgard has never been important to the throne, nor this place, but the people of Asgard. What a good sentence. Even Odin didn't expect that Thor at this moment would be able to realize this. As for the dream that Thor said, the dream of Asgard fell into destruction or something, Odin didn't want to believe it. He is more willing to believe that his son has finally gradually learned to truly think as a qualified crown prince. Gleefully stood up and walked slowly to Thor's side. Odin stretched out his hand and helped Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, up. You can realize this, my son, it makes my father very pleased. Perhaps now, you already have the potential to become a qualified king. Tell me, my son, what do you want to do most now? Listening to Odin's words, looking at the only eye of his father in front of him, there is a sense of relief. Thor thought for a while, and then said seriously, Father, I am going to Midgard. Maybe on Earth, I can learn kindness, and tolerance. Earth. Hearing Thor's words, Odin thought for a while, and then nodded. Earth, as the center of the 9 realms, is also one of the most unique beings. Alright, since you want to go to the Earth to hone your willpower, then I naturally agree. Holding Thor's hand, walk all the way down the steps. When passing by Loki and Queen Frigga, Odin's other hand held Queen Frigga, and Thor, with his other hand, brought Loki upstairs. Seeing this scene, although Queen Frigga didn't say anything, a smile of relief appeared on the corner of her mouth. In the past, Thor would never do this. It's not that he doesn't want to, or is unwilling, but that he can't think of it. Even Loki himself was surprised by Thor's sudden movements for a few seconds. You know, just now, when he watched his father holding Thor's hand, Loki was still a little jealous in his heart. But after Thor was hugged, Loki didn't even notice him. In his heart, that trace of jealousy was actually dispelled by this action. Holding Phrygia in his left hand and Thor in his right hand, Odin led them to the outside of Asgard. Looking at the endless Asgard outside, Odin had a loud voice and said in a very good mood, This is Asgard, the home of all of us / Every generation of us is fighting for Asgard. From my father Bor's battle with the Dark Elves, from my brother Oshakar's battle with the people of Warnerheim, from my battle with Jotunheim's ice giant. My children, in the future, when you inherit Asgard, maybe the enemies you will face are stronger and more. In any case, I hope you can remember that Asgard is our home, where we play, live, and fight. But more importantly, Asgard has never been this land, this planet, but here, belongs to your people. Speaking, Odin let go of the hand holding Thor, then waved his hand, and said to Thor and Loki, Go, do what you want to do. My children, the future belongs to you. Yes, father. Yes, father. Listening to Odin's words of passion and generosity, Thor and Loki both nodded. Immediately, Loki was pulled away by Thor. Look at the two brothers walking side by side. A trace of relief flashed in Odin's eyes, a trace of remembrance. How similar, Frigga, how they resemble the two of me and Kurt before. I really hope that they can always rely on each other and support each other to go down, not like me, and finally had to personally seal my brother, cool, in the deep sea of the earth. Listening to Odin, there was a touch of relief, a touch of emotion, and a touch of sentimentality. Queen Frigga stretched out her hand, gently took Odin's arm, and said softly, "No, Thor and Loki will not become you and Cha. What's more, everything you did back then was for Asgard." Having said this, Queen Frigga looked kindly at Thor, who was arguing with Loki, and then laughed. "Even if Loki is not our own, what can we do? His love for us, for Asgard, is real. That's enough, isn't it?" After the voice fell, Queen Frigga turned her head to look at Odin. "You know, I saw something in Thor. Although I can't see exactly what happened, even if I was raised by a witch. However, I can clearly feel that today Thor rejected your request for the coronation ceremony. Not only because of what he said just now, but more importantly, he started to pay attention to Loki's emotions. This point is very important." Leaning her head lightly on Odin's shoulder, Queen Frigga looked at the backs of the two brothers going further, and then whispered, "This is not easy. In the past, Thor never thought of this. I can feel his sincerity in rejecting the coronation ceremony, and I can also feel how much he cares about Loki. Perhaps, this is the power that these two brothers can keep walking side by side. Even if in the future, what their two brothers will face is their sister, Star, on the way. What do you think? Obviously you have won." Looking at Thor next to him, Loki was silent for a while, then looked up at Thor and asked, "Didn't you always want to be the new king of Asgard? In that case, why do you refuse to attend the coronation ceremony? Is it important?" Hearing Loki's question, Thor did not answer directly, but smiled and said Loki came upstairs. He put his arms around Loki's shoulders and looked at the 3-point disgust and 3-point curiosity in Loki's eyes. Thor suddenly laughed. "If I had a coronation ceremony, then Loki, what would you think? Would you feel disappointed and angry? Don't answer, you always like to tell some deceptive lies, but these are not important." Looking at Loki, Thor said seriously, "The important thing is, I believe that no matter what happens in the future, you can stand by my side and fight alongside me. I know this, it's enough." Shaking Loki's shoulder vigorously with one hand, Thor said with a hearty laugh. Listening to Thor's words, looking at Thor's sincere eyes, inexplicably, Loki suddenly laughed, and there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Perhaps, this is also good, isn't it, Earth, on the streets of New York? Disregarding the surprised eyes of others looking at him, Thor opened his arms and hugged Suching with a look of excitement. "Haha, so, we finally met? This is amazing. You know, I wanted to come to Earth very early." He patted Suching's back hard to express his unconcealable excitement. Seeing Thor, who was embracing Suching with excitement, Loki on the side was a little dumbfounded. No, when did Thor know the people on Earth? And listening to the conversation between two people, it seems that this is the first time we have met, but why do we always feel that the two people are familiar? Especially Suching screamed at Thor. Not only was Thor not angry, but he felt that the name Roar was very kind. "Originally Tony wanted to come with me to pick you up, but now Tony has to hold a press conference." After releasing Thor, Suching raised his hand and hammered Thor, and then smiled and said, "As you know, Tony has just taken over Stark Industries now, but because of the announcement of the closure of the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department, the stock is flying fast." Fell. "No, the two of us discussed it, and then it was already prepared 2 days ago. Tony wore a 490 armor and destroyed the weapon destruction video privately circulated by Obadiah and posted it on the internet. Now, the entire internet is overwhelmingly discussing who is Iron Man. Because of this, Tony and I felt that the heat was almost over, so we held a press conference." While motioning Thor and Loki to get into the car, Suching explained to Thor with a smile. Hearing Suching's explanation, Thor nodded seriously. Although he doesn't know much about news conferences, stock prices, and so on, but he probably knew a little bit about Tony's situation. After all, after talking for so long in the answering chat room, he almost understood a lot of things. "Actually, I originally wanted S.H.I.E.L.D to send me and Loki directly to Stark Industries, or you, but S.H.I.E.L.D said that it can't. It's easy to scare others." Speaking of this, Thor pulled Loki over, then smiled at Suching and said, "This is Loki, my brother, you should know." Seeing that he was pulled over and introduced by his old brother Thor, Loki was still a little confused at the moment, and he didn't understand how Thor knew the guy called Suching in front of him. But still maintaining the elegant tradition of Asgard, nodded to Suching. "What about the rest?" Before Loki could introduce himself, Thor shoved him directly into the back seat, and immediately got into the co-pilot unceremoniously. To Suching smiled and asked, "Are anyone else here?" Starting the car, Suching drove the car towards Stark Industry. While smiling at Thor, he said, "Natasha Romanoff is already in Stark Industries with Wanda and Pietro, and Barton has also rushed over. Strange just finished calling me and said he just finished an operation. Go to Stark Industries. Unfortunately, Steve still hasn't recovered from the ice, and Dr. Banner is not here. As for Ancient One Magician and Nick Fury, one is in the Outland to frighten those Overlord-level existences, and the other is guarding Steve's unrecovered body. They can't get through either." So, this time for the first gathering of those of us, there are still not enough people. Listening to Thor's question, S.H.I.E.L.D said with some regret. This is the first time the members of the answering chat room group met offline, but they still haven't arrived. It is indeed a pity. I also want to tell Dr. Banner, I actually like him. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor smashed his mouth with regret. And many more. Listening to Thor's regretful words, Loki stretched his head from the back seat and asked Thor with a look of confusion, listen to what you just said, Thor, you don't only know this one, but a lot of others. Earthling. How is this possible? When did you meet? And you haven't been to Earth in the past 100 years, right? More importantly, you are inseparable from me almost every day in Asgard. Where do you come to know so many people? Holding Thor's red cloak, Loki has an expression that you must give me an explanation today. You know, decades ago, after Loki and Thor lost a bet, they also came to Earth once and played a robber on an airplane? But Thor has never lived on Earth from the future? How did he know these people? And from the population named S.H.I.E.L.D just now, it is said that these people met for the first time. Loki can clearly hear it, and this is also the first time they have met? How can you be so familiar when you meet for the first time? This is not scientific. Looked at Loki with a look of regret. Thor didn't know how to explain it for a long time. He and they both have a chat room for answering questions. After thinking about it, Thor looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and then at Loki. After pondering for a while, Thor cautiously asked Loki, if I said I dreamed in a dream, do you believe it? Do you think I'm stupid? Listening to Thor's perfunctory answer, Loki gradually narrowed his eyes, and a hint of danger flashed in his eyes. It's as if the main room accidentally knew that my husband had an outside room, and there was more than one expression. Just when Thor is constantly scratching his head, thinking about how he should not deceive Loki, yet he can have a reasonable explanation. S.H.I.E.L.D, who was driving the car, spoke directly, we have some special contact information, but we can't tell everyone except us. Yeah. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor quickly nodded and said yes. Cut. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's answer, watching Thor constantly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, Loki's whole body suddenly leaned back, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Special contact information? Can't tell them any of these people unexpectedly? What about a liar? As the god of jokes and tricks, he couldn't make up such absurd reasons. Obviously I have been inseparable from Thor all day long. If there is such a contact method, how can I not know? But it does not matter. I will know sooner or later. Over time, then everything will show flaws. At that time, maybe you can figure it out by yourself. How did my old brother Thor meet these people? But this puzzle seems a bit interesting. Thinking of this, Loki gradually smiled. How is my brother? In the car, looking at the back row with his mouth curled, Loki seemed to be thinking about something. Thor is like a husky, looked around for a while, then smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at Loki who was sitting in the car honestly, keeping his eyes fixed on him, as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, and suddenly said, a guy who seems to be full of nobility, elegance, charm in his bones. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Loki raised his eyebrows with a trace of triumph in his eyes, just about to compliment S.H.I.E.L.D. But then he heard S.H.I.E.L.D continue to say, this appearance can be removed, but it is like a child shivering in the cold wind. His face is full of fear. He likes to use jokes and small tricks, and empty deterrence with the fickle change from time to time, to conceal the true thoughts in the heart. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's comment, Thor hadn't had time to say anything. Loki's face suddenly turned dark, and then he stretched his head over. Who do you think you are evaluating? I am the god of Asgard banter and trickery, you people on Earth. Before Loki could finish speaking, Thor pressed Loki's head and pushed it back. Sit down and don't mess with Loki. Seeing being pushed back by himself, Loki looked a little surprised. Thor smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, very pertinent evaluation. Loki has always teased me over the years. Don't look at his noble and elegant appearance, but in fact, this guy. Feeling Loki in the back seat, he lifted his foot and kicked himself in the seat. Thor immediately stopped talking. Just constantly blinked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, I will help you take care of it in the future. You know, click. The latter words did not continue. Thor just made a click with his mouth, imitating the sound of a twisted neck. He is my brother. We grew up together and played together. No matter what he is my brother after all, the one who accompanies me to the last minute. So Sue, please, take care of more. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor said very sincerely, S.H.I.E.L.D is the magician of death and possesses the ability that can bring the dead back to life. Thor knows this very well. So he hoped that if Loki really couldn't change in the future, he would be choked off by that damn Thanos. Then I will definitely find S.H.I.E.L.D resurrected in the first time, holding Loki's corpse. Definitely no problem, depending on your simple face, if you can help, I will naturally not refuse. Listening to Thor's request, S.H.I.E.L.D answered with a smile. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D agree to himself, Thor was a little relieved, and then thanked S.H.I.E.L.D. In the back seat, seeing Thor saying something he didn't understand, and even asking for the help and care of an earthling, Loki was suddenly a little confused. No, what happened? If only they are familiar with each other. But, a god is actually asking an earthling for help and taking care of him? No matter how you listen to Loki, it feels incredibly absurd. You know, yourself and Thor, but gods? However, Thor was very serious, and after hearing this man named S.H.I.E.L.D agreed, he was obviously relieved. And that Earthling also seems to think it should be. This makes Loki a little confused. Since when did the identities of ordinary people and gods have been transferred to each other? For things that are not clear, Loki feels that it is better to observe more for the time being. Perhaps, after arriving at the destination and seeing the people they were talking about, maybe I will get some clues? Inside Stark Industry, those reporters have been waiting for a long time. After helping Tony Stark tidy up his clothes, looking at Tony still sitting on the chair and looking at the phone from time to time, it seemed like Tony was waiting for news. Pibo asked in a puzzled manner, "Who are you still waiting for?" "Wait for so." Hearing Pibo's words, Tony Stark subconsciously said something. But I quickly reacted. It seemed that there was some ambiguity in this sentence, and he quickly explained, "Isn't So here yet, Pibo? You know, all of this was planned by me and So, including when to record J.A.R.V.I.S and send the video of me wearing the armor to the internet. How to promote the video to the maximum extent, when to announce to all the media that I am Iron Man, all of this is discussed by the two of us. So, if he doesn't come, I don't know what I am." Looking at Pibo, Tony Stark replied with a smile. "There is no way, I can only say so. I couldn't say that I was waiting for So to take over the god of Asgard. Then let all the people in the answering chat room look at themselves in front of the media? If he said so directly, then Pibo would definitely think he was neurotic. After all, in her eyes, a few strangers that she is not familiar with have come, but these strangers, whether it is Tony Stark, or they are very familiar with each other, for flowers, 0. It seems that he has already become the kind of friend who talks all the time, which makes Pibo a little speechless. When did Tony have so many friends? So, if once let her know, one of her friends still has a magician who hasn't come, and So has gone to pick up a god. I'm afraid Pibo will find himself a psychiatrist on the spot. Listen, Tony. Stark's excuse, Peppo was surprised at once. Then he took a step forward, helping Tony Stark tidy up the tie that had been tidied up a long time ago. While speaking to Tony in a dangerous tone, "During this period, you almost never leave the name of Tianse, and you often boast of him to me. It's fine now, even for a press conference that is so important to Stark Industries, you have to wait for him. Point 0. Why, is the relationship you only see with him very good? Or is it an excuse for you to pursue me? Why don't I know, Tony Stark, you still have this kind of interest?" Listening to Pibo's tone, there was such a slight danger. Tony Stark shook his head quickly and explained constantly. Nonsense, just chasing Pibo to his hands. The result made Pibo suspect that he and So had some ulterior ties. "Isn't this a joke? How can this be? You must know that you and So are both pure men. Although they do not discriminate against people who like this aspect, they are definitely not people in this aspect." Just wanting to explain, I suddenly saw a vibration from the phone. Picking up the phone and looking at the text message sent by Suching above, Tony Stark said with excitement, "So is here, let's go, let's hold a press conference." With that said, Tony Stark walked outside enthusiastically. It is extremely rare to be able to show your popularity and vigor in front of the so-called gods. Tony believes that this time he can definitely shine Thor's silly eyes. After seeing that So came, he walked towards Tony Stark at the press conference next door excitedly. Pibo's face suddenly turned dark. It seems that he was not so excited when he heard that he agreed to accept him and become his girlfriend. Why, in his heart, Sue's position is more important than himself. Can't blame Pibo for thinking so. After all, Tony's excuse is simply too bad. And the press conference scene, bringing Thor and Loki to push the door and walk in. It was discovered that Natasha Romanoff and Barton, and Wanda Pietro had already been sitting there. After seeing Suching bringing two people over, Natasha Romanoff and Barton both smiled and stood up, and immediately gave Thor a hug. "Man, welcome to Earth." After hugging Thor lightly, Natasha Romanoff took a look at Thor, then nodded and said, "In the clip, you have very handsome short hair. I didn't expect long hair to be pretty good too." "Definitely. I don't know why I got short hair, but Odin is on. No one can move my hair." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Thor immediately opened his mouth and smiled and replied, "Is this the hammer?" Barton also hugged Thor, and then looked at Mjolnir, who was carrying Thor, with a smile and asked 490. "Yes." Hearing Barton's words, Thor took the hammer and showed it to Barton. "This is a symbol of my status and my best combat partner. Although I don't know why I will lose it later, this time I definitely want to hug it." After saying this, Thor looked directly at Wanda and Pietro, first smiled and waved to the two people, then turned around and stabbed Loki with his arm. "What did I ask you to bring? Get it out quickly." Listening to Thor's words, Loki, who was still looking at everyone with strange eyes, stretched out his hand helplessly. The green Rubik's Cube flashed slightly, and then 2 Asgard fruits appeared in Loki's hands. Taking the fruit from Loki's hand, Thor came to the two pets like a treasure. "Come, taste our Asgard fruit. Last time I said, I will bring you some Asgard fruit when I come to Earth. Quickly taste it. If you find it delicious, I will ask S.H.I.E.L.D to deliver some." Seeing a smile on his face, Thor passed the fruit. Wanda and Pietro first glanced at Natasha Romanoff standing next to Suching, and then the two little guys showed big smiles. "Thank you, brother Thor." After taking the fruit in Thor's hand, the two of them tasted it, and then they all narrowed their eyes sweetly. "As long as you like it?" Reaching out and rubbing the heads of Wanda and Pietro, Thor immediately said proudly, "As long as you like it, I will let S.H.I.E.L.D send some more tomorrow. Beside, Watching this scene, Natasha Romanoff stood beside S.H.I.E.L.D. and then said with a smile, "It seems that Wanda and Pietro have already become favorites among our group of people. Isn't this normal?" Seeing the smile in Natasha Romanoff's eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. also laughed. "This picture is really lovely. It's hard to imagine." The guy Thor just casually said a word in the group, and he remembered it straight to the present. Is this still the arrogant and reckless Thor? By the way, what the hell does Tony want? Looking at Tony Stark, who came out of the rear lounge and just walked to the stage of the press conference, Natasha Romanoff said helplessly, "Do we have to wait for him here? Can't we wait in the lounge? I want to show off." Barton on the other side laughed directly after hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, although so, as an administrator, can bring us a third view live broadcast. But what is more intuitive than watching it live? If you don't let your friends see your most glorious side, wouldn't it be a waste? Looking at Tony Stark, who walked to the microphone of the press conference, Barton suddenly laughed and joked. As for Tony Stark's character, everyone already knows about it. Maybe they don't understand Tony at this moment as S.H.I.E.L.D. But after such a long time of contact in the answering chat room, everyone has an idea in their hearts. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Tony Stark is still an arrogant and reckless bastard. But in the eyes of these people, Tony has changed a lot. Actually, I prefer to call it a witness. He embraced his shoulders with his hands and leaned against the wall very leisurely. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Tony Stark on the stage and blinked at him. Then he smiled and said, "At this moment, it is the change Tony wants to make. This change needs to be witnessed. Those of us are his best testimony. Maybe from today, Tony Stark is still Tony Stark, but Tony is no longer the Tony it used to be." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, Natasha Romanoff looked at Tony Stark in the stands with some confusion, and then looked at S.H.I.E.L.D., reminiscent of some of the answering questions in the chat room, after the clips that were once played. Natasha Romanoff nodded thoughtfully. "That's right, I want to announce the birth of the new Tony Stark. Is there anything else that is a better witness than us? But why hasn't Strange here yet? Hasn't he already gone here?" As soon as Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, Strange opened the door and walked in. He glanced at Tony Stark on the stage, first gave him 2 thumbs, and then came to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others. While beckoning roar very proficiently with everyone, while learning S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned against the wall. I can't tell at all, in this Strange and the original movie, there is no arrogance in Strange before the car accident. Also, in front of these friends, there is nothing to be proud of. This is the first time we have seen each other, but what's the matter with that guy? Is he from our side? I took a look at standing there, looked around curiously, and looked at Sue and them suspiciously from time to time. Strange asked curiously at S.H.I.E.L.D. "Thor brought it." Listening to Strange stouts, S.H.I.E.L.D. punished his lips in Thor's direction. On the press conference stage, seeing that the last stranger also pushed the door and walked in, he walked to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side very skillfully. At this moment, Tony. The smile on Stark's face is thicker. Finally, all the people who were able to come in the chat room to answer the questions by themselves finally came. For myself, how can I miss them for such a big thing? Seeing Tony's brighter smile, Pibo on the side became even more suspicious. After all, in the position of Stark, what can be seen following his eyes are people like S.H.I.E.L.D. "No, I know you and Sue are good friends, but what's the matter with your bright smile? Besides, when did Tony suddenly have so many friends?" I still know Tony, who doesn't like to make friends and doesn't have any friends. Inexplicably, Pibo always felt that Tony had something to hide from himself. "I know what you are thinking." At the press conference, Nick Fury stood on the top and looked at the reporters below. Then Tan Shao said, "You must be thinking, wow, this arrogant guy named Tony Stark, what do you want to do when you hold a press conference this time? Last time this bastard directly announced the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department. Could it be that a press conference was held because the stock of Stark Industries fell too much? Or the assets that distressed him are constantly evaporating, so all reporters should be summoned to tell them that they have regretted it and want to reopen the weapon manufacturing department, right?" He deliberately pinched his throat and said funnily in a sharper voice. Tony's performance caused the reporters below to burst into laughter. S.H.I.E.L.D. Special clinic room? I heard that Sue has already received Thor, and Natasha Romanoff also brought Wanda and Pietro, as well as Barton and Strange. Nick Fury peeled off the apple and said to Steve Rogers, who was still on the hospital bed and hadn't recovered from 23, "So, look, these people are all gathered now, it's just you and Dr. Banner. Are you sure you don't wake up a little bit faster? Now the first gathering of people is without you, you don't want to even catch up with the second gathering. Answer the questions in the chat room." Listening to Nick and Fury while watching TV, they kept talking to themselves. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. "I can't control these again. Real world. I know you can't control it, but the doctors who checked you have said that you don't have any big problems now, just like ordinary people. You don't look like a guy who has been frozen for 70 years. So, when will you wake up? It really doesn't work, think of a solution yourself. Answer the questions in the chat room. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her. "How do I know? If I had a way, then I would have woken up long ago." Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her also, at Nick Fury. "Nick, can you talk in the answering chat room? You talk in the real world, I talk here. I'm alone here, it looks like I'm talking to myself, it's embarrassing." Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick at Steve Rogers. It's okay, Steve, I'll be with you. S.H.I.E.L.D, the man who the goddess of death is destined not to get at Steve Rogers. It's okay, although I don't know what Nick and Fury are talking about by your side, but you are not alone here. We are also online at any time. Natasha Romanoff, stop fighting. I jump off the cliff, you will never be alone. Steve, at least, there are us here. Strange, I'm here to negotiate at Steve Rogers. Captain, if you want to be awkward, then wake up quickly. We are all waiting for you. If you don't wake up again, I will give you dissected it. Barton, I can win the battle if I have won. Natasha Romanoff, don't fight. I jumped off the cliff, yes, God, and there is the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Even if you dissect him, he can slowly heal. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer? Don't make trouble, even if you can recover, it hurts to be dissected. I don't want it. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. Yes, Thor, don't worry, it won't hurt, I can give you anesthesia. Look at my serious eyes. Thor, the sad fat man who lost the hammer, don't look. No, impossible. Warning. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Don't make trouble. I am speaking to a reporter, and I have messed up my thoughts. Steve Rogers, the little prince who wants to dance with her at, thanks, guys. After all the noise, Steve Rogers, who originally thought that he was alone in the answering chat room, suddenly felt that he was no longer so lonely. At least, I still have these people with me, right? In the real world? Looking at the speech in the answering chat room, Nick Fury also showed a smile on his face. He didn't know that Steve Rogers would feel lonely in the answering chat room because today is the day when other offline members get together, and because he has not recovered yet. That's why he didn't participate in the entrance, but chose to accompany Steve Rogers. The reason why Dr. Banner couldn't come was because there was still Rose watching him. Once he came back, then. As for the Supreme Magician Ancient One, it is outside the domain. Those who can't come have their own reasons, and only Steve feels a little lonely. It is precisely because of this that Nick Fury will deliberately speak to Steve Rogers in reality. But he didn't reply to Steve's speech in the answering chat room. He believed that neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Natasha Romanoff would let Steve speak alone in the answering chat room alone. Perhaps, in his eyes, each of these superhero has more or less a lot of problems. But there is only one thing he can be sure of, that is, these people are worthy of trusting each other, fighting each other, and guarding the people behind each other. It turns out that Nick Fury is not wrong. At least, no one made Steve Rogers feel like he was alone in the answering chat room. Thinking of this, Nick Fury raised his head and looked at the TV set on the wall. Han and his younger brother Loki are also here. How about you dissect Thor first? Haven't you always wanted to dissect a god? Here are ready-made ones. Seriously, if possible, he really wants to attend this first superhero gathering. Although he is not a superhero, he is one of the members in the answering chat room. He is really interested in many people, such as S.H.I.E.L.D, such as Strange, and another example of Asgard. Silly. Thinking of this, Nick Fury looked at the TV and laughed. Maria Hill, who was always sitting by the side, gave Nick Fury a strange look. Since this morning, Nick and Fury have something wrong? After a while, talking to himself with Steve Rogers, who was still in a coma. After a while, he laughed at the TV, and after a while, a trace of regret was revealed. No, it has only been a few days to guard Captain Steve here, so Nick Fury has a nervous problem, right? Otherwise, what else would he say to himself? Captain Steve Rogers, can't hear it again. I thought it was like the plot on the TV, using words to wake up the vegetative patient. Neurosis, I don't know when, a video began to circulate on the internet. Pressing the remote control, on the screen behind Tony Stark, a steel armor wearing gold and red color appeared and fell from the sky, and then wiped out some guys holding weapons. Then directly destroyed the video of Stark Industrial Weapons? It's this video. Facing the reporter, Tony Stark pointed his thumb to the back, then shrugged his shoulders and said, when many people saw this video, they suspected that this video was a clip from the movie. However, after analysis by professionals, it was found that the video was real. In addition, some time ago, I announced the closure of Stark's industrial weapons manufacturing department, and claimed to destroy Obadiah, and Lutong's weapons went out through private channels. So, now many people suspect that this person wearing the armor has something to do with me, at least I hired it, right? Looking at the reporters in the audience, Tony Stark asked with a smile. Before these reporters could answer, Tony Stark continued, in fact, from the time I was attacked, I discovered that the weapons that have been passed down by Stark Industries over the years have caused countless injuries. I never thought that I was a kind guy, but I would never think that I was a bad person. But these weapons are circulated. Do they really have nothing to do with me? At least Obadiah was appointed by me. On the stage of the press conference, looking at the reporters below, Tony Stark directly regarded this as his podium. There is a strong sense of self-confidence in every gesture. It's as if he was born and deserves the attention of everyone. Whenever I close my eyes, I will always see the scenes of the destruction of the family because of the weapons I made, and the fires and the broken walls caused by the weapons printed with the Stark Industry / Yes, these are my responsibilities, and I cannot escape this, nor can I escape this. I can't change what has already happened, but at least, I can do something to make up for it. Having said this, Tony and Stark suddenly looked towards the back, and S.H.I.E.L.D was laughing and chatting with Strange and Thor. Inexplicably, there are many things in the speech in hand. Tony Stark didn't want to say it for a while. After a brief pause, looking at the reporters in the audience, Tony Stark skipped a large part of the speech he had prepared. Yes, in the video you have seen, this person wearing the armor has a great relationship with me. Because this person is me, I am Iron Man. In the audience, the reporters who had listened to Tony Stark's speech suddenly burst into an uproar after hearing Tony Stark confessing that the man wearing the steel battlesuit was him. Many reporters stood up frantically, holding the microphone and wanted to interview Tony Stark. All of a sudden, the entire venue began to become chaotic. Last, you wrote this speech for him. Turned his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D, who was talking to Strange and Thor over there. Natasha Romanoff asked curiously, "It's none of my business." Seeing Tony Stark, who was chased frantically by countless reporters and wanted to interview each other, S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged and said, "Some things were planned by the two of us together, including taking back the shares of Stark Industries, including the upload of this video, circulation, and so on. But these words just now were all prepared by him." Speaking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly laughed. "Can you imagine that at the very beginning, he showed me the speech he prepared? Did he write a full 12 pieces of paper? I even suspect that those things were written by Jarvis. Because it doesn't fit Tony's style very much. But now, there is not even a small part of what he said. A lot of passionate and generous words are missing, and a lot of shocking things are missing. But it's good. Sometimes 100 sentences is not as effective as doing one thing." After speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Tony Stark, who was surrounded by those reporters, and then smiled at several people around him. Let's go to the back lounge." With that said, S.H.I.E.L.D led everyone and walked towards the lounge. "Come to the lounge." After seeing everyone walking in, Pibo stood up, smiled and called roar with S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he said to the people, "Welcome everyone to come. I actually wanted to let you sit here and wait, but Tony insisted on saying that this is a testimony or something. And looking at it like this, it looks like you have to wait a while." Pointing to the TV wall, Tony Stark was surrounded by a group of reporters asking questions. Pibo smiled and said, "I have prepared all the fruits and drinks. I'm sorry to let you guys. Don't be so polite with us, Pipo. We are all friends of Tony Stark." Looking at Pipo, who kept a polite smile, while guiding everyone to sit down, smiling while explaining for Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile, "How about, the earth is still good. This thing called a sofa is much more comfortable than our Asgard iron stools and chairs." Sitting on the sofa, Thor put the hammer under his feet, and then said to Loki beside him. At this moment, Loki didn't understand at all what was going on. Why does his brother Thor have such a pleasant conversation with these people? And it seems that he didn't come from Asgard at all, as a god's arrogance to ordinary people? More importantly, looking at Thor's pleasant look when talking with them, it is like an old friend who has known, Manos, for a long time. This makes Loki a little unimaginable, after all, in his subconscious. For the people on Earth, they are the gods of Asgard. Shouldn't they face the people on Earth like ants? Don't think about things like gods, Loki. It seemed like I saw Loki's thoughts. Thor handed Loki an orange, and then smiled. "In the eyes of ordinary people outside, maybe some people think we are gods. But in the eyes of my group of friends, we are just like them, at most aliens who live longer than them. There is one person in this room. Except for Tony's girlfriend, everyone else has seen a real god." Looking at Loki, Thor said seriously, "What's the meaning?" After hearing Thor say, "S.H.I.E.L.D these people are people who have met true gods." Loki frowned suddenly. After taking a look at these earthlings, Loki asked Thor, "Thor, what you said in your mouth, the real god, is?" "Don't ask, you will know later." As soon as he walked Loki over, Thor looked at Loki and said very seriously, "My brother, listen to my words, and have a good relationship with these people. Trust me, this will definitely help your future. So, let go of your pride and remember that we are not the so-called gods in front of them." Listening to his brother's words, Loki suddenly laughed. Just wanted to say what a group of Earth people can help themselves. But looking at Thor's absolutely serious expression, Loki was shocked, and then seriously said, "Are you serious?" Thor didn't answer Loki, but nodded solemnly. "Well, I'm also very curious, what is their ability to make you so serious? I will slowly investigate this matter." Looking at Thor, a strange color flashed in Loki's eyes. About 10 minutes later, the door of the lounge was pushed open by Tony Stark. "Wow, everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. No way, you guys have also seen 490. My popularity is too high. These reporters are holding me on, wanting to interview more questions." With his arms outstretched, Tony Stark walked toward the crowd, while showing off to the crowd in a complaining tone. Listening to Tony Stark's words, S.H.I.E.L.D took the lead to put a middle finger to him. Afterwards, Barton and Strange also raised their middle fingers at Tony. Thor doesn't understand what this means, but he still clings to his middle finger in a way. Only Natasha Romanoff is constantly smiling. Facing the crowd, greeted himself with the middle finger. Tony Stark was not annoyed but smiled and said to the crowd, "Anyway, today is the first offline meeting for those of us. Except for poor Steve, who hasn't come to his senses. Nick Fury has to guard him, Dr. Banner has not returned, and the Supreme Magician is not involved in things like us. So I propose that we have a good fun today. I have bought the beach around my villa. How about we have a campfire party today?" He looked at Tony Stark, who was looking at everyone with his arms and excited expression. Everyone looked at S.H.I.E.L.D subconsciously. No way, S.H.I.E.L.D is the serial person of this offline party. Natasha Romanoff was found by S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor was picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D, and even Strange was notified by S.H.I.E.L.D. I agree with Tony's proposal. Anyway, today another big dog owner is responsible for the arrangements, so we don't have to worry about it. In addition, we people can also learn more about each other, after all, in the future. S.H.I.E.L.D's words did not continue, but everyone present understood the meaning of S.H.I.E.L.D's words. Now that everyone agrees, what are you waiting for? After clapping his hands, Tony Stark happily said, "Roar, come on, everyone, I'm ready for the car." Not far from Tony Stark villa, on the beach just purchased. The fire is not made like this, Tony, is it useful for roasting meat with an open flame? Strange, if you use a scalpel to cut the meat, you will eat the beef you have cut. Thor, you are not allowed to drop the cup. This is different from your Asgard's rules. Even if it is delicious, you can't drop the cup. Barton, come and help, stop teasing Pietro there. On the beach, seeing a group of clumsy guys, S.H.I.E.L.D is completely speechless. Have to. It seems that apart from Natasha Romanoff, no one else can help at all, and even Tony Stark and Strange, neither Wanda can help. Reaching out his hand and gently rubbing Wanda's head, S.H.I.E.L.D cast an admiring look at him. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze, Wanda laughed and then constantly placed the fruit on the table. I can see, Tfa, this may be the first time that Wanda and Pietro, two 14-year-olds, have participated in such a fire party. Both of them are very novel and excited. I didn't need to do it myself in previous parties. On the side, Tony Stark took the charcoal and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said helplessly, "You know, I didn't need to do it before. As long as you say a party, then there will be a lot of people who will take care of all these things. In addition, the charcoal must be of poor quality. I would have worn the armor when I knew it, and then." Watching Tony Stark holding the charcoal, pretending to be innocent, muttering and arguing that the charcoal quality is not good, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly patted his head. "Isn't there a combustion accelerator next to it? You use alcohol as a combustion accelerator? That might not be able to ignite quickly." Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Tony Stark murmured, and then sprinkled the combustion aid on the charcoal. As soon as the torch was ignited, the charcoal stained with the combustion supporting agent burned directly. Wow, did you see it? Actually, it's still very simple. I knew that I was a genius. Looking at the burning charcoal, Tony Stark immediately said to everyone present, "This will have no stamina. You have to let the charcoal absorb the combustion aid for 1 minute. Forget it." Watching Tony Stark staring at him with a curious baby expression, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly spread his hand and said, "Just as if I didn't say anything, no wonder everything in your life has to be handed over to Pippo. You don't even remember your own card number." After that, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his head to look at Peibo who was snickering next to him, and then he said, "For so many years, Peibo, you have worked hard. Finally someone can understand me. Tony may be a genius in other aspects, but in life, he is a fool." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Pippo didn't want to let it go so easily when he had a chance to beat Tony. Cut, who is okay to study this. Besides, even if charcoal cannot be easily ignited, I can use the energy of the armor to quickly ignite it. When the temperature is as high as you want, the energy of the armor is all able to reach. Listening to Pippo's words, Tony Stark said with a face of Tsundere, "Okay, hurry up and continue." Looking at Tsundere's Tony Stark, Pippo came to the charcoal side, and then pointed to the meat that had been bought. "You go there and help. It is best to marinate the beef. Otherwise, the taste will not be good." "So nice. That thing is not directly baked, so good." Just halfway through the conversation, looking at Pippo's eyes, Tony Stark walked over there very consciously. Since she became her own girlfriend, her temper has grown stronger and stronger. However, I still seem to like it very much. Is this all about swelling? I don't have any other ideas, I just want to know what is the difference between the structure of aliens and our people on Earth. Put the cut pieces of meat on the plate in front of them. Strange looked at Thor with a very sincere expression and said, "No way, no way." Seeing Strange set aside the extremely sharp scalpel, Thor constantly shakes his head. "I am not stupid, and I am determined not to be the guinea pig in Strange's mouth." In other words, are people who study medicine on the Earth so terrifying? So, here you are. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D walked over from the side, it seemed as if he saw a savior. Thor quickly pulled S.H.I.E.L.D over. "Look at it, we got it right." While shifting the subject quietly, Thor secretly glanced at Strange. Seeing Strange's expression full of regret, Thor couldn't help but give a cold face. Seeing Thor's expression, how S.H.I.E.L.D didn't understand, Strange started to frighten Thor again. "Okay, don't be scared and confused. You see you are so scared? I am afraid that he has lived for more than 1,500 years, facing countless enemies, he has not been so frightened." Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor nodded eagerly. "For more than 1,500 years, even if I face a powerful enemy, I have never felt so terrified." Haha. Seeing Thor was really shocked by his own joke, Strange laughed out loud immediately, his eyes also showed a hint of successful mischief. Seeing Strange's expression, Thor suddenly understood that he was fooled by Strange's prank. Because of this expression, he was so familiar with it before. Loki will show this expression every time after he successfully pranks himself? Depend on. After learning how to put a middle finger at Strange, Thor said, "It wasn't that I had laid too much in the answering chat room at the beginning. Strange wanted to study a vampire for a while, and then wanted to dissect a werewolf or something. I was scared to think. Why? Han, you don't really think that I want to do it to you? Man, busy, we are friends. Listening to Thor's words, the smile on Strange's face remained undiminished. How could I do something to us? Besides, this is just a joke between friends. Seeing Strange who succeeded in the prank, S.H.I.E.L.D laughed helplessly. These guys in front of me are far more vivid and naughty than the original movie? That's right, the movie can only show one aspect of them, and these guys in front of you are all real people? Earth's drinks are really good, at least the taste of these drinks is better than Asgard. Putting down the cup in his hand, Loki hung his chin, looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked with a smile, my brother said, you guys have all seen real gods? Then, can you tell me what a real god looks like? I'm really curious. Hearing Loki's question, Natasha Romanoff skewered various vegetables into a string. Then he smiled at Loki, it's very strong, very powerful, so powerful that we can't resist it. Just waving our hands can easily destroy dozens of planets. Everyone here, including Thor, is not her opponent. Well, except. Natasha Romanoff did not continue, but Loki became more curious. Except who? And she. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say this, Loki raised his eyebrows slightly, and then showed an elegant smile. Where did you see it? From childhood to adulthood, we have accepted the concept that Asgard has a godhead, only is the true god. Just like Thor, just like me. So, I have never heard of the existence of true gods in the 9 realms, and what I am even more curious about is how you guys met. While talking, Loki glanced at these people on the beach, and then smiled at Natasha Romanoff. It's obviously the first time we met each other, especially Thor and me, an alien. But you seem to be very familiar with each other, which is very strange. You should ask Han. If Han can't tell you anything, then we can't even say it. Maybe you will know in the future. I'm sorry, I have to get these vegetables ready first. He stood up and smiled at Loki. Then he took the vegetables and walked towards the charcoal. As he walked, there was a smile on Natasha Romanoff's face. Han, this younger brother is a bit interesting. Actually want to ask from himself what he wants to know. But although she looks very smart, at any rate, the old lady is also a professionally trained person. Okay, is it so easy to follow the Tao? Well, this is the difference without professional training. Look for flowers, 0. The way of questioning is terrible. Watching Natasha Romanoff turn around and leave, Loki, who had an elegant face, gradually began to lose his smile. After thinking about it, he shrugged his shoulders. It's kind of interesting, people on Earth are not that simple. In a poor, shabby room, on a particularly old TV, an interview with Tony Stark is now playing. In the picture. At this moment, Tony Stark is confident and proud to declare to all media that he is Iron Man. On the opposite side of the TV, a dilapidated bed. An old man listened to Tony Stark's voice on the TV, and his expression was extremely painful at the moment. Roar shouted, Ivan. Roar called Ivan's name in his mouth, and soon, a man with long hair and worn-out clothes came over. 0. Seeing the old man's painful expression, Ivan carefully helped him move the pillow. It seems that I want to make the elderly more comfortable lying on the bed. These should belong to you. You should stand there. Ignoring his pillow, the old man stretched out and tremblingly grabbed Ivan's rough hand, and said with an expression of pain, Don't listen to their nonsense, father, as long as you are by my side, these are nothing. Seeing his father's painful expression, Ivan quickly comforted. Listening to his son's comforting words, the old man held Ivan's hand, his eyes full of guilt. Sorry, my son, I can only give you my knowledge. Originally, everything the Stark family owned should belong to you. Before he finished speaking, the old man coughed violently. Seeing this scene, Ivan quickly stretched out his hand to help the old man keep his breath smooth. But looking at his son with tears in his eyes, the old man gradually closed his eyes. Father. I want Roar to call his father who closes his eyes, but the voice has not yet uttered, but it seems to be blocked by something. Tears kept falling, and Ivan fell helplessly on his father's corpse and began to cry. Roar. With a long sigh of relief, Ivan raised his head and wiped the tears from his face with both hands. Then he picked up a bottle of inferior alcohol on the table and drank it. Listening to the triumphant voice of Tony Stark on the TV, Ivan put down the inferior wine in his hand, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes, and...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.